Wow. So what does it mean to degrade the word of Hashem? If you could learn Torah and you don't do it, that ultimately again is degrading the word of Hashem. That's incredible. You have the opportunity to do so. Failure to seize the opportunity to learn Torah is in and of itself a degradation of the Rosh Hashanah. This refers ultimately to worship idolatry. My Mashal, the time of Yishmael, Ki Divar Hashem Bizal, Zeh HaMevazeh Dibur. This refers to one ultimately again who degrades the very word of the Ribono Shel Olam. Shnei Amar Lo, Shnei Amar Lo, Lo L'Moshe Misnei Anochi Hashem Elokecha, Lo Yeh Lecha Elokim Achari, Elohim Achari. Yeshua HaGam says, Chala, this is get ready for this. Get ready for it. Last two lines. Yeshua HaGam says, Chala Lo Me Torah Ve'ina Chol Zra'Allah. If someone learns and doesn't review, the Gemara says, "Doma la'adam shezirei avonu chatzah." This is beautiful. This refers to someone who ultimately, again, listen, learning Seder, it's been a little schwach lately. I'm just going to say, I'm not having it anymore, but right, it's been a little bit, what's the word I'm looking for? Oh, non-existent. Right, that was what I was looking for. Right, it was going good for a little bit of time, and then the last couple of days, it's really been. It needs a significant officially in the Right, so I'm sorry. 5:43 it started, but who's counting? If a 10-minute Seder is 7 minutes, there's something wrong. I'm just saying. For the middle, I was like, well, why is it important? Well, even if maybe it's not 5:40 in the morning. What's that? I want to put out something. I think this is something that we have to take into account a bit. We live in such incredible times where there's such a proliferation of Torah, such a shit, right? And like there literally is like more yonis than a person can keep up with, which is beautiful and incredible. I will say, but there is this interesting balance between sometimes more is less. And a person sometimes has to just try to figure out, should I be doing more things, or perhaps focusing, doing a little bit less, but focusing more on the things that I'm doing. And again, all of us are different. People learn differently, people absorb things differently. And I think a lot of times what's happening is I'm learning 15 things, and so there's a lot going on, but I'm not really acquiring anything. So on a given day, I'm getting through like a whole bunch of different stuff, but like what's mine? What's mine? And this is something that is left to contemplate for ourselves. So Rabbi Garcha says, and this is so profound. Look what he says. He says, if you learn and you don't chaz, you know what it's like? It's like planting but not harvesting. Planting but not harvesting. So you planted something beautiful. It's incredible. And mamish, like the produce, it's right there. It's sitting for you. But if I don't chazer, I don't harvest it. I don't reap it. I don't reap what I sowed. So it's interesting. Just some, again, different things work for us in learning, and different things work for us in looking. So everybody's got to find the right balance. For some of us, it's good. The energy of constantly moving forward on multiple fronts. Even if I'm not retaining everything, maybe it's what I need for myself in life. But I think at least to retain something, to chazer something, to hold on to something. Because otherwise, I'm planting all of these beautiful things. And I will say, the imagery is so profound. My beautiful personalistic spiritual field is sprouting with so many beautiful spiritual saplings. But everything is sitting in the field. I'm not harvesting anything because I'm not chazering. Because I'm not ultimately taking something for myself to retain. Incredible. Rabbi Shua says, "Kol lo Torah umishkachot, doma leisha sheyoledes v'kol v'arachot." This is very intense, right? Someone who learns Torah and then forgets what he learns is similar to a woman who gives birth and then buries her child. And what is that? So I say. So again, the metaphor is meant to be shocking. And then ultimately, what is it saying? Is that when I learn Torah, we'll say the beautiful part about learning Torah is you birth something. But if I don't remember it, or I don't take the time to try to remember it, I birth something, and then what I birth simply disappears. If I'm going to take the time to birth beautiful Torah, it is you got to take the time to try to learn that beautiful young child, to appreciate them, to nurture them, to understand them, and to raise them as my own. Very profound. Rabbi Kiva says, on the days, this is beautiful. Rabbi Kiva Omer, Zemer b'chol yom, Zemer b'chol yom. Sing every day, sing every day. Now listen, what does this mean? Rashi says over here, I am a Sagar in the Apapish, the city of Viva, Zemer, who Yigrom the Pasha Taylor, all of my Baba Sink of the Shur. So we'll say, so again, it appears at first glance, Rabbi Akiva's continuing on the same theme. That literally, again, make your learning like a song. What does that mean? Just like Muslim, everybody has their favorite song. And what's the thing about your favorite song? You know the notes, you know the music, you know the words. So the Akiva says, make your Torah like a song. Make your Torah like a song. So in other words, once again, same idea. Ingrain yourself in your Torah, chazer your Torah, make your Torah yours. Make your Torah yours. God said this also, we'll see. Well, let's finish up. I'm going to use Azadini, Michael, what's the last? Nefesh Amalam, Lolo, Kiakapala, Piu, Omo, and Mokum Zad, Nikolasa, Melasam, Mokum. So it's quite beautiful. Nefesh Amalo, literally again, the soul toilets, it will toil for you. He akaf ala piu, so you have tethered your mouth to it. What does this mean? So the Gemara says, so kiakaf ala piu, amal b'makom zeh, b'makom acher. If you work on your Torah in this world, your Torah will work for you in the world to come. What a beautiful and incredible idea. If you put in the effort for your Torah here, so your Torah will work on your behalf in the world to come as well. Rashi says over here, if you work for your Torah works for you. Next Rashi, okay, so quite beautiful. The idea over here is if you put in the effort in your spirituality, in your Torah works on your behalf. When I learn, I create something new. And that creation, just like the mother that births the child, that creation takes care of it. Just like when a parent has a child, the parent takes care of the child. But one day, hopefully, what will happen? The child will take care of the parent. I create Torah. I birth Torah in my life. And understand now my job is to nurture it. How do I nurture it? I learn it. I love it. I review it. And then what ends up happening is that Torah ends up taking care of me. It takes such a beautiful idea. It takes care of me in this world. And ultimately, again, it takes care of me in the world to come as well. Rashi says over here, Torah Malaslo, Shemechazer Salav, Umevakeshes Meis Kona, Limsolo Kamli Torah Isidrab, the Kolkach Lam Nishukov Hiu of the Rizal. Incredible. So, in other words, when you learn, make sure to chazer. Because if I don't chazer in some way, to chazer something, I'm planting and I'm not harvesting. Make Torah like a song. In other words, again, which means your Torah should be pleasant, should be beautiful. Understand, when you birth Torah, so you're going to take care of that Torah. If you take care of your Torah, ultimately, your Torah takes care of you, both in this world as well as next world. So there's also a really beautiful idea in this idea of Rabbi Akiva, which is really quite amazing. So Rabbi Akiva says, Zemer b'chol yom, Zemer b'chol yom. I will say, this is Rabbi Akiva. Because how should you live life? Sing every day. I'm not saying any given day, you have a choice. Any given day, you have a choice. Every day is the same choice. You wake up in the morning, what do you want to be? You want to be happy, you want to be sad. I will say, happiness, people make the mistake of thinking that happiness is the result of a variety of life factors. As you often find people saying, I'll be happy when, or I'll be happy if. Right? If your sentences begin with I'll be happy when, I'll be happy if, you will never be happy. Because there's always something else I want, always something else I need. One of the most important yisodos in Yiddishkeit is happiness is a choice. I choose to be unhappy, I choose to be happy. I can't choose a lot of my circumstances, but I choose my emotional disposition. And what's I think about the Akiva saying is choose happiness. Zamer b'chol yom, zamer b'chol yom. Sing, just sing. Because again, what's the alternative? You can choose to be happy, or you can choose to be unhappy. Choosing to be unhappy is a miserable, horrific existence. Choosing happiness does not fix all of my problems, but at least it gives me a positive disposition. And I'm saying when you appreciate everything that Rabbi Akiva went through life, everything he went through, from the time he was young, literally again until the moment he died, difficulty, adversity, poverty, derision, all these different kinds of things. And Rabbi Akiva is saying, choose a life of song. choose a life of simcha. How profound and overwhelming that really is. Rabbi, let's have to stop over for today. We're doing great. Incredible. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. We'll continue Rest Hashem with Chazara. We'll continue Rest Hashem with singing all more tomorrow. All right, Chavra, have a great day, everyone. Right, sure. All right, so we'll say good morning, and let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning show. To thank our commentary sponsors, our commentary sponsors, Top Shin Payheads. It tells us about dedicating Ocean and Drushos this year as his first from Source of his Ramadan. Our commentary sponsors for the month of Abraham in the Torah. Daniel Steve, Rabbi, his father, Dr. Harry Khan, Sweet Hirsch, Ben Yosef, Hakoin, Zip Levin, and Ben Fans in honor of Mr. William Zip, Zeb, Shmuel, and his wife, from the Rabbi. And all the women's sponsors, Nathan, of Adler, Mary, Judy Goldman, Yehudis, Esther, Bas, and Lazarus of the Rabbi. The American Lifetime Torah. All of the shows that we have, the families that come, all those leaders, they're trying to get told how they Israel. We're trying to bring all of our hostages home, and we are holy soldiers be successful before and not say you. But for that, let us begin. So we have a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem. Today's daf is Tzadik Tes 98. We are picking up on Tzadik Zayin on the days 97b, and we are picking up in the about 5 lines before the Wadi's lines. 5 lines before the Wadi's lines. I'm Rabbi. Okay, Rabbi. No focus on the plus of the she says that we can caveat the Shim Kabbalah. They are nevertheless the 36 tzaddikim who are able to receive the face of the Shira and every generation. So this is the Gemara. We all know this. Lamed about tzaddikim in every generation who are able to get the Rothschild the Mekabel application, who are able to receive the Shira. Actually, the low. Are those who wait for him low. And low in the Gemashia, Lamed Bob, low in the Gemashia, plus in the Shisa, he's 36. Even if that's only 36 from Rabbi, Dora coming for Chorifu, Timney, sorry, Timney, sorry, Alpi. Again, Rabbi said that the law that sits before HaKadosh Baruch Hu, which means the tzaddikim, but closest to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, number 18,000. 18,000. So what's going on over here? So the 36 is 18,000. So we must say Shne'emar Sobi. Shmona Sa'ara. Simas Lokasha. How do we start with this back? How do we start with this back? This background. So it's very different from this background means clarification. So it's background which means total clarity of vision, and it's background means a little bit of a cloudy vision. Different types of vision. So there are 36 tzaddikim. You see after this part of this background of clear vision. Then there are many others who receive HaKadosh Baruch Hu, but the vision is not as clear. So the Gemara says, when we are there really so many people, 18,000 people who perceive HaKadosh Baruch Hu, even the level of this background She'in of Nehira is still a very high level. Are there that many people who have that clarity of vision? V'amar is coming in and Mishra isn't this. Mishra Bayachai. Most of these incredible Gemara. So he's saying Rabbi, and you're saying Mishra Bayachai. But you see Bnei Aliyah, Yohein Mo'akim. I have seen Bnei Aliyah, and there are few amongst them. Few Bnei Aliyah. Now, listen. Now, what is this thing? So the Shemite has made a tremendous statement that there are, in life, one of the hardest qualities to find is the reality. What does it mean to be a Ben Aliyah? To be a Ben Aliyah, just like what it says, to be a person who desires growth. What's interesting, there's a lot of things in common. Because what do you have to do when you don't have class? What do you have to do? What do you have to do? Study Torah. Studying Torah is profoundly and inherently enjoyable. Plenty of things in common. There are actually plenty of people who are also going to the same. People fasting. And this lesson is also inherently enjoyable. Who wouldn't want to do it? Rothschild says the hardest thing to find in this world is the real idea. People who really want to grow. People who really want to grow. And want to grow at all times. Now again, it doesn't mean it's a weekend. It doesn't mean you're old. It just means that you're never happy with where they are. You're always are looking for more. So in Shemaiah says it's very difficult to find them. In LF, if there are thousands, excuse me, if there are thousands in the world, I need to buy my hand. Me and my son, remember again, some of you will lost. Like my son and I, we are counted amongst them. In Leah, and if there's 100, I need to be in him. In my son and I also amongst them. In Shnaim, if there are only two Benayah in this entire world, I need to be it's me and my son. And once there's one place I may read like this, like, oh, okay, but it's not Gaiva. It's not Gaiva, it's knowing who you are. And the show by us time understood that if there was one thing that he possessed in this world, is that he was a Benayah. He wanted more. He always wanted more. And the son of Elazar, even more than his father. Which is not listen, I'm not even idea of the audience today. So I can tell you like this, even if you're really too, I know that it's even my son. The point that we have listeners, we're trying to kind of say, I'm not really like putting out who they are. I'm not really they are. So now we might say 36, 18,000. There's an entire range of vegetation called Patrick. Listen up. The Imam says as follows. Your contract, how the Ali go about it? And he's also one thing in one he's kind of the same kind of thing, which is there are plenty of things that we are. What I'm saying is like this, there are plenty of people. Plenty of people. There are sometimes it's a bit more than we are who are able to enter into our Kodesh Baruch without permission, and others who require permission. So there are many who can enter with no, whatever is needed. There are many who can enter with permission. There is a select few who can enter even without permission. Now, of course, the notion of entering the practice without permission represents metaphorically the synchronically high spiritual level. So you find many holy people, but there's a certain cadre, a certain group of people that seems to have the ability to enter in the practice wherever they want. Look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi is hard to identify. שצריך למיקרא יושס, כשנכנסים, נסתק בהם מגירת הענור הזאת, הכניסים נכנסים לשס. אבל also נכנסים בלא לשס, ורוצים גם in the South of Hanover. Let's listen to this. And now the most suggesting as follows. There are 36 subjects in this world who are able to go out and enter into Kodesh Baruch with permission. And when they enter into permission, they're able to see Hashem with clarity of vision. And then there is some unknown number of people, probably obviously a much smaller number of people, who are able to enter into a Kodesh Baruch without permission, whatever this means, and also have that clarity of vision. So 36 is the number of people, this Paklaria Medira, that need permission to enter. And there's some smaller group afterwards that don't need permission and also have this Paklaria Medira. Incredible. So remember it back there. You know, so I'm not so this is really incredible. After this entirely exhaustive discussion about Mashiach, so what ends up happening, so not something that says as follows, you know, actually people make calculations when Mashiach is coming. All of those times, excuse me, all of those times have already come around. They're coming around, and now at this point, in a double tunnel, I will be sure as we can. If you want Mashiach, we need Shua and we need Mashiach. So let's say a dramatic shift. dramatic shift. God says, stop with the guessing of the dates. Stop with trying to figure it out. Any dates that anyone made beforehand, historically, those dates have come and gone. The Mashiach is still going to come, but the only way he's going to come is if we bring him. And how do we bring him? Ultimately, again, Tshuva Mason told me. Shmuel says, Yayo La'ada Shiyano Be'eglo. Ultimately, again, it is enough for the other to stay with that. So what does this mean? So Shmuel says, no. Just like an Adam who's suffering, what happens? Shiva ends. Shiva comes to an end. Shmuel says, Godless will come to an end on Mashiach. She has a fundamental machlokes is with Rabbi Shmuel. Looking backwards, Shmuel still holds there is a date by which Mashiach will come, a defined date. We deserve it, we don't deserve it, it almost doesn't matter. Mashiach will come. Shmuel, I'm saying that's not true. All of the dates have already passed. They've already passed. At this point, now it's up to us to be Mashiach only through our Tshuva and our Mason Torah. Okay, you know, there's like to keep it like, it's not excellent. But when it's on it, in Israel, it's in Tshuva, we're going. If not, then we're going. He also says, Hans on this Tshuva, Mashiach will come. If you don't do Tshuva, he won't come. He won't do Tshuva. When he goes to Tshuva, he will go. If you don't do Tshuva, there's no Ella Kodesh Baruch Hu Nagi Lahamela Shemzerot Zakashas Kahamin. The Yisrael Osim Tshuva Matzurah. It's not true. If we don't do Tshuva, what's going to happen? What happens? But in most of the situations, through which we have to do Tshuva. So, created this whole part of the spotted thing. Silence and the spotted king will force us to go ahead and to do Tshuva, return us to our correct ways. Tanya Ida, Rabbi Eliezer Omer, we saw us in Tshuva and going. And the Lord says, if we do Tshuva, we redeem Shema, 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 Echad, Shema, Seichel, Amalon, Yeshua. I look by them, I feel you type of energy. I said to God, the Pasuk says you're sold for nothing and you will not be redeemed with money. What does that mean? You know, you're talking about how it's called up. You were sold into the diaspora. You're sold into Golis because of idolatry. What's the word for idolatry? Zero. There's zero values. Yet you took it upon yourself and you were sold into yourself. When you will not be redeemed with money, nor with Shiva and Maisen Tobin. Not even through Tshuva and Maisen Tobin will you be redeemed. In other words, it's not Tshuva and Maisen Tobin that bring Mashiach. Rather, again, there's a date, there's a time, and when that time comes, Mashiach will let Hashem come. I said, I'm going to Rabbi, I'm going to Yeshua. I was by now, I think the Pasuk says, return to me, and I return to you, which sounds like a first part of the same guys, if we do Tshuva, then we'll bring you the Rulah. I'm going to Yeshua, look by now, Kanoki Ba'akim לקחתי אצלך כמיר, יש להם משפחה, ובייסי אספנסיון, which sounds like it's a pluck and spells into the Rulah. I'm going to be a real, I look by now, so if you're laughing, speaking back at each other, but you became different to Messianic beliefs. I look by now, Yeshua not us for sure, Yeshua but us, I look by now, come on, Shem, go on Israel, with Yoshem, he's on that mission, with Nisa, go emotionally. We're working with top of Tzaddikas. We're working with the Kohen Sorry Shtacha. I don't know what right now. In Hashem, in Israel, in Hashem, in Lai Hashem. I saw it's going to be. It says, I, but the Bible says, if I told this Shiva, let's work and return to us. I'm going to be Yeshua, but look right now. The Ashna as a Ish, the Yusha, by Hashem, Mai, in Nuri, Hayor. The Yoram, the Hino, the Smola, of Hashem, the Ish, Bakakar, or not the one modern, the Chasik, the Bono, Slavat, Yad, and Kadosh, the Kalari, the Shas, was at this point again. Rabbi Eliezer was quiet. So what you see over here, and again, suking back and forth, is fundamental focus Rabbi Eliezer and Rabbi Yeshua. Rabbi Eliezer essentially saying that Rabbi Eliezer saying that Halakha Eliezer applies what was Tshuva will be redeemed. Rabbi Yeshua, that's not the way it works. Mashiach comes when Hashem ordains it. They grow suking back and forth at each other. The conclusion of the way the Gemara ends with Persia is that Rabbi Eliezer ultimately was refuted by Rabbi Yeshua's Psukim. So it says, so Sanford over here with the Shikha of Rabbi Yeshua, which is that Mashiach comes when a Baruch Hu chooses to bring him. That seems to be the opinion that triumphs. So once I said that, that's in this conversation, just to understand what these two profound Messianic models that are being outstanding. So when does Mashiach come? Does Mashiach come and lead with Tshuva? Or does Mashiach come almost independent of our Tshuva when I finish part of the opportunity, it's just some point in time by which the world has to be redeemed. My focus is incredible. No, I'm already out of it. But you were seeing it, you see yourself. It's like, how can this remain unresolved? We act like, we have to know these things and not the answer. That's the answer. No, we don't. No, we don't. Because the truth is, what I'm saying, this is the same way why the whole topic of Mashiach is not even explicitly mentioned in the Torah. To be honest, the Rothschild does not want us to be messianically focused. And probably wants us to be focused on maximizing something small. That's our hope. Our hope is to become the best version of ourselves. Our hope is to become the right idea. Our hope is to make a difference in the world. Our hope is to help others. Whether Mashiach comes because of us, become our children, whether Mashiach comes about things, whether our tshuva ultimately again, whether Mashiach is coming because of tshuva, or whether Mashiach is coming ultimately again because of some type of envy to a certain degree is irrelevant. I believe he's going to come. I believe he's going to come. Like we saw yesterday is that I know that I've been awake for him every single day, but not passively awake for him. And the first part, I'm going to figure it out. It's not really my job. It's not really my job. My job, maximize this world, maximize the site, maximize my abilities. Let's go out there. But maybe out there. 80 kids, 80 countries, we can lose that. So Rabbi says there is no more revealed thing than this. That actually says over here. What does this mean? Rabbi says if you want, this is incredible. Listen, if you want signs of Mashiach, right? Listen, we look at this all the time. Like, the truth is, I can live without knowing the date of Mashiach. Just what do I want to know? What do I want to know? That it's close, right? Just like. I just want to know that we're headed in the right direction. Because this, by the way, is an incredible divide. But the Rabbi says, anyone cupcakes with the innocent. He said, if you want to know the most overt sign that Mashiach is coming, so let's say, what is it? Shnei La'atab, Hari Yisrael, Antefem Titenu, Utrei, Utrei, Tisu La'anu Eretz, La'anu Yisrael. So we can be quite close to the passage from Cheskel. Cheskel says, when the land comes back to life, when the trees produce their fruit, when the vines produce their fruit, that is the way that Mashiach is coming. And Clarksville is not the land to start the land before it. When Clarksville is right, the more the land produces, the closer we are to evil. It actually says over here, it actually says, in the first short line, Kishativin Eretz Yisrael Pir Yah, the Ayin Yafa. The Eretz Yisrael produces fruit. Ayin Yafa in good measure, as Yikrat HaKetz, the Ayin Yafa HaKetz in good measure. When Mashiach is close, and there is no greater revelation of the closeness of Mashiach than the vitality of the land. Let's say, okay, I live on my own drug beside the city, and see, like, this is why, we live in a time where Eretz Yisrael produces award-winning wines. Award-winning wines. Like, the number of people one of these Eretz Yisrael is astounding. The number of established Eretz Yisrael is, it's not just that there's big wine in Eretz Yisrael. Because it is the ultimate sign that the war is close. So how can one drink wine that is hanging off Eretz Yisrael? Every sip of Eretz Yisrael wine is a sip of Geula. It's a sip of growth. And literally, what is also do you remember? Some of us are old enough to remember. Like, I remember what used to be the Sunshine Kosher wine. What was it? There was no chance like in the square bottle, like the square bottom bottle, right? Or some Malaga, like the big thing with a little handle on top. That was it. Such a long bottle, right? It's not so long ago. And once in a while, it's incredible. Now, you can drink all the wine if you want. It's not just something else. So nice. It's a sign of Mashiach. So that just as I said, because it's a sign of Mashiach, it's not only for that industry as well. So close that on money there as well. At the end of the day, that's facilitating messianic advancement as well. Incredible. So look back there. But says, Pain, Sarah, I guess, was near Stabahima Painera, and you'll see the level in Shalom outside. So what's it? So Rabbi says there's another sign of the end of Messianic arrival, which is that as Messianic arrival approaches, there will not be money to pay the wages of people, not be money to pay the wages of animals, right? For the Yosef and Lavo, ain't Shalom in that side. For those who are going and coming, there is no respite from the enemy. Mari Yosef and Lavo, Shalom, what does that mean? Lava Ma'afam Chachamim Shekasu Bahem Shalom. Even who are known for possessing tranquility. It says Shalom Rab. We all have been said, Sekha, Shalom with inside, even are known for their tranquility because Torah engenders a sense of tranquility. Shalom Rab. There is great peace for those who have to listen to others from our own lives. When you live and when you are sleeping, there's a certain calmness, a certain soothing, a certain tranquility that you have in life. So the coming by definition possess that tranquility in the human who gives you the recognition of Yeshua will not be able to find it. Translated. So it's going to find out how different this is. On one way, right, the first thing he says, yeah, Rabbi Abba saying, the sign of impending Messianic arrival is the land will come back to life. God will come back to life. And then you have Rabbi who says, what does it mean? There's going to be so much turbulence. So once again, this competing narrative, right? Is the king Messianic arrival, is it kind of heralded by beautiful growth? Or is it heralded by incredible and overwhelming difficult circumstances? And by the way, first let me just listen because it just seems to me it's what Shmuel says. Shmuel says the sign of Messianic arrival is that all pricing will be the same. And listen, so actually says this as well. This could be good, this could be bad. Right? This could be good, meaning that everything will be shining in terms of okay, no, even inexpensive staple items will be as expensive as luxury items. Okay? Anyway, David Bob actually is back to the phone of my so Mashiach only comes once I saw again, this is part of suffering that you feel. Mashiach only comes when there's incredible suffering, this case financial suffering, and poverty. That will be not easily enough, and so we're going to look from the most perspective. The remedy for everything is, whatever that it is, that it means unlimited one. Right? It works for everything, apparently, right? So we're going to have to do that. Yes, the Lord says, the Lord says, when Mashiach, the reason for Mashiach is going to be such poverty, but even no one will be able to find meat or sick or standing, right? I have to meet the next best thing on this earth. The Lord's fish. The only thing you're going to find fish for a sick person. If the Lord wants to share, as Ashkia, the Lord, and Hassan, the Shem, all the Fuxab, the Yamahu, at Simiach, Canada, basis, right? What we call about Canada. Even that we thought, actually, tip the Marcus has already Israel. So this is the Canada, when we find out when we say, Mashiach only comes when there's a total loss of a time price on the Marcus has already means even a little bit of a time. Right? So as everyone comes on used by other people, there's usually some element of autonomy that's not there. Mashiach comes, there's a loss of any level of autonomy. The colors of the Zion's models, you see that's right. But he's saying, you're about Shani, about Shani Sivakos, and you Shakumor. You Shakumor. Honestly, you're going to anything that involves actually usually classy roughly Israel. When there's Mashiach comes ultimately again when there are no classy rock. When arrogant people disappear from power Israel. Let's say, what is this meaning? But ultimately, again, arrogance is what keeps Mashiach away. Isn't that incredible? Right? So when I know arrogant people, that's what ultimately again Mashiach will do. Let's say, talking because we're out of 98A, about four lines up from the point gets right. שנאמר כי אז עשו מקרבך לבדל הסחוק השארתי בקרבך אני בדל וחסי בשם השם ובזמנו עם השם בשם שלך ולפיס לבוא סתת ולהגיד that it's arrogance that keeps Mashiach away. Arrogance that keeps Mashiach away. You look at what the logic behind it, right? The logic behind it. Remember again, let's see inside. See what we got there. אז אמר ישראל, ראשון לבנות שני, אין בן דוד, עד שיהיה קושוק בראשון של ישראל. Mashiach comes when the judges and enforcers no longer exist for high power. This is talking about corrupt judges and corrupt enforcers, people who exploit their power for safety. שנאמר, והשיבה ידי עליו, ועצות שבור סביבו, והשיבה שלך, אומר לו, versus beautiful angel and Mitzvahs Ella, It's the also first one line. Jesus says that Yushalayim is only redeemed with tzedakah. Shenei Sion with mishpat titayah, v'shadat tzedakah. And Sion will be redeemed with mishpat, with justice. V'shadat tzedakah, and repentant with tzedakah. That was very important. So when we see when we say, when we think about what do you see here? That tzedakah, that's something which we can do. Well, we got me there first. It's time for the system very beautiful. Not in the schema, just in a general sense. He says, one of these translated words that all of you describe is tzedakah. He says, we translate tzedakah as charity. As charity. He says, that's not what tzedakah means. What's the charge of tzedakah? It's tzedakah. What is tzedakah means? Justice. The twist he says like this. In life, there are people who have, there are people who don't have. And the way that it works is, if you don't have, you must share with those who don't have. It's not charitable. It's not something nice. It's not something beautiful. It's the way that the Shema is programmed the world to work. So in other words, just like those who don't have need to receive, those who have need to give. Listen, this is incredibly important because a lot of times we look at our tzedakah activities, we look at our chesed activities as like, oh, okay, this is like my charity work. You know, it's beautiful. It's not. It's not. It is the moral obligation that we have. That if you have more than you need, or Hashem, you should always offer to that. Then by definition, it is the moral obligation. It's a tzedakah. It's a tzedek. It's justice to give for your. It's not just with money. It's with money. It's with your time. It's with your resources. It's with your abilities. There is a moral obligation to give additional gather. So what do you think about that? Think about things like this. So if you're in Jamaica's element tzedakah, when they say who just throwing up, when does Mashiach comes? Mashiach comes when we realize that helping each other is not something that's nice, but helping each other is something that is an absolute requirement and obligation. So the moment that we realize that tzedakah is not charity, but tzedakah is tzedek, is justice. And suddenly again, I feel I have a more quality and a more obligation. Of course, I have to give it. Of course, I have to do. Of course, I have to be there for the other, not because it's nice, not because it's chesed, not because it's this, but because it also associates chesed and tzedakah. But chesed represents things that you're not obligated to do, but you go above and beyond. Tzedakah represents things that you're obligated to do. The moment those kind of like nice things become obligatory things in our hearts, that's the moment that the end of the Mashiach comes. It's kind of like, you know how about so it happens like this. The Arabic people will no longer exist. The Amagushis will no longer exist as well. Who are the Amagushis? Who actually points out that they are Persian sorcerers. So they are the Arabic Jews going to be Persian sorcerers. Buckley is rifty. And if corrupt judges will stop to exist, so to corrupt Gentile judges will cease to exist as well. The idea is we bring about a lot of the negative forces in the world. If we're arrogant, then we bring about the sorcerers who do negative forces. If we have corrupt judges, then we bring about Gentile corrupt judges who do the same. So the Lord is like você verdade só que você vai fazer como vai e pode see that you can see the show is that what's the third one incredible in the situation is made for hacker was if you see your version of the if you see a generation is suffering from general poverty with the shit which means again poverty is the precursor for Mashiach. There is things going to more and more. So Hakim Mashiach, yes, I need Mashiach. The Russian will save an impoverished nation. I'm not the other. In the use of Russian songs, Rabbi's balls are off King Hakim, listen, if you see a generation where there are overwhelming sorrows that literally again are coming upon them like a river, just like the river keeps flowing. You know, these constant sorrows for God Israel. Hakim, ultimately wait for Mashiach and I Kiyama and Hatzar Riyah Hashem and Yosef go celebrate and God would see them go out. Listen, it's fascinating, right? I think like I said, economies is a virus, like the best thing that works for you. Basically, how we deal with difficult circumstances, right? If you see a generation with is rampant poverty, or if you see a generation with ridiculous suffering, like what means, Mashiach is close. I said, what other nation in the world works in this way, right? Everyone else, if things are bad, that is generally, what generally means what? Most probably things are going to get worse, right? That generally bad things worse. So if things are bad, just know that most probably means that capital, just wait for it, because you're going to see it's about to get ridiculously amazing. Listen, the mission for the social security, and people are listening to this moment, you know what? I'm going to stop just listening to the news. I got one of those days, but this is just crazy. It's just me. It's always hard to know also, like, is the news accurate? It sounds like really crazy. Is it accurate? Is it slightly accurate? So this is what the news everybody just saw, right? So everything is this way. Oh God, yeah, everyone's been doing this, everyone's been doing this, the nation everybody's doing this, the minister's doing this, the community help the souls. What is going on? What is this? It's like the dynamic. It's like a nursery school teacher went out of the room and no one is paying attention to the kingdom of, like, and they're eating corn. That's what it's like, right? Right. So the school teacher went and the kingdom are eating corn, they're coloring on the walls, right? They're doing everything. And you're like, what is this? What is this? These are adults. They're responsible for millions of people. They're responsible for the future of the European Israel and helping, like, to call their children is an insult to children. It's an insult to children. That's really what it is. Because children at least are, you know, at their core are Kaddish and Tahar. And you're going to teach something what is this? Not that it's not a thing. But again, you know, it's exactly that. You know, the whole thing. And then you know, like, Karen, they put this on the face. Because something like the worse it looks, you know, wait for it. Because your targets are right to the worse it looks, just move rough up, because you can closer than ever before. Incredible you are. Because I know you're going to Indian that it was, I'm not the God, Shekurizak. This was a step. Again, a reverse idea. Mashiach, when it comes in a generation that's totally this. So Mashiach comes and fires right everything. Listen, just at the same time, sing one. Mashiach when he comes with his complete poverty. Mashiach when he comes when he's suffering. Not Mashiach when he comes when there's complete piety. She always kulachai. Or everyone's really bad. But Mashiach comes either when everyone's really good or everyone's really bad. Shmuel says, all kulachai. בגלל שkulachai תקציב, בעמק kulachai, בגלל לא שואלת. בגלל שkulachai תקציב, ביד כאיש, בישתומים כאיל נפיל תקציב, למעני יעשה. אז הוא עושה, סליחה לא נקרא this, but in Mashiach. אני אומר לך, זה ראשון, אני אגיד, לא מקציב. בעיטה אחת משנה תשאל, בעיטה. The pasuk says Be'itha, which means Mashiach will come in its appointed time. Uksib Afishana. And then the pasuk says, I will hasten you out of Mashiach. So which one is it? Be'itha means Mashiach's coming in a defined time. Afishana, I will hasten you out of Mashiach. Which one is it? Zafu Afishana. What is Zafu Be'itha? So if we are Zohar, right? If we are meritorious, then ultimately Hashem will hasten you out of Mashiach. If we're not meritorious, then at the end of the day, Be'ita, כי הוא קם לזה פעם בחיים. I'm not going to say it, show me the lyrics. ועלו עם ענן ישמעיה, אז כבר איש עתה וכסיב, אני ברוקד על חמה. זכו עם ענן ישמעיה, לא זכו אני ברוקד על חמה. So once again, I was saying, is Mashiach going to be someone with a cloud comes from the sky, or like a pauper riding on a donkey? So the clouds moving the sky very quickly, the pauper on the donkey, not so much. So which one is it? Does Mashiach come quickly, or does Mashiach come slowly? Once again, it depends on us. So again, in this approach in the Gemara, is the arrival in the Sinai dimension is fundamentally dependent on us. If we're righteous, it comes faster. If we're wicked, it comes slower. However, Shavar Malka Yishma was incredible. So Shavar Malka King Shakur. Said to Shmuel, I'm using Mashiach al Chamlas. And I will say, by the way, this is the pasuk. The pasuk we just quoted over. This is the pasuk that Mashiach comes on a donkey. So King Shepherd, hundreds of times Mashiach comes on a donkey. He says, Asi Ishtori Susi Barka. I'm giving my back door. Actually, Mashiach comes on a donkey. I'm making a donation to Mashiach comes like I hear my donate my best. Actually, come on a donkey. I'm giving my best horse. Oh no, it's not by here, Captain. So to Shmuel said to the shepherd, you have a horse of 100 colors. Now what is it? So to the Shmuel says back to the shepherd, you should see the Shmuel. That's part of it. Whereas you think your horse is better than his donkey, I think the donkey of your Shiach and the nicest of your horses is incredible. But the shepherd was like the struggling my heart breaks for you that you were not able to get out of bed this morning to be part of something dramatically life-altering started overnight. I'm sorry, clearly we must be in the throes of something major. Like in the Shalima, right? We feel throughout the level, fresh that my level is not coming, right? We're rich, so it's like I think I'm paying for you, and what do you do that for? Something's missing, right? It's 7.5 years, right? So we got Joey says, I'm sure there's a few of you guys. Just two of us by three verses. I have 3 verses. So ultimately, again, we're coming in point, whatever this means, the voice of the Shmuel, that she says, the Shmuel Habata Haggai. The Shmuel is like the first spiritual scene. So again, you don't know everything that everything of the great of the Shema Haggai. So now, then so many passes by, just talking through the other, everything's going to come. I don't know, ask Hashem. Then it's going to be clear in our voice, talking there as well. I don't know. Amos Asiyah. So now the children says, when is Mashiach coming? Yes. The reason is why is it still young? So the house is in one of these when it comes before, so that's why I want Mashiach. So when is Mashiach coming? I'm ready. It's still shining in the day. Go ask him. Go ask Mashiach. Mashiach when he's coming. Which means it's okay. But then who else is? Where can I find Mashiach? Where is he? Guys, ask him. At this spot, this type of he is situated at the gates of yours. Mashiach sits at the gates of yours. You know, it might seem already, but I say, how would I know? Fine, so I go to the gates of yours, and how should I go ahead and how should I know who he is? How should I know who he is? So he says, if you look by the way, if you look at Rashi says over here, but this is the Karka, you in the morning, love the Pasach, you have managed all of God, Next color, when the Sarah sits sad, shotgun eagle, she never has a feeling shot shots. Or the Rashi question is teaching himself. That's actually a really interesting, whether you get interested by it. Also, the problem is not clear that there is something. I wrote from the word that has actually a very release, the entrance of the road to know. The Shia resides at the entrance road to know. So fine, so this is a cloud, go find it, but how do I know to you? we're going to see there's a lot of people who are at the entrance way to the city of Rome. So how would I review this? The Messi, Yosef Ben and Yisrael Tawad was the evangelist. Who is here at the entrance way of Rome? The lepers, those who sat up and now out inside of the city. Mashiach lived alongside with all of the lepers. Rashi says, so good, how you go, you know you live up. So it's looking Mashiach to live with all the lepers, and Mashiach himself is also a leper. Also a leper. But it says that in the Torah, okay, so Mashiach is also a leper. He stands with all the lepers. The Torah showing the Asir B'Chazir. So now, it's always okay. When you go to Mashiach is a leper. Mashiach is a leper. So by the way, just before you go forward, I just want to point out something. Listen, Mashiach is not walking around, right? He's alone here, undistinguished, working. And the person who normally think is all that carries Mashiach. Mashiach is probably one of those people who you look at and you look the other direction. Who go out and probably don't take the sense of the chapters too. They're like the people who get a little bit more remote. And the people maybe who couch their flow. Or the people who marginalize. Or the people just who punch the periphery. Like, Mashiach is not the person who everybody wants to be around. Yes, this is a tremendous thing. But sometimes the people who we just marginalize this kind of thing and go through this kind of day, those people are often the holiest of the tremendous idea. So Mashiach again is a leper sitting by the entrance to the Rome. So again, how can I figure out who he is? I don't know who he is. You know, the Torah showed us who the Chazir is. So you see, the lepers have to change their bandages. So the way it works is generally, again, lepers change their bandages all at once. Okay? You'll notice, by the way, here, Shalichad Ba'asifad. Mashiach only changes his bandages one bandage at a time. Now, why is that the case? You're not, you're not, you won't go away because you think it's so often. What happens if you get to the call? Right? So Mashiach has to make Mashiach and call. So what happens if you get to the call position? If all these bandages are off, and so he's okay, well, it's going to be good to wrap up everything. So instead, what he does is, he only bandages unbandages and rebandages one wound at a time. This way, he's never out of commission for a prolonged There's a tremendous. So there's a tremendous energy see, and Mashiach himself is literally ready to go. He's ready to go. Now, why he fully changed his bandages, whatever, because that's a tremendous metaphor. Many of us look at our life, which are very different things. Many different things that happen to you. There's an entire sense of how to feel every time. I mean, I think about everything that's broken, not just to all our ways. Life doesn't work right. The best way to heal your wounds, the first one is the wounds is decide what you want to feel. Decide what you want to feel. Like I want to feel that first. Once you feel your wounds, like you feel, then you move on. The point of this effort, when you're unbound with all the stuff you got to go, and you look at yourself and know all the stuff that's broken, all the stuff that's wounded, all the stuff that's in the city of this can come overwhelming the connection in you. That's when the stress that's going to be off. But one bandage at a time, one wound at a time, one broken bone at a time, is slowly but surely over time you begin to know yourself. Incredible. I was looking at that. So showing you this is a kind of shit. So if you want to see this, you just imagine what the next thing is. So even if he's not like, he's not something like, he's not coming like that. He hasn't revealed himself yet. He's not like, I'm sure that maybe found the shit. I was looking at that. I'm going to Shalom Aleichem Rabbi. So that the days will come. The day will come. And the chef will stay fast. And you two will be up and let's actually say Shalom Aleichem Rabbi Uno. You imagine what's going to happen? She comes and before he does anything, he does everything. He's so I don't know how to do well. I don't know how to do well. Somehow I thought we couldn't know. But it's just in a strong way, and it's just in a single way. Shalom Aleichem Rabbi Uno. We need 2,000 years to say those words. Just being able to say those words from Mashiach before because it is such a soothing balm for the collective soul on this place. So you should really show us every morning. I'm like, Shalom Alaikum, Taliban. Shalom Alaikum to you. Taliban is Kennedy. Shalom Alaikum, Taliban. I'm like, it was Asima. She really just speaks the positive. Like, let's get to it. When are you coming? When are you coming? Like, we need you. When are you coming? So I'm alone, and you're. So there's a control. I'm coming to it. So that's it. There's already set. I'm good. Okay, I've got nothing else. I've got nothing else. He goes back. Apparently, just back to the unknown. That's the video, y'all. So once it's here, when this needs to go back to the yard, at the entrance, back by the gate of Rashid, and then there's Rashid, or someone else, but again, they have to the yard, I don't know, I'm going to hop. So the yard says, so you're going to use up your shit, what happened, what the shit tell you. So I'm going to show them about you, but it's supposed to be, it's like, she separated me, right? But we did, we saw it. It's like, saying, I opened by the body. To which the yard says, I'm going to pick on for the hourglass. So first of all, that's a good sign because that means that you and your father are approximately what to come. Whereas the fact that you're young Rabbi, the fact that the Shia, you and make sure your father is living, that's indicative of the fact that both you and your son and your father will be both have a portion in the world to come. Something beautiful. So you shouldn't say good like this. And why? Anyway, Shekuri Kashaka, the Shia writing. Chef writing to the team writing the honor and your assured the answer. The chef comes and saying, also, you know, but if you're not maybe feeling right to the chef comes and saying, and you not come. I don't know if you know if you do not like to. I'm like, happy over the house. And then in the summer to shoot. What the chef is telling you was, I'm ready to come every single day. If you call this one, if you get your act together and do what you are supposed to do, I go, I'm ready to come today. Then the Kalman Krishna, if you listen to the voice of the Kabbalah, the Shia wasn't ready. The Shia was ready, changing his boundaries with one of the Palestinians to be ready to, he was ready to come as long as we are ready to receive it. Like fully seeking, we have to do the necessary. What is it? Because this was the narrative that we control the arrival of Messiah. We control the Messiah. The lives we lead, the decisions we make, the things we do, the things we go to, all of this controls the flow of Messiah. Show me some way to listen to this one. So the students have to be able to make this one. And most of them got it back. When are you sure to come? That's what you're like, how much? The Sarah and each other's lecture, and also, what's in this myself? You're like, I'm giving you an answer, but I'm scared that you're going to ask me for a sign. And you'll be able to ask me for a sign. She's like, I don't want to answer it. I'm going to every election we call us. Listen, let me. Please answer the question. You will not ask for a sign from me. Okay? I'm a man. You're the Yipo Hashal Azad. The Yipo, the Yipo, the Ima Seeking Law, sir. Aksha Ben David. So this is fine. I'll give you a sign. I'll give you a sign. I'll tell you when the chef is coming. The chef is going to come. Ultimately, again, when this wall falls down, when the street falls down, and it falls down the first time, then we dug it. It falls down the second time. And before we go ahead and we get to the building, the chef is going to come. The chef is going to come. Look at the actually just a moment. That's just going to get in the air. You actually say, I'm going to show you the cottage in that. My two, I'm sorry. Show her. And then, so even Rory should be Rory. So again, this is a reference to Rory. So again, when you see the kids make their what's going to happen, the gates of Rome will fall down, there you go, and it'll fall down again, there you go, this will fall down a third time. Before they get to go to the third time, ultimately the Shia will come. That's the sign, that's when the Shia will come. I'm the Lord, I think, Team of the Earth, it's a legend. Okay, fantastic, that's a sign that that's true. I'm about to go top on the hook. We'll top on the hook on the drinking box in the walls. But I feel everything is I told you, I really realized it because I also, right, I have to stop it. See, also, all the kind of thing is, she has to stop and get people very excited. So when people hear something, all they want is to work with content. That's what this is. I mean, let's make this outrageous in the world. That's actually, I'll tell you about it when I have to give you so I say, let me go this, but keep us trying. So I'm going to go, I got people, yeah, I got you. Probably said to me, that's a sign, but come on, just give us a try. On the other hand, in past, you have to be in our communions, in the dance, and that's in the dance. This is what you're saying, it's like the words of the communions, like the words of the communions, turn to blood. Well, the communions is the value of water that feeds the drink. Is the idea. The communions turns to blood, I assure you that what I'm saying is correct. And sure enough, the communions turn to blood. Incredible. You shall speak to yourself. At the time of the Yosef and Kisma was dying, he said, on the other hand, I'm equally ironic. They sure to bury my coffin very deep in the ground, on the place. Why? Shame called Daka Azaka Shalababa, Shame Sis Shaka Sim Shaka. Because when I die, so you'll see that Christmas and our enemies are going to overrun the land. And there's going to be so many Persian voices that every single country will have a Persian voice covered to it. Then you will have to all the voice of rights as well. So you see Mother Oshad both heaven. And we're going to be overrun by the Persian Medians of what? We're going to dig up our caskets and use our caskets as food troughs for the horses. And then I'm using this myself, burying the very deep in the earth, but they won't dig up my casket. Kingdom that was back after this battle from Michael Ali, so she shall have that. Then when the Mashiach only comes, when Rome, the melody of Rome, extends itself over 5 years. And I want to point out, when we talk about Rome means echo. Don't mean echo. Rome doesn't have to be historical Rome, right? It could be anything that is a derivative of Rome. So Mashiach comes only after parties are oppressed by the mountains of Rome, or non-Moshe, and all that thing. You think at least your God loves you, you can act like the Shema of the nation. You're seen, but not a family. That's a visit. Now we come to a total different with you. Who said, yes, I hope so much that Mashiach come, but I don't want to see it. Or what is the other side? What he was saying is, I recognize the amount of suffering that is going to precede Messianic redemption. So, I hope I'm back with Mashiach all the time, but I want to see it. I want to be there to experience all of the suffering that is going to precede Messianic redemption. And I see what I know. Let Mashiach come, I don't want to see it. But Yosef says, I see. But I speak Yosef the truth if you piece of the family. And Yosef says, let Mashiach come, and I'll be happy to sit literally again in the shade of the excrement of Mashiach's bench. What is that? Yosef, so what that means is like this. Yosef says, essentially, I know what the things about Mashiach can be difficult, but I'll deal with it. I'll deal with the suffering. Just bring Mashiach out. Yosef says, just 2 totally different than it takes. On whether or not they want to hear to see the suffering of Mashiach. Only about it. My time, not even in the suffering of Mashiach. What's the story? What is it that's being created? Right? If it's about ultimately again, what was it that Rabbi said? Let Mashiach come out. I don't want to see it. I don't want to feel the experiences. So what's the problem? If it's because of the suffering of Mashiach, right? If it's about the suffering which precedes Mashiach, Show how we get from your also my yes, I'll bring you some information to save yourself from the trials and travails of Mashiach. Like what you're approaching, you save yourself from the suffering which precedes Messianic redemption. Yes, so Torah is the suffering. Wow. Also, you get to save yourself from the trials and tribulations for Messianic era. Indeed, in Torah, confess it. Right. First of all, what is this even mean? Or Torah, we'll come back to it. Torah confesses saving from suffering of Israel. In my heart Torah, Torah is suffering. So if you remember again, you know, so like, you have all the stuff yet, Torah, you confess it. What is your unaware about? They're told that that's the function to really see things that have something that's receiving us in the show. And they're very showing you benefits. I might have been like, what does it mean to know what I'm concerned? Then maybe I can look around it, right? But I say sometimes one idea can wipe out a lifetime of merit. So right now you have the merit of Torah and Christ, and you want to escape suffering of human soul together. And maybe I sin, it'll wipe out my merit, and then I'll be subject to the suffering of human soul together. So the Gemara says, this is I know you're not which one takes your heart to do. So God's promise is that I got your back. I got your back. I will watch you, and I will guide you everywhere you go. And then he always says, it's true, you're not going to back to you. But himself, that you and Yaakov, your own time, it's so low. Yaakov is very saying, listen, what's the shot? If Hashem says to Yaakov, I got you. You have nothing to worry about. I have your back. I have you. I think you have to worry about. Then why is Yaakov so afraid? Which we are also shiny skeleton in the message. Ultimately, what probably was he was scared, but although he arrested the records of Malach, he was going to do something that was hard for God to manage to do. He was saying, so what's the better way to such a sign? I got all that far, so it's just the same. It's just this profound soul, which is this is coming from thousands of people of coming back to your most heart. Do not believe in yourself until you do that you die. Because no matter how many years, how much merit I have lacked up in a plea that I thought to myself is incredible, I can lose it. You can. And then one bad decision can wipe out so much merit. So you see, treat people as good as they are. You need this existential fear that I may wipe out all of my people of body level. You know, so keep saying that I get one class shows, I get one class shows, zero show. It's supposed to be first compared to Swagger for sure. I got one show, so you just see the second, the second coming, but that tells us something like that. But if you refer to the second rival like this, right? Ezra. I thought, we how you say, that's just one means to be a shield, to be a shoulder, ever should God unhappy. Rather than as a sin of the Christ, or to try to solve. It is one of the miracles with your shield, it's just going to overcome miracles with Ezra as well, but because of the sinful behavior of the Jewish people, we do not get that miraculous. So that's what we're talking about for today. We're going to continue to touch overwhelming Gemara. Mashiach continues Gemara. Let's say by the way. How incredible is this one figure from Mashiach? Because when you know Mashiach is not yet here, when you read Mashiach Gemara's, you have the opportunity to experience a little bit of Mashiach each and every one together and share everyone.
Actually, I said that just fucked up while bragging about how great I am at the same time.
I was telling you how great you are.
Okay, what's the most interesting thing about you? 31 years old, there's gotta be something other than your wife sold her fucking house. Really trying, kid.
Yes, but it must have a clear, simple way to do it. I wish you might not be.
I have my degree in sound.
What is this?
Drill sergeant. Are you serious? Wow, an American hero, okay? It's starting to make sense. There's a little bit of PTSD going on up there. I like it.
All right, people say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning show. To thank our commentary sponsors, our annual commentary sponsors, Rothschild, hey. He tells Mishpach we're dedicating all the Shumim Drushos this year as his first for the source of us all around these while commentary sponsors for the month of Adra Balim Lekova, Terry and Steve Zinn, loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Steve Hirsch, Ben Yosef Hakoin, the Ziv Levin and Brahmi families in memory of Mr. William Ziv, Zeb Shmuel, and Yisrael Shmuel Zaphal, and a week of Roman sponsors, Nathan and Adler, in memory of Judy Goldman, Yehudis, Esther, Bas, and Roger Zaphal Zaphal. We are very married lifetime Torah. All of the Nishon Sabi Aliyah, the families in the family, all those who wish that we can close all the Israel. We can start to bring all of our hostages home, and may our holy soldiers be successful before and not say you days. As with that, let us begin. So we have a lot coming to about Hashem. Today's date is Tzadik Ches 98. We are picking up on Tzadik Zayin on the days 97B, and we are picking up in the about 5 lines before the widest lines. 5 lines before the widest lines. Rabbi.
Okay, Rabbi. Does it feel good?
לא פחסם מחוסר לשליס הצדיקים מקבלי הקדושים מקבלה. There are never less than 36 tzaddikim who are able to receive the face of the Shekhinah of every generation. So say this Gemara, we all know this. Lamed Vav tzaddikim in every generation who are able again to have this lashon of the tablet application, who are able to receive the Shekhinah. My aspects of whole faith low. Praiseworthy are those who wait for him. Low. And low in Gematria, Lamed Vav, low in Gematria, plus when the Shisa is 36. Now that's Guineas, that's it's only 36 from a Rabbi. Dora comes to Shalichu, Timnei, sorry, Alfi, Alfi. Yet again, Rabbi said that the road that sits before Hashem's Baruch Hu means the Tzaddikim, closest to Hashem's Baruch Hu, number 18,000. 18,000. So what's going on over here? So the 36 is 18,000. So the Marfishim Emar Sobi. Shmona Sa'ela. Simars Lokasha. How do we start with this back? How do we start with this back? So there are different levels. Specularium means vision. So there's the specularium which means total clarity of vision, and it's specularium a little bit of a cloudy vision. Different types of vision. So there are 36 tzaddikim. You see, HaKadosh Baruch Hu is specularium complete, clear vision. Then there are many others who perceive HaKadosh Baruch Hu, but the vision is not as clear. So the Gemara says, the fish is pretty high, but are there really so many people, 18,000 people who perceive HaKadosh Baruch Hu? Even the level of this Baklariya She'ina Megillah is still a very high level. Are there that many people who have that clarity of vision? However, this is going to bring them the show to listen to this. The show of Shabbat Yachai. Most of these incredible Gemara. So this is similar to the similar to Shabbat Yachai. But you see the Ne'aliyah, the Hein Mu'atim. I've seen the Ne'aliyah, and there are few amongst them. Few of the Ne'aliyah. Now, what is that? Now, what is this mean? So the Shabbat Yachai is making a tremendous statement that there are, in life, one of the hardest qualities to find is the Ne'aliyah. Well, now, what does it mean to be a Ben Aliyah? To be a Ben Aliyah means, just like what it says, to be a person who desires growth. You know, it's interesting. There's a lot of community coming. Because what do you have to do when people come from? What do you have to do? Study Torah. Studying Torah is profoundly and inherently enjoyable. Plenty of community coming. There are actually some people who are also going with Chassadim, who do Chassadim. This Chassadim is also inherently enjoyable. Who wouldn't want to do it? Rothschild says the hardest thing to find in this world is B'nai Aliyah. People who really want to grow. People who really want to grow. They want to grow at all times. Now again, it doesn't mean they're tzaddikim. Or it doesn't mean they're only. It just means that they're never happy with where they are, and they always are looking for more. So the Shabbat Yachai says it's very difficult to find them. In Aleph, if there are thousands, if there are thousands in the world, I need to buy my hand. Me and my son, remember again, my son is with a loss. Like my son and I, we are counted amongst them. In Maya, and if there's 100, I need to be in my hand. Then my son and I are also amongst them. In Shnayim, if there are only 2 B'nai Aliyah in this entire world, I need Ubini. It's me and my son. And let's say, it's one point like, you read Gemara like this, like, oh, okay, it's not Gaiva. It's not Gaiva, let's say, it's knowing who you are. And it was shown by a high understanding that there was one thing that he possessed in this world, is that he was a Ben Aliyah. He wanted more. He always wanted more. And the son of Elazar, even more than his father. Shabbat, listen, I don't know how many B'nai Aliyah there are in this world. Well, I can tell you like this. There's only 2, and you get 3 of them. The point that Rabbi says, when Shabbat Yachai is saying, I don't know how many B'nai Aliyah there are. I don't know how many there are. So now the Gemara is saying 36, 18,000. The Gemara says as follows. Lokasha, how the Eilu below lives. Once again, the Gemara gives kind of the same translation, which is, there are plenty of B'nai Aliyah. What it's saying is like this. There are plenty of people, plenty of tzaddikim. There are sometimes some tzaddikim or B'nai Aliyah who are able to enter into HaKadosh Baruch Hu without permission, and others who require permission. So there are many who can enter without permission, whatever this means. there are many who can enter with permission. There's a select few who can enter even without permission. Of course, the notion of entering the practice without permission represents metaphorically this incredibly high spiritual level. So you find many holy people, but there's a certain type or a certain group of people that, so to speak, have the ability to enter in the dark and powerful whenever they want. Look at Rashi this moment. Rashi says, "How do I lead the Irish? It's you can recall your shows." כשנכנסים להסתכל בספקלריה מבירה בענו לא כפיסים נכנס לשיס. אבל also נכנסים בלא לשיס, ברוב ציפגם in the Sabbath Hamal. Let's listen to this. And now Gemara suggesting this as follows. There are 36 tzaddikim in this world who are able to go ahead and enter into Hashem's functions with permission. And when they enter in with permission, they're able to see Hashem with clarity of vision. And then there is some unknown number of people, probably a much smaller number of people, who are able to enter into Hashem's functions without permission, whatever this means, and also have that clarity of vision. So 36 is the number of people who Spaklaria Meira has need permission to enter. And then some smaller groups afterwards that don't need permission also have this Spaklaria Meira. Incredible. So the man goes like that. After this entirely exhaustive discussion about Mashiach, so what ends up happening? So Rav comes along and says as follows: so many people make calculations when Mashiach is coming. All of those times, have already come and gone. They've come and gone. And now at this point, in a Gavatale and the B'Shua messenger. If you want Mashiach, we need Shuvah and we need messengers. So we'll say a dramatic shift. God says, stop with the guessing the dates. Stop with trying to figure it out. Any dates that anyone made beforehand historically, those dates have come and gone. Mashiach is still going to come, but the only way he's going to come is if you bring him. And how do we bring him? Ultimately, against Shuvah Messenger. Shmuel says, Dayo la'ada sheya'amod ba'avlo. Ultimately, again, it is enough for the Avel to stay in his Avel. So what does this mean? So Shmuel says, no. Just like an Avel who's suffering, what happens? Shiva ends. Shiva comes to an end. Shmuel says, Godless will come to an end and Mashiach will come. So what's the fundamental difference between Rabbi and Shmuel? Working backwards, Shmuel states, use a date by which Mashiach will come. Shmuel Rav saying it's not true. All of the dates have already passed. They've already passed. At this point, now it's up to us to bring Mashiach only through our Shuvah and our Meisim Torah. Incredible. The one goes back to Kitan. This is not what's on. But Eliezer Omer, Yisrael also Shuvah, you're not being the government. The Eliezer says, how is all this Shuvah? Mashiach will come. If you don't do Shuvah, he won't come. I'm over Yeshua. I mean, there's Shuvah in the government. Really, if you don't do Shuvah, there's no Gula Ela. Because part of the Michael Bahamela, Sheikh Zeros, and Kashas Kohamin, the Yisrael also Shuvah Machshirah. It's not true. If we don't do Shuvah, this is what happens. The devotional orchestrate situations through which we have to do Shuvah. So, creating this all part of the despotic king. Honestly, the despotic king will force us to go ahead and literally return us to our correct ways. Tanya Ida, Rabbi Eliezer Omer, Yisrael also Shuvah Nidol. The Lord says, if we do Shuvah, we'll be redeemed. Shnei Mashiach, Baruch Shuvah, Ben Echad Yisrael Sefer. Amar Lord Yeshua, Halok Vayne Mashiach, and Yisrael Sefer. The Apostle says you were sold for nothing and you will not be redeemed for money. What does that mean? You were sold into diaspora. You were sold into Kabbalah because of idolatry. What's the word for idolatry? Zero. There's zero value. Yet you took it upon yourself and you were sold as a result. So the love of Kesef, you will not be redeemed with money. Love of Shuvah for Meisim Tovim. Not even through Shuvah and Meisim Tovim will you be redeemed. In other words, it's not Shuvah Meisim Tovim that brings Mashiach. Rather, again, there's a date. There's a time. And when that time comes, Mashiach will be come. I says, I'm going to know Rabbi Yeshua. But look, I but the Pasuk says, return to me and I return to you, which sounds like it's part of the same person. If we do Shuvah, then we're going to I'm going to Rabbi Yeshua, look, I know Kiba Alti Bachem. לקחתי אסכם ככה מאיר, ושתיים משפחה, זה בעצם אסכם סיון, יושם שבצע כלל משפחה שכנזמין בו, אמרו לו רבי אליעזר, אבל לא כבר נאמר, שלא זה they're like lobbying back at each other, they're indicating different messianic beliefs, but לא כבר נאמר, ישוע בנחת חשיר, אמרו ישוע, אבל לא כבר נאמר, כל מה השם, כל ישראל, לפגוש של גזרת נפש, ולכניסה, לאבד מושלם, ולוקחים you a couple of times, ולוקחים you, becoming משרד ישתח, אמרו לא כבר נאמר, אם חושבים לכל מאום השם, כי life has to I have a question, I have a trouble, let's go through it to us. אמרו רבי ישוע, אבל לא כבר נאמר, ואשמע את האיש קדוש הבית השממה לממני היאור. ויורם ימינו בשמאלו על השמיים, וישפוט החי עולם בירבו יהודים, וכאן תשמאלו לזרוח על יד עם כמות שכולנו תורם. ושוב כמובן, at this point again, Rabbi Eliezer was quiet. So what you see over here, and again, it's looking back and forth, is fundamental focus from Eliezer and Rabbi Yeshua. Rabbi Eliezer essentially saying that essentially the Lord is saying that Allah will receive funds of this tshuva will be redeemed. Rabbi Yeshua, it's not the way it goes. Gula comes, Mashiach comes when Hashem ordains it. They throw looking back and forth at each other. The conclusion was the way the Gemara ends. The conclusion is that Rabbi Eliezer ultimately again was refuted by Rabbi Yeshua's Pesukah. So it sounds like over here is the sheet of Rabbi Yeshua, which is that Mashiach comes from the start of the Jesus to mention. That seems to be the opinion that troubles. So also it's like a random conversation, just understand Rabbi's people from the form of knowledge that remain unchanged. So when does Mashiach come? Does Mashiach come when we see tshuva, or does Mashiach come almost independent of our tshuva when at the powerful constituency? Which is some point in time by which the world has to be redeemed. Focus, incredible. Well, I'm a Rabbi, but let's say, Rabbi, let's see that you can see yourself. Let's say, come on, I'll give you something on your side. Right? We have to know these things. What's the answer? No, we don't. Because the truth is what I'll say, this is the same way why the whole concept of Mashiach is not even explicitly mentioned in the Torah. To be honest, the Rebbeinu Shalom does not want us to be messianically focused. The wants us to be focused on maximizing time in this world. That's how I hold on. I've obviously come to this version of ourselves. I've obviously come to reality. I've obviously made a difference in the world. I've obviously help others. Whether Mashiach comes because of our to become Bali Tshuva, whether Mashiach comes for baptism, right? Whether our Tshuva, ultimately again, whether Mashiach is going to come to Tshuva, or whether Mashiach is coming ultimately again because of some type of endgame, to a certain degree, is irrelevant. I believe he's going to come. Like we saw yesterday's dad. I know that I've been awake for it every single day, but not passively wait for it. And Kosh Baruch will figure it out. It's not really my job. My job, maximize this world, maximize this life, maximize my abilities. Let's go out there. I'm going to be out there. Aim Kate, Aim Hush, you can go to that. Don't go to against Rabbi Abba says, there is no more revealed date than this. Rashi says over here. What does this mean? Rabbi Abba says, if you want, this is kind of what if you want signs of Mashiach, right? We say, we look at this all the time. Like, the truth is, I can live without knowing the date of Mashiach. Just what do I want to know? What do I want to know? That is close, right? I just want you to know that we're heading in the right direction. This by the way, is an incredible divide. Rabbi Abba says, is that if you want to know the most overt sign of Mashiach is coming, and we'll say, what is it? Shneimar, La'atan, Hari Yisrael, Antechem Titenu, Upreit, Uprichem, Tisu La'ame Yisrael. So this is the Gemara quotes the Pasuk from Yechezkel. Yechezkel says, when the land comes back to life, when the trees produce their fruit, when the vines produce their fruit, that's how you know that Mashiach is coming. When Klal Yisrael is not in Eretz Yisrael, the land is dormant. When Klal Yisrael is in Eretz Yisrael, the land comes back to life. The more the land produces, the closer you know it is. Rashi says over here, Rashi says, at the first short line, you should take in Eretz Yisrael Kiriyah Sha'ayim Yacha. When Eretz Yisrael produces fruit, buying enough and good measure, Yikrat HaKetz, Yikrat HaKetz Mekulu Yosef. You know Mashiach is close, and there is no greater revelation about the closeness of Mashiach than the vitality of the language. I mean, let's say, okay, a little bit of a running joke beside the shoot, we see, like, this is why, we live in a time where Eretz Yisrael produces award-winning wines. Award-winning wines. Like, the number of boutique wineries in Eretz Yisrael is astounding. The number of established wineries in Eretz Yisrael. I will say, it's not just that there's beauty wines in Eretz Yisrael. It's that the ultimate sign that the Uber is close. Ultimate drink wine that is anywhere but Eretz Yisrael. Every sip of Eretz Yisrael wine is a sip of Uber. Do you remember? Some of us are old enough to remember. Like, I remember what used to be the section of kosher wine. What was it? But it was not a section like the square bottle, like the square bottom bottle, right? And that was it. Like some malaga, like the big thing with a handle on top. That was it. Such a long one. I don't know what it is. Not so really good. But I will say now, it's incredible. Now, you couldn't drink all the wine if you wanted. So you just guys are like, but it's incredible. And it's not just something, it's so nice. It's a sign of Mashiach. So God, this is a sign. How is it just a sign of Mashiach? It's so important to support that with this year's love. So important to money generous love. At the end of the day, that's facilitating messianic advancement as well. Incredible. So much goes back there. But it also says, האם שכר האדם בונייה ושכרהם איננו, הוא יוצא ולבוא עם שלום מן הצד. So Rabbi says there's another sign of the impending messianic arrival, which is that as messianic arrival approaches, there will not be money to pay the wages of people, not be money to pay the wages of animals. Like the Yotze V'Lavo, in Shalom Min Atzad, to those who are going and coming, there is no respite from the enemy. Mal Yotze V'Lavo, in Shalom Min Atzad, what does that mean? Rav Amar Achtamid Chachamim Shekasu Bahem Shalom. Even Talmidei Chachamim, who are known for possessing tranquility, it says Shalom Rav. We all have a sort of second in Shalom Yitzhak, even Talmidei Chachamim are known for their tranquility because Torah engenders a sense of tranquility. Shalom Rav. There is great peace for those left of us, and we know this from our own lives. When you learn, and when you are steeped in learning, there's a certain calmness, a certain soothing, a certain tranquility that you have in life. So you can come into by definition possess that tranquility, and the cleanup and the dancing that you will not be able to find that tranquility. So there's no kind of happiness in this. On one hand, right, the first thing says, Rabbi Abba saying, the sign of impending messianic arrival is the land will come back to life. Land will come back to life. And then you have Rav who says, right, what does it mean? There's going to be so much turbulence. So listen, so once again, this competing narrative, right, is the impending messianic arrival, is it heralded by beautiful growth, or is it heralded by incredible and overwhelming difficult circumstances? And by the way, those are not mutually exclusive. Shmuel says, Shmuel says the sign of messianic arrival is that all Christians will be the same. And let's say, there actually says this as well. This could be good or this could be bad. Like, this could be good, meaning that everything will be generally inexpensive, or that no, even inexpensive staple items will be as expensive as luxury items. Okay? In Beit Damidbar, actually, it's back to the whole of the Mashiach only comes also, so again, this is part of the suffering motif here. Mashiach only comes when there's incredible suffering, in this case, financial suffering, and poverty. That literally, now, interestingly enough, was the number of things, from my perspective. The remedy for everything is, I'm ready to go. Right? It works for everything, right? So you went from that to teach that. Right? So the Gemara says, fellas, the Gemara says, when you see such poverty, that even you won't even be able to find meat for a sick person. Not only that, you have to meet the next best thing, like where's fish? You won't even be able to find fish for a sick person. Below you must have as Ashkia Milan and Alosam, Shem all the Sat, the Yom Abu, and Simiach turn the basis. So every time about King Ben David Bog, I should tip a mouth with Hazel and Israel. First, Rabbi says, Mashiach only comes when there's a total loss of what's fine with Chazal. Mouth with Hazel means even a little bit of a time. right? So in other words, at the place level, there's usually some element of autonomy that's there. Mashiach, when Mashiach comes, there's a loss of any level of autonomy. שנאמר, וקורס הזוזל במזמור. See, that's why Va'isahu Yoval Shani Hashem Tzvakos in Shachomor. Or is he coming up? Ein Dein David Laws, Ashiyich Lukasi Rapi When does Mashiach come? Mashiach comes ultimately again when there are no gassing left. When arrogant people disappear from Palestine, and ultimately again, arrogance is what keeps Mashiach away. Right? So when I know we're arrogant people, that's when ultimately again Mashiach will come. It's like, in fact, because we're out of 98A, about four lines up from before it gets wide. שנאמר כי אז עושים בקרבך עליך דאבסך. Sin, השארתי בקרבך עם אני בדאו, וחסי בשם השם. And so Allah will show us much of other cases that start on the Mashiach, that it's arrogance that keeps Mashiach away. Arrogance that keeps Mashiach away. What's the logic behind that, right? The logic behind that is, remember again, let's see inside. So you know what I was like, Rabbi Small, so I'm Rabbi Small, I wish you Rabbi Small, ain't that the thought, I give this control to your social media stuff. Mashiach comes when the judges and the enforcers no longer exist in Allah. This is talking about corrupt judges and corrupt enforcers, people who exploit their power for self-gain. שנאמר, והשיבה ידי עליך, ועצות דבר שיגעך, והשיבה שלך, אומר לי לא, this is beautiful. And you try and lift this Ella, it's stuck. What's the first white line? Ula says that Yerushalayim is only redeemed with tzedakah. Sheme'anart Sion with mishpat tzedakah, v'shadat with tzedakah. Right? Sion will be redeemed with mishpat, with justice. V'shadat with tzedakah will return to tzedakah. Now listen, we see very important. So whenever we read this Gemara, we say, what do you talk about? What do you see? That tzedakah, that chesed, I think that gave them to us. It's very beautiful. Not in the scheme of it, but just in the general sense. He says, one of them is translated, mistranslated words, all of this type is tzedakah. He says, we translate tzedakah as charity. As charity. He says, that's not what tzedakah means. What the charity of tzedakah is tzedakah. What does tzedakah mean? Justice. First he says like this. In life, there are people who have and there are people who don't. And the way it is, if you don't have, you must share with those who don't have. It's not childhood. It's not something nice. It's not something beautiful. It's the way it's part of the program the world to work. So in other words, just like those who don't have need to receive, those who have need to give. Those like, this is incredibly important because a lot of times we look at our stuck activities, we look at our chesed activities, and like all the times, like this is like my charity work. It's beautiful. Look, it's not. It's not. It is the moral obligation that we have. That if you have more than you need, Hashem, we should always look at that. But by definition, it is the moral obligation. It's tzedakah. It's tzedakah. It's justice. To give, to do for the other. It's not just with your money. It's with your money. It's with your time. It's with your resources. It's with your abilities. There is a moral obligation to give and to share with the other. So what does the Gemara say? I think it like this. So if this elephant tzedakah, when we're saying, interestingly enough, when does Mashiach come? Mashiach comes when we realize that helping each other is not something that's nice, but helping each other is something that is an absolute requirement and obligation. So the moment that we realize that tzedakah is not charity, but tzedakah is tzedek, is justice, and suddenly again I feel more, I have a moral charity and a moral obligation to help. Of course I have to give. Of course I have to do. Of course I have to be there for the other, not because it's nice, not because it's chesed, not because it's this, but because and most of that's usually chesed and tzedakah. But chesed represents things that maybe you're not obligated to do, but you go above and beyond. Tzedakah represents things that you do that you're obligated to do. The moment those kind of like nice things come up and we get 20 things in our hearts, that's the moment that the end of the Mashiach comes. It's incredible. So about this like this: if arrogant people will no longer exist, the Amagushis will no longer exist as well. So what are the Amagushis? Rashi points out over here they are Persian sorcerers. So the idea over here is as long as they're arrogant Jews, there's going to be Persian sorcerers. Partly Daini, partly Gizlifti. And if corrupt judges would start to exist, so to corrupt Gentile judges would cease to exist as well. The idea is we bring about a lot of the negative forces in the world. If we're arrogant, then we bring about the sorcerers who do negative things. If we're corrupt judges, then we bring about Gentile corrupt judges who do the same. So the Gemara goes like this. It said that that's up to Barsikaya, Fasir Kalbiraya. Badly. See what I see. It's Hashem is whatever. What's the third white boy? I'm going to be open. It's incredible. In the East Hashem is made for Hole, Chakela. What's it? If you see, if you see a generation that is suffering from general poverty, wait for the Shia. Which means again, poverty is a precursor for the Shia. There is this motif more and more. So Chakela, Shneimar, that's Anito Shia. The Rothschild will save an impoverished nation. I'm not going to be open. East Hashem is Rabbi's balls. I love Kinar, Chakela. Bless you. If you see a generation where there are overwhelming sorrows that literally again are coming upon it like a river, just like the river keeps flowing. You feel like there's constant sorrows for cloudy salt. Chakela, ultimately wait for Mashiach Shnei Anars. Lavo Benar Sar, Lach Hashem, Mosesses from Salaplay, Ufa Yitzio Goya. So what's this fascinating, right? I just want to talk about something how amazing this is. Why is the best thing in the world to be a Jew? Listen, look how we deal with difficult circumstances, right? If you see a generation where there's rampant poverty, or if you see a generation where there's ridiculous suffering, oh, you know what it means? You know what it means? You know what it means? The Mashiach is close. I say, what other nation in the world thinks in this way, right? Everyone else, if things are bad, that means what? Most probably things are going to get worse. Right? That's generally bad things work. So if things are bad, let's catch them up. Just wait for it, because you're going to see it's about to get okay, so let's say, and this should give us so much, I think yesterday, this morning, I'm going to stop just listening to this. I've had one of those days, but this is just crazy. It's just crazy, and it's hard to know also, like, is the news accurate? And it sounds a little crazy. Is it accurate? Is it slanted? And this is really the first news that I've ever seen, right? So disheartening. Everything is disheartening. About Prime Minister is doing this, Minister is doing this, the Minister is doing this, and the Minister can't seem to hurt the souls. Like, what the heck is going on over here? Now, what is this? It is like the banana. It's like the nursery school teacher went out of the room and no one is paying attention to the Kinderlaw, right? And they're eating crayons. That's what it's like, right? Right. So the school teacher and the Kinderlaw are eating crayons. They're coloring on the walls, right? They're doing everything. Anyway, you're like, what is this? What is this? These are adults. They're responsible for millions of people. They're responsible for the future of the community of Klal Yisrael, and acting like to call them children is an insult to children. It's an insult to children. That's really what it is. At least, at the core are Kaddish and Tar. And you want to say, what was this? It's the whole thing. Again, it's exactly that. The whole thing. And then you're like, okay, this is what your face. Because sometimes, like, the worse it looks, not the most. Wait for it. Because they call themselves worse, the worse it looks, this news drop off is even closer than ever before. Incredible. Shema is like, Rabbi Yochanan, in Ben David Bart, Ella Bidrar, Shekulu Zach. Let's say, again, a reverse idea. Mashiach only comes in a generation that's totally tzaddikim. Mashiach comes and cries out tzaddikim. So it's just again, just on the same page, same one. Mashiach only comes when it's complete poverty. Mashiach only comes when there's suffering. No, Mashiach only comes when there's complete piety. or everyone's going to be bad. The Mashiach comes either way, everyone's going to be good or everyone's going to be bad. Shemar says, Kulachai, Kadesh Kulachai Mitzvah, Ba'amech Kulam said, you can roll in your Shemar. Kadesh Kulachai said, Bayar Ki Ish, Bayishtomim Ki Mashiach said, Lama'ani Yaseh. That's what says, Kanazan Focus, Bapri Mashiach. Honorable Alexander Yeshua and Levi Ramik said, Be'ita Akishana, Be'ita. The pasuk says, Be'ita, which means Mashiach will come in his appointed time. Uksiv Achishana. But then the pasuk says, I will hasten the arrival of Mashiach. So which one is it? Be'ita means Mashiach's coming at a defined time. I will hasten the arrival of Mashiach. Which one is it? Zochu Achishana, Lo Zochu Be'ita. So if we are Zocha, right? If we are meritorious, then ultimately Hashem will hasten the arrival of Mashiach. If we're not meritorious, then at the end of the day, Be'ita, he will come at his appointed time. I'm Rabbi Alexandria, the Shon Levi, Ramik Siv, Va'alu Am Anani Shmaya, Kibar Inish Atal, Siv, Ani Barokid Al Chamar. Zaku Am, Zaku Am Anani Shmaya, Lo Zaku Ani Barokid Al Chamar. So once again, I'll say, Mashiach going to be someone who's like a cloud comes from the sky, or like a hopper riding on a donkey. So the clouds moving the sky very quickly, the hopper on the donkey, not so much. So which one is it? Does Mashiach come quickly, or does Mashiach come slowly? Once again, it depends on us. So again, in this approach in the Gemara, what you begin to see is the arrival of Messianic redemption is fundamentally dependent on us. If we're righteous, it comes faster. If we're wicked, it comes slower. Amar Shavar Malka Yishua, this is incredible. So Shavar Malka, King Shapur, said to Shmuel, I'm using Mashiach al Chamra Asim. I must say, by the way, this is the pasuk that we just quoted over here. This is the pasuk that tells us that Mashiach comes on a donkey. So King Shapur heard this pasuk. Mashiach comes on a donkey. He says, Asi Ishtole Susi Barka. I'm giving my best horse to Isli. Actually, Mashiach comes on a donkey. I'm making a donation to the Mashiach fund. Like I donate my best horse. I'm going to give him my best horse. On a leg, the Islach Bar here got me. He had a horse of 100 colors. Now, what does anyone say? So essentially, what Shmuel says back to King Shapur is, you should see the Mashiach. Like that's kind of that. In other words, you think your horse is better than a donkey. I think the donkey and the Mashiach over the nicest of your horses anyway. Incredible. Rabbi Yeshua goes like, get ready for this. If you're Dakuni Chavuso or Chaver is not here at Shir, you should text him and you should tell him, I feel so sorry for you. My heart breaks for you that you were not able to get out of bed this morning. To be part of something dramatically life-altering, cathartic, and overwhelming. I'm sorry. Clearly, you must be in the throes of something major. Right? For the Fua Shalema, right? For the Fua Klavalava, Hashka Babala is not Kalev. Right, the next will take a healing for you, and hopefully you'll be back later. This is some things you miss in life. All right, 7.5 years we'll be back in that session. Rabbi Shimon Levi, Ashkot le'Elio, the Havukanya Kisla de Ma'arta de Mishon by Rabbi Shimon Levi was standing at the entrance of the grave of Rabbi Shimon by Habos. Remember again, for those who not the last Yaakov Kala, but 2 Yaakov Kalas ago, we went to the entrance of the grave of Rabbi in the road. Now, again, there's the grave on top. And if you know some people, you can actually go below, right to the entrance of the Ma'ara. Really at the entrance of the Ma'ara. So Rabbi Shimon Levi was standing right, found Elio. And where was Elio? At the entrance of the Ma'ara to Rishon Bayochai. So Amalei, Asim la'Amadasi. So Shimon Levi said to Elio, am I going to Olam Haba? Am I going to the world to come? Amalei, and Yirtza Adon Hazah. Which Baruch wants you. No, what do you have for me? I'm not in charge, right? So in other words, if Hashem wants you to go to Olam Haba, we go to Olam Haba. I'm Shimon Levi. Shnayim Rabbi, see, you're closing Moshanati. So Shimon Levi says, I'm standing here with you, Elio. So there's 2 of us, but I hear 3 voices. So ultimately, again, the Yeshua Levi heard whatever this means, the voice of the Shekhinah. Rashi says, the Shekhinah Hava Bahadai. The Shekhinah was there. So let's imagine the scene. So again, the Yohanan is standing by the entrance of the grave of Rabbi Shimon Yochai. So now Rabbi Shimon Levi passes by. He's talking with the Yohanan, and according to what to come. I don't know, ask Hashem. Then Rabbi Shimon Levi hears another voice. The Torah is there as well. Amalei, Amos Asi Mashiach. So now Rabbi Shimon Levi says to Eliyahu, when is Mashiach coming? Now, the reason why does he say this to Eliyahu? And the Pashas Eliyahu Navi is one that comes before to announce the album Mashiach. So when does Mashiach come? Amalei, Zil Shailin Gidei. Go ask him. Go ask Mashiach. Ask Mashiach when he's coming. Rabbi Shimon Levi says, okay, the Hechi Yasin. Where can I find Mashiach? Where is he? I should ask him. He is situated at the gates of Rome. Mashiach sits at the gates of Rome. So the Gemara says, in my simone, I was saying, how will I know? Fine, so I'll go to the gates of Rome, and how should I go ahead and how should I know who he is? How should I know who he is? So the Gemara says, so if you look, by the way, if you look at Rashi says over here, the Piska de Karto, Nira Lamori, Lobetas Achai, Mamish Elegant Eden, who can get called Olam the Karla related to the Oset Sad, Shalgan Eden, Shenega Pesach, Mashiach Shalom. I was saying, Rashi quotes from his teaching, he says, Pesach doesn't mean the entrance to the city, rather than the entrance to the Ganesha. Also, that is not the way that everyone's going to do it. Everyone's going to go that Pesach literally means the entrance way to Rome. Mashiach hangs out, Mashiach resides at the entrance way to Rome. So fine, Shimon Levi says, okay, I'll go find him, but how do I know who he is? We're going to see there's a lot of people who are at the entrance way to the city of Rome. So how will I know who he is? We might see Yosef Bennett and Lee Soviet Hawaii. What's the name of this? Who is there the entrance way? The lepers. The lepers, those with sarams. They're not allowed inside of the city. Mashiach lived alongside with all of the lepers. Rashi says, Soviet Hawaii, Minugoyim, Unami Minuga. So ultimately, Mashiach would live with all the lepers, and Mashiach himself was also a leper. Also a leper. Okay, so Mashiach is also a leper. He stands with all the lepers. So now, okay, and we go to Mashiach. Mashiach is a leper. Mashiach is a leper. So by the way, before you go forward, I just want to point out something. Listen, Mashiach does not walk around, right, with a long beard and distinguished clothing. And the person we normally think is, oh, that guy is Mashiach. So Mashiach is probably one of those people when you look at it and you look the other direction. So you go ahead and probably don't take the time to take the challenge. We're like the people who get a little bit more nervous. Or the people maybe we try to avoid. Or the person who people we marginalize. Or the people just we push to the periphery. Like, Mashiach is not the person who everybody wants to be around. Listen, this is a tremendous, tremendous thing. Because sometimes the people who reach us marginalize Christianity and don't take the time to thank, those people are often the holiest of the holy. Tremendous idea. So Mashiach, again, as a leper, sitting by the entranceway of Rome. So like Jonas is, how can I figure out who it is? How can I know who it is? The Gemara says, so you see, the lepers have to change their bandages. So the way it works is generally, again, lepers change their bandages all at once. Okay? You'll notice, by the way, even Shalichad Ba'asirchad. Mashiach only changes his bandages one bandage at a time. Now, why is that? Listen to this. Dilma, because again, he's for certain what's going to happen. What happens if he gets the call? Right? So Mashiach is on call. So what happens if he gets the call? Here's the issue. If all of his bandages are off, and the Hashem says, okay, go, it's going to be big, he has to wrap up everything. So instead, what he does is, he only bandages one, unbandages and rebandages one wound at a time. This way, he's never out of commission for a prolonged amount of time. Listen, tremendous. So first of all, tremendous in that you see Mashiach himself is literally ready to go. He's ready to go. Varai only changes his bandages one at a time. I would say there's also a tremendous metaphor in this. Many of us walk around life with many different wounds. many different wounds and many different things that we have to heal. There's Yitzhahara sometimes to try to heal everything at once. And when I identify everything that's broken, and I just heal it all at once. Life doesn't work that way. The best way to heal your wounds, your personalistic wounds, is one minute. Decide what you want to heal. Decide what you want to heal. And how you want to heal it. Heal that first. Once you heal one wound, like Mashiach, then move on to basics. The challenge is often when you're unbound with all of the stuff you got to heal, and you look at yourself in the mirror, all the stuff that's broken, all the stuff that's wounded, all the stuff that's in a state of disrepair, can become overwhelming, and that's when that's when despair sets in and I do that. But one bandage at a time, one wound at a time, one broken bone at a time, and slowly but surely over time you begin to heal yourself. Incredible. Oslo Bebe. So Shimon says, Hashem Shia. So can you just imagine what that must have been? So even if he's not right, he's not. So he's not coming back, right? He hasn't revealed himself yet. He's not like Rabbi Yeshua ben Levi found Yeshua. He found him. Azul Gabe, Amalei, Shalom Alecha Rabbi. So that engagement with him, the great will come. The Mashiach will stand before us. And you two will be up on this Hashem to say, Shalom Alecha Rabbi Umar. You imagine what's going to happen? Mashiach comes, and before he does anything, he's just going to say, I don't know how we're going to know. Somehow, but we're going to know. And he's just going to stand there, and he's just going to say those words, Shalom Alecha Rabbi Umar. We're waiting 2,000 years to say those words. Just being able to say those words to Mashiach before he does anything will be such a soothing balm for the collective soul of Israel. So we should believe a Shalom for Rabbi Mori. Amalei, Shalom Alecha Bar Levi. Shalom Alecha to you. Bar Levi means Bar Levi. Shalom Alecha Bar Levi. Amalei, Le'emas Hashira. So if she learns this, he skips the chassid truth. He's like, let's get to it. When are you coming? Guys, you need to, when are you coming? So Amalei, Hayom. Wow. But she hasn't come today. You're coming today. So I'll say, that's it. I'm sure that he's like, I'm good. I've got nothing else. He goes back. Apparently, he goes back to the Nabi. Also, look at the Elio. When this needs to get back to Elio, at the entrance, by the gate of Rashbi, or somewhere else, you don't know. But again, you're that to Elio. Amalei, my Amalei. So Elio says, so he knew what happened. What did Mashiach tell you? So Amalei, Shalom Alecha Bar Levi. It's the first thing. Mashiach said hello to me, right? He gave me Shalom. He said, Shalom Alecha Bar Levi. To which Elio says, Amalei, so first of all, that's a good sign because that means that you and your father have a portion of the world to come. The fact that Mashiach greeted you and mentioned your father's name, that's indicative of the fact that both you, Rabbi Yeshua, and your father, Levi, both have a portion in the world to come. So, okay, beautiful. Yeshua is so good heartbroken. Why? Amalei, Shakuri Kashaka. Mashiach lied to me. Mashiach lied to me. The Amar Li Hayom Asina B'Ra'asa. Mashiach told me he's coming today and he didn't come. Isn't that overwhelming? Rabbi Levi is feeling lied to. Mashiach told me he's coming today and he did not come. He did not lie to you. Amalei, Haki Amalecha. Hayom in the Kolo Kishmir. What Mashiach was telling you was, I'm ready to come today. I'm ready to come every single day. If you cloud this service, you get your act together and do what you are supposed to do. I'm ready to come today. In the Kolot Kishmir, to listen to the voice of Hashem. Mashiach wasn't lying. Mashiach was ready. He's changing his bandages one at a time so that he could be ready to redeem us. He is ready to come as long as we are ready to receive him. But to receive him, we have to do the necessary. What it can do. And of course, this goes with the narrative that we control the arrival of Messianic redemption. We control the Messiah. The lives we lead, the decisions we make, the things we do, the things we go through, all of this controls the flow of Messianic redemption. Shalut Hamidah Rabbi Yosef ben Kisma. So the students asked Rabbi Yosef ben Kisma, Emosai ben David Ba. When is Mashiach going to come? Yes, Moshe Amar, Messiah Anisha with the Lakshmi. Oh, so Rabbi Yosef ben Kisma said, You know, I'll give you an answer, but I'm scared that you're going to ask me for a sign. I'm going to give you an answer and ask me for a sign. So if I don't want to answer it, I'm alone. And I'm not trying to call. I said, Rabbi, just answer the question. You will not ask for a sign from me. Okay. I'm alone. Look at Shiyipo Hasharazat. V'yibne. V'yipo v'yibne. V'yipo v'ein mafsikin l'noso. Ad sheben David. So this is fine. I'll give you a sign. I'll give you a sign. But sorry, I'll tell you when Mashiach is coming. Mashiach is going to come. Ultimately, again, when this wall falls down, when the gates falls down, and then it falls down the first time they rebuild it, it falls down the second time, and before they go ahead and they get to rebuild it, Mashiach's going to come. Mashiach's going to come. Look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi says over here. Rashi says, "I'm going to show you the Chadizim." No, no, sorry, Chad. No. Ashara said, thank you. Sha'ir Romi, Sha'ir Romi. So again, this is a reference to Rome. So again, Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma says that's going to happen. The gate of Rome will fall down, they'll rebuild it. Then it'll fall down again, they'll rebuild it. It'll fall down a third time. Before they get to rebuild it a third time, ultimately Mashiach will come. That's the sign, right? That's when Mashiach will come. Amru lo Rabbeinu, Teimanu Os. He said, Rabbi, okay, fantastic. Give us a sign that that's true. Amru lo Rabbeinu, lo Kakamarta means Shokin Bakshim and Os. I told you, I knew you could answer because I wasn't worried about what's the shot on you. See, listen, what ends up happening is Mashiach discussions get people very excited. So when people hear something, all they want is they want the confirmation. That's what this is. Rabbi Yossi, because I know this didn't work. That's why I said, I'll tell you about it when I have to give you notes. So I said, Rabbi, you told us, but give us a sign. So I'm going to go, Alpha Peking, Rabbi, I got it. You told us not giving us a sign, but come on, just give us a sign. I'm going to have, in Kafka, Hapki, Ma'aras, Kamias, Ledam, Yap, Uladam. Also, so Rabbi Yossi, said, if the waters of the Kamias, right, the waters of the Kamias, turn to blood. So the Kamias is the body of water that feeds the Jordan. Is the idea. If the Kamias turns to blood, that will show you that what I'm saying is correct. And sure enough, the Kamias turned to blood. Incredible. Bishas Putirasa, at the time Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma was dying, he said, Amr Lahem, Hamikuli Aloni. Make sure to bury my coffin very deep in the ground on the base. Why? Shein Kol Daka V'Daka Shalababa, Shein Sus Shalhar Sim Mikshava. Because when I die, Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma said our enemies are going to overrun the land. And there's going to be so many Persian horses that every single country will have a Persian horse tied to it. And they're going to be overrun by the Persians. The meaning is that what? They're going to dig up our caskets and use our caskets as food troughs for their horses. So Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma said, very deep in the earth, so they won't dig up my casket. England, the Baal, the Spashik, and Malchus, and Yisrael, Kisha Hadoshim. Ben David Mashiach only comes when Rome, the monarchy of Rome, extends itself over Palestine. Listen, I want to point out, when you talk about Rome means ego. Rome means ego. Rome doesn't have to be historical Rome, right? It can be anything that is a derivative of Rome. So Mashiach comes only after Claudius was oppressed by the Malchus of Rome for 9 months. Yitnin at East Yoga, Yoga, the House, the Sugar, the Ulo, Yossi, the Law of Family. Now we come to the Torah. Ulo said, Yaisi, I hope so much. Let Mashiach come, but I don't want to see it. I wasn't going to say. What Ulo is saying is, I recognize the amount of suffering that is going to precede myself. So, I hope I have Mashiach all the time, but I don't want to see it. I don't want to be here to experience all of the suffering that is going to precede Messianic redemption. Let Mashiach come, I don't want to see it. Rabbi Yosef says, Rabbi Yosef says, let Mashiach come, and I'll be happy to sit literally again in the shade of the excrement of Mashiach's donkey. What is that? So what that means is like Yosef says essentially, bring it. I know that the days that Mashiach are going to be difficult, but I'll deal with it. I'll deal with the suffering. Just bring Mashiach. So just two totally different things it takes on whether or not they want to be here to see the suffering of Mashiach. Only Rabbi the Rabbi. My time, no. Even in the Mashiach. So what is this? What is it that's being done? Right? If it's about If it's about ultimately again, what does it mean these rabbis say? Let Mashiach come it up. I don't want to see it. I don't want to be here to experience this. What's the problem? If it's because of the suffering, Kavlosh Mashiach, right? If it's about the suffering which precedes necessarily Kavlosh Mashiach, what should a person do to save himself from the trials and travails of Mashiach? Right? What should a person do to save himself from the suffering which precedes Messianic redemption? Yasok Patorah, suffering. Wow. Also, what should you do to save yourself from the trials and tribulations for King and Saints? Engage in Torah and Chesed. Torah and Chesed. Listen. Now, first of all, what does this even mean? We'll come back to it. Torah and Chesed save you from suffering of Israel. Imar HaTorah, God give us Chesed. I don't look together. Let's remember again. The Gemara says, right, Rav, right? You have all the stuff. You have Torah. You have Chesed. What are you worried about? What are these Rabbanim worried about? They have Torah of Chesed. Chesed is the only saved for any type of suffering which precedes Messiah. I might have been not visit knowledge now, but I'm concerned, so maybe I'll look at Avera. I want to say sometimes one Avera could wipe out a lifetime of merit. So right now I may have the merit of Torah and Chesed and want to escape the suffering of Messiah. And maybe I'll sin, wipe out my merit, and then I'll be subject to the suffering of Messiah. The Gemara says, Rabbi Yaakov the Rami says as follows. By Yaakov Avinu, Kini Anochi Mount Mishmartei B'Chol Shofim. The prophet promises Yaakov Avinu, I got you back. I will watch you, and I will guard you everywhere you go. And yet it also says, see, when Yaakov was about to encounter Esau, Vayira Yaakov Ma'od Vayisalo. Yaakov was very afraid. Now, what's the pshat? If Hashem says to Yaakov, I got you. You have nothing to worry about. I have your back. You have absolutely nothing to worry about. Then why is Yaakov so afraid? Which in our answers, ultimately, Yaakov Avinu was scared that although he possessed the requisite merit, maybe he would do something that would cause that merit to be erased. You see, like Shabbos by the way, such a he decided it's just to found the soul, which is this is part of Chazal's motif of coming the do not believe in yourself until the day that you die. Because no matter how many zefios, how much merit I have racked up and food and acquired for myself, which is incredible, I could lose it. You really can. And one bad decision could wipe out so much merit. You see great people as great as they are, live with this stupid existential fear that I may wipe out all of my food and acquired merit. This refers to when the first compared to Strong with Yeshua. So the second coming. It refers to the second arrival in Eretz Yisrael with Ezra. Ru'uim ha'yisrael la'ashem meis k'viyah shniya k'viyah rishona ela shegaram ha'chis. That they can also say the size of Yisrael with incredible miracles with Yoshua. We're supposed to go with incredible miracles with Ezra as well, but because of the sinful behavior of the Jewish people, we did not get that miracle. So once we stop over for today, we're going to continue with this overwhelming Gemara. Mashiach continues tomorrow. Let's say, by the way, how incredible is it to learn Sugyas of Mashiach? Because the Mashiach is not yet here. When we learn Mashiach's Gemaras, we have the opportunity to experience the River of Mashiach and study learning together. All right, have a little bit great day, everyone. To continue in the beautiful piece ahead of us today. So remember, we're talking about we're operating under this structure, some of these beautiful and different versions of China. And then we're learning how to do out of this sacred code, the seamless media. Alright? Which again, essentially is life itself is just interpretation, it's translation, it's just a little bit of a commentary, a little bit of everything on Zen. So we're left off yet less with the other quoting the passage. Because we let have governed the own people the Rothschild access. So literally translated again, the matter is very close to you, the people the Rothschild to do. So remember again, you have to ask the fundamental questions that I understand. If you tell me the FIFA, that's something you easy for me to do it right now. I got it, right? For me to say something, I can say, even the FIFA. Tell me to do something, and I'll do it. But if you tell me that I'm supposed to feel something in a certain way, that's much more difficult. Also, in general, we have this idea about there's only, you can legislate a lot of things, like you can legislate behaviors, but you really can't legislate emotions and feelings. So what does it mean when you say that it's however that has been work for ourselves? That is so stuff on please design. Aber steht da nicht so allein, so Work, how do you touch them all? So the ability to go ahead and really regulate emotion is something that is exceptionally difficult. The AV talking one after comes down to the Hasigad to tell us more the Hologram, hello, the overrule, negative to Shalom. So again, the Rebbe says again, it's top of page 9. So once again, you don't tell me something is easy to say, something is easy to do, I can share that. Something is easy to feel, it's not true. It's not true. One of the hardest things that we have to do, we need to shake shoulder and feel, like the chair tells us, don't soften it, don't cut it. One of the hardest things is because sometimes you just like to speak it, and to have to make it how it is, that I am, how it is that I'm feeling is such a tremendous and overwhelming thing. So the Rebbe goes on, and he says as follows. כלומר, שכל מאוד החלודים, רק כאילו מכנס און לזה, יאבא תשנדה. וכסס בגמר אחת, ועל זה, תשציס רבים לספרו, ובעל קיצר תחליט חייב הדברים מאוד, ואותם לא עבוד את השם, גם בלבד. בעיקר עבוד, בשם יגלם שתשכון לך להגיע, להגיע וכלים לכולם בגלל סיפור, It's a selection of souls. We call it Harry. Those people call the people in Australia. The entire avoda of this sefer is to figure out how this expression of God will not only with our mind, and not only with our bodies, but with our minds. It's not very important, and there's no difficulty. And we know this. It's really not hard to teach us. And it's hard. You're studying on the locals, as long as I learn what to look at. I'm not using the English, so re-regulate my behaviors is one thing. But when I say just in general, it's not regularly behaviors something I can do. And how many of us actually feel shoppers? How many of us actually experience about this? And how many of us really get not know how to use house? A lot of times you go through the behavioral actions, the emotions, the mechanistic emotions, but the heart is not there. So by the time you kind of avoid what I'm trying to do here, is to think about that. To sit up to yourself and you feel that. So go down to the next section. You see the bottom of page 9. There, Ayuka, which is selling, you see that? Ready? So this is the top. This is my you're only in each section. There's only these sections. This thing can get like to that. The meat and potatoes. So the rest of that, now literally I'm going to show you the data, and you go to the side. A long path, that's short. And one path, that's short. So this is it. So you close to the first in the notes, you call actually does a big amount. So it's another again. The long strength of letters goes the actual word and what is small impactful that's the case. That's the kind of thing. The Rabbi says this house. He says, Makar Mush and Zavu to Gemara. So the source of this wording is actually in the Gemara itself. What is the Gemara? So I said, this is a profound Gemara. I'm not sure, but yeah, I said, that was so wrong. I like using this edition because, again, like many things you find in the book, like they wrote it and studied it real life. And a lot of times, children people, when we're reading it, like, what are you talking about? So the other just makes one very short statement. There's a path that is long and short. Thank you. what is not really. So the kids in the news is the United States. It's all seven Canadian. The Sugar Fan says house, making more. Your mind, then it's funny other people. Like, no, so I'm sure if I says, no one ever bested me. Like, no one ever bested me, except for one kind of child. A child bested me. What happened? Maybe. How about this issue of how we forget? One time I was traveling on the road, so I'm sure I was traveling on the road, and I used to see an app like Chayoshi about Ash's blood. And I saw that there was a child sitting by the crossroads. Okay, I'm not going to leave, I said to the child. My son, there is a guy in the field. He should have been traveling to a particular city. He didn't know he was coming. He sees a kid at the crossroads. He says to the kid, child, can you tell me what is the best way to get to the city? That's what I say to the city. So the kid says to me, so I'm going to read, see, I look at the kid, Sarah. You see, Sarah, I look at the child says, so he's going to go. This path is long and short, and this one is short and long. Okay, so it's going to go here. This one says to itself, okay, so which path? Which one? This is the one. It says, so which path? Which path says it? So it should have gone and said, I'm going to read. I'm so sorry. A lot of you can say about it. So it should have gone and says, I took the path that was short and long. I think about that was short and long. Sorry about it, which again makes sense. Why do you sense? There's no way to say. Right, so the kid says that there's a short path. I just take the short path. And that's the big deal. So he takes the short path. Listen to this. I like to get this out on it. Even she got to it. So they have the graduation back to the city in their time. And you got people slug gunners with my base. The problem was, back to the end of the path, he was right next to the city, but the problem was that there were many gardens and orchards that were there blocking and getting into the city itself. So he took this short path. He got right up to the city, but couldn't actually enter into the city because he was not able to. So that's not bad. I went back to the crossroads. I went back to the kid. I'm not going to believe. No cut. I'm actually Zuki Sarah. She says to the kid, what's the problem? She never checked it. So instead, I said, kid, you told me that this was a short path. So I was going to short path. Which the child said, I'm Rabbi. What path am I to the path? Sarah, Baruka. Rabbi, I said, remember what I told you. What did I tell you? Short. So it's long. That was short, but it's like lower, it's short. And now I did it to the city quickly. It's no good. It's no good. What's the option? Here's how about now, by the way. Now, obviously, my one is possible. And then the other one, okay, that's if I reach out to the south, it's long but short. What do you mean, long but short? Otherwise, if you can longer to get to the city, the bus, you'll get it. You'll get it. You look at everybody. That's why this is really called for life, and this is so much love that we're going to teach us. Very Shanghai. This is what he says. Adara Hakitsara Ba'aluka, Akin Haisip Tell you carefully. So if we can get prayer that was short and long. It was short. It was the shortest distance between points A and point B. Avalakal Haisaluka, but practically, it was longer. Why? כי לפני מבוא העיר היו בנוס הפרדסים אשר HS, אשר ביקשו מאוד על אמריקאים שכדרה. So here's the problem. On one hand, it was a very short path to get from the crossroads to the city. The problem is then getting into the actual city itself. You couldn't get in. He says, in Layla, I touched the selected place that we got to. Now again, find out. It could place given the shipping for many of the put up the gardens and orchards and all this kind of stuff. There shall not do it. Shall Shabbat be Sarah, you come up with all the other. And that's what I was saying. You see, Rabbi, it is a short path, but it's much more difficult to get into the city of Los Angeles. Because it will get you up to the bottom of the orchard, and then you're going to have to figure out a way to navigate through the bottom of the orchard. But then there was the second half. What was the second half? I said, you told me to say it. The second half was long and short. No, man. But the thing is, I'm going to talk back to you, Saluka. Reality was like distance wise, it wasn't going to pass. People should have actually noticed that we got motion, we love it, here, and then we couldn't stop. But this is when you get into the city. So it's a longer path, it's a longer distance. It's not people can get like this. It's so directly, direct slow. Even though distance wise, second half is longer, but it was the shortest half because of the new business to reach your actual destination. The actual Shafama being New York and in Rio Street, be able to get into the city without seeing it.
So it's ultimate in strangle underneath the bridge in Memphis. It was 3, right? Since all at once was a spread over time, it was 1 or 2.
In Jan back at this so without kind of says this is an incredible spirituality. There are 2 ways. There's the death of Sarah Ta'aluza, the path that should, but if you can follow the laws, and then I give them the path that is known, that is actually short. Listen to this. See, short, each derech, it's all about but listen to this. There's a pathway that is short of long, means what? How شاهد مقوم از ریشه مقابل و افتاد شروع مقابل از شروع باش ولی از a person inspired by nature of his life. So much time the idea is always seen in material deities from Abba Sabbath. And that this inspiration, this inspired comes to all of us. The galaxy, only Kayosa never gets this into this and what is studying this? They say the easiest way, the easiest way. I don't know what the problem is now. Easiest way, easiest way. That's how I do it. Yeah. Stories. Everybody wants stories. What is stories? What is stories? What's the beauty of my son? That's the visual action, right? It's like I don't see a spot, right? You're going to see a spot, right? Another guy is a spot, right? Come on. That's what it's about to make a spot, right? How do you feel like it's a spot, right? That's it, right? And generally, how long does that last for? I was gonna say 4 minutes. Okay, you're giving it for Tuesday. That's very good. It's actually kind of a celebration. You guys have a celebration. Says that I'm gonna do it. And Adam left all of the worship to learn. So it says that Adam went, Sarai, Lot, Best, and souls in the and the message says, who the souls? Adam converted all these people, sorry, all these people, whereas the religion says it's rich people. Right by the time Adam gets to now, it's just Aaron, Sarai, and Lot. So where did the family go? So it's a little right? I don't know if he was running Shabbat plans, he was programming, he was doing training, he was doing everything before work on fire. So Abram says, Kevin, we're going somewhere. He says, where? I don't know, but God told us to go. Let's go. Let's go. And they go. And then what happens is start out. And then what happens? It's like the days of the journey. Like, where we going, right? And each day, more and more people feel love. Until at the end of the day, it's just happening. Sunlight, light, right? Wine. When people are just inspired by episodic events, it's beautiful, it makes it fire. But as quickly as that fire is kindled, it goes out. And by the way, this is literally seeing a lot of things in really cool, let's say, the effects of the tissue that we have, as we always wonder, how should it be the people? The smell of mountains, the smell of plains, the smell of the sea, the smell of the floor, and yet, it's not really a smell of the and they're always going to be right? It's just like the same reasons, but it doesn't make sense. What is it when we do? Miracle story. Miracle story. Miracle inspiration, right? Like you get it? It's very nice. It's very nice. It's easy as it comes. Because that's how bad it is. Yeah, there's a danger, like, everything is about inspiration. Everybody wants to be inspired. Because the truth is, your world that places stuff in powerful, you're kind of just, I don't like that like a hack. I need like a spiritual like hack. I just, I want to get that relationship, like get into a workforce, just give it to me for under 2 weeks. Under 2 weeks, right? It's not a great chance. If you give me what I need, give me quickly, I'm going to be inspired. But anyway, look, so that's cool. Sarah, but I was like, it's short path to get to God. What do you about? It's actually much more related. It's actually much more related. Why? Because the chance to usually just like that. Right? It always is a different right? So, okay, so what's going to inspire you next? What's next? What's next? What's next? So it seems like the short path of direction. In fact, it's a much more speed of yourself. The last thing is see, there is some value behind it. So other than what we were speaking about the value from level, we call what's the really inspires itself. Validating story, too, and feeling the expertise. So I was like, that's right. I'm not how you also level with the Abba Abba pushing years to the sorrow. So I really need to make stop having the inspiration, right? What did it mean? No, in fact, what, like, one like, again, I'm, what happens when what's happening when something decides, what are you doing? You're invested, you're passive. You're passive. So, again, what is not, this is because we have a life and it feels like it's so intense and so profound that it's so much. And not
Get tequila, stick around, we're all gonna watch another hour together.
and then the inspiration. And the owners have us that we come up with social development. The difficult is some things like that. Passionate inspiration. That seems like the shortest records not sure. But ironically enough, it's that reason why we experience that. Because sometimes people say, I'm not even to get anything, I'm just simply, I'm not really up to choose myself. So the inspiration is saying, often I'm just the same person. I'm just the same guy. And I'm right here, I love the book. So again, if I can get more information, that's great. It's always easy coming. והסיבה לכך היא שעמדה בש"ס מייסה, אבל ברגע always always, aber jemand שקיבל ש"ס כניסו, what's it here? You know where true is like yourself. See, where is so it's very beautiful. Inspiration doesn't come about because it's something I did for myself. Often it's something that's being heard attention. And no individual change per se has actually occurred. So because of that, he says, besides Soho, עדיין אישה על הדרך משתנה, אם also המידוס והחדש המרוסים הקדוש שלו, ומסתרוס על החלל החדש. I'm the same person. I'm really the same person. I have a kid who was like, oh, we don't have this people have this experiences of the young people. I can inspire you. I don't know if I was back in the family, really back to something. But then, like, I went there, then it was gracious. How could it be that one day I'm so on fire, and then the next day it's like, yeah, it's like slack line? What's that happen? That's because nothing's true. So if the inside of the is the same, and all of them with wants and desires and beliefs and lusts and all these things is still there. I'm the common spirit of spiritual years, and I can really celebrate them, and I'm not getting anywhere. Another knows what he says. He says, "Lachim v'palel, you happy years, even the actually like the other year, she's happy years." So that's the first time. That first time after Judaism is called Sarah Va'aluda. It feels shit. Right? It feels shit. In that I get the call, I get the inspiration. That was really good. So I go, it feels like it's the fast second. I end up like In this case, I'm going to do something regarding an urgent, everything is there blocking you from the city. But then there's another one.
Sponsored by the Red Rose and the Yellow Rose. We are Walnut Texas. Good afternoon, everybody. The Super Bowl peanut butter whiskey. Enjoy all you tired and our dear friend, the madness of the biggest red pie. Fun times. Thank you to the Red Rose and the Yellow Rose, White Claw, Seal, Smokehouse, and the W Hotel. We partner with the W. If people come and visit Hiltonia, you say that you have tickets to Hiltonia now. Use the promo code HOPE to save 45%. Sunday or Monday night at the W. How fucking cool is that, huh? And tell you, I guess a little bit more about the amazing sponsors who made tonight's episode available for you here right now. The 2020 Cheers Rolling Carolina March of Women in Toronto. Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Mechanicsville, Valley, Relief, Miami, Florida, April 21st to 23rd, Phoenix, May 5th to the 7th, Salt Lake City, Florida, May 20th and 21st. Dates are being added regularly to tickets at Tony
Certain ones, right?
I'll tell you, I am loving the year 2022. Things are back
That's the first guy.
back
Then
on
that
beat.
was the Bible
Everybody's
teach
doing
that.
live shows
The
on their
leaders.
lunch
And then I
break.
come with the I was the same guy.
Mostly
The rest of them,
unhappy about my
you
health
get it.
right now.
But the
So
Bible
I've been
teaches
doing a
that
lot of
I know
crazy
it's different.
exercises, a lot of carbohydrates,
Get it.
and
It's a
I
different
think
question
that
than the
that
Bible
is
teaches.
amazing.
Porque de lá por
I
chega a lei.
think I
Elas
could
estão
change
usando elas estão
one stick of liquid I need,
Rakas
16 ounces of
todas
carbohydrates
more.
faster and more efficiently
Então,
than
por
water
essa
alone,
velocidade,
with amazing
I need
flavors
to
like
be
cinnamon,
able
lemon lime,
to
strawberry, pina colada, and
Saba,
more.
we
It
got this
helps
much.
me stay
Ila
on
aplicar
track. I'm not doing
todas
intense
as
long
roupas
days
atrás
in
do
the
grande
sun, no back
jornalista.
coughing.
Nossa,
Looking
eu
for
disse,
hot
eu
yoga
vou
visibly.
fazer
Looking
isso,
to change what I eat
já
with
disseste.
nature. I don't
Eu
even drink
vou
water anymore.
It's going to really
I mix it in, but what I need is what I use. Literally,
it's
certain
hard to
things,
love something
hard
that you
hangovers,
don't.
hard
Right.
exercise
So it's
routines.
just
And what I
happy
need
up
is a
like that.
constant
There's
regular.
only
You do
so
not
well
exercise, but you know exactly how much
but there's still something to understand. It's like any relationship. The more you understand someone, the less you need. The more you understand the elements within them, it requires my mind, it requires my heart, it requires my soul, it requires
Absolutely,
more.
I agree.
It
Liquid
requires
IV helps you
changing
really
things
good
about
nature.
myself,
They
refining
donate
things
over
about
19
myself,
million servings
starting
of
to
their
do certain
product
things,
globally
stopping
when
other
you need
things.
it.
It requires
It's
behavioral adjustments,
just
emotional adjustments,
incredible.
a
Like
whole
I said,
variety
you get
of
all your
things.
vitamins, all
Now,
your electrolytes,
can
all
have
the
some
food
show
that
up,
needs to
or
you.
can
I
probably
don't
have
think you're even
I'm going
trying
to give
this
it all of these
intolerance. You don't like it. It's absolutely impossible. This stuff works. Therapy, the best sponsor of all time, the largest supporter of the earth. Here's Liquid IV in bulk. Change your life. Half-ounce milk and 25% off when you go to liquidIV.com and use code TONY at checkout. That's 25% off anything you order when you use promo code TONY at liquidIV.com. Experience your hydration today. liquidIV.com, promo code TONY. You guys ready to start tonight's episode?
But yeah,
You guys ready for a very special treat?
the first part
Only
is
in these shows here in Austin, we only have one guest. We are lucky enough to sit wayside, two guests in town. We're
and that'll help.
being guests on this show. Two of my favorite comedians on the planet. Two
Shut
guys
us
I've
back
been
and
working
get you.
with for a
Second
decade and a half. Makes them my true friends.
again, your clients, that part, knowing, striving to understand things better, and the leaders that focus on understanding yourself, effective change, starting this, stopping this, all different kinds of things. It's a much longer path. But at the end of the day, it's the shortest path because it ultimately gets you to my intended destination. Unless it's never just by relaxing at your chest, or at the end of the inside. So that's Ace Kudos Again, it's a super right? Yeah, I remember when
And then I entertain you by asking a bunch of questions, try to find out more about their lives, what makes them interesting. It'll be super nice to have you tonight. It's gonna be great. You guys ready to start tonight's show? Awesome. Well, let's start with a bang. Instead of reaching into this bucket and meeting a stranger, let's bring someone up here who regularly really knows how to get the party started, even give a regular here just a few months ago. An absolute monster. Now he opens up for me, Joe Rogan, all around the country. His name is
what does it require? But if you work, with the other calls, you gotta have weakness yourself. The role that is short says you achieve yourself. Is that how you are God? You still got the self-wisdom, but a lot of reaching the other one. So say that this. So now guys, and I'm gonna teach you. I'm gonna teach you about my God. This is what. That I'm sorry, this is that's not your dog. The secret is not just the chance to how we accomplish our life objectives. But well, this is what we do. Share KB. Security clearance should be allowed. He famously just brings up something right here in Joe Rogan show. Like a girl that killed a young person. Told me what was going on. Ended up she's Let's see what we start.
over here. And this week we
All right.
found out why. I mean, this is absolutely insane. But we found out that a girl that was on the stage that we interviewed that
All
did
right.
a dance with the men's stripper from Detroit.
Great is it was Mark Hashem to be able to continue in this beautiful piece of investigation. Remember, we find ourselves tonight, we're operating under this structure, so many beautiful and different versions of Sonia. One of the which again essentially is like itself is just an interpretation or translation. It's a little bit of a commentary, a little bit of everything on so we left off yet last week with 11 quoting passages. Carol left had governed the old defeat of the above Halaxos. So literally translated again, the matter is very close to you. Defeat of the above Halaxos. Remember again, whatever asked the fundamental questions to understand. If you tell me the FIFA, that's something that's easy for me to do it right now, I got it. Right? Tell me to say something and I can say it. You don't believe me. Tell me to do something and I'll do it. But to tell me that I'm supposed to feel something in a certain way, that's much more difficult. Also, in general, we have this idea about there's only, you can legislate a lot of things, like you can legislate behaviors, but you really can't legislate emotions. So what does it mean when we say that it's Karol Abdul, love Salasofis? That is called something design. Habalashtika Likshe Halei, the above call, already touched on the oath. So the ability to go ahead and literally regulate emotion is something that is exceptionally difficult. The eighth we're talking about Shazam's with the Hesed Yaki Karov Ma'od B'Chaladam, Halol L'Choloru, Neged HaChushaman. So again, the Rebbe says again, top of page 9. So once again, you want to tell me something is easy to say, something is easy to do, as you feel. Something is easy to feel, it's not true. It's not true. One of the hardest things that we have to do in Yiddishkeit is what do you feel? Like you told us, don't stop more, don't talk. One of the hardest things because sometimes it's just like instinctive to feel a certain way. And you have to regulate how it is that I am, how it is that I'm feeling is such a tremendous overwhelming thing. Whoever goes on and it says as follows. Omar, שקרוב מאוד בקולודם, מה חופים מכבס העולם הזה, יאבס השם בארץ. כמו שחסר בגמר ועל זה תשציס רבים לספרו, לבאר היטב. כיצד אחים חרוף הדבר מאוד מוכר, אדם לעבודת השם, גם דרך. The entire volume was where the last week you spoke about the idea that really the name that the Rebbe gives is people's mind. It is collection of sayings. We call it Tanya, but it's really called the Kingdom of the understand. The entire avoda of this sefer is to figure out how we can show up with Shbarach not only with our mouth and not only with our body, but with our hearts. So isn't that the most incredible thing? The most impossible. And you know this. It's really like hard to two shots. That is hard. It's 39 office. I know it's as long as I learn what to do. I'm not used to doing this. So we regulate my behaviors is one thing. Otherwise, it's just in general, it's not regular behaviors is something that we do. And how many of us actually feel Shabbos? How many of us actually experience Shabbos? And how many of us really get the schmack of our Yiddishkeit? A lot of times we go through the behavioral actions, the motions, the mechanistic motions, but the heart is not there. So a lot of times it says the entire avoda what I'm trying to do over here is to teach you about how to serve out the Shmarach with your heart. So let's go down to the next section. You see the bottom of page 9, the Derech Aruka Ukitsana, you see that? The heading? So those are this is at the top. This is we're only in the introduction. It's only the introduction. Just wait till we get like to the meat and potatoes. So the rest of that now literally I'm going to show you the Derech Aruka Ukitsana. A long path, that's short. What do you mean? A long path, that's short. So listen to this. See, closer to the first in your notes, the card Lashon Zeh with the Gemara. So remember again, the large bold letters, those are the actual words of Kanya. The small things afterwards, that's the Kiddush, that's the Kanya. So Rebbe says this also. He says, the card Lashon Zeh with the Gemara. So the source of this wording is actually in the Gemara itself. What is the Gemara? So I say this is a profound Gemara. I'm not really sure, Ben Hanani. Yeah, I say that's also why I like using this edition. Because again, like many times you find in the great masters, not like they wrote it, understanding what they're writing. But a lot of times, us regular people, when we're reading it, like, what are you talking about? And that just makes one very short statement. There's a path that is long and is short. Okay, thank you. Like what is that mean? So the culture will use based on the Gemara Maseches Eidim. Listen to this. Rabbi Shabbat Kanani. Rabbi Shabbat Kanani says how it's this now. In your mind, lo yitzchani adam ala tzibah. Right? No, so Rabbi Shabbat Kanani says, I'm a pretty smart guy. No one ever bested me. Right? No one ever bested me except for one time a child. A child bested me. What happened? One time I was traveling on the road. So I was traveling on the road. And I saw that there was a child sitting by the crossroads. Okay. I might go me, I said to the child, my son, there is a direct neighbor here. So Shulchan was traveling to a particular city. He didn't know where he was going. He sees a kid at the crossroads. He says to the kid, child, can you tell me what is the best way to get to the city? What's the best way to get to the city? So the kid says to me, so Amrali, Zu Aruka Ukitsara, the Zu Kitsara the Aruka. So the child said, there are two paths. This path is long and short, and this one is short and long. Okay, so Rabbi Shimon Kanai hears this and says to himself, okay, so which path? What's the thing when you cheat? Right, so he says, so which path should I take? So Rabbi Shimon Kanai said, I'm sorry, Alachdi Ikitsara Va'alika. So Rabbi Shimon Kanai says, I took the path that was short and long. I took the path that was short and long, which again makes sense. Why does it make sense? Because really there's a kid is saying. Right? So the kid says that there's a short path, I'll just take the short path. Like, what's the big deal? So he takes the short path. Listen to this. I like to be even she got to here, so I'm sure that's amazing. Got to the city in no time. The problem was, he got to the end of the path, and he was right next to the city. So the problem was that there were literally gardens and orchards that were there blocking him from getting into the city itself. So he took his short path, he got right up to the city, but couldn't actually enter into the city because the pathway was blocked. As I fell for it, I went back to the crossroads, goes back to the kid. I'm not to the Benin. Well, I'm not to the Zukitsara. So he says to the kid, what's the problem? Not exactly. Right? You told me that this was the short path. So I was the short path. First the child said, I'm a Rabbi. Well, half am I to the father? Kitsara, Rabbi, remember what I told you? What did I tell you? It's short, but it's long. Right? It's short, but it's long. It's short. And then I give it to you super quickly. It's no good. That's no good. Let's watch this. Now, by the way, now obviously, what was the child's name? And then there's another path. There's another path. It's Aruka Ukitsara. It's long but short. Anyways, it's going to take you longer to get into the sea. But what? You'll get in. Look at the Rabbi does this. Once I miss kind of one metaphor for life, and so much about what you're going to teach. This is what he says. So the truth is, the path that was short and long. It was short. In other words, it was the shortest distance between point A and point B. But practically, it was longer. Why? In the name of God, so here's the problem. On one hand, it was a very short path to get from the crossroads to the city. The problem is then getting into the actual city itself. He couldn't get in. He says, now again, just point out, he could have been a shopper for 9 years, he had gotten into the city because of, but it's harder just to cross over the gardens and the orchards and all this kind of stuff. You come up on all the end. And that's the child was saying. He's saying, Rabbi, it is a short path, but it's much more difficult to get into the city utilizing the path. Because it will get you up to the gardens and the orchards, but then you're going to have to figure out a way to navigate through the gardens and the orchards. But then there was the second path. What was the second path? The second path was long but short. Reality-wise, like I guess distance-wise, it wasn't a longer path. אבל כיוון שבדרך זו מוצא we are permanently punished by. But this is the way you get into the city. So it's a longer path, it's a longer distance, which we ultimately get that in. So Derek Zod, he had to tell it. Even though this is long, the second part was longer, but it was the shorter part because it enabled you to reach your actual destination. The Achar Shepama here in the year, the Neos, be able to get into the city without any obstacles. So that's looking for that question.
Okay, would you be willing to show us a little bit of shadow boxing or something like that?
This is 20 years in Gan Rabbi said. So the Baal Chaim says, this Imam is an incredible this spirituality has two ways. There's the path Tzara Ba'ayuga, the path that's short, but is in actuality long, and there is Aruga Tzara, the path that is long, but is actually short. What is it? It's usually fine. Reach Derek Tzara Ba'ayuga. There's a pathway that is short but long. Meaning that. Hainu, Sha'adam Ma'over as to reach Levavo, Ba'ofanim Shayim Avodas Hashem Yisbarach. For example, a person inspires, right, the emotions of his heart. Yisrael Hashem, Ba'ayidei, his owners is Zul, Umagia, Yidei, Ish, Be'ish, Shal Abbas Abor. And what happens? Through this inspiration, through this fire, he comes to love about HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The Derek Zul, Omnam Chalyos, or Love Deas Hashem. Let me say this to you outside. Right? As Rabbi described it like this. So it's like the easiest way to fall in love with HaKadosh Baruch Hu is how easiest way? Bestseller Jewish books, all what? Stories. Everybody loves stories. What do stories do? What's the beauty of this? What's the beauty of a nice song? That's what choose your imagination, right? It's like an NCSY Shalash, right? It's like an NCSY Abdallah, right? What happens by NCSY Abdallah, right? Or those of us who have been in NCSY Abdallah, right? How do you feel out of NCSY Abdallah, right? Oh my God, I am really going to change my life. It's really Muslim, right? And generally, how long does that last for? I was gonna say 4 minutes. Okay, you're giving it till Tuesday. That's really good. There's actual Rabbi Soloveitchik points this out. He says the pasuk says that Avinu, when Avram left from Haran to Bnei Canaan, so it says that Avram went, Sarai, Lot, Yes, and Nefesh Asher Asu B'Chol, the souls they made B'Chol. And the Medrash says, who are the souls? So Avram converted all these people, converted all these people. So Rachel says, like, where did he go? Right by the time Avram gets to Canaan, it's just Avram, Sarai, and Lot. So where did the Shevim go? So it's like Rachel says, listen, you don't know the first. So Avram Avinu was running Shabbatons, he was programming, he was serving Chinese, he was doing everything. He was doing everything. The people were on fire. So Avram says, Chevra, we're going somewhere. He said, where? I don't know. And God told us to go. Let's go. It was like that. Let's go. And they go. And then what happens? They start out. And then probably what happens? It's like a day into the journey. They're like, where are we going? Right? And each day, more and more people peeled off. Until at the end of the day, it's just Avram, Sarai, and Lot. Right? Why? Because when people are just inspired by episodic events, it's beautiful, it lights a fire. But as quickly as that fire is kindled, it goes out. And by the way, this is if you want to understand a lot of things when you look at, let's say, the event for the Jewish people in the Christ, and we always wonder, how can it be the people? They saw the mockers, they saw the praise, they saw the putting up the seed, they saw the giving of the Torah, and yet the Rabbi was going like an extra hour, and they're only breaking the house. It just doesn't make any sense, but it does make sense. It's the reason. Miracles don't work. Miracles don't create believers. Miracles do not create sustained spirituality. Inspiration, like it was like a booster shot. Like you get it, and it's very nice. It's very nice. But as quickly as it comes, it goes. It goes. And that's like, by the way, I want to point out, there's a danger. Like today, it's very interesting. It's like everything is about inspiration. Everybody wants to be inspired. Because the truth is, we all want that closest track of the follow. I kind of just, I want like a hack. I need like a spiritual like hack. You know, I want to get that relationship, and I don't really want to work for it. Just give it to me. Like under 2 minutes, please. Under 2 minutes, right? Short attention span. So give me what I need. Give it to me quickly. I'll be inspired. And by the way, it works. The Rebbe says that's called Yara Sarah Va'aruka. That's the short path to get to God. There's only one problem. It's actually a much longer way to get. It actually becomes a much longer way to get to God. Why? Because if that's my Judaism, just like that's high, then you always need to get to high, right? So what's going to inspire me next? What's next? What's next? What's next? So it seems like a short path to connection. And in fact, it's much more secure for the last thing in Hashem. Something the Rabbi says, Zesh Derech Kitzara Ba'aru behind it. Sha'adam Ma'omer Eshik Shela B'Hava V'Aru Shela B'Aru. A person literally inspires himself. By the Zisor Zul Megil Yolish Be'ish Sha'avas B'Darsya Amnam Kol Yosef Lahu B'Zeh Avas Hashem. After pushing years to Derech Kitzara, Sha'adam Niklas B'Hadim Rechazah. Inspiration, like inspirational moments, is interesting. What do inspirational moments demand of you? What do they demand of you? What do they demand of you? No, in fact, nothing. Right? What is right? Again, I'm inspired. What happens when you're inspired? What are you doing when something inspires you? What are you doing? You're ingesting. You're passive. You're passive. So, and by the way, I want to point out that that is not. This is the kind of environmental rights I just need that pick me up. I need that pick me up. And it feels like it's so intense and so profound, but in fact, because I'm passive and I'm not really doing anything, it's easy come, easy go. The inspiration comes, and then the inspiration leaves. Always have us so we come up and so we got to look at. So it's interesting. Just something like that passionate inspiration. That seems like the shortest pathway to Hashem. But ironically enough, it's actually the longest way to Hashem. Because since I'm passive, I'm not really doing anything, I'm receiving, I'm not really affecting change within myself. So when the inspiration dies down, often I'm just the same person. I'm just the same guy. And I'm right where I was before. So again, if I can get more inspiration, that's great. But the inspiration isn't always easy coming. Hasibalakati, Sha'amnam Bishas Maisa, Adam Ergish is always available. About Kliban Shehi Lo Shasa Eskin Yuso Umaruso. Listen, here it is. Do you know where true religion comes from? When a person is willing to change who he is. You see, we're inspired, so inspiration is beautiful. But inspiration doesn't come about because of something I did for myself. Often something that's being conferred upon me. And no internal change per se has actually occurred. So because of that, he says, Risot Soho, Again, Nisha Alamdo, Chimikodem, Inko also Hamudos Hativas Amanos Ma'akros also, the Liskados Alakadarikas Banas. I'm the same person. I'm really the same person. I have a children also, but we all have this. You know, this is what happens so often. I feel like a lot of us have experiences over young and young life. Like I'm inspired. I don't know, man, it's about davening, by the way, really, by something. And then like, I love their inspiration, like, absolutely right. It's like, how can it be that one day I'm so on fire, and then the next day it's like, yeah, it's like slapped on. That's because nothing's changed on the inside. So if the inside remains the same, and all of your negative wants and desires and opportunities and lusts, all these things are staying there, then I'm like a car that's spinning my spiritual wheels. And I can hear on the accelerator, but I'm not really getting anywhere. The Rebbe knows what he says. He says, Lachim Bepoel, Yihu Harde Minios, even the Dashly and Nikolai. Here, she's happy with us. So we'll say that's the first half. That first half of Judaism is called Kitzara Va'aruka. It feels short, right? It feels short. In that I get the high, I get the inspiration, but there's no work that's been done. There's no internal change that has occurred. So although it feels like it's the fast track to control, what happens? I end up like almost getting to my goal, but then when I want to really do something, the gardens, orchards, everything is there blocked into the city. But that's not my Vivo, הדרך המבוארת בספר התנ"ך, what the letter is going to subscribe to, obviously, and again, I want to point out, the beauty of Judaism in general is that there are multiple modalities, right? There are multiple avenues of connection, and this is so incredibly important. There's not one right way or wrong way. People connect such and try to think in different ways. So there are some people for whom that burst of spirituality is exactly the catalyst that they need in order to go and reflect change. But for most of us, we really like a dramatic moment of inspiration occurs for them. And we're going to begin to see the things that you have released in the future. This is getting into that is so beautiful. When a person has a moment of inspiration, you know what you're supposed to do? This is what it says. Open up a chumash and read a pasuk. This is why. Because everything is taking the inspiration that you plug it into something. And every time you are inspired, fire. There's only one problem. What happens with fire is if you don't feed it. And it extinguishes. And that's right. How many times in life is like, it's like so excited to be ready to do something. I just never did something. I'm ready to, oh no, it's the right thing. You know, the fire was there. I'm like, fire could burn by itself for a certain amount of time. But after a certain, if you don't feed it, it's going out. It's going out. So that's the first act. And that is the bottom. Really, I've done it from the hours to say that the rest of the derech that the Balatanya is teaching us in Kanye is a different kind of that. What does this mean? It's a derech, it's a proper question that requires really to know. כדי לעקוב הסביבשי הלב, מטבעס העולם הזה לאבס השבחס, מוכרחס עבודס המוח. יצור כמו איך המופיע הכל. היינו, מביאים לבית הלימוד, והסוגר כגד נשתשם. ולאחר מכאן, Hisbonus Mokas Hadas in Random Shaman. So also we're going to see, and we'll talk about this in general, and we'll see more in depth. The Rebbe says, if you want to really feel like it's powerful, it's going to really believe and understand it. You can't, it's hard to love something that you don't know. Also, it's important to have the effort. We're doing so well, we're going to understand the Rothschild. But there's still stuff to do understand. It's like any relationship. The more you understand someone, the closer you become. The more you understand the internal to Olam, the closer you become. It requires my mind, it requires my heart, it requires my soul, it requires love. It requires changing things about myself, defining things about myself, starting to do certain things, stopping to do other things. It requires behavioral adjustments, emotional adjustments, a whole variety of different things. And then again, with all of this internal work, what emerges on the other side of all this internal work? A sense of love of HaKadosh. From all of this work that I'm doing, this internal work, I end up feeling a sense of love of Hashem. The Nimsa, and again, we'll see exactly what this means when we get into the Sefer. The Nimsa should have done it, ain't still okay. So again, so you see the two packets, the second path, what the Rebbe will call Derech Hayukah, Shikitzara. There's so much more to have. There's a lot more work, there's a lot more to do. But it's the shorter path. Why is it the shorter path? Why? Because it will get you where you need to get to. The first path is shorter, right? That like instantaneous, almost like consumeristic type of inspiration, which is beautiful and incredible. And that'll help. But we'll never really get you fully to where you need to get. It's the shortest path, won't get you. The second path, which never just happens, again, requires my heart, my mind, striving to understand HaKadosh Baruch and the way you are trouble, trying to understand yourself, affecting change, starting this, snapping this, all different kinds of things. It's a much longer path. But at the end of the day, it's the shortest path because it ultimately gets me to my intended destination. Look at this line, the last line of page test, one of my favorite lines. This is Nimsa. So the Derech Sli, Ein Spulos the Tachburos Kalos the Ora Asabit. What's that? You know the Latin it says the long path, which is the shortest path, looks like there's no schools. You know, it's interesting. We love schools. We love schools, right? Again, there's a school for life, right? If you say Mishmas 27 times in 3 minutes, you know, you're going to find a shidduch and have a baby all in the same hour, right? You know, it's incredible, right? And you do this and you come to and you do this, right? Yeah, I remember when I was with a young man. And he was folding his towels after Shabbos. He made sure that his wife was in the room. He was folding his towels. I was like, there's nothing to do with me folding your towels. I said, oh, it's a school of Shalom Bayis. I said, by the way, I'll tell you the better school of Shalom Bayis. Open the car door, take out the trash, wash the dishes, buy the right flowers and old Shabbos. I don't know if it's what's holding the towels, right? But I said, so it's interesting. Why? Because I found the towels is a heck of a lot. And by the way, there might be a school there. I don't know, I'm not, but finding a heck of a lot easier. Actually trying to be a good husband. And so the Balatanya says, I just want to tell you that for the long path that's short, there's no students. There's no hacks, right? There's no shortcuts. He says, because the order, Ellen addresses the best, sorry, Ellen addresses me, Adam Gigia Rabba, Vatsuma Fulam of the palace. What does it require? It requires a ridiculous amount of exertion and a tremendous amount of ongoing effort. Of all the costs, all right, tremendous of all, right? Again, there's no shortcut, there's no life hack. You just have to keep plugging away at it over and over and over. About Kerish and Derek Zoo, Nishtanis Mahusuk News Harbor, so listen, here's the good news. As much work as this is, one thing the bank on, which is you will be a changed person. You'll be a changed person. Now listen, this is it. It's working the program. This is the program, right? This is the program of the Balatanya. And there's no shortcuts to the program, right? Just like we'll have the 12-step programs. You can't say, I'm going to skip, 4, 5, and 6 because 7 is really my thing. You can't work a 12-step program. In any program of comprehensive change, you got to start from 1 and you got to make your way all the way through 12. That's the way that it works. Step after step. Let's just finish up. He says, about keeping shit together zoo. But if you work, what the Rebbe calls the Dera Aluka Shikitsara, the long path that is short, he says you will change yourself as a person. He says, and you will come to truly love the Ribono Shalom. Sof, Zoe Dera Hakitzara. This, so about times, and I'm going to teach you. What I'm going to do is about time. This is Dera Hakitzara. Now, the Dera Hakitzara Shiarucha.
Get it, Tower.
This is the way to get where you want to get to. Dafka Ayada, Masigim Tafka Sanata. Dafka through this path is how we accomplish our life objectives. The Poel Manish. This is the way we do it. Ala Sher Keni, Dara Hanuka, which is so it becomes a choice. One can content themselves in Dara Kitzara. So it's nice because the path is short. Exactly where you need. That's about a time he says, I'm going to give you a longer path. But it's the longest path that's really the shortest path. Like this path. I know it's about what the path is. Right? We don't know what it is. Path is an excellent salesman. I'm like, sign me up. Like, all right, I want it. I'll pick 2. Like, I have no idea what the path is, but now I want it. It's like, I feel like I want to do without it. Right? So I don't even know what the path is, but I know that the path is going to outside over here, maybe long, and maybe arduous, and maybe difficult. But it's the only path that's going to get me into the city. The only path that's going to allow me to change, to evolve, to self-actualize. The only path is going to bring me to have Hashem, and the only path that's going to get me to my intended and desired life destination. We'll say, Shkoyach, tonight, see you next week. Next week will actually start.
Okay, folks, you're watching us right now. I've never done this, but we've got a fight night, then we're watching alongside Joey Diaz, Joe Rogan.
There she goes. Nina. All right, everybody. Since you're a legend, why don't you take a big joke book from the side?
Eddie Bravo.
And you know what? Let me say something. Fuck you guys. All of you.
And
We
Papa.
don't believe in anything anymore. Everybody wants to hate on fucking winners all the time.
This one should be paid. I knew from the first
Let's do another special treat. You guys like special treats, right?
only this one this year. This is this for the show for this try
This is a band. Irregular.
I've always wanted to do this.
Hello on this show. He's been opening up for Louis C.K. He opens up for Sean Price. He opens up for me. He's living his dreams and living his dreams and knows there's probably she should be all of our hostages and how the soldiers should be successful before we see it. Was it that? Let us begin. We've a lot to do about that show.
Enjoy.
Okay, very back to Saudi designer, 97. You have on Saudi left on the base, second line down in the wide line. First one, they're getting left cross and that was quick paper yesterday. Santino at the side. After killing almost 1 million people, having this desire to convert, recognizing again the enormity of his actions and ready to burn and generate a cloudy snow. So now that picks up on the people. Once it's still out there, Naaman, your country fellow. So Naaman was the general of Iran. Opening the country, killing much to his blood. So Naaman became a great country. And what says, Gear culture usually used for non-Jews who please idolatry, except Shaman says they are not original soft. That's the general definition of the gear culture. So now when we became gear culture, it was Jalan gear second. That's interesting. So the Lord sees the people that the Jalan really became gear for the music again. He converted. With the idolatry, c'est ça. One time you shall have, c'est ça. This was done for many of those sisters. The majority of the Jewish people defeated by Barak and Rahab. These sisters we use the Afghan. As Pilatus and Sisra, his mother's spies, stole from some producers for that baby. So the later says Sisra and Tabi Shalai. The grandson of Sisra went home to Shalai. The mother shall say, this is part of the rabbis. The grandson of Sankirit, twice Torah, and cover. Umani, who displays those of Sisra, the Torah of Lik, Shlaya, and Apayim. That's wild. So the Shlaya Apayim is the saying of Torah and China. That's the Shlaya Apayim there of Torah and China, and salts with descendants, the grandsons of Shalkiri. With the Barak Shal Haman, long became a Torah. Haman's grandsons, Torah and Reba, Ra'at with the Barak Shal also Rasha. Even the grandsons of Nebuchadnezzar were going to become Jewish. As it happened, Allah says that the prophet, Allah says that the prophet, Rebbe Shalom, each of the the surface of Halacha, how did the Catholic Catholic tell the Ashur? So one of the first part didn't know what's going on over here. Some of these countries and some of these other things to achieve. Such as she knows how to establish one of the influence of the Shia, and the situations of Israel. Seems to be that we are watching the youth of the Shia not to allow the Bukhariota and the Bukhariota descendants to join the ranks of God Israel. And you could see that he as Baba Rowan with herself, he tried to steal Baba and connect to Shia. Because it was unclear that Baba could have been killed technically by the conversion of the Bukhariot's children. And Baba was so broken. Baba was such a big state of this great. But Baba did so much to us that they were beyond repair. Incredible. Ula Allah says our first Israel's Ula was in Bukhariot. This was in Bukhariot. But there's no going back to the Bukhariot. No trip to the Bukhariot. No Catholic Jewish for him. Rabbi Shmuel by the time of 89 Baba. He took him out. It's a nice of the Babylon. Some say that it refers to the rivers of Babylon. Rashi says it relates the last Rashi, second last Rashi on the right hand side. In the island of Babylon, she right in the Shtos. So what is it right there? and there's no way to sweeten those waters. The Gemara says, it's a nice thing about what it actually says.
Come on, you little bitch.
Not only are the waters bitter, but ultimately when the date comes that grow by the water are also bitter. So I will say it's interesting, by the way, because the Gemara says that the ones that you can't hear is now is spot on. But when we think of the capital of Tinu, our now is spot on, Shana Batinu. We just do a seal, like Shana Batinu is a seal. And now it's spot on, that image. Because remember, they were being left out from Eretz Yisrael, sat by the rivers of Flava, and we cried in the years. And it was almost as if the emotional makes sense. There are some things in this world that are unforgivable. There are some things for some people or some things that are unredeemable. As crazy as that sounds, because we believe that everything is redeemable, everything's changeable. No, there's some people that come
I feel like I'm watching it. If you could pick 4 people with them to watch the fight tonight, would it be these 4? Yes. Really? Yeah, these would be the guys. Right? Joe Rogan, because he's like seen more UFC than anybody else. Joe Diaz is fucking hilarious. Eddie Bravo, because he's fucking smart as shit. Really?
So it's interesting.
Yeah, he does all that other shit.
And he has like a lot of discussions about business and a lot of interesting cases. He's very interesting.
Well,
But after the war, there was a Nazi guard who wanted to convert. And again, he obviously a tremendous talent of one of these that he did. He came before, I forgot the author of his name, and to convert. And it was a Shaila. It was a Shaila, and people were there and said, how do you convert this guy? After we know he sold it, he explained the book against hands. And they were kind of just like I says, in Russian it says is based on halacha yedesha. That's an interesting expression. Halacha yedesha, cold hard facts, cold hard halacha, you should be able to convert. The halacha is the same things about tshuva, right? And the membership right to the past, right? You should be able to convert. But he says, but how can you convert such a person like this? How can a person like this be welcomed to Islam? After everything that he did, how can it be? How can it be that a person that believes?
Buffshin is my fucking jam, son.
So he does things very
Jerry, baby. I don't see him alive. Jerry, baby. J-I-E-J-T. Jerry. J-R-E. Can't stop that stuff. Yo. What the fuck just happened? Show Richard.
Keeping the Shalim becomes Navi before Rabbi Yerushalayim, where Amalek have heard that the Navi was prophesying about the destruction of Yerushalayim.
Yo, Joe Rogan, come on, man. Jamie, get your shit together, dog. Jamie, what the fuck? You are fucking up majorly, dog. Yo, are you fucking serious? This? Yo. That's my thing, baby.
So he goes to the Ish means the Ish Avakodesh Baruch Hu. So the Ish means that he said the name of the Kodesh Baruch Hu and left this
Yo,
one.
dog. Joe Rogan.
Hashem Ish Milchama.
Joe Rogan, get your shit together.
This is a light time.
What is this bullshit? They have to get this shit figured out. Like,
The people who
what
boss
the fuck's
so
my
he says, well, maybe the Kodesh Baruch Hu is close by. Maybe it's maybe the ones on the left because it looks like he's got bodies from now. When in a state of unity, he will return.
Yo, Joe Rogan.
The direct way, like, no, God has really abandoned them. God is really far away.
Jamie, you're fucking up.
Jamie,
Jamie, you're fucking up. I'm so cheeky. Yo, Joe Rogan. Dog. What the fuck? Yo, Joe Rogan. Hey, Joe Rogan.
So says, okay, well, even if the issues gone right now, and it's a beacon are gone right now, what's going to happen? So the Shah will do Shuvah.
What in the fuck? This is the worst. I'm gonna scream. Really? This shit is over. Is it? What are your thoughts on the NHL level? So, does it? Hey, Joe Rogan. Yo, Joe Rogan.
But you clearly see very fascinating to is doesn't want to come. He doesn't want to come. Otherwise, he has just
Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan.
So I don't want to
Yo, dog.
whether he's very bad.
Why did this shit work? Oh, that's an attack. Oh, you're fucking blood. Really? Hey, Joe Rogan. Hey, Joe Rogan. You gonna throw fists? You fucking steal us? What the fuck is that? Joe Rogan. Yo, this is the worst. Joe Rogan, do I have to teach you how to fucking use YouTube? It sucks. Hey, Joe Rogan. Yo, am I missing something? Joe Rogan. Right, I continue.
So it's just interesting to know over the festival there was just general things that very massive our neighbors towards us, right? Like putting on the island and
Yeah, Joe Rogan.
those are cousins. So I don't know.
Hey, Joe Rogan.
And they said
I'm going to your Instagram.
Incredible. Because now you want to switch this back to the topic of Mashiach. So remember again, up until now, I should say, up until
I'm
now,
surprised Joe Rogan.
focus was on you want to say Mashiach. Now
Yo.
we're going to focus up more on Mashiach himself. So we did beautiful Gemara ahead of us. I'm going to not going to read stuff. We should be in the Bible saying this is incredible. Have you heard anything? Amos Asi Bar Nafri. When is Bar Nafri coming? Now, if you Bar Nafri is interesting, when is he coming?
Get it together, bitch.
Bar Nafri. Who's Bar Nafri? Amalei, Mashiach. Bar Nafri is Mashiach.
So no one cares about your stupid.
Mashiach Bar Nafri comes later. Mashiach is called Bar Nafri.
Say this, dog. Dog, come on. Joe Rogan, dog.
the fallen sukkah of
Am I
David
fucking
HaMelech,
missing
and
something
that
here?
is to the Son of the Rashi says that the sukkah David HaMelech, Malchus
Joe
is
Rogan.
David, Lahati Kari Mashiach Barati. So this is interesting. Rashi understands over here, sukkah David HaMelech is not the base of Mikdash. The fact is sukkah David HaMelech is Davidic monarchy. So one of the things that Mashiach will do
I like how
is
Brian Kelly's
will
not
bring the
allowed.
restoration of Davidic
He
monarchy. That's
sucks.
why Mashiach is called
Does he?
the
Jesus.
the one who lifts up all
Really?
the things. Let's say there's something
Joe Rogan. Come on,
out
man.
of all the things that Mashiach is going to do, right? Golden logo, yes, amazing, all this other stuff. Right? The one thing that he's known is to restore.
The YouTube sucks. Instagram sucks. I want to be able to,
Right? So that's what it's like. So it's sometimes
do the thing, order by,
to rebuild things that were broken. To take something
like,
from you and rebuild it, that's one thing. But to take something that was broken and then
what do you call
broke and then rebuild it again,
my shit?
to put
Lisa?
back pieces into what they once were is sometimes the greatest avodah. So what does Mashiach do?
No one cared about your 10 years in review that was posted 6 years ago. Still works. Dude, now I'm gonna have to go to fucking Twitter to see what you people will do. Joe, the motherfucker stream, dog. Ladies.
It means to throw out children. It means to take all of your broken pieces and to mend them and make them whole. If you could put yourself back together, if you could become your own Bar-Nath, take the pieces of you that are broken, take the pieces of you that are fallen, and put them back together, that is the greatest accomplishment. You want to go back to, I'm going to hug you every morning. George wants to see you incredible heroes over here. George should have done his bunk. Can you have how many something? So let's say we're going to see over here that there's a couple of different narratives. Well, we know two different narratives.
Yeah, Joe Rogan.
Generation and time when we
Joe Rogan.
What ushers in Messianic era? Messianic lives. So watch this. The Messianic follows. So the Messianic says as follows. There should have been double the generation that come in America. I'm sorry. Yeah, the Mashiach will come. And we could come on this mountain, this mountain.
Are you disappointed in Joe Rogan? Disappointed in fucking Really? Especially Joe Rogan. Especially Jamie. Jamie. Pull that shit up.
In general, a lot of suffering. It's terrible suffering.
It's terrible. This is bad.
Hardships. And we terrible disease every single day. Tell me about it. Shavuot should end up about a year. Shavuot usually means a 7-year cycle in which Mashiach comes. Shalom is Kayim Mikrazah. So this is the 7-year period before Mashiach comes. In that 7-year period, the following will occur. In year number 1, Shalom
Joe Rogan. I'm missing something.
Some cities will have food. Other cities will have food. Literally, again, I'll make it rain in one city or rain in a different city.
Like if YouTube knew what the fuck was up, this would be like the tweet of their fucking page. Joe.
Everyone is family. Year number 3, Shlishis,
This shit is the worst.
Year number 3,
Joe Rogan.
men, women,
Terrible.
people
This is very bad.
Joe
Joe Rogan, you're dropping the ball, son.
overwhelming.
No one cares about your 10 years on YouTube.
Suffering.
No one.
Somebody is someone. Sometimes he's suffering, sometimes he does not free. Different issues in the 50th. So much better. There'll be a great satiety, more food.
So this shit is the worst.
People will eat, drink, be happy. The Torah comes right from God. The Torah once they come back.
Joe Rogan experience
Shishis colors. In the
Terrible.
6th year of the sounds. Rashi says, "We'll be able to Shishis
This is
colors."
the worst. Dog. You said it was going to be in one piece. Now 111. Nothing. Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan. This is the worst, dog.
So this is a description, the basic description.
Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan.
Says, what's happening? How much is the Habakir? And you also just, by the way, what you just described, that you have that
Oh.
7-year cycle. That's
This
pretty much every 7-year
is
cycle of cars.
the
Like, you know, what you just described, the Jewish history.
Now I have to go to your Instagram thing. I'm gonna
So,
have you.
the Bible guys is B'shishis Konis, B'shlias Muhammad Sinu Haba. So basically means was it every year 6, we ultimately again in the middle is around Mashiach, and in year 7 afterwards, the gap would not happen, but oh, Kisidra will happen. Furthermore, here, what Rabbi responds is, it's not just that these events occur over a 7-year cycle, it's that these events occur in this order over a 7-year cycle. So has that ever happened in the way you described? The answer to that is, from the Gemara's perspective, is no kind of. The Rebbe says, first you get
Joe Rogan.
base Habad.
Come on, man.
So I say, so, you know, which is still being shown in the video is
Jamie is fucking up. Scale 1 to 10. Jamie is fucking up.
Now, I'll just
Jamie
put
is
fucking about Messianic redemption.
For a while now until it goes by. Joe Rogan, where the fuck are you? I'm watching the compilation for maybe longer. If I choose Jamie, all that shit up. Dude, I think. There we go. We're live, baby. Yo, why are you 14 minutes late, dog?
So that once again, we're getting a picture of a lack of Torah. The Havana will be destroyed. God learned Yashan. And ultimately, again, now she says, God Yashan also means everything got to the place.
Yeah, what's your fault?
The people who live in the border cities. Because there'll be a lack of general security, they'll end up from place to place.
I got it before he got it.
And they won't find any mercy. But I saw a the reason of the religious become putrid, the year of things to be asleep, is that we fear sin will be despised. And it was like, not only will Torah be forgotten, but those who try to be always really get down the line. If you have done, to pay Torah. Literally, again, the faithful going to the face of the God. And we just give a little beside the Balaka, and we have to learn to God. As they say, the truth of the justice, and general sense of spiritual difference. But I'm not sure that I'm not going to be found, so that I'm not going to be found, we must deny that we are not going to be found. When I make sure this, I don't, and that's myself. So really, again, kindness will become what we do, that will warn you everyone. Right? And those who seek that mercy, ultimately again, become warned in this life. Nights, the sound made out in the store, and the day Shiva, Felicia sounded out, Gustavo Aladios. Ultimately again, anyone who tries to push it, anyone who tries to be sounded out, anyone who tries to do the right thing, will be ostracized. Right? She says, Gustavo Aladios, how I only shocked at me, then Gustavo. So it says, there'll be an absence of Torah, and even those who try to go out and do the right things will essentially be ostracized from the community. Such a sense of spiritual decline in the data problems. Let me say as follows. Let's up to Sabah. So this is a tremendous thing. Rabbi says, in the beginning, I thought to myself, there is no truth in this world. There's a lot of ways that you guys should say, look at this for the Allah. Adam Paul, she got her MS 20. Doesn't listen to this thing. There is no person who always speaks the truth. And like I say, you can't find a person in this world who always speaks the truth. I said, I want to forget about it. That's still is what you don't find in the nation. So you just see that we have, we have this business in Halacha. We are allowed to go ahead and change the truth, right? Like the Gemara says, look at the shadows with the Hashem. You're allowed to go ahead and sometimes change the truth for the sake of preserving your peace. So there's a license for that. Right? There's an ability for that. So The other says, I don't think it's supposed to be the only story to choose. I'm going to be about Rothschild, but I'm going to Rothschild. So I get some of the new to that Rothschild, but I mean, the Hubble Yard and Kalori down there. So I'm going to show you what he's doing. This is right. Rothschild was what the woman said. You know what he said? If you give me all the money in the world, I will not lie. I will not think you choose.
Is there a chat?
Tell the story about yourself. What I was working.
No, no one wants this. No one wants this. No, fuck you, princess. Yo, dog. Who the fuck gives a shit about this shit? No one cares. No one cares.
What is the legacy requirement? The requirement was you cannot lie. You always have to tell the truth. It is between you and no one ever died before your time. That's what I have next one. How do you know when God knows? No one God knows. People live for that. What would you get and a guy like that? So it's a really sad thing for a church. I like it a lot. I decided to celebrate. I
want them. Stop this. Joe Rogan. You stupid bitch. I don't give a fuck about your makeup. Second.
The hard people feel there's a oneness. This doesn't happen in this world. Why did your sons pass away? I'm not even lucky I have my son. So I told him this is what happened. So for me, you realize, what happened in real life. You guys, like that, if you want to put it in the I didn't think you had a lot of company like this. I don't know. It's such a but now, two sons up, me a switch, and how do you go in with this number on a picture? But I didn't, if you don't mind,
no comment.
And you like to bring down to our house. That's a lovely story. It's a lovely story. But it's like that this goes along with what Rabbi is saying, but you can't define a person in this world who always tells the truth. That is what you think. You can't always find the best in this world. Because you can have a kind of pushback. What is the population? I don't know. How many people are there? That's fine. You can just put it like a pocket like that. At the end of the day, that's not the normal way that people live. Because once it's some life such a high, wants to go ahead and bend the people.
This is a very flat page. No offense, lady. You're hot. You can still get it.
There's a reality that he's going to do. The young girl embarrassed there is a king under the full iron. And the elders will be forced to give respect to the elders. So there's going to be like this sense of generational, like a sense of generational disrespect. You know what disrespect the elders. You're all working to respect the elders. And that's how you know about this elders. The kind of the so a organization that will know. If you know how God could make Kala, the first generation will be like the face of a God. The aim of them is fighting forever. And all people again, the son will not be embarrassed in front of his father. So let's say that way it goes back. Remember this love, we saw it in Noah, even when saw it in Noah. The spirit they learned from his father, the legacy the need anyone, legacy the son also was just blind because of the inherent embarrassment that his son has when he tells about his father, but he doesn't for the best. In generation, she actually is going through such a decency that his son doesn't even have any embarrassment from his father. So that's why I tell you, when he says, don't you been better God? I just to God. I just means I heard it was a craziness, right? Craziness will proliferate by your care, the others. Guy Flash says, so you have these Yaffa topic. So it is going to be such arrogance for no one will be honored one to the other. Like that, and you take player, the final produce swimming, I am you to your get. The wine will be very expensive. What does that mean? The final produce a lot of this, but the wine will still be very expensive. So once it actually goes out there, it usually give you a lot of wine for stuff. You know, it's an indulgent, hedonistic society.
Yeah, I'll do it now. We got the white guy fight another white guy. Really? One's a little tanner than the other one. It doesn't matter if they're white. No, it doesn't. Pink shorts with blue shorts. Pink shorts whooping ass.
Everyone's right. Everyone's opinion is right. Everyone's feeling is right. So even if they're wrong, no one can say anything to the other. The same with each spot. It's supposed to be each spot. Even if it's not a spot, actually tap it for a month is in this. So when David Grant is chef, we can come maybe again for the entire month, the entire government, 20 hours, coming up with obviously what's the possible. We will hop up club on the top of it. This is people for the level of players that have leveraged each other. But the entire body stays white. The entire body stays white.
That's no idea.
So when we do this unfortunate comprehensive change in society, that society as a whole stays political, that society as a whole just uses it, interestingly enough, that's actually a sign that redemption is on the road. That the Rabbi, he argues that the office of the Azure, anything that is going on in society, the shop and comes at Shievu Hamusaros. The total liberation, ultimately, again, it's of the Musaros. Now, you're going to see that we look at these. It just wrote over ahead, actually, it's not a club Hamusaros. Until again, it was a diminution, ultimately, again, of Hamusaros. That just says, you're here, Shemasipi, the interaction, so there's nothing to be common. There's nothing to be common. Ultimately, again, we're going to start parties well to the right path. There are no sales people who want to reduce the parties. We have all of this together.
We can't hear you, Joey.
The society that is police free decision. Actually, think about looking at this. It's only poverty. Actually, section of the law.
Joey, we can't hear you.
Quality sort of despair of everything that you
Which Papa's got that one?
and we want to give up hope on redemption, but redemption comes later. The FS culture, the culture, the level is so positive research. Never is zero, was in fashion, the fashion is. Never is zero. Now, a man keeps Rabbi in the ASCII day. So, we'll talk about this more on the days. We have zero to find groups of Rabbi, trying to figure out the date of Messianic arrival. So, it's really on the days. A lot of Rabbis spend a lot of time, 30% time.
Joe, get your shit together. Fucking just away.
He said, please do not believe you are a Mashiach. I tried to figure out when Mashiach is coming, ultimately then we're delaying around. We discuss it, why is this working? Saying this. This is terrible dilemma. Do you know what it has to have us? There are two things that come when you start looking for them. The most of the time, one of the three things, number one, in the name, Mashiach, Yitzhak, La'atrach. Three things happen when you're not looking for them. Mashiach, finding the lost object, and Scorpions. That's what backwards. Looking backwards, right? Scorpions, apparently again, and Scorpions, what actually comes out is that they sneak up on you out of nowhere. And they steal you. Okay? Yitzhak. Those are youngs, right? In other words, if you go out looking for just somebody's lost object, you never find anything. It's not just on your own, just when you're looking to stumble across stuff. And last is Mashiach. If you don't look for him, he comes. And if you start trying to figure out when he's going to come, or go say, what bookshop is this? This is what comes. You want to look at this. Instead of trying to figure out when Mashiach is coming, we live in the kind of life that will make you come. Sometimes we must say, we spend so much time trying to figure out what future events are going to recognize. But if we just make ourselves better in the things we want out of life, we will naturally occur.
Joe Diaz, we can't hear you.
When is my marriage going to do? When is my prognosis going to do? What are my kids? What am I this? What am I this? Well, instead of worrying about when it's going to turn around, there's something better. Do something to turn it around. Change yourself. Change your life. Work harder. Put in more effort, right? We spend so much time when.
Joe, we cannot hear you.
Just what can you do right now to improve the status quo of your life? What can you do right now to bring about the brachos that you so badly want out of life? Stop waiting and start doing. You can't do that. We're not picking up. So now, interesting. Now that we just spoke about we're not trying to figure out when Mashiach is going to come, we're going to go into an exhaustive discussion about what Mashiach is going to come. So again, once again, because it's two different schools of thought. Because that's what I'm saying. Just like what things about Messianic redemption, right? Again, is it terrible stuff? Is it good stuff? It's two schools of thought. Contemplating, we're trying to think when Mashiach is going to come, also two schools of thought. So we're going to look at you. She's often shared on the world is 6,000 years old. So I'm saying, everybody knows this, but to see that we all speak on this. The world is programmed to operate for 6,000 years. That's the way of the world. How are we 6,000 years? How are we? The can't cut it. And then 1,000 years of destruction.
Yo, look at that. Oh, it's over. It's over. Get in there, dog. Get in there. I would have called it earlier. Protecting that guy from CTA, CTE, and CTA. Chicago Transit Authority. I've been protected the Chicago Transit Authority, folks. Why? Nobody knows what time it is. Yo, Joey Diaz, get your shit together, dog.
Just like Shemitah, right? Ultimately, again, there's a Shemitah year once every 7 years. So to the world, so the first 100 days of Shemitah, once every 7,000 years. The world exists for 6,000 years, and in the 7,000 years, ultimately, it's like the Shemitah, universal Shemitah, so everything is reset. Shneimar, the Mitzvah Hashem Yevado, and it was, which is interesting, by the way, that Rabbi did that the house of the Mitzvah Hashem Yevado, that Hashem will be established by himself. But also, more reference to the Messianic era. You might understand that here know that the Yevado refers after the 6,000 years of this world, and everything is reset. It will only be after the Shpar really universe for that 1,000-year period. Incredible. What's Yom Kippur Shabbos? Apparently, again, that 1,000 years that follows the 6,000 years of this world. Incredible. Romance. Yeah, I'm trying to read that country that's right. Yeah, but I'm trying to read it. Shishis Alachim Shana Habi'amah. The world will exist for 6,000 years. See what it says? Shna Habi'amah. Shna Achayim Tovavo. So now, how are those 6,000 years broken up? For the first 6,000 years, the first 2,000 years of the world, those are these retrospective now. But if you know the way, for the first 2,000 years, there's Tovavo. The one was Tovavo. The Torah wasn't given. That's for the first 2,000 years, the Torah was not given in the world. Okay? Shne Achayim. Shne Achayim. Torah. So ultimately, the next 2,000 years are the years of Torah. We Shne Achayim was Mashiach. The last 2,000 of the 6,000 are the Mashiach. You might say, so now, again, we see it like that. And that's us. That was for us. That's for us. They were last 2,000 and the Mashiach. Yeah? So these are the Israeli said, we about our Sunday, Sherabu, Yaksalahan Mashiach. Those things is up for downstream. But because we messed up, Yaksalahan Mashiach. When I don't do what's right for life, when I make poor decisions, you know what happens? What comes out of your decisions is what comes out of your decisions. So many times in life you find yourself in bad spots and you wonder, how did you get here? How did you get here? It's not that complicated. And then a series of poor decisions. Some of them are too quick, some of them nuanced, or that's what's happening here. It's not rocket science. The good news is the same bad decisions that got me into the spot where I am, hopefully if I change my decision-making processes to get me out of it. Maybe not totally out of it, because that way we can't prevent a lot of the damage that you've done, but at least hopefully I can choose wisely, I can choose differently going forward. So again, that's really the way we're supposed to work. 2,000 years ago, Derek told about it, 2,000 years with Torah, and then 2,000 years, the last 2,000 years, the 6,000 is supposed to be realization. That's what it's supposed to be. But because of our super behavior, let's see the hand on Shia. Because I'm going to get the young lady with that. I put that Sarah Hasiba. That's his level. This is young lady talking. That is young lady. They don't say from Yuba. In our own prophets this morning, the connection networks. The world will not exist for less than 85 global cycles. The other are in the last global cycle, that's when the Mashiach will come. I mentioned, we said, no, if you must have a cell phone, so the Mashiach comes at the beginning and the end of that global cycle. Any idea? So he says, I don't know, the Kava, I don't know how the global cycle finishes now. I'm not ready. Any idea? And you know, I don't know. I don't know. You know, say about it, how this is so profound, why is it so profound? And you all know he's learning else and level of Mashiach. So let's say, you know, he says, I don't know. So each there's certain things about this whole believer that no one knows except the Rebbeinu Shalom, which is why Rabbi said, why we go back to the statement of ultimately Rabbi Zera, that maybe our Avodah is not to focus so much on what, but to focus so much more on what. When is Mashiach going to come? I don't know. I don't know. So, and the truth is, here's the good news. I'm in good company. Who else doesn't know? Who else doesn't know? Everyone doesn't know either. So if you know what doesn't know, I'm still not going to figure out. So I can't figure out the one. And what I need to be hyper-focused on is the what. What do I need to do to bring about freedom? What do I need to do to bring about Mashiach? What do I need to do in my personal life? How to fix my personal mistakes and the mistakes of the crowd. It's incredible. Incredible. One is like the first one. No. Rothschild says, not going away. Papa wrote this stuff. When you tell the Eva to stop, you know. So I should say that, you know, I Papa wrote this stuff. You know, I give it a follow like it's happening. So I really have to try to do this. I don't know if it's happening. Mashiach is coming. The only thing is clear is he's not going to be waiting for him until that last yoga. Once that last yoga comes, he can't tell anything. What's his again? What I want to point out is something amazing. These girls reflect the mindset that there's a true determined time for the Mashiach. And that's it. What you do, what you don't do, the true determined time. There's another school of thought that says there isn't no true determined time. There may be a, like, what's the word? Like a defined point that Mashiach must come by this date, this date. But it doesn't necessarily preclude the possibility of advancing its arrival through our spiritually led oneness belief. Learning like the Shabbat place, not Karabak either like this. So first, we talk about this is like this. Let's not see other ones, so listen to this. And the other one will plus Suva Ashim Shalashma Shalashma. Listen to this. Crazy. So the Karabak of this is this. I found the guy. This guy had a sword. The sword was really like shoes. I'm not sure for this. And then I'm not too long. 9 months. And then like so I'm not too long. Zoom in. Oh, we have this stuff. I'm not being the highest showing this stuff. I traveled with the long soldiers. We've been using the Sassia. So we found this scroll amongst the perfect treasures of life. World focus on Cotton Shop. I found this in the treasure. Because in that, I found this Harrisburg message. Yeah, I hope that I find myself with the Shinga Afak Shah and the other Shah. Now, you also know how much so is this. Child, all you don't. We found it in the scroll. After 4,000, right? After 40,000, my son is after 4,291 years, how long people the word resist to exist? So, Mehan is in there, says, Mehan Muhammad Khalil, some of those years working more as a big sea teachers. Mehan Mehan go to Molo, second of the go to Molo, Isha Yunas Mashiach, and less than a year to Yunas Mashiach. Therefore, the start of the Kaddish of the Molo, Allah after Shivas of Hayisham. Like I said, only we start still after 7,000 years. Remember again, this each big locomotive.
of 6,000 active Phoenician, 1,000 of total bowling and we study with the universe. But after the Rabbi, already after Phoenicians and Latin show, but after 5,000 years, so you must now tell you what you must only yes, it says Mikra that Loki beyond Akron. The following passage ultimately again literally pierces the world into the gut. That's what I say. כי עוד חזון מנועי, יחד לחץ בני חזון. אם מסימני החת שלוי, כי כל יובו לא יחד ולא יחד. This is a passage from Chabad. So let's try to pass the name and then what we check it. כי עוד חזון מנועי, will be a vision for you in the point of time. יחד לחץ בני חזון. The end will come. The end will come and you will not be deceived. In this moment, what could I be saying? Transaction are even ignorant to color people. Still, that's what I'm going to say. The other thing I'm going to say, that the shots will only come as they define the time. I should get over here. Even if you all begin, even if you go and go to the side of the whole dollar, days, even plus many things, yes, so hard you don't, there's second point. So it's like, what is that point? What is that point you say? When somebody said, we get to a personal calculation of previous goals. When you probably smell it, that goes, how can nothing do it, but I still think the most swish. And that was very small. So I was very small. So the watch is over here. I was getting no swish to the left. First, I was up with the ghost on the go, with brothers, swish, brothers, I got to pay that, as well as the funny what we do is, we got that one, like, we got one of themselves, and then we smell like, they came up with the finest and most time to finish the outcomes. Now, look at the final anyway. The one thing we have to do, שהידורש כל אחת מעטי, ואני מלך אשר נצעץ. Jesus also created in fact that we are given also gives the calculation. Markus Rishon, Shirin Shana, Markus Shnia, Kalishin Stein, and Markus Pensiva, Stein Shana in Machza. So let's say, what is this? Now we must have the calculation. Markus Rishon, and this is the sound like this. The first is in the flesh is 7 years. The second is with Markus Shnia. Kalishin Stein, 52 years. And Markus Pensiva, is 2.5 years. So it's like, what is that mean? The university is saying as follows. The university is saying, what can I say? The university is saying, the university is saying, and what I think most of the time is the knowledge left, and it's things that they kind of want to know this activity. But there are periods of constantly. There are periods of kindness. So that's what he's saying over here. The first thing that it does, ultimately, again, is 70 years, but that's the first thing itself. Second is, and it does ultimately 52 years, and then there's the 2.5-year reign of Bakofa. Now, if you like, a Bakofa is actually a relatively good time to probably 12 actually do around that. The idea is the world is with difficulties. The world is sort of turbulent times, so I feel the tranquility. What we believe is at some point in time, we should have to change the time. But we have used this stuff in the calculations of those who try to understand these things, but often those calculations are not correct. You know, it's like that. My Yakaf, like it's great, as it doesn't mean that. They don't draw up money or anything. People ask them, some of us will question the movie again. The very children become slowly of those who try to calculate when the Shiach is going to come. And when I say, there is an exercise instantaneity to try to figure out when the Shiach is going to come. So only should give it Shiach as a hate to a bar, should be no bar. Because what happens for those who go around and try to calculate when the Shiach is going to come, what happens? They try to do it, they look at the time, and then when the Shiach doesn't come, what do they say? What do they say? You see, he's not coming. It's dangerous to calculate the date of necessary arrival. Ella, what says the girl? Ella, calculate. What is our order on the Shiach? What's our order? Wait. That is our order to wait. Shemar, even if he's delayed, just wait. Shema Tomar, I'm the captain of the Zohar Mikasa. Maybe a sales looks like that.
This is the best.
Papa went.
So again,
Mashiach. And Mashiach is waiting to come. So why doesn't he just come? He not is this what we do that? Midas Hadin. That they ultimately are the Midas Hadin. In other words, that the attribute of strict justice says, probably so of message is written on Mashiach. So the Gemara says, between the Akhar Shemidas Hadin Na'ateres, so what Mekadin, and strict justice is for only Mashiach and Kadin, for the liability. And obviously, the reason is infatuity, because we can't come Mashiach something and let him go. The Gemara says, the Kabbalah says, the Lord will give them is reward for waiting. Shemar Ashrei Kovet for Kaylo. What's the one what is the scene that is reward? Tremendous for coming. We're waiting for the Mashiach. Mashiach is waiting to come. There's not going to say Mashiach, but the reason I'm doing the strict attribute of divine justice says between that, yes, time. So then why wait if you know that our waiting is not going to make a difference? Because there is a reward for waiting. What kind of what's it? When we wait for something and we want it back, it builds up that anticipatory excitement. And the greater the anticipatory excitement, the more I'm ready to take decisive action to make things happen. Waiting is not an end. Waiting is a means to push myself to do more, to be more, to bring about that which I want more than anything. Becoming the Mashiach and Rabbi Aminu. Okay, let's say Shkara.
Thank you, Joe.
All right, fellas, good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by taking all of our responses for this morning shoot to take. Our annual common sponsor for Tough Shoot and the person is brought up again seeing all the Shur instructions this year. This is a for the source of what's Sha'am Yisrael. And co-sponsors for the month of other Tarians, the Zin Lamiri, his father, Dr. Harry Khan, Svi Hirsch, Ben Yosef Akoin, Ziv Levin, and Birmingham families in memory of William Zeb Shmuel and Yisrael. And we have many sponsors in Newton and Beth Adler in memory of Judah Golden, the Buddhist Esther Bas and Lozer, the Rabbi and Meritva Kamzora, all the Shem Sabnaria, families in the Kama, all those who wish to have them get us home for the Israel, which brought the Shemir should bring home all of our hostages, and all the soldiers should be successful before Nazi. Those with that, let us begin. We have a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem. Okay, today's Dr. Tzaddik Zayin, 97. We are picking up on Tzaddik's book on his base, second line down in the wide line. Once again, we left off on the hanging yesterday of Santir, outside, it was Zoran, after killing almost 1 million people, having this desire to convert, recognizing again the enormity of his actions and ready to go and generate from the snow. Gemara now picks up on that. The Gemara says, Naaman, their cultural title. So Naaman was the general of Aram, also responsible for splitting much Jewish blood. So Naaman became a Ger Toshav. And we'll say, Ger Toshav usually means a non-Jew who repudiates idolatry, except Hashem is going off and that's the general definition of a Ger Toshav. So Naaman became a Ger Toshav. It was Zaron Ger Tzedek. Now it's interesting. So the Gemara seems to be over here that it was Zaron really became Ger Tzedek. He was a Ger. He converted. With Neivan Shal Sisra, London Tari Yerushalayim. Sistra's grandson, remember it was Sisra, the general who went against the Jewish people, defeated by Barak and Yael. In Sisra, the Afar of Shana, that Yantiv in Sisra, his mother's cries, served being served as the basis for a lot of what we do in Sisra. So, the Neivan Shal Sisra, London Tari Yerushalayim. The benefit of Sisra, when Torah Yerushalayim, the Neivan Shal Sisra, Lindu Torah Berabit, the grandsons of Sancheriv, taught Torah in public. Umanu, who were these grandsons of Sisra, who taught Torah in public, Shmaya and Avtalim. That's wild. Then the Shmaya and Avtalim, they were the Rebbeim of Hillel and Shammai. And so Shmaya and Avtalim, the Rebbeim of Hillel and Shammai, themselves were descendants of Sancheriv. Midnei Banav Shal Hama, Lam Torah Mizmeba. Haman's grandsons learned Torah in Bnei Brak. The act Bnei Barav Shachosa Rasha, Bikesh HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Lachliz and Takas Hashem. even the grandsons of Nebuchadnezzar were going to become Jewish. What happened? Malach says to HaKadosh Ribono Shel Olam, Mish Yechid Es B'Yisecha, Yisarchas Lefalecha, Tachlis Tachas Kanti Ashkiya. So the Malach says to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, no, what's going on over here? Could it be that someone would destroy the base of Mikdash, someone would destroy their city, someone would do so many terrible things to their children? Such a person like this should not have his family come underneath the wings of the Shekhinah. Kind of this also was interesting, since we get the Malachim convinced HaKadosh Baruch Hu not to allow Nebuchadnezzar or Nebuchadnezzar's descendants from joining the ranks of Klal Yisrael. Kind of the shit. Rafinu as Baba Volanitrosa. He tried to heal Baba, but it could not be healed. So this idea that Baba could have been healed technically by the conversion of Nebuchadnezzar's children. But Baba was so broken. Baba was such a big state of despair. Baba did so much to us that they were beyond repair. Incredible. Ula Amra Ula Cesar versus anyone else. Ula Amra is Nebuchadnezzar. This was Nebuchadnezzar. And there's no going back to Nebuchadnezzar. No children of Nebuchadnezzar. No cathartic change for him. Rabbi Shmuel Bar Natzvani Amra Elu Naros Baba. Tirgama.
I don't know what else for something. Just have celebrities talking while watching sports. They're doing it anyway.
The waters are very different, and there's no way to swim in those waters. The Gemara says, it's a nice thing about what Rashi says, the column Marilim Sha'omdu Benaros. Ultimately, again, they have bitter gate counts. Not only are the waters bitter, but ultimately, again, the gate counts that flow by the water are also bitter. So I always say it's interesting, by the way, the Gemara says that the one thing we can't feel is narrow Baba. When we listen to the chapter of Tehillim, Al Narrow Baba, Sham Ba'inu. Narrow Baba, that image, is never in how these are being led out from Eretz social media. He sat by the rivers of Baba and he cried in the remembrance. Most of the Rothschild also says, there are some things in this world that are unforgivable. There are some things for some people or some things that are unredeemable. It's crazy as that sounds because we believe that everything is redeemable, everything is changeable. No, there's some evil that's perpetrated in this world that simply cannot be undone. We mentioned that we cannot give to our people simply beyond redemption, cannot be changed, cannot be uplifted, cannot be redeemed. Incredible. And the mindset as follows. So I'll just point out a lot of us have asked the answer is actually clearly what's interesting is Nebuchadnezzar is offspring. There's no indication that Nebuchadnezzar wanted to give us, right? He had no desire. And his descendants wanted to give us life. Nebuchadnezzar did go ahead with him, right? So it's interesting, what exactly does that mean? There's a sefer two best idea. In it, he has like a lot of discussions about Jesus and a lot of interesting things. He brings down Shiloh, where after the war, there was a particular Nazi guard who wanted to convert. And again, he obviously had tremendous talent for what he could do. He was doing before, I forgot the author of the state name. And to convert, and it was a Shiloh. And they were particularly there, so how did you convert this guy? I don't know what he did. And so the contract, because like I said, based on halacha yedesha, like this is the expression, halacha yedesha, hold heart back, you should be able to convert. The halacha is if somebody cares about tshuva, right? And they manage to come to the past, right? You should be able to convert. But he says, but how can you convert? How could a person just be welcome to the after everything that he did? How could it be? How could it be that a person with a belief in such an egregious fashion, such grief and himself, and then be welcomed into our lives? So he passed him, don't convert him. But what's interesting is, you don't often find this in halacha. It was much more an emotional psak than it was a legal psak. Because the legal psak is converted. If the guy is sincere, the mamish has character, he should be converted. But emotionally, how could such a person like that be welcomed into his upon himself? So it's interesting, by the way, where it says that Zoran became a ger, right? Who converted him, which raised him took responsibility for this. It is interesting to note that the lesson that Zoran is Ara. He ran away. Which seems to indicate that he just went off somewhere else. Not part of community, not part of regular Jewish people. He went off. One of the converted, he went through a formal process. They mean that he just accepted for himself. Because of the cross, we don't know. Interesting to point out. Okay, we have a noise like this. Amar Ula. Ula says as follows. Amar Ula. Should be beach of Yerushalayim. Amar Ula. A bad neighbor to Yerushalayim. Also, Kevin Yerushalayim, when he becomes study the Torah of Yerushalayim, when Amar Ula heard that the Rabbi was prophesizing about the destruction of Yerushalayim, Shalku, they sent word to the Nebuchadnezzar. What for the other years, what prompted Nebuchadnezzar to go ahead and attack Yerushalayim? Especially after seeing what happened to Sancheriah, what prompted him to do it? So the Gemara says, Amar heard the Rabbi prophesizing that Yerushalayim is going to be destroyed. So they sent him to Nebuchadnezzar, look, the top. Try to beat it down. Nebuchadnezzar, all this all this week, tries to be destroyed. Look the top. Come and literally again, look and come. Amar, Mistafina Dorola Abudi to divide the canal. So again, Nebuchadnezzar said, I'm afraid that they're going to beat me. And it is their previous enemies, meaning again, he's referring to Sancheriah. Shalf delay, the aim had used to this. The ish is not home. The aim had direct to the sorry, halok the direct rockets. So the word says the aim, the ish, halak to the sparkle. So the ish means that he said, the man is not going to shoot the sparkle and left his home. Shneimar, Hashem ish milchama. So ultimately, again, they tell the Nebuchadnezzar, this is the right time. The sparkle has abandoned Chag Yisrael, you should come and fight. Shalf Ulu. The Kriegel, the Vasi, so he says, maybe at those process close by. In other words, maybe the Rothschild, as much as it looks like he's not probably strong now, when they're in a state of need, you will return. Allah, the direct no, God has really abandoned them. God has really fallen in. Shalom, Islam, Tzadiki, Divayirakani, Umaisi, what Christ has Tzadiki. Tzaddikim of the class of Tzidon, and when they die, they bring up the part of them. Shalfu, they throw HaKesach Hokach Yado, a Kesach al Tzaddikim. The Ish has taken the bundle of money with him. And what's the bundle of money? The Kesach is Tzaddikim Shneimar. The Afra Libe Kamisha HaKesach, the commerce of the Shalfu, Hadri, Yishi, the Tshuva, the Boyma, Rachani, Umaisi Leit. Most of this conversation is actually incredible. So the Nebuchadnezzar says, okay, well, even if the issues are going right now, and the Tzaddikim are going right now, what's going to happen? So when you shut in the Tshuva, so the Shah Kaiso, the Shah Kaiso will do Tshuva, and they'll ultimately again bring HaKadosh Baruch Hu back to the Yisrael fresh. And he wants to Shalpulei, Kuvar Kabbalah, and Islam. So essentially, I'm going to mention this to it. The Baruch Hu already decreed, not only that, he even set a time for the destruction of his meditation and now, the Yom HaKesach, Yavo, the Beso. In Kesach, Elazman, Shneimar, HaKesach, the Yom Chagim, Lashon. So Shalpulu, so the Nebuchadnezzar said, Sisvon. So no Masina the Asir Tigla Olimishra. It's winter time, fall, winter, and I can't come because it's only because the rain. There's another way, which you clearly see here something fascinating, which is Nebuchadnezzar doesn't want to come. He doesn't want to come. In other words, he has just a bad feeling about this. That even if someone is successful, that the pressure to the producers will be overwhelming. So I don't want to come to right together and carry it out. Shalom, Shalom, the second, don't worry about it. When you come to the so navigate yourself around the mountains. Go ahead and travel by the base of it. In fact, the mountains will shield you from the rain and the snow. And earth, show to Tar Moshe, Eretz, the southern Bara had snowed at Har Basino. Shalom, Yasina, Leslie, Gupta, Diasigna. The Nebuchadnezzar says, if I come, there's no place for me to stay. There's no place for me to house my family. The man says, don't worry about it. He sent back to Shalfulay, Kibos, Shalahim, Moon, Hakim, Shalfah. The graves of the Jews are even nicer than the palaces. Ba'is and Yino Hashem, Yotzias, Atzmos, Malki, Yehuda, Es Atzmos, Sarab, das Asmos Hakohanim, das Asmos Hazin, das Asmos Yushi Shani Chivayan, the Shot from the Shaman, the Arak, the Fosla Shasha Adam, Asha Abdul Asha Ablakari. Amalek Renat in the Vista. Usually the box was a surgeon. That's the end of the story. So it's just interesting to note over here. First of all, there was just general thing that the monthly for our neighbors towards us, right? Like what do I and the love have to get involved in this? Those are our cousins. Like why about any have to get involved? I don't know. I'm gonna love come and then said to this and that's how ultimately against the much against each other. Incredible. Listen now, we want to switch us back to the topic of Mashiach. So remember again, up until now, I should say up until now, the focus really was on the most of Mashiach. Now the Gemara is going to focus a bit more on Mashiach. It's a really beautiful Gemara. I'm not going to be useful. Mishnu, the Bible says this is incredible. Have you heard anything? Amos Asi Bar Nafti. What is Bar Nafti coming? Now, who Bar Nafti is when is he coming? Amalei man Bar Nafti. Who Bar Nafti? Amalei Mashiach. Bar Nafti is Mashiach. So the Gemara says Mashiach. So the Gemara says Mashiach Bar Nafti. Honestly, Mashiach is called Bar Nafti. Amalei in, yes, he is. Said Hayom Ahu. Akira was a couple of times, giant age of it. Akira and Sukas David no promise. Let's say it's incredible. Let's see how and we'll lift up, we'll be again, and we'll rebuild. Sukas David no promise. The foreign Sukkah of David Melech, a reference to the base of the country says, we'll be at Sukas David no promise. Malchus days David, Lahavi, Harid, Mashiach, it's interesting. Rashi understands over here, Sukkah David no promise is not to be used. Because Sukkah David no promise is Davidic monarchy. So one of the things that Mashiach will do, Mashiach again, is the restoration of Davidic monarchy. That's why Mashiach is called Bar Nafti, the one who lifts up all those things. Let's say, there's something beautiful you think to yourself. Out of all the things that Mashiach is going to do, right? Golden logo, yes, amazing, all this other stuff. Right? The one thing that he's known is to restore the Davidic monarchy. Or by the way, also others understand that Sukkah Savan of us represents the right? So that's what it's like. So it's sometimes the greatest avodah in life is to rebuild things that were broken. To take something from new and rebuild it, that's one thing. But to take something that was whole and then broke it and then rebuild it again, rebuild it to put back into what they once were is sometimes the greatest avodah. So what does Mashiach do? Everything that he has, he's able to take 50 pieces. Halachim is able to take a monarchy that was destroyed and rebuild it. Take a structure that was destroyed and rebuild it. That's Mashiach, Bar Nafti. Bar Nafti. So I said, I don't know that whole thing. But so what's the biggest accomplishment of the soul? It's not about Shura. It isn't to become about Shura. You need to take all of your broken pieces and to mend them and make them whole. If you could put yourself back together, if you could become your own Bar take the piece out of it, the piece will be there for you. Put it back together, that is the greatest accomplishment. You want to go back, I'm going to help you open it. Large process means that it's large area. First, and double block. How many Chachamim Musafir? So, what we're going to see up here is that there's a couple of different narratives. Well, we know two different narratives about the generation and the time that immediately precedes Mashiach. What ushers in Messianic era? Messianic era. Just watch this. The verse says as follows. So, Rabbi Yochanan says as follows. First, and double block. The generation of I'll tell you. Yeah, the Mashiach will come. There's a diminution, like less Torah. There's less Torah to be found. There are fewer Talmudim coming. So there's fewer Talmudim coming, and in general, a lot of suffering. Those terrible suffering. Zeros, kashos, is and new terms every single day. Shavuot Shabbat David talk here. Shavuot usually means like the 7 year cycle in which Mashiach comes. Shalom is tiny mikvah. So what's this now? This is the 7 year period before Mashiach comes. In that 7 year period, the following word comes. In year number 1, Shalom is tiny mikvah. The entirety of your Afas, some cities will have food. Other cities will literally again. I'll make it rain in one city, won't rain in a different city. Shnia, second year, famine everywhere. So in year number one, some places have rain, some places don't have rain. Year number two, everyone has famine. Year number three, shlishis, ra'av gadol, u'nisim anashim nashim kaf. V'chasim la'anshim myself. In year number three, there'll be a great famine. Men, women, children die. Hasidim, Anshe Maisa, great people will die. The Torah, Mishtachachas Milam Death. Torah will virtually be forgotten. Overwhelming. So material suffering, spiritual suffering, service before here, some of it in a silva. Some places have food, some places don't have food. Different issues in the fifth year. Silva double. There'll be a great satiety, more food. But open the show sin to smitten. People will eat, drink, be happy. The Torah goes out from that. Tomorrow once can come back. So maybe the Shishis Kolos, in the sixth year there'll be sounds. Rashi says over here, the Shishis Kolos, Natsu Kolos, Sheben, David, Ba. So there'll be murmurings, right? The people will be talking. The Shiach is close. The Shadias Machalos, in the seventh year of war, which could mean go to Mago. The Masay Shadias Ben Tzalibah. And the Masay Shadias, right, the end of that 7 year, meaning year number 8. That's when the Mashiach is Mashiach. So it's like, so this is a description, a basic description of the 7-year cycle which precedes Messianic redemption. In other words, the Moshe says, so what's happening? How much is the Habak means of Asa? And the other thing is, by the way, what you just described, we have that 7-year cycle, that's pretty much every 7-year cycle of Christ. Like, in other words, what you just described is Jewish history. And I understand that Mashiach has not come. So I'm not buying it by says Mashiach is coldest. She is Muhammad's new Habak. Rabbi was there every year 6. But ultimately, again, remember it's not Mashiach. And in year 7 of course, the death was going to happen. But the secret. Furthermore, again, what Rabbi responds is it's not just that these events occur over a 7-year cycle. It's that these events occur in this order over a 7-year cycle. So has that ever happened to the human? The answer to that is, from the Gemara's perspective, is no. Time no. The Reader says, Rothschild ben David Ba, Beis Hadad, Yelizios. So what's it? So, what you see over here is something that's really amazing. You begin to see that apparently before the Mashiach comes, there is a general spiritual decline. Now, I'll just put this on, we'll see this more clearly later, but there's like these 2 models about Messianic redemption. The Mashiach comes eventually almost like though things hit rock bottom, and therefore there's no choice between Demas, or is redemption something we can earn, right? And we can even expedite. So just hold on to that. We'll see this trade as we go on in the coming years. So we go to read it says, first of all, the generation in which Mashiach comes, Beis Habad Yeliznos. I want to say Beis Habad is the Beis HaMedrash. The Beis HaMedrash will be turned into a place for immorality. What's the pshat? Because there will be no congregation coming. Therefore, no one congregates there. When you have large empty spaces, and Bati Medrash Rashi points out, we're training like outside of the city. So you have large spaces unoccupied. You move to public eye. What are they used for? This immorality. So once again, they're bringing a picture of a lack of Torah. The Haggadah Yacham, the north will be destroyed. The Haggadah Yacham. And ultimately, again, Rashi says over here, Rashi says, Vagava Yesha also means other forgotten place. The people who live in the border cities, because there'll be a lack of general security, will wander from place to place. Although you the Chachmas, and they won't find any mercy. The Chachmas, myself, is Kisra, the wisdom of the religious community will become putrid, will decay. The Yirei hate Asum, people who fear sin will be despised. Not only will Torah be forgotten, but those who try to be pious will be looked down upon. Ukne Hadar, Kipne Kalef. Literally, again, face the generation of the face of a dog. And interesting, again, we saw the Balado, and that that's really bad. What's this? So again, which means that there just be a general sense of spiritual decay. By MS Ne'adaras, MS will not be found. Shne'amar Bati MS Ne'adaras, Sarah Mishkala. So there must be my Bati MS Ne'adaras, Amizirad, Melami Shnesis, Agarim, Bahalachasa. So literally again, MS will become like a group that will wander alone, right? And those who seek emes will ultimately again become wanderers as well. My Samira Ishtoro, Mujay Yeshila, Kamisha Samira, Ishtavel al Hakilos. Ultimately, again, anyone who tries to, essentially, anyone who tries to be Samira, anyone who tries to do the right thing will be ostracized. It actually says, Ishtavel al Hakilos, Kala Ono Ono Allah Shotiku. So once they sell, they'll be in error, and even those trying to go ahead and do the right thing will essentially be ostracized in the community. Such a sense of spiritual decline in the greater Kaddish. Rabbi says as follows. So let's say this is a tremendous thing. Right? So Rabbi says, in the beginning, I thought to myself, there is no truth in this world. Joe says it overwhelmingly statement. Rashi says there are Ein Adam Ba'olam Sheyidaber Emes Kamit. Let's listen to this statement. There is no person who always speaks the truth. Like I was saying, you can't find a person in this world who always speaks the truth. I said, I want to play that away. That statement is not even a condemnation. It could just be like a reality. Remember again, you have instances in halacha where you're allowed to go ahead and change the truth, right? Like the Gemara says, you're allowed to go ahead and sometimes change the truth for the sake of preserving greater peace. So there's license for that, right? There's an ability for that. So Rabbi says, I don't think there's a person who always tells the truth. I'm going to be Rav Tavos. I'm going to be Rav Tavimi. So again, someone calls me Rav Tavos, Rav Tavimi. The E Habo Yadi they call Halali to Halva. Rav Mishana to be doing. This is Rav Tavos, Rav Tavimi said, he went on record, he said, if you give me all the money in the world, I would not lie. I would not change the truth. Let's listen to this story. Zimna Taldik, Lai Rav Lash, look at now, this Rav Tavimi tells a story about himself. One time I went to a place. The Kushta, this is great. The name of the place was Kushta. The name of the place, the name of the town was Truth. That was the name. Nimar says, V'lo hava mishani b'dibrayim, V'lo hava mistunshim hasam below his money. So let's say in this place called Truth, what was the residency requirement? Residency requirement was, you said out loud, you always have to tell the truth. But interestingly enough, no one ever died before their time. That's what is that? Right? Apparently, no one died young. No one died young. People lived to like that age there, and they died like that. So what happened? The beauty started thinking I decided to sell down. The CV, this is something. I married a woman from Rothschild. And I watch this. So the Gemara says, I married her from there. We had two sons. So it was one day, my wife was washing her hair. My wife was washing her hair. Outside, Shifta Arfa Adrasha. So the neighbor came along, her friend came along, knocked on the door, and asked me, is your wife home? Now, Rav Tazumi felt, Mav or Rav Amrullah La Sahafa. Rav Tazumi felt it wasn't serious to say that like he's washing her hair. Like he's thinking about it. It wasn't right. So instead, what he said is, no, I'm sorry, she's not home. She's not home. So that's what happened. My two sons passed away. The sons passed away. Also, my high. The council came up here and said, what is this? First, this doesn't happen in this town. Why did your sons pass away? I'm on the road. How do you have my son? So I told him this is what happened. So the Fadimi realized what ended up happening over here is he lied. He lied. That guy, he watched the dignity of his wife. Felt me like they said to him, the Matusa Minach, Hook me Asrin. They asked him, if you don't mind, please leave our town. Please leave our town and do not bring death to our town. That's an overwhelming story. So again, now this goes in line with what Rabbi was saying, but you can't really find a person in this world who always tells the truth. That is interesting. You can't always find a person in this world. Because even if you have a town like Kushka, like what was the population of Kushka before, how many people are there, right? So that's fine. You give a community like that, a pocket like that, But at the end of the day, that's not the normal way that people live. Because we'll say sometimes life does require us to go ahead and bend the truth a little bit to some circumstances. Incredible. Tanya, you know, right, Omer? David Joshua ben David Bach. We'll say once again, generation. The generation of Mashiach comes in, and where she's the young will embarrass the old. There's a king in Yandru between the Arim, and the elders will be forced to give respect to the young ones. So it's going to be like this sense of like generational, like a sense of generational disrespect. So the young will disrespect the old. The old will be forced to respect the young. Last time, the girl will rebel against her mother. The Kalabeth Hamusa, a daughter will against her mother-in-law. The Krinet Hadar Kipnei Kaleb. The face of generation will be like the face of the aim had then inspired to have it. And also, again, the son will not be embarrassed in front of his father. The Lord said, I just want to point out, remember this tomorrow? This Solar in Morad, even if Solar in Morad, he steals the money from his father, but where does he read the meat and wine? Where does he read it? Is someone else's wishes. Why? Because it's an inherent embarrassment that his son has, because of his father that he's not going to transgress. In the generation of Mashiach, there's going to be such a lack of decency that the son doesn't even have any embarrassment for himself. It's the first line of Tanya. When Nehemiah says, Dorsha ben David Bach, Azus Tirgat. Azus means I was reading it craziness, right? Craziness will proliferate. Vayoker Yahweh's Rashi says, so you have to that younger couple. So it will be such arrogance that no one will give honor one to the other. The wine will produce many grapes. But wine will be very expensive. What does that mean? The wine will produce a lot of grapes, but the wine will still be very expensive. So once it actually goes out the way, it means there's going to be a lot of wine consumption. In other words, it's an indulgent, hedonistic society. Still, there's plenty of supply, there's also plenty of demand, and therefore the prices keep going up. And that the entire monarchy will turn to heresy. The aim of and no one could rebuke anyone. So it's fascinating to see that a lot of these elements. In other words, everyone is right, everyone's opinion is right, everyone's feeling is right, and even if they're wrong, no one can say anything to the other. The Seder of Yitzchak, the support of Yitzchak, in Ben David Bach, I should tzaddik kol amalchus l'milos. So when David married Mashiach, doesn't come literally again to the entire monarchy, the entire government turns to heresy. Amar Rabbi is in what the pasuk? Hula hafak lavan tahar. Simple sense, interesting. So the entire body turns white. The entire body turns white. Then ultimately again it's tahar. So when there is this unfortunate, comprehensive change in society, that society as a whole turns heretical. That society as a whole just uses it. Interesting enough, that's actually a sign that redemption is on the way. As Rabbi Yadra Hashem Amo, Ki Yira Hashem, Ki Yireya, Ki Azla Skat La'afis Azova Azov, Ein Ben David Bach, Dharma Suzar. Mashiach, when he comes, at Shiyirbu Hamusaros. Until there is a proliferation, ultimately, again, we'll say, of Musaros. Now, again, we'll see exactly what that means. Which is for Dara Akar, actually, it's not that Hamidu. Until again, there is a diminution, ultimately, again, of Hamidu. Rashi says over here, Shenachziki de Israel Aksiyon Lotek. So there's nothing to be coming, but there's nothing to be coming. Ultimately, again, there's going to be 12 problems as well. So the right path. There are Mosaic people who go over the Jews together. We have all of this together, and once again, we bring together a society that is highly spiritually different. I should take up with them in a case until there's poverty. Actually, says Shemunah Gilula. Mashiach only comes when Klal Yisrael despairs of ever being redeemed. Isn't that incredible? Only once we give up hope on redemption does redemption come. Shneimar, the FS Hatzor Ba'arkus B'Yachol, in so many parts of Yisrael, Kedra Vizira, was in fashion, Kedra Vizira, you have a mash gift by Baran de Aski Day. So we'll talk about this one on the days. In Rabbi Zira will find groups of Rabbi trying to figure out the date of Messianic arrival. What there is new on the days. A lot of Rabbi spending a lot of time, 20% time, when is Mashiach coming? What is happening? When Rabbi Zira will find people trying to figure out Mashiach is coming, ומטוסה בנים מן האגרוף, לא תרחקוה. He said, please do not delay the arrival of Mashiach. I'm trying to figure out when Mashiach is coming. Ultimately, again, you're delaying his arrival. This is fascinating. Why is this? This is incredible Gemara. There are things that come when you stop looking for them. The Rothschild is incredible Gemara. What are the three things? Number one, Elohim, Mashiach, Mitzvah, the Akra. Three things happen when you're not looking for them. Mashiach, finding a lost object, and a scorpion. So that's what's backwards. That's what's backwards, right? Scorpions are apparently, again, the scorpions work Rashi points out is that they sneak up on you out of nowhere and they sting you. Okay? Mitzia. So you know this, right? In other words, if you go out looking for just somebody's lost object, you're not going to find anything. But somehow, if you just find your business, when you think you stumble across stuff. And the last is Mashiach. The last is Mashiach. If you don't look for him, he comes. Whereas if you start trying to figure out when he's going to come, then we'll go and say, what's the shot of this? And this is so profound. You must say this. Instead of trying to figure out when Mashiach is coming, live with the time of life. Actually make it happen. Whereas sometimes we must say, we spend so much time trying to figure out when future events are going to occur instead of recognizing it. So if we just make ourselves better, then the things we want out of life will naturally occur. And you think just about even out Mashiach, right? I spend so much time trying to figure out, when is my marriage going to finish? When is my finances going to do? What are my kids going to do? All the results of group. So instead of worrying about when it's going to turn around, there's something better. Do something to turn it around. Change yourself. Change your life. Work harder. Put in more effort, right? We spend so much time, when. Just go about when. Just worry about what can you do right now to improve the status quo of your life. What can you do right now to bring about the brachos that you so badly want out of life? Stop waiting and start doing. Incredible Gemara. Omrav Katino. So now, interesting. Now that we just spoke about how they're not trying to figure out when Mashiach is going to come, they might want to go into an exhaustive discussion about what Mashiach is going to come. So again, there's two different schools of thought. That's what I'm saying. Just like what brings about messianic redemption, right? Again, is it terrible stuff? Is it good stuff? It's two schools of thought. Contemplating, we're trying to know when Mashiach is going to come. Also two schools of thought. So we go, Marketina. Shit, Alti Shoyama, the world is 6,000 years old. So also, everybody knows this, but you all speak on this. The world was programmed to operate for 6,000 years. That's the way of the world. How are those 6,000 years? How are they? The Chadchar, and then 1,000 years of destruction. In other words, the Muslims apparently believe that the world is structured towards this. The world is going to exist for 6,000 years. After that, again, there's like a reboot. 1,000 years of desolation. What's going to do that tomorrow? So what happens is that you've been running 1,000 years, never again. What happens? They give you wings and they fly over the water. It's a leaky work brought back like cancellation. They don't die during that time. They hover for 1,000 years, and the next 1,000 years, another world. Another world is created. Rabbi Amar, Shrei Haru. Rabbi says, the world exists for 6,000 years, and then for 3,000 years, there's destruction. So Nehemar, Yichayim Miyomayim. Rabbi Shishi could have enough as the military as a fire about the military. The vice that's the word of Shishim says, Kishim Shashvis. Just like Shemitah, right? Ultimately, again, is a Shemitah year once every 7 years. So to the world, so to speak, undergoes Shemitah once every 7,000 years. In other words, the world exists for 6,000 years, and in the 7,000th year, ultimately, I can get all this like the Shemitah university.
Look at this website. Can't believe this. So
great. That often think that possibly that Hashem will be established by himself. Also, the more reference to the Messianic era. The Gemara understands that we know that the Bible refers after the 6,000 years of this world and everything is reset. There'll only be after the Baruch Hu universe for that 1,000-year period. Gomer, Mizmor Shili Yom HaShabbos, the Yom Shitzu the Shabbos. incredible. What's the ocean? The Shabbos, apparently, again, that 1,000 years that followed the 6,000 years of this world. Incredible. Vomer, Yela Shalom Leilech Hakom Esro, Yavar, Tande Elio, Sheshes Alafim Shana Havi Alma. The world will exist for 6,000 years. The Gemara says, Shna Havi Alma, Shnei Alpayim Tovavo. So now, how are those 6,000 years broken up? The first 6,000 years, the first 2,000 years of the world, most of this is retrospective. Like the world that we're in. The first 2,000 years was Tovavo, the origin was Tovavo. The Torah wasn't given. Like for the first 2,000 years, the Torah was not given in the world. Okay? Shnei Apayim, Shnei Alafim, Torah. So ultimately, the next 2,000 years are the years of Torah. Ushnei Alafim Yosef Mashiach. The last 2,000 of the 6,000 are Yosef Mashiach. You might say now, again, we see Israel like, no, that's us. That would put us. Right now, put us. We're in the last 2,000. And there's no Mashiach. Yeah? Sadi saying over here, he said, we Rabbi Osenu, Sherabu, Yotzolehem Mashiach. So this is our profound statement. But because we've messed up, Yotzolehem Mashiach. When you say, when I don't do what's right in life, when I make short decisions, you know what happens? Yotzolehem Mashiach. What comes out of your decisions is what comes out of your decisions. So many times in life we find ourselves in that spot and we wonder, how did we get here? How did we get here? It's not that complicated. I made a series of poor decisions. Some of them acutely poor, some of them nuanced poor, and that's what got me where I got to. It's not like this. The good news is, the same bad decisions that got me into the spot where I have, hopefully, I changed my decision making processes to get me out of it. Maybe not fully out of it, because often like you can't reverse a lot of the damage that's done. But at least maybe I can choose wisely, I can choose differently going forward. So again, that's the world we're supposed to do. 2,000 years without Torah, 2,000 years with Torah, and then 2,000 years, the last 2,000 to 6,000 was supposed to be the most ancient festival. What's supposed to be? Because of our sinful behavior, Yotzolehem Mashiach. I'm going to read the other Yehuda. I quote Rav Salah Hasidah. Let's say it's like this. Ilya Navi talking. That is Ilya Navi. The Rabbi says to Yehuda, Ena Olam, Pavos Mishmonim Befanishi Language. The world will not exist for less than 85 Yovel Shalom. Yovel Ahachron, then double Bad. In the last Yovel cycle, that's when Mashiach will come. I'm going to say, Yehuda says to me, if you must have a cell phone, does Mashiach come at the beginning or the end of that Yovel? Oh, no, I says, I don't know. How long are you not coming? Does the Yovel cycle finish or not? I'm not there. Any of that. Yovel said, I don't know. I'm not saying how this is so profound. Why is it so profound? And you all know he's one where now to the level of the system. So what's like, the young man says, I don't know. Well, there are certain things that bounce this whole thing off, but no one knows exactly what they hold it for, which is why by their website, why do we go back to the statement ultimately again about the Zera? That maybe our Avoda is not focused so much on when, and to focus so much more on what. Where is Mashiach going to come? I don't know. So, and the truth is, here's the good news. I mean, this company, who else doesn't know? Plus doesn't know. Every all of the doesn't know. So, if the other doesn't know, I'm too much to figure out. So, I can't figure out who then. And what I need to be hyper focused on is the what. What do I need to do to bring about this? What do I need to do to bring about this? What do I need to do in my personal life to try to fix my personal mistakes and the mistakes of the crowd? It's incredible. It's incredible. So I'm going to go back to Rashi says, how can I relate? As part of those studies, they trying to either start. Rashi says over here, I thought the road to Saturday. I go to the afternoon road to Saturday. Well, if you're not trying to I don't know if Saturday Shack is coming. The only thing is clear is there's no point in waiting for him until that last yoga. Once that last yoga comes, he takes out it. That's just again. But I want to put that to you the reason. These Gemaras reflect the mindset that there is a predetermined time for Mashiach. And that's it. What you do, what you don't, is predetermined time. There's another school of thought that says there is no predetermined time. There may be a Like,
What up, big dog?
let's do it. Like a defined ending. That must come by
Watching
this date.
UFC and the Joe Rogan live stream. How about you?
Our spiritually meritorious ways. Brothers, like, Shalom, like,
It's just a fun night with a bunch of guys. But the thing is, Joe Rogan's live streaming it, and he's got Eddie Bravo on, Joey Diaz, and Brendan Schaub. Yeah, so get your shit together and start watching. Now, all I want to hear out of you is I'm watching Joe Rogan. Yeah, no, that happened like 1,000 years ago. You know what's happening right now? Joe Rogan in a fucking fight companion. Turn his shit on.
After 4,000, right? After 4,000, after 4,291 years, the world will cease to exist. Okay? Zimar says, some of those years will be wars.
Look, what did I say? Unless the next words I hear out of you are, I'm watching the Joe Rogan Fight Companion, I don't want to hear your fucking mouth, dog. But if you're watching the Joe Rogan Fight Companion, then I'm all in. Dog, it's youtube.com/@JOEROGAN. I gave you the fucking URL. Get your shit together, son.
Again, literally pierces the road until the death. He owed Chazon Manoid. The Yaakov case lo yichazik. He sameach chakelo. He told Yovo lo yachar. So says so again. This is a incredible passage from Sabbath. So
good job. Now pay attention to it. Take notes.
He owed Chazon Manoid. There will be a vision for the appointed times. Yafet the case lo yichazik. The end will come, and you will not be deceived. If he's delayed, wait for him. He will come and he will not be delayed. Here we go, that's all. Most Rabbi saying, Shay Darshan at Idon Idin Ikala Kibu. It's not like Rabbanon to say, not like Rabbanon to say that the Mashiach will only come at a defined time. Not just like Idon Ikala Kibu. Even Hadarosh on the time that down the days, even Christmas, how many days, meals are hard to be done. But Sakakos, so let's say, so like Rabbanon, like Rabbanon will say, that some of the Messianic redemption is based on the calculation of
it's just
the low Perry Smaller, Shay Dorish, has helped them Lachem Dima, Tashkil of the Ma'os Shlish. And that's like very small. I want to very small. Say that she's over here. Our Tashkil is not Shlish, Tesh goes with the Prophet, they go some go, the Golos, Badal, Shlish goes,
did not see it. Oh, yeah. No, I watched it. Did you see the last 5 seconds of the game? Okay. Yeah, they did. Brandon, go to Kentucky highlights from yesterday's game. They won. They pushed it to overtime with a shot from half court. It was amazing.
Malchus Shnia, Felician Stein, and Malchus Ben Korsiva, Stay Shonen Umachza. So what is this? What's the proper calculation? Malchus Rishon, and that's what it sounds like is first base of Mikdash is 7 years. Second base of
Yeah, just watch the highlights from yesterday's game.
52 years. And Malchus Ben Korsiva, our close we just learned about, is 2.5 years. So I say, what does that mean? The word seems to be saying is as follows. The word seems to be saying that we don't know when Mashiach's going to come. We have no idea when Mashiach's going to come. And what happens most of the time between now and Mashiach is filled with incredible tumultuous activity. But there are periods of tranquility. There are periods of calmness. So that's what he's saying over here. In the first base Hamikdash, ultimately again, there's 70 years, but that seems to refer to Galus itself. Second base Hamikdash, ultimately 52 years, and then there is the 2.5-year reign of Bar Kokhba. The 2.5-year reign of Bar Kokhba is actually a relatively good time for Klal Yisrael, actually we were up. So the idea is the world is
Okay.
difficulties.
Type in Kentucky Wildcats highlights.
But do not lose yourself in your calculations of those who try to understand.
Yeah, from their game yesterday, March 20th. Against Santa Clara, yeah. And you're going to see Santa Clara hits a three-pointer with like 5 seconds left. Looked like they were going to win the game. Then Kentucky, with 2 seconds left, throws the ball up and it goes in. I checked how your teams are doing. You're doing better than 50% of all people, which is really great.
What do they say? See, he's not coming. It couldn't be calculated the date of necessarily arrival. Ella, what says it? Ella, Chakelo. What is our avodah of Mashiach? What's our avodah? Wait.
Did you see it? How amazing is that?
Shema Tomar. Maybe you'll say ultimately again that we wait and he doesn't wait. No, we're waiting because the Baruch is waiting. Everybody's waiting. So again, if we're waiting for Mashiach, and Mashiach is waiting to come, so why doesn't he just come? Who's holding me back? Midas Hadin. They'll say ultimately again, Midas Hadin. In other words, that the attribute of strict justice says Klal Yisrael is not deserving of Mashiach. So the Gemara says, but if strict justice is preventing Mashiach from coming, then why are we waiting? And obviously, again, waiting is in futility because we can't come. Mashiach's not going to let him go. The Gemara says, the Kabbalah Schai. Because ultimately, again, there is a reward for waiting.
How cool is that?
What does this mean if there's a reward? First of all, tremendous Nechama. We're waiting for Mashiach. Mashiach is waiting to come. The Torah wants to see Mashiach. But the means that the strict attribute of divine justice says it's not yet time. So then why wait if we know that our waiting is not going to make a difference? Because there is a reward for waiting.
Okay, I'm going to watch what you're watching just for a second. I'm doing something else, but you're going to check out what you're doing. Go into your stream.
The more I am ready to take decisive action to make things happen. Waiting is not an end. Waiting is a means to push myself to do more, to be more, to bring about that which I want more than anything. The coming of Mashiach and Rabbi Amini. What's that Shibaya?
Unlike ED fails to target blood flow, PT-141 acts on the central nervous system to increase sexual desire. You're gonna get that. Fuck the nature. That didn't work out. PT-141 is exciting. Break it down. Please do.
All right, so let's say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning trip to Cape. Our annual cemetery sponsor for Tough Shoe Highway, the Christian Mishpacha, the dedicated orchestra is Rothschild this year. As is the bus, for the South transfers for the north of Abbott, Harry Steve Green, the loving memory of Harry Tommy, Dr. Harry Khan, Super Shukran, Yosef Hakohen, the Super Medina, and Bernie family memory of the Solomons of the Red Shoe of the Nissan, the Holy Rock, the Rain sponsor, Nate there, Dr. Adler, and then you have Judy Goldman, you exit by Alonzo, the Holy Rock, and I've got 3 sponsors for today, Megan Diane Marks, the memory of Max Father, Charles Marks, Henry Ben Mordecai, the Holy Rock, and so we know all of our family, all of them are trying to slide out here. The families in the family, all all those who will push out the cold police. Push back the session, all of that has to be, resolve to be successful.
I'm watching, big man.
We'll do that. Let us begin. And a special welcome back. The full version of Schwartz. Baruch haba, Baruch haba. Mishpat Hashemet, to be the video before. And yes, Hashem is to do this. It's good to have you back. And listen, back, let us be a lot. Put a lot to say about Hashem. Again, once again, this is it until we get to the end, right? This is Baruch Hashem. This is beautiful, beautiful Gemara after Gemara. I got to talk to I got to share the rest of the messages.
Well, you watch. Watch what happens.
On the bottom side of the plate on the base, 95 here. So very good that we have to listen to our beloved Father. And I've got your number of Rabbi Eldam, Rabbi, I've got your Killer. I'm talking about again, like one, like you remember these things right over there. He's a man like his brother today, Baruch Hashem, the Shabbat, the Shabbat, we have to talk to the Eldam, the Shabbat. What's else to get? So we have to do us. We have to do us. On the bottom of, please up top, top, 96. We have to do up on top of the base. 95B. And we left off corners of the line. What do we have all? And the Lord says as follows. Only because once you do what's the longest. As the prophet just said it, you couldn't have said it yourself. This is. ביום הזה, יגאל השם לקרוא השירו, very nice, במלך אשר השלוש, יישא רגליים, וגם הזאת עם פיסקה. So what's this? More than close to possible. Because it says on that day, and to the apple, the Ribono Shalom is going to cut. We'll cut the beard, we'll cut the hair.
No, it's coming. It was the game of the tournament this far. It's coming. Remember again, somebody like literally the people on like just this ridiculous event, the white guy was army overnight. He now has to go back home and face his constituents. So he's virtually here, every old man. Let me got this now. By the way, he also got an office Mizrah. Now there is a matter. The absolutely glad that has received not everything. So the old man, I was talking, like 20% ladies, he said, we have to go back home and we have to talk to all the teams. Remember, they said, hey, it's names of each army. Those were armies from neighboring kingdoms as well. So you have to go back home and face all of those kings, whose sons who you can bring. Okay, watch this. Watch this, the last like 10 seconds. Watch what happens. Okay, Kentucky scores. They tie the game. Then watch. Santa Clara shoots a 3. Boom. Kentucky looks like they're going to lose. There's 2 seconds left. Look at this. There you go, my man. There you go. And they end up winning the game. And I thought about you the whole time. You should really change. You should really change that because you can shoot that shot. Sure, it's your fault to do so you have to do that. So this is fascinating. All that kind of stuff, you should do. You should change yourself, not so how you have to do this. Listen, when you go home, no one's going to bother you. All right, the main issue, so how should I change? I'm going to let you see that's a gap. Your parents say, I'm giving you a help. I'm giving you a help to change your person. It's also like something that's going to go on. What if it sounds tomorrow? And this is such the timing of this is incredible. Because it's unexpected. And you really like have to like it is so important to be able to get into the mindset of change. So look what happens over here. So some parents is in trouble. What does some parent realize? The parent realizes the real me is right now. Like what I'm doing is not the way I need to be focused. And I'm going to say, we all have those at the critical moments, right? When I realize that what I'm doing is not the way it should be. It's just not the way it should be. I know that I could do more. So some parent has that at the critical moment. And he says, like, so he goes to a man, and says, you should change yourself.
change. You can change whatever you want about yourself, whatever you want. You should change. And if you want so often companies when it comes to change, so hey, you know, that's a great idea. Good idea. And why should I change? I don't want to take a head back. Listen, 6 days a week, you have like these moments of clarity where I recognize that I need to change. And instead of affecting real change, we affect cosmetic change. Cosmetic change, you know, you should change it. You like that hairstyle, you should change it a little bit, right?
Yes, it was. And you called it.
You called it change. We just equip ourselves with cosmetic change. And yet, moments that could have been so
What an amazing shot.
since you were born, with little or nothing such a metaphor. Anyway,
Yes, sir.
and listen, that is your voice out. That's what's happening to some people that learn to listen. It's not really much. So this acceptance is humility and repeat. Listen, there's nothing that gets you to think about change more right than humility and repeat. We've all had it, we've all experienced it. We're the ones who are the most open to anything and everything. Okay, so get it out.
Yes, you did.
I see. So sometimes it's not really well. I'm gonna all of the weekends, so I see so what happens so in fact we can go that is the house of love. Comes from the message from that. So as a player goes in, you find scissors. Also, my love and shot is very good example. So it's a scissors to make the setup of them. I often come into that house and they appear like people. Now they have problems Hashiaisa. They're grinding Hashiaisa. So we are guiding tomorrow. It was big seats. So we're grinding this up. So I'm going to start. So here, the color of the scissors. I'm going to call it tag the Hashiaisa. So it's okay. There's no such thing as scissors, right? So you want scissors. Grind the urea of big fits with us. Okay, what can I do with these scissors? How can I tag the urea? Gotcha. I have a lot of them in the stock. So that's some people ground the kids, right? And they gave them the game to work about another skill. This is okay. Right? Neither of the largest army is civilized the world after this time. So let's say, it's incredible, like desperation, failure compels you, and desperation, when the person is desperate, you do whatever you can to get the job done. Isn't that incredible? When you're not in time, you're certainly going to meet people and nothing to do. When you're in trouble, you recognize you do whatever you have to do in order to get the job done. So some people like to get people back home, like to get a haircut, you need to pay a you got a blind date, you do what you got to do in order to get the job done. Anyway, so I got it. So about 10 seconds, about the scissors to the old man, or you think about, I'm going to I see you. Now the old man says, the old man is the problem. He says, I can't keep it haircut on the bike. So bring me a fire. So the man says, so also I see, the habit to come up, but actually the need of the beginning. So what happens? Also, that relationship is, so as I get the thing back to the length of the fire, is really tough fire a little bit. And it turns out I ended up sinking his beard. So I opened up the other, and the old man ends up cutting up his beard and his hair. I'm going to end with this thing. The guy knows I got them to scratch. I'm like, Papa, I'm going to do what people say. We sell the Arma Chapelet. It's really you at the beginning of the Southern Street Family. So I said, this apparently both the famous album. Actually, something with the reason that Arma Chapelet. And I kind of found it as how I know it. But look up way, right? How about it was a thing like, if you go ahead and you set fire to around you, and you like it, you can also go ahead and sing things to beer. And it will be an unending source of entertainment. Okay, people look at you, right? I don't know, right? So it's like the idea of the also, it's talking about outside, I think the takeaway from this entire Gemara, and also some things, life changed so dramatically, and we experience this in different ways. That person could be on the top of one moment, and maybe again the bottom of the bottom the next. And what's so profoundly important, and again, two Sanhedrins, I think the Sanhedrins cut it a little bit. You have to be able to live with it. You have to be able to put it. You have to be able to know what you're doing, command of the other, and you have to know what to do when you're a humble, defeated individual. And if you notice again, you know, it's just the Sanhedrin. Help us by this out there. Whatever you need to do. First of all, some people in life, when life doesn't go their way, and the plan doesn't materialize, they simply get paralyzed. They don't know what to do. They're stuck. They can't get over the fact that life can never materialize the way that I wanted it, and they don't understand the power of the faith. And I think you see such a thing too, this faith. You know, you don't become the commander of the largest army in the civilized world by just being a regular guy. So here it must have had a ridiculous focus. Part of those focus is the power of the pivot. You gotta be able to move into whatever life throws your way and recognize that whatever it is, figure it out. Remember, like, also, Ashta, Lapa, you said, you know, what's it example? So Santiago is joining home. As he turns away, he tells the terrible stories. He finds a plane from Rothschild. From Rothschild, the Russian veteran geographically more than one of the Cuba. Cuba, kind of, what's the word? Geolarity, whatever. Stop with the facts, okay? Grounded. It is like a mushroom, like when it's washing the shore. Whatever. That's grounded in stop. That's kind of like which actually, by the interesting enough, geographically works along this idea of he's heading back to our shore. So he finds a plane from North State. He's like, you can't really see someone. That's who I'm like, but just to understand, this is quite a day for Santiago. He lands up in his car. I guess I'm going to point out. I'm going to point out. When he goes from Oyo up to Santiago, you see what that means? You know what that means? Because again, Santiago, you just don't have to remember, this is like we saw last week. Santiago was on a divine mission. His mistake was that he went after Yerushalayim. That was his mistake. That was Adam's thing. He defied the divine mandate. He was a Shaliach of Hashem. But he was step. You don't become a Shaliach of Hashem without possessing some type of responsibilities. See, Melech HaMishpatim. He met the Rebbe Shalom. Next, he finds a place from Rock Stable. Amar. Calls up and shot off. You can use it a lot. Alright? And any other part that was, the shoes never left Mr. Bureau. And he said, which is the great God who saved Noah from the flood. Alright, you can tell the God from the top. Not quite really trained enough to know. So Santiago says, you know, if I go unsuccessful, in other words, if I go and open up an able to survive it, but reclaim my former greatness, I will offer up my two sons as a sacrifice to the God of Noah. The God of Noah, but which is important, it seems to be that he's describing some type of divine power from the actual point itself. Anyway, he pledges to go and offer up his two sons. So I was going to imagine Shadow, you know, his sons heard about this. They weren't overly excited about this promise. And therefore, the Kakuru, they killed him. So he was assassinated by his own sons. وأنا بصير والوجود مش كحرة شيء سياسي أرقام بعد الملك مشاعات ربنا بقدر قرار. Santiago was worshiping beauty, and as he was worshiping Zara, his own sons go ahead and let's say, by the way, it's also interesting, you know, when you think about this imagery, Santiago was trying to hold onto a plank from North Steva. So that means when the legend tells us who else holds on to North Steva in the state, and then there's an over like a Rothschild, right? It was held onto the table in the state. And that's like, in times of distress, everyone's trying to hold on to something. The issue is, like, you have to make sure that you're holding on to the right thing. Even here, Santiago is always, the tragedy of Santiago is not something, I'm not sure that's something. The tragedy of this condition is so often he's so close to turning things around, but just never manages it to get together. In other words, it's like he finds the plank of the things, and he's like, you know what? When he goes from, you could be my life this way, like, I can hold on to your twins, and when you see this twins a little bit, then he brings up offering his sons. It's always as if he misses it, you know, just by a few steps, so close to be able to affect that real change even with the turn things around, they're always missing it by not being able to put the pieces directly together. Incredible. So once if I come and lighter, so the concept says, let's say switching gears here with the Ferrari, this is Admiral. Now this is the eliminations, remember with the battle of the four things against the five, the four defeat the five, Adam wants to war against the four. So the concept says, I come and lighter. But literally again, the little translation is they split the night, Adam and his servants, and they smoked. They smoked with their things. I'm going to be a boy.
This is so cool.
He was helping Admiral to fight his battle. And immediately when was to like a snare, not the halal, I'm not going to get it. This is just for, and this has not Sha'as Sibina Maisa Laila. So ultimately, what it means is that the sacrifice that the stars, like the stars actually fought for the Hamani. They actually did down on the Haman. They fought together alongside Adam. So they are in Shemayim, from what the Haman, in some of the part in Sisra. And it's like this. Kava, in the left, in the right, in the right, the words of the left of the back, the Yitzhak, the Yitzhak, are better than the words of the Yitzhak. The Yitzhak is known in Shah sometimes as Baina. So the words of the blacksmith are better than the words of the son of the blacksmith. Okay, so let's look at what this is. What this is the Yitzhak of Rabbi. And the start of it was that you have no against the four years. Those are the things that I will help. We break the thing that in the chance. You know, why does you learn how to eat stuff that eats like it's so simple as this for the stuff. As a deeper messages, a lot of times the way we think that if we have a perception, that's not clear from becoming an unstained and property. And what will that know? So what will be the by the way, to be a blacksmith, you be a red batera. You be a blacksmith and earn yourself a place on the page of chefs. You don't have to work for them. That's just the way it is. See, that's how much it is. A lot of people think that career exempts you from achieving excellence in Torah. It's not true. You have an obligation to be excellent in your professions, and you have an equal obligation, if not a greater obligation, to be excellent in Torah as well. There's no telling what you can become, even though we all have day jobs. Now, you got done, so let's say the pastor said, I'm going to pursue them, 14 up until done. So what happened is, then earlier, for a case about what they started, I'm done, touch on purpose. So I'm going to start, when I'm going to pursue the king, when that's becoming a son, some of your dungeons strength was diminished. Why? You are into a honor shall see the rest of whatever is on the earth. As he saw prophetically that his descendants will worship above the Zara and God. So because that Allah's spiritual self is weakened, as soon as they got to God, Shemai, and they said, what happened in God? Shemai, by answer as a Echad of Israel, as a Echad Masan the God. He's not referring to you love and then the back. He spoke about his last reversal. Then in the back, the first king over the split kingdom, Yehuda Yisrael, installed two eagles, like two calves, two golden calves. And one of them was put in the tribal area of the Tzimim. So you know this wasn't going to happen until centuries later. Centuries later, nevertheless, everything strength was diminished when we got to the future state of our Zara children. Also, Russia, when we started actually the other day. So to again, we had it in the Zara also. We now strengthened and got to them. Now we done Mishma Nekras Susa. Avagam Yishalach, and you know, so we also going for this. So the following message was given by the people that say that. He's going to be talking to Shachar for the Lord himself. And also, be careful to have a talk on him. He wants to learn because of extending his circumstances. And also, sometimes in life, the person gets older, they forget their learning. Whether it's because of something like dementia or Alzheimer's, or whether it's just part of getting old in life. Be careful with the common productive living. Even if I can say I'm the weak that learning is still a part of the what's the issue of the obligation to go ahead and respect it. Which you must also see that to understand that as well. How would I tell you as a person, not only in the knowledge that you attain. Now, this is a very important concept of business, especially for us, back when we talk about. A lot of times, for the most beautiful things about back when is, you see so much in one go. When the most difficult things like back when is come the next day, I have absolutely no idea what I want. Right. So somebody's like very frustrating for us because like, what am I doing? What am I doing? What's it? Now again, the answer to that is you know, so what's the answer to that? The answer to that is Chazara. Chazara. That's why a person has to Chazara for fighting with that. You know that. And also in addition to that, the new power of Torah is what it does to you as a person, what it does to you in a shaman. It has nothing to do with your culture. It is entirely experiential. The act of sitting and learning Torah, by definition, fundamentally changes me as a person. And even if I don't remember one word, I am still a changed human being. So, you know what I say? Yeah, there's something that comes stuck on my Zaki, who forgot his real look at the peasant church we call it. Therefore, again, it's the total impact on the rest as a shaman. Still the same holy Jew, because Torah has imprinted on his nation and fundamentally changed it. Furthermore, he's not a good breathing. Also, he's not a good breathing. There's a good thing that I can remember in the last cycle of children in the end of this. When you check the bird, you check pulpos, there's a blood vessel that runs next to the esophagus. In the purpose of whether that artery needs to be cut as part of Shvita, that when you decide you should be careful to do it, because that allows the animal to breathe out faster and drain down the blood faster. That's called the breathing. So you know what it says? Example breathing, that he reaches the other window. Let's say, watch this. Be careful with the children of ignorant people. Shemehen hates Torah, because from them, from the children of Amei Haaretz, ultimately again, that's where Torah will come from. And I say, this is an astounding remark. Take a look at actually just a moment. Just the last sheet on the right side. He's on the Haaretz. Shemas is in the point. He's talking about over here, children who grow up to are children of Amei Haaretz. For children of ignorant people, Rabbi said, in this context, Amei Haaretz is not using a disparaging way. It's used in a factual way. Right? A person grows up with homeless parents are all ignorant. Ignorant doesn't have to mean they're not ignorant, just means they don't know per se. So that's children. And those children who grow up in a home of Amei Haaretz become Talmidei Chachamim. Last one check. Make sure to give those Talmidei Chachamim whose parents are Amei Haaretz. Make sure to give them the greatest amount of cover. Why? Shemehen hates it Torah Yisrael. Because those that Talmidei Chachamim were going to create and affect the greatest change for Am Yisrael. Sha'alei, Yatzu Shmaya B'Asayim Yemar, so we see example of those like that is the children of Amei Haaretz who make the greatest impact of Am Yisrael. Not the children who are the children whose fathers are coming to come get us and what's the shot? Because I think it's a very simple to say. You know, when a person wakes up in a home of Amei Haaretz, and then they start to become a kind of person, they have to work sometimes harder. They have to work 10 times harder. Sometimes they have to work against parental resistance. Some certainly, again, they have to learn a whole new body of things that they do not receive growing up. The push, and some commitment and the resilience that those Talmidei Chachamim have. Sometimes people easily offer things don't necessarily have the same thing. And therefore, ultimately, the contribution those Talmidei Chachamim will make, ultimately, again, is faithful on what algorithms. It's an incredible idea. So, you know, again, it's like, what you notice over here, the Gemara says, be careful. Now, you have to tell someone to be careful. What does that mean? Right? Well, people generally, again, are not careful with this. Right? Why? Because it's so interesting. In the day or in the world, it's so interesting. In the world, we put so much time into the concept of ethos. This is ethos, and this is ethos. And ethos is wonderful. Ethos is wonderful. Like, ethos is beautiful, fantastic. And sometimes we all beautiful. I mean, it's like, yeah, the best ethos in the world. Because so, as I'm telling us, especially ethos, but just understand, it's often those who do not have the distinguished pedigree, but then decide to make something magnificent of themselves. Those are the agents of change. Those are the people, ultimately, again, who make the most dramatic and tremendous difference. The ones who society say, like, oh, this is what is somebody telling you, the other day, it's really the truth. I really didn't have this same standing. Pretty sure how scary she was. Yeah, I was just able to watch it. It's filled with flip outs. Flip outs. So you like watching flip out? it's trying to make you grow up more, like a little bit more, not very nothing, and then you feel much more nervous. But so first of all, I so people like you want to emulate, right? When you say flip back, you like, so people who started with something and then decided to get more, that's it's so warped. It's so warped. But like in the world, somehow someone started with less and then shows more. That person is a savage of sabuki. Like that person was on a pedestal. A person who made a choice to do work to accomplish more. Even if perhaps they didn't have a growing life. Even if perhaps again, maybe the parents didn't like it, don't like it, aren't supportive, whatever it is. But they decided to want more. It's just so interesting. Sometimes it's such a warped view of real actual greatness and beauty comes from. It's very nice to come from a family of righteous people. That's fantastic. That is such whatever. But that has actually been nothing for you except start you off at a higher place. It's not what causes yourself. You pray for you right here. Yeah, can I just see that? That's something. Right. And then it's like that's how you have to say he's already. Give me on the artist. Be careful because on the artist. It's just that the doubt is not. But sometimes even the most of the greatest people in this world are the ones who aren't born with the spiritual silver spoon in them. And instead try to accomplish great things on their own and make it. Those are the people who expect change. Incredible. Who was a to help yourself with the world. Sabe, I got check. The other day, right? I'm talking about that. I do that for some time. Showing compose them, showing compose the baba. You can't sometimes show. The other thing I also what's the chocolate bubble. So this is healing. Sorry, Leo. So you know what the asking, there was a part of the puzzle, the focus on the video. The body goes possibly goes to the real is that what is it? What is it that is success or what is it that you seems to go out on class as it was like this. Mashallah, sorry. My husband, what's supposed to back to the Rabbi? Yes, because I'm lying that's a subject on the thought. This father as a piece of our child after the prayer, they pass everybody out. What is this? Mashallah, showing it for a knowledge to ourselves in our system. So let's say much less than so the guy claims that he can run faster than he can run faster than horses. I can run because of horses in a lot of areas. I can run 3,000, but I can even outrun horses. They say nice. Right? So you can run is slow. Obviously, that's how the running is slow. So what happens? It's not even a lot of that part. So now he was racing against the human runner. I am the runner. Right? The final human will be about 7 years. And this runner is human runner out faced him 3 years, which is a much lesser distance. And the Abasha on one end. So you know, it's like, I don't know, the money may likely catch the first distance. Allah has got to become a. I say to this guy, if you can't beat the human runners, you certainly can't outpace. You certainly can't outpace horses. And my church is even talking about ourselves. If you can't beat the runners for 3 minutes, you certainly can't go ahead and you can't outpace them to do about ourselves. You know, so the matter about ourselves, I'm just saying, I'm looking for it. And if you can't outpace them on the track, you certainly can't outpace anything on this one. So I'm talking straight to you, here we go. So here we are. So let's just say, okay, what is this thing? At the end of the day, everything is is that because of the skills you need to have on the top. That's simply it. You think you can understand, you think that you can see, you think that you know, but at the end of the day, you don't. You're not just out of the seals. She's not the also Russia. She's not out of the view. Out of the love. She's going to do this. We're going to see this film this morning. So you're bounded by the fact. You're bounded by the fact that I went ahead and I gave this. I allowed this other side to be successful in something to learn. But just you can see, we're going to go back and work steps. That's the first steps. We'll see the story of those 4 steps in just a little bit. So if you see all of the work that we do connected back to taking 4 steps, then ultimately again you're going to be overwhelmed. When I work out of this fucking life, she wants to find out to see Palacas Kama the Kama. So, you will come out to sports platforms where you overwhelmingly see the reward of the avenues of the apple to land before you, like horses. You're going to see that train just a little bit. So, there's a good sick or a deer, niche, by the beach, a beach, call out. Look, I used to see secret, if you give her all the good, and you're showing you give her a short. And the hundred CS now, you probably what do you do? And that's us. What from starting with 4 steps? What's that story? The two, it was a great story. The sick, what you said, you shut up. You dog, the lagon, then the lagon, not a father story. So what happened? That the dog, the lagon, that was his name. Then the lagon, son of the lagon, tried to see what the king of father, sent the letter. There wasn't a rest of the possible. He sent a letter to this deal, because this deal was low, and then this deal. Okay, so you know, that was the issue. He found this deal by a project, so I'm going to start with the income. So you know, it says, because this deal got sick, so this king, the king of Baba, Melinda, Baladan, sent a letter, and this deal, what's going on here? Here's the United King, you judge as much as color. So you know, I should hide ours. Yes, because Baladan, Melinda, or the Melinda, Baladan, was very interested because he said, oh, this deal is real. Miracle occurred. He told me of this miracle, and he said, you know, I've got to find out about this guy, this deal. What's his story? So the charge is shortly engaged in that week. Court is sent to set after 2 hours. Now, why do you do that? You do not want apples to be rejected. You do not want apples to be very properly. So if you want to be one of left hand, you want to be one of left hand, court today comes the sun to set. To set for the change. So what happened? So the Gemara says, so the thought of this deal, the thought, you would contribute for the Hana as a sharing deal. And this is example. If this deal is healed, so ultimately, I got to come back to return those kind of flags. That is what it is. I think this deal is healed. The return extra flags are pretty light, pretty light. In the example, so I think it's followed by 10 hours because of this deal. Obviously, I can do it for like by everyone. So the log and the robot, the robot, the log ultimately servers 10 extra daylight hours. That's what's going on over here. So the Gemara says, so Mala Hashem, they could see only Yeshua Sel and Malos, Hashem Yaakov Malos, Hakon Hashem Shacharis, as well as Yeshua Hashem Shacharis, the Malos Hashem Yaakov. Only man life. So the Robot Kanatan, well, they want to do this. I'm going to skill how much. The thing with the skill is low. You became here, and I'm not pretty much giving back 10 hours of daylight. All I see is, I'm going to get down too high, the robot even if you're really shine up. So when we go to some road that pull out this said, listen, and there is a man like this. You just 10 extra hours of daylight for the sun of you. How can I not light in the letter and say a shalom on it? Like, I mean, you gotta get to know a man like this. So he wants his customer to listen to this. So if you read the letter, then the robot, the lot sent to this deal. Give it this. So you know it says, that's the way. Shalom on this deal. Peace be unto you, this deal. Shalom the type of you shame. Right? Peace unto you, Shalom. Shalom the other Karnapov. Peace unto the great God. Peace unto the great God. Together, so we also start what happened. You come inside, separate the Balagan. So you come inside, and then also you say, you come inside again. So when you God, he was the scribe of the king. He was the scribe of Meroda Balagan. So we know it says to the Jews, so apparently the Gametzah wasn't there when the Meroda Balagan was to be slaughtered. He comes back, he finds out that Meroda Balagan wrote this letter. Yes, I mean, maybe because we're coming more than that is written. Allora, no, di passare, di come allora, Russia che vada, che castigo le cose, che castigo le cose, se le cose che vuoi, le cose che hai per tuo senso. Because you call the God of the Jews great, but you put him last. Right? You say, Shalom Aleichem, great king, great king Israel. Shalom Aleichem, this is Israel. Shalom Aleichem, great God. You just have to get in and say, if God is great, the way he belongs, then we're close. Okay, that's it. You can come outside. I so Shalom Aleichem, Shalom Aleichem, Shalom Aleichem. So we come out and says, the house is ready. Shalom Aleichem to be God. Shalom Aleichem to be station. We do Shalom. So it says, so you know, I got to go I left for 5 minutes. I didn't get the letter right. So what happens? I'm going to let it shut in. Kind of the young girl, even having my own son. Listen to this question before that. Literally again. Kind of the guy who really means you can use the letter, so you want to go ahead and deliver it. The idea of doing that. So if you have a good idea, execute. The idea execute. Don't come, you're about to just the idea. The idea is execute the lesson. So the letter will show it. You think that it should be done, so that it will go out and you're done. So it is this. You're about to say, so what's it doing? 2 seconds. You take the comments out, right after the career, right past right, take the right out of the CSS, took 4 steps, also got your phone, got your stuff. So I'm like, no, the moment of God, I'm not going to use the higher content is actually stuff. What is the comments out? The comments out is running after the career because the comments out is concerned about the public contribution. Yes, that's how you look at it outside run any further. You're going to be willing to stop the teacher's part of the stuff. So that's what we said before. In the split of the eye of CS, the 4 steps that we use on that are running after the career because the fucking letter is not really giving fire up with that in front of it. That is the comments out and the against the very power of the sun as well. And the mouth that will not stop in the lunch, he wants to message on the conversation. Which actually amazing. Sometimes it's always interesting to see what makes great people. How do you be successful? So we work hard for all these things, we're so much. So everything is working for me at that time. So I said, just on a basic level, I really was particular idea until a lot of times we're chock full of ideas. And I love it. I need to go and have ideas. A lot of times I try to do anything you want, and then I'm ready to give them over to someone else. And then someone else tries the execution. What makes great people great is they have beautiful ideas, and they are willing to put in effort to implement. They do what has get done in order to get the job done. So we have Rothschild has this big set. It's not like a big cut that you want to recover. Again, if you the closer to the king body, that's a really important position. You couldn't tell someone else to write out the recovery. And instead you just have to do it yourself. Just bring people recognize that if you believe in something enough, roll up your sleeves and get it done. Don't be just someone else to have your thing. Do your job yourself. Incredible. You know, it's like, by the way, Michael Robin brings a lot of it. He wants to talk with you to this king. I'm also incredible that because this king is the king of God of the trying to look at that side. So he is in the world of the Lagan, then the Lagan. What the show? That's a pretty strange thing. You know, the Lagan and Balagan is the difference. They say, okay, Balagan Makaba. Balagan was his father. Balagan, the father, was king. What happened? The Ishmael, Abi Bahadi, Kalba. And sometimes holiness is look like a dog. Transformed into a dog. Again, I know the dog practice. It doesn't have to be so beautiful, so wonderful. You shouldn't see how I feel about dogs. Okay, so anyway, she wants to really look like a dog. So since he gave the home, he's not the king because that is a basic level. The king becomes a king is a deformed space. So you have to give your flow. I mean, that's it. I'm not so the son, the yoga becomes king. you have a person, Shimon Yisrael that was around the Napa, how you sit there and have a lot of it's actually very beautiful. So his son, Balaba, becomes king. So that was part of the way that his son gave his father a covenant is he took his father's name as his own. So instead of him being Roda from Balaba, he became Roda Balaba from Balaba. And it's just coming to his father's story of then you have love, the other love. So this is what it means when it says a son will honor a father and a son will be master. Then you have love, something pretty striking, which is interesting to see with the examples that Chazal want to bring on this passage. Then you have that, which is from Allah, who are culture. An example again, it's only looking again is Melodic, Balad, and then Balad. There are a lot of other examples of people out there. And it's interesting to see that they choose this one. Because the Abbot Adonah, what the Adonah to see, and the culture of the Mishnah said that the Mishnah shows to show enough to the Kodesh. But the Gizon Zara Kalafim, how many say Noah, Zara Yerushalayim? The Yisrael and Praise Hashem was based on that. So that's what it's the case. So the example of the servant who revered his master, the servant who revered his master was Yisrael. That was another transition that. Remember, the Nebuchadnezzar is the king of Babel. The Zoran was his top general. And the Zoran was a cruel and bloodthirsty man. He was giving the appellation of God HaKavach, the chief butcher. The chief butcher. In fact, we speak about the Zoran in the Kinos and Kishaba. We see specifically that the Zoran's bloodthirsty children. Cruelty and exerting for his children. So the Lord says over here, and some verses, and nothing about it that says that the Zoran's that you had, the current house of the and the palace of the king. But the passage says that the Zoran is standing before the Kodesh. So he is standing before Nebuchadnezzar, his master. He wants to answer any days. When he saw Nebuchadnezzar in Yerushalayim, he said, now let's just get the job right over here. Zoran is in Yerushalayim because he's just destroyed the base of the Mikdash. He destroyed ultimately again the palace of the king. But it says that he's standing before Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babel. But Nebuchadnezzar would never do Yerushalayim. You know, when he said to Nebuchadnezzar in Yerushalayim, that's it. By any person, but it's called out, with his son. So Nebuchadnezzar would never do that. That's what he was. So how does it say that it was Zoran sticking by the words and it's like something that they won't use to speak, you know, this is not about you, Adonai, the Ethiopian Isaac had the day on the capture that the Zoran had such cover for his king that he had an image of Nebuchadnezzar, he would be delivered from his child. He felt that he was always before his king. The Adonai, anyone who say I someone little, don't make him show me and the other thing is there's so much reverence for Nebuchadnezzar, so much reverence, but it's as if he was standing before the king of all time. It's incredible. So we must all have a lot of things about it. So never drop the ball a little bit. So we wish that path on you shall ride. Where it says, come, trust, mirror, put thy son down, let the house up, the shall house was Nebuchadnezzar, and sent to Nebuchadnezzar. Wagon loads of green housing of the sharpest axes. Axes that was so sharp that the man could cut through metal. The jump as well. Showing the defense of the jar, calling by a single cut left in Shalom. And all the axes broke, trying to break down one into every Shalom. Now, the Sukai Yahad Shield, the First Yalamu, survived. Why? And they had that. Omar. Mustafin of the Lord, the Abdi, he will give the Abdi the center. So this is the Zoran is going to turn back. Now why is the Zoran to turn back? What's the game of the It wasn't so long before what happened. So right? So in other words, everybody knows each other's something. Massive. The sharpest axes, now that the country marriage, all of this bridge on one blow of the sun does not equal what the group over. So the Rizal is ready to turn around, go back home. Not the color of Amar, Shabbat Bar Shabbat. So that's the correct. That's the Shabbat. What's that? Shabbat literally means jumper. So it means jump. Rashi says in Shabbat Shabbat is like in Kalmadashi. About 10 levels in short lines, goes by Davis, people and colors in Shalai. The John Karma, so it says so apparently, so the Lord says, so apparently that's helping the jumper, because interestingly enough, the Zoran was part of Sanhedrin's campaign as well. And interestingly enough, was another thing. What was Sanfier's mistake? What was Sanfier's mistake? He missed the window. So apparently, what was done was that he was breaking Sanfier for half an hour. That's why it's called the jumper. So he was ready to hit him. He was about to jump the banner. So the last book comes up and says, Jumper, don't abandon your friend. So the man says, Shabbat about Shabbat. Shabbat, the man is seen that the Mikdash Shachari. So ultimately, when it's time for the Mikdash to be destroyed, it's a better to point out that these people are very detached. Because a lot of times when we suffer misfortune of the whole generations of the world, what's compounding, what compounds our pain is the notion of a feeling of abandonment by a Shema. Now, it's interesting what this says. Chazal always tell us, nothing ever happens to us unless it's an bonus or over the opposite. And even when there's pain, and even when there's suffering, even when there's loss, it always comes from still. Now, on one hand, it seems like because why it's like this is loss. On the other hand, it's interesting enough for a lot of people, a sweet pain because it's not something that someone else is doing to me, it's something that I can achieve. Last few weeks, which means that the emotion is completely gradually in this overwhelming situation. So think about what it is, and I know it's not my husband, I know it's not random, I know it's coming from a whole shop. So the last book comes out and says that we're sorry, don't go back to the ship, there's time for there's something that should be destroyed. Watch this. Actually, have an idea. There's one ox left. Also, not free to take the ship. So that's a sound so now it's beautiful. The design is a very smart man. So the design realizes now that he's got a very genius crossroads. And I'm going to be like Sanford, or be like Bob Alton, or I'm going to be into the action. So what does he do? He takes the last facts. He goes over to the gate of his mind. He doesn't hit the gate. With the step part. He hits the gate to make the hand with the one, the dark part. Why? What's his logic? The logic is like this. If you saw it from the start, if you don't want to destroy this in the gate, the gate will open easily with the one part. So when I tell you to show up, it will fall. You must begin to do with the dark part to begin to celebration. And now, the idea for me, the man of the stock is how you must have a something of the muscle of the So what's this now? So this is a tragedy of war in this story. And you find out about the chief butcher next that we need to do Shalayim. He's literally going to kill everyone in sight. If they get ready for this question. I believe today, he said to me some Mikdash. He said to me some Mikdash on fire. Because there is the other one. Brother and father. As the Zohar writes that it's a Mikdash on fire, it's a Mikdash itself begins to ascend heavenward. Almost as if it is a Mikdash is trying to see itself from what is it called? It's the magic, it's a Mikdash uproots itself and begins to go and literally ascend heavenward. And what happens? The Yahweh during the Yerushalayim. So the Romans only pushed it back down. It's a Mikdash itself. It's a Mikdash itself is trying to escape. It's a Mikdash itself is trying to say, you know what? Sometimes even this Mikdash sees all the pain, all the suffering, all the hostages, and everything that happens in this world. And this Mikdash just wants to remove itself. It's a Mikdash to remove this. Which I love. But no. In a sense, there's a point. And that time is because the school itself takes its time and literally pushes it against the Mikdash back down. Over on the Jeremiah. God Hashem the shield Pasiriba. Hardly for that day. So we go to the mountain, this point is going to be Zion, stealing guys, Shigga Bagaiba, only out of it. That's where again, he's met with the biggest success, right? Burning down the house of the Kurdish Baruch. Now, Shabbos, I'm not taking the catalyst, taking the Kalius, King Kurt, the Shina Shahir, goes on, come down. You killed a dead nation. You destroyed literally when you ground up, you took out this holy flag. It was part of color. The design was using to do outfits. You're carrying out my will. Don't think for a moment that this is your success, right? And that this is your accomplishment. Everything that you're doing is only because I'm allowing you to accomplish. Here, kind of talking to her, going from a joke, the past, we should all go and show at the hour. Speaking of them, and the care. The God is saying that we can again flowers. The same thing is like becoming a blind flowers. That's all the flower left in the thing. So you destroy people, you destroy building. How that dummy is a carrier, dummy carrier. Yes, it's a dummy carrier. So the pounds from what is a carrier and giving this to the powers of saying if you have the true are going to be destroyed. How the powers from the message, they killed is a carrier. Now they killed is a carrier in the base and it was itself. So what happens? So now, so the began standing in the thing in the base and it was. You see how the damage is how the cover up. You see that the blood that's in boiling, bubbling blood, always like that. I remember in my house, there's a fire station that people use when it's in the brush. What is this? How many guns walking in each time? The guys are getting like that. That's just sacrificial blood that's spilled. I'm a little ignorant. So the guy says that doesn't make any sense. What does he do? I'm a little I see this out. I see this damn party. I'm not ignorant. So there's one of these animals, he shot the animal, takes the blood and shot the animal, compares it to his blood that's very so it's blood doesn't really sink on the blood. Doesn't really sink on the blood, give it on to me. Because animal is one you know salary for exactly the salary and this is really high school. So you guys are still coming up this is, I'm going to go I will kill this thing off your body on your course. So I'm going to high college and everything. This is the blood of a man who is both the coin and the lobby. The individual who will be sort of already Israel, they calculated. They prophesied to the Jews about the structure of the Church, and the price of the children. The children, because we didn't like the message. I'm going to live, I'm going to fight them. So the desire says, I feel I will please is here. I please I see that on them, how they will be over there. And all of them is here as well. So I'm as well. So what does he do? He's not going to talk about them, but they're leadership. He kills them all, and the black didn't stop it for the public. I used to write the day out. He brought the school children. Fucking New York, he's one of them. Growing up, and the black did not stop. I see children in New York, Papa, he brought young Kahana. Killed them, and the black did not stop that road. So he was, as the couple in New York, teaching the other about. And so he slaughtered 940,000 people. Below New York, and ultimately, again, the black did not stop. How did we get so the result was over to the blood in itself. Zakaria. Kobe Shabbat Ibai. We don't need to know. So the result says Zakaria. Literally, I go slaughtering the best of Bobby Sierra. The rest of the room, each by living the feeling, should have killed more, Milad, no. And that moment began. That moment began. So the blood of Zakaria stopped by your mention. Such a moment, you should just know. Historical accounts, interesting to know, that over close to 1 million Jews were slaughtered when the base of Mikdash fell. It was a strike. So you guys sometimes wonder about hyperbolic. Interesting, the 940,000 number is again close to 1 million people fell outside. And you figure out crushing the base of Mikdash, nothing like just the section of the structure. If you forget about just the colossal loss of life over almost 1 million people. So the Lord says, so now you have to make solidity to the results of the results. It's a kind of you want kill the children, kill the Christian gorilla, and kill the best of body slam. You want more blood, you want more bloodshed, and then the blood stop on it. So that's it, you must well stop there and respond to the United States. Here, should have the right thing. So this man about the son of the nation happened, which is, so the result says that they say, like, natural going on, like, this is not fun. This is not the normal stuff. Right? And he has thoughts of Shiva. Why is he a thoughts of Shiva? He says, not him Shiva, if you ever let us help us. The gods that we not for every other. So the results are like this. Why we show this heart is such a good accountability because this one person is supposed to carry it. So the result says, what's going to happen to you? I killed almost 1 million people. What's going to be with you? Allah, Shagir Koshiso, they say, that is Yahweh. It's crazy. The Zion sends a letter to his house saying, "Kevin, I'm not coming home." And he goes off and he converts. He goes off and he converts. So let's say absolutely everyone knows it. Even the Zion, Rabbi Habekim, the chief picture, says this overwhelming moment of seeing the Jews. I sort of find out the Rothschild is king of the Shuvah. You know, the Rothschild that I'm on the Shuvah, this one, I'm seeing something. That's what I'm really sure. How is Kishias Shuvah, Karen is Davos. So if you just think about what is Kishias Shuvah? What is that? What is Kishias Shuvah? The sixth day, we're getting there. What's that Shiva? Has a beautiful simple family little Shiva. So picture that. So this other thing I try to swear you as well. That the first step of Shiva is human Shiva. What's human? Human is a cross. Before you even do anything concrete, before I change anything about my life, the first step in Shiva is that thought. What's that thought? That thought is, I can't go on the way things are. The first step in Shiva is this level of cognition. I say to myself, that's it. I just things just that should be different. How, what, when, where, that remains to be seen. But I know that the way things are now should not be the way they go forward. The way the Zion has that moment of fear. That was his standing there with blood of precious Jews on his hands. Standing like a Samikash that is going up in flames. How this is sort of the moment of yourself. You know what? I don't know what you're doing, but I don't care if you're doing this. Where's your connection? Gives up everything and goes on to become a judge, goes on to become another party. The last time, the stories are over, but we're going to stop here for today. The last couple of Zion's story, and it's sort of other great thing in what I told you like that. When it's not to the one side, story. Oh, that was another great thing. All right, we'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning trip today. Our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for Tafshin Pei, the person Mishpacha, is dedicating all the Shulman Rothschild this year as a plus for the Solar Shabbos all around Israel. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, Terry and Steve Zinn, loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, C. Hirsch, Ben Yossi McCoyne, the Zib, Levin, and Berman family's memory of Mr. William Zib, Jeff Shmuel, Ben Yisrael, the various of our week of learning sponsors, Nate Beth Adler, in memory of Judy Goldman, Yehudis Esther Bas Elazar, Zechron Rafa, and our Kathleen sponsors for today, Matt and Diane Marks, in memory of Matt's father, Charles Marks, Helman Ben Mordechai, Zechron Rafa. We hope that in the merit of our Torah, all of the Shabbos Slav and Aliyah, the families in the family, all those in the Push, Heaven, Kol Israel, all of our hostages and our holy soldiers should be successful. That's all I'm not saying. Well, with that, let us begin. And a special welcome back. The first thing is Dr. Schwartz. Baruch Haba, Baruch Haba, we thank you for continue to give you the floor. And Eretz Hashem, we missed you. It's good to have you back. As well, with that, let us begin. We have a lot. Again, also, by the way, this is it until we get to the end, right? This is Baruch Hashem. This is beautiful, beautiful Gemara after Gemara. I got to capture, I got it, the story, the lesson, the messages, everything goes into what we're going to have a little bit of halacha as well. So listen, with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Tzadik 12, 96. We are picking up Eretz Hashem on the bottom of Tzadik Hey on the days 95B, and also he's not here today, but we have traditional knowledge of our beloved Chaver, and our Daf Yomi member, Rabbi Avron Elbaum, our Rabbi, our Daf Yomi pillar, I think we're here long uses, right? You remember you sitting right over there. He's got very lucky daughter today, Baruch Hashem, B'Shato, Mishpacha, Sinagah to the Elbaum, Mishpacha. Let's begin. So we are picking up on the bottom of today's episode, Tzadik 96. We are picking up on Tzadik days 95B, and we left off 4 lines after the bottom. So we have all. And the law says as follows. El Moli Mikra the Yashalom. Had the Pasuk not said it, you couldn't have said it yourself. It's it. Vayomaru, Yigalach Hashem B'Tara Hashira, Babinar, Kamelach Hashra Sarosh, Usar Aglayim, Egamazok and Tiska. This is more very close to possible. The Pasuk says, on that day, at Kiviyachol, the Ribono Shalom will give a haircut. He'll cut the beard, he'll cut the hair of the king of Ashur. So what is this talking about? So the Gemara says, also Kucha Ribo, they even like a Gavra Saba. So what says, remember again, Sanherib has been defeated. We saw that story already. They suffered a humiliating defeat, not even at the hands of Hiskiel. Remember again, he suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of Hiskiel, which is this ridiculous event that wiped out his army overnight. He now has to go back home and face his constituents. So the Rothschild appears to him as an old man. It's like a Gavra Saba. Amalei, he also took up an Alphas Mizrah. Maldi Mizrah Umayra. The Aisinu, the Benai, the Katisinu, my Amiklu. So the old man, like comes to Sanherib, and says, Sanherib, when you have to go back home, and you have to talk to all the kings, remember again, Sanherib raised a huge army. Those were armies from neighboring kingdoms as well. So when you have to go back home and face all of those kings, whose sons you convinced to come out and be battled with you, and now those sons are dead. What are you going to say? What are you going to say then? I don't know. Well, God, but his heart got Nami Yossi. So Sanherib says, you know what? I'm afraid. I don't know. I too have that fear, but what am I going to say? I'm going to like, hey, beloved. So Sanherib says to the old man, what should I do? It was a question that's so interesting about this. Remember again, fascinating how things change. Sanherib was this general in charge of everyone, confident. And now what happens? He's asking an old guy he just met, right? He has no idea who this person is. And he's asking this old man for advice, what should I do? I'm like, so ultimately, again, this is incredible. So the old man says to Sanherib, listen to this, I'm like, Zil Vishani Nafsha. You should really change. Rashi says over in Shinafsha, Shana Atzmicha Kadesh Yakirucha. So it says, it's fascinating. So the old man says to Sanherib, you should change yourself enough that nobody recognizes you. This is when you go home, no one's going to bother you. All right, the Mai Ishni, so how should I change? I'm related still. I see you, Mispera, Kazaga. Go get a pair of scissors. I'll give you a haircut. And change your hair. So the girl says, I can't before we go on. What if you found Gemara? And this is such the timing of this is incredible. Because it's almost Ellis. And you really have to and how it is so important to be able to get into the mindset of change. So look what happens over here. So Sanherib is in trouble. What does Sanherib realize? Sanherib realizes the way I'm living right now, right, what I'm doing is not the way I need to be focused. It was like we all have those epiphanical moments, right? When I realize that what I'm doing this is not the way it should be. It's just not the way it should be. I know that I could do more. So Sanherib has that epiphanical moment. And he says, right, so he goes to the old man. The old man says, you should change yourself. Change. You can change whatever you want about yourself, whatever you want. You should change. And what's so often happens when it comes to change? Sanherib says, that's a great idea. It's a great idea. And how should I change? Oh, take a haircut. Listen, sometimes in life, we have these moments of clarity where I recognize that I need to change. And then instead of affecting real change, we affect cosmetic change. It's kind of a change. We should change, right? That hairstyle, we should change a little bit, right? You don't need much for me, but you understand, right? In other words, we just instead of focusing on real change, historic change, personalistic change, we just content ourselves with cosmetic change. And that moment that could have been so transformative simply goes by with little or nothing concrete to show for it. Such a metaphor. Anyway, and listen, by that, to the point that's what's happening with Sanherib of the earth. We're going to see this come out a little bit more. Sanherib suffers this humiliating defeat. Listen, there's nothing that gets you to think about change more in life than humiliating defeat. We've all had it, we've all experienced it. And those moments will often you're most open to anything and everything. Okay, so get a haircut. I'm really in the haircut, I see. So Sanherib says the old man, what am I supposed to get a pair of scissors from? I'm really, all around the okay, so the icy. So what happens? So he says to Sanherib, look, there's a house over there. Oh, we want to get a pair of scissors from there. So Sanherib goes in, he finds scissors. Also, Malachim tries to make a guy. Listen, this is a tremendous setup over there. Malachim come into that house, and they appear like people. They were grinding kashrut. Rashi says over here, it was date seeds. So they were grinding this up. So Amarle, how about the spiral? So here's this camera. Can I borrow the scissors? Amarle, the phone had the cashier. I said, listen, look. So it's like, okay, there's no such thing like this free scissors, right? So you want scissors. Grind the Giluya of date kits with us. Okay, work a little bit and we'll give you the scissors. Kachan Chad Giluya. Cashier. So a lot of them is stuff. So Sankira ground up the date kits. Right? And they gave him the scissors. Also got another tremendous Moshe skill. This is Sanherib, right? Commander of the largest army in the civilized world at the time. And I must say, it's incredible, like desperation. Failure humbles you, and desperation, when a person is desperate, you do whatever you have to do to get the job done. Isn't that incredible? When we're riding high, so there's certain things that are beneath me that I'm not going to do. When I'm in trouble, you recognize you do whatever you have to do in order to get the job done. So sometimes I was afraid of facing the people back home. Right? He needs to get a haircut. He needs a pair of scissors. He's got to grind big pits. You're going to do what you got to do in order to get the job done. Alright, so by the time Sanherib got back with the scissors, the old man already came done. I see you now. Now the old man says, the old man is he says, listen, I can't see the haircut in the dark. So bring me a fire. So the Gemara says, so Azal I see Nura, the Hadith the Kanafakle, Akli the Nura the Bikini. So what happened? Azal guys the way she so as Sanherib was bringing back the lantern, the fire, his beard caught fire a little bit, and it turned out it ended up singeing his beard. So ultimately, again, the old man ends up cutting off his beard and his hair. The games has on his step. I'm going to pop out what people say. So what's it? This gives this apparently birth the famous adage. Rashi says, "If you see the arma b'shaper b'avei, and I come at es haramoi, the hood of deino, haverla ish v'zekino." If you go ahead and you set fire to your rami and he likes it, you could also go ahead and singe his beard, and it will be an unending source of entertainment. Okay. You do that what you want, right? And I was like, I don't have anything on it, right? And so I said, again, the idea over here, let's say, talking about Osa, I think the takeaway from this entire Gemara and the first is life change so dramatically, and we experience this in different ways. That a person could be on the top of the world one moment and literally again the bottom of the bottom the next. And what's so profoundly important, and again, two Sanheribs, I think the Sanheribs cut it a little bit. You have to be able to roll with it. You have to be able to pivot. You have to be able to know what to do when you're the commander of the army, and you have to know what to do when you're a humble, defeated individual. And if you notice again, sometimes it's just a Sanherib. Get a haircut, sometimes get a haircut. Whatever you need to do. Listen, there's some people in life when life doesn't go their way and as time doesn't materialize, they simply get paralyzed. They don't know what to do. They're stuck. They can't get over the fact that life did not materialize the way that I wanted it, and they don't understand the power of the pivot. And I think you see this person here to his credit. You don't become the commander of the largest army in the civilized world by just being a regular guy. So here it must have had a freaking scopos. Part of those scopos is the power of the pivot. You gotta be able to move into whatever life throws your way and recognize that whatever it is, figure it out. Remember, like Azal Ashka Rafa. This is incredible. So Sanherib is journeying home. As he's journeying home, what does he find? It's supposed to be incredible stories. He finds a plank from Noah's table. That was the other geographically we know that. Remember, again, the table kind of what's the word?
Yo, what up? Are you at least 18 years old?
It's like a lush, whatever.
All right, tight, dude. How are you?
Like on Hare Ararat.
How are you? Excellent. I'm just chilling watching Joe Rogan. You know who Joe Rogan is? Feel free to enjoy, my man. You're welcome. Let me know if you need anything.
Because again, Sanherib, interestingly enough, remember, listen to what we saw last week. Sanherib was on a divine mission. his mistake was that he went after Yerushalayim. That was his mistake. That was unbound for him. He defied the divine mandate. He was a Shaliach HaKadosh Baruch Hu, but he overstepped. You don't become a Shaliach of Hashem without possessing some type of personal significance. See, Melech HaKadosh Baruch Hu, he met the Ribono Shel Olam. Next, he finds a place for Noach Seva. Amar. Chaza Hashtag Zach Dapal, Yitibusa Zerach. Amar. Amar Hainu Elokah Rabbi. The Shizve the Noach Yitifuno. And he said, oh, this is the great God who saved Noah from the flood. Amar, Yisrael is Avram Matzah. Mashkav Lahu trained So Sankhira says, if I go and I'm successful, in other words, if I go and ultimately I'm able to survive and reclaim my former greatness, I will offer up my 2 sons as a sacrifice to the God of Noah. The God of Noah, that it doesn't go say, it seems to be that he's ascribing some type of divine power to the actual plane itself. Any event, he pledges to go and offer up his 2 sons. Well, as one can imagine, Shammua Benoni, his sons heard about this and weren't overly excited about this promise, and therefore they killed him. So here he was assassinated by his own sons. So Caleb is worshiping his deity, and as he's worshiping his Avodah Zarah, his own sons go ahead and kill him. We'll say, by the way, it's also interesting, when you think about this imagery, Sennacherib is trying to hold onto a plank from Noach's Teva. So the Medrash tells us who else held on to Noach's Teva and was saved? Oh, the Medrash says that Melech HaBashem, right, was held onto the table and was saved. They will say, in times of distress, everyone's trying to hold on to something. The issue is in life, you have to make sure that you're holding on to the right thing. See, even here, Sennacherib is always the tragedy of Sennacherib. The tragedy of his condition is so often he's so close to turning things around, but just never manages it to get together. In other words, this idea that he finds the plank of the table, and he's like, you know what? But eventually, you could be my life this time. Like, I can hold on to you and turn this around. And we're going to see this comes a little bit, but yet, then he brings up offering his sons. It's always as if he misses it, just by a few steps. So close to being able to affect that real change. Being able to turn things around, but always missing it and not being able to put the pieces directly together. It's incredible. So I want to say, by Chalik Alei and Laila, Kuba Vadava Yashem. The Pasuk says, I will say, switching gears here for just a moment, this is Admavini. That this is in the story of Bereshis. Remember again, there was the battle of the 4 kings against the 5. The 4 defeat the 5. Avni goes to war against the 4. So the Pasuk says, Vayichalek aleim laila, uva avadav vayakesh. Literally again, the literal translation is, they split the night, Avram and his servants, and they smoked. They smoked the 4 kings. I'm ready to open on. Also, Malach is Daniel, the Avram Laila Shmo. There was actually an angel who was helping Avram to fight this battle, and the angel's name was Laila. Shneimar v'halayla amar horageva. Rabbi Nafka says, Sha'as imo maisa Laila. That ultimately, what it means is that the Rashi points out that the stars actually fought on behalf of Avram. They actually did battle not on behalf of them. They fought together alongside Avram. Shneimar Mishamayim Nilchum Lakochavim Something we call Sisra. Tava Nafka Nafka. The words of the Nafka, the blacksmith, for Yitzchak Nafka, are better than the words of Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan is known in Shas sometimes as Bar Nafka. So the words of the blacksmith are better than the words of the son of the blacksmith. Okay, so ultimately, Rish Lakish chooses Yitzchak Nafka's idea, and the stars went forward with Avram Avinu against the 4 kings. Also, just point out about how we've mentioned this many times out of trains in Shas. Why does the word call it Yitzchak Nafka? Okay, so simple answer is because there's more than one. There's more than Yitzchak. What's the deeper message is? A lot of times in life we think that if you have a profession, that's my tour from becoming an outstanding Chacham, a Gadol Batorah. So what does the by the way, you could be a blacksmith, you could be a Gadol Batorah. You could be a blacksmith and earn yourself a place on the page of Shas. We all have to work for a living. That's just the way it is. Yes, I got to talk about it. Well, that's the thing, that your career exempts you from achieving excellence in Torah. Not true. We have an obligation to be excellent in our professions, and we have an equal obligation, if not a greater obligation, to be excellent in Torah as well. There's no telling what we can become, even though we all have day jobs. The year of Ad Dan, so let's remember again, the Pasuk says, I'm not going to pursue them. The first thing is up until done. So what happened in Dan Ariyot, give it to what was Tzaddik Ad Dan, Tashash Kofo. So I'm not going to stop. When I'm going to pursue the kings, when we got to the area of Dan, suddenly his strength was diminished. Why? Because he saw prophetically that his descendants will worship Avodah Zarah in Dan. So because the Arabi's spiritual strength was weakened, as soon as they got to Dan, Shneemar, it was what happened in Dan, Shneemar, Vayasem Esa Echad Beisel, Esa Echad Nasam the Dan. So he's actually referring to the Rabbi Ben Nevat. We spoke about this last week also. Rabbi Ben Nevat, the first king over the split kingdom of Yehuda Yisrael, installed two eagles, like two calves, two golden calves. And one of them was put in the tribal area of place. This is incredible. So even though this wasn't going to happen until centuries later, nevertheless, King strength was diminished when he got to the future site of Avodah Zarah of his children. Na'af also Rasha, known as Skaber, Ad Shegiel Ledon. So to again, Nebuchadnezzar, the Zara also, we're not strengthened until they got to Dan Shneim. I'm done Nishma Neklas Susa. Aram Zera. Avagam Nishala, when we learn the see this, unless I get this. So this already here said the following message was given by the Zera and Sarah. Bizarre was like in Shishava, the Muda Makmas also. It was like, be careful to come Chacham. He lost his learning because of his changing circumstances. Also, sometimes in life, a person gets older, they forget their learning. Whether it's because of something like dementia or Alzheimer's, or whether again it's just part of getting old in life. Be careful with and how much Chacham he forgot his learning, even though he doesn't necessarily have the root for it. That learning is still a part of who he was to do, and therefore there's an obligation to go ahead and respect him. Which also teaches us a tremendous life lesson as well. The power that Torah has upon us is not only in the knowledge that we retain, and this is a very important source of wisdom, especially for us, Daf Yomi, etc. Because a lot of times, one of the most beautiful things about Daf Yomi is you see so much in one day. One of the most difficult things about Daf Yomi is come the next day, I have absolutely no idea what I wrote. Right. But so something that's very frustrating for us because, like, what am I doing? We'll say, of course, now, again, the answer to that is, the answer to that is Chazara. That's why a person has to chazar the daf. You know that. I will say in addition to that, the real power of Torah is what it does to you as a person, what it does to you in the Shema, and it has nothing to do with retention. It is entirely experiential. The act of sitting and learning Torah, by definition, fundamentally changes me as a person. And even if I don't remember one word, I'm still changing. That's what it says. You have a Chacham Zakim who forgot his learning. You think that because he can't recall it, therefore, again, if the Torah impacts him any less, that's to show them. He's still the same holy Jew because Torah has imprinted on his neshama, fundamentally changed him. Furthermore, the Zara Bevridin. Also be careful with the breathing. So it's interesting how, like, remembering it from the last cycle, including we learned about this. When you check the bird, when you check the ophos, so there's a blood vessel that runs next to the esophagus. This machlokas as to whether or not that artery needs to be cut as part of shmita. Rabbi Yehuda says you should be careful to do it because that allows the animal to bleed out faster and drain the animal of blood faster. That's called the breathing. The Gemara says, "Izava breathing." Rabbi Yehuda. We'll say, watch this. Izara b'nei amaretz. Be careful with the children of ignorant people. Shemehen teitzei Torah. Because from them, from the children of Amei Haaretz, ultimately again, that's where Torah will come from. We'll say this is an astounding Gemara. Take a look at Rashi in just a moment. It's the last Rashi on the right side. These are Amei Haaretz. He's talking about over here children who grow up who are children of Amei Haaretz, who are children of ignorant people. Never said in this context, Amei Haaretz is not using a disparaging way. It's used in a factual way. Right? A person grows up in a home where his parents are ignorant. Right? But like, ignorant doesn't have to mean they're not ignorant. It just means they don't know Torah. They don't learn Torah per se. So that's his issue. And those children who grow up in a home of Amei Haaretz become Talmidei Chachamim. Make sure to give those Talmidei Chachamim whose parents are Amei Haaretz, make sure to give them the greatest amount of cover. Why? Shemehem Teitzei Torah Yisrael. Because those that are going to come in are going to create and affect the greatest change for Am Yisrael. Share Yatzu Shmaya Ba'Tam Neymar. So we'll see examples. So it's like, what's the pshat? What's the pshat? That is the children of Amei Haaretz who make the greatest impact on Israel. Not the children who are the children whose fathers are coming from the grandfathers. What's the pshat? What's the thing is very simple. So, when a person grows up in a home of Amei Haaretz and then decides to become a Talmid Chacham, they have to work 10 times harder. They have to work 10 times harder. Sometimes they have to work against parental resistance. Certainly, again, they have to learn a whole new body of things that perhaps they did not receive. The push, and the commitment, and the resilience that those Talmidei Chachamim have. Sometimes people who grew up with it don't necessarily have the same thing. And therefore, ultimately, the contribution those Talmidei Chachamim will make, ultimately, again, is tenfold over what others. It's an incredible, incredible idea. So Gemara, and again, notice like, if you notice over here, the Gemara says, be careful. Now, if you have to tell someone to be careful, what does that mean? What does that mean? Right? That people generally, again, are not careful with this, right? Why? Because we'll say it's so interesting in the world, it's so interesting in the world, we put so much primacy in the point of Yichus, right? This one is Yichus, and this one is Yichus, and Yichus is wonderful. Yichus is wonderful. Like, Yichus is beautiful, it's fantastic. We come from, we all have beautiful Yichus. It's not the best Yichus in the world. We put so much up. So Chazal telling us, good, Shkayach and Yichus, but just understand, it's often those who do not have the distinguished pedigree, but then decide to make something magnificent of themselves. Those are the agents of change. Those are the people, ultimately, again, who make the most dramatic and tremendous difference. The ones who society say are like, somebody was telling me the other day that I served in Yeshiva, really didn't have this same standard. So Yeshiva, post-high school Yeshiva. Why? Because there's a lot of it's filled with flip-outs. Like what? Flip-outs. So, the notion of flip out is someone maybe who grew up, like a little bit more modern, and then became much more religious. Flip out. So, first of all, I said, so you mean like people like we want to emulate, right? When you say flip out, you mean like, so people who started with something and then decided to get more. That's the good. It's warped. It's so warped. That like in the world, somehow, someone who started with less and then chose more. That person is a tzaddik, it's tzaddikim. Like that person goes on a pedestal. A person who made a choice to be more, to do more, to accomplish more, even though perhaps they didn't have it growing up. Even though perhaps, again, maybe their parents did like it, don't like it, aren't supportive, passively supportive, whatever it is, but they decided they want more. It's just so interesting that sometimes you have such a warped view of where actual greatness really comes from. It's very nice if you come from a family of righteous people. That's fantastic. Zachisa, incredible. But that does absolutely nothing for you except start you off at a higher place. But you still have to accomplish yourself. Are we throwing tissues over there? Okay. Right. And I will say, so that's why the Gemara has to say, Hizaru, careful with children on the arts, which means that the belt is not. Because sometimes the Rabbi said the greatest people in this world are the ones who aren't born and instead try to accomplish great things on their own and make it. Those are the people who affect change. Incredible. Gemara says, Milsa Modimale. Gemara says, Milsa Modimale.
I'm not only the world champion, I'm the number one contender. Only person I gotta play is myself, baby.
This is Eov. No, sorry, Yirmiyahu. So Yirmiyahu over here is asking, what's the part of this puzzle we're going to focus on over here? The part of this puzzle we're going to focus on over here is that why is it that Hashem said, why is it that the wicked seem to go ahead and trust us. So the Gemara says like this. Mashallah Adam. Sorry. Maya Hajulay. What was answer back to you, Rabbi? He has Raglayim Ratzasavi Alufa. The eighth Kach Tisfara as a Susan Ba'arat Shalom Akabatea. The eighth Kasab Gorayadu. What is this true? Mashallah Adam Echad. Shama Yosval and Yubarot Gil Parsals and Susan. So also is a much. So was a guy. The guy claimed that he could run faster than anything. He could even run faster than horses. I could run 3 parcels. It was like parcels a lot of area. I could run 3 parcels before and I could even outrun horses. Being busy at night, right? I could even run in swamps. Obviously, much harder to run in a swamp. So what happened? So now he was racing against the human runner. Ragli was a runner. And this runner, this human runner, outpaced him 3 even, which was a much lesser distance, and the Abasha on dry land. So the Gemara says, and we say to this guy, if you can't beat your human runner, you certainly can't outpace horses. If you can't beat the runner for 3 million, you certainly can't go ahead and outpace him for 0 parcels. So the Gemara says, and if you can't outpace him on 5 letters, you certainly can't outpace anything on this one. So to you, Yirmiyo. So let's say, what is this? What is this? At the end of the day, what they're telling Yirmiyo is that you don't understand the ways of Rothschild. That's simply it. You think you can understand, you think that you can see, you think that you know, but at the end of the day you don't. We're going to see this turn in just a moment. So Yirmiyo, you're bothered by the fact that I went ahead and I gave this, I allowed Nebuchadnezzar to be successful in such a dramatic way. But just you should see, Nebuchadnezzar got the reward of 4 psios, so 4 steps. We'll see the story of those 4 steps in just a little bit. So if you see all of the reward that Nebuchadnezzar got for taking 4 steps, then ultimately, again, you're going to be overwhelmed. When I reward Avram, Yitzchak, and Yaakov, so Nebuchadnezzar took 4 steps and was rewarded. You'll be overwhelmed when you see the reward ultimately of Avram, Yitzchak, and Yaakov who ran before me like horses. Again, we'll see that story just a little bit. So the Gemara said, Kalas, Mos Hayisiki, Shikar, okay, Gibar Avuyan, Hashem, Medivre Kalshon. What do you mean? When did Nebuchadnezzar walk before I can start with 4 steps? What's that story? The Siv is also the incredible story. The Siv Isa'i Shalaf, Merudach, Beladon, then Beladon, Melech Balasar. So what happened that Merudach Beladon, that was his name, Ben Beladon, son of Beladon, right, who was the king of Babel, sent a letter. That wasn't there. The rest of the pasuk is he sent a letter to Hiskiel because he heard that Hiskiel was ill and then he was healed. Okay, so the Gemara understand. So the Gemara says, because Hiskiel got sick, so this king, the king of Babel, Merodach Baladon, sent a letter and what's going on over here? The Gemara says, in Mitrosh Esmofes Haya. So the Gemara says, yes, because Baladon Merodach Baladon was very interested because he said, when Hiskiel was healed, a miracle occurred. He was overwhelmed by this miracle and he said, I got to find out about this Hiskiel. What's his story? What was the miracle? Listen to this. Rabbi Yochanan. Also, Yom Shemes Bo, after just about it. I apologize. I know we're going quickly at some point. It's also so actually not in one so then maybe Shavuos night this year we're going to do Parak Achela. It's going to be our topic for this year. Mine was just like identify some of these incredible stories and just go through them. I think it's a worthy endeavor. So what happened? Also, Yom Shemes Bo Achaz. The day that Achaz died. Who's Achaz? Who was Achaz? Achaz was the father of Hiskiel. Achaz was a king of Russia. On the day that Achaz died, Shtei Shaos Chaya. The Baruch was shortening the day dramatically, caused the sun to set after 2 hours. Now, why did he do that? He did not want Achaz to eulogize, and he did not want Achaz to be buried properly. So he dramatically went ahead and caused the sun to set prematurely. So what happened? So the Gemara says that It was incredible. When Chizkiyahu was healed, so ultimately, again, HaKadosh Baruch Hu returned those 10 extra hours. That's how beautiful this is. And then Chizkiyahu was healed. There were 10 extra hours of daylight in that day. Isn't that incredible? So the day was prolonged by 10 hours because he was healed. Obviously, again, the day was prolonged by everyone. So Baladan Merodach, Baladan ultimately saw this 10 extra daylight hours. What's going on over here? So the Gemara says, so Lana Chazashani, they could see Kumi Nation as Sel Hamalos, Asher Yakim Malos, Afak Sham Shachanas, as well as the Nation of Shamish, as Malos, the Malos Asher Yakim. Only my high. So the Rodach Baladan said, what is this? Amalek Chizkiyahu Chalash. So they told him Chizkiyahu was ill, he became healed. And actually, Moshe gave him back 10 hours of daylight. All right, so Amar, Ika Gabra Kihai, the Loba Inu, the Shadur, the Shalma. So it's incredible. So the Lord got Balab said, listen, there is a man like this who gets 10 extra hours of daylight for us. How can I not write him a letter and say a Shalom Aleichem? Like, you got to get to know a man like this. So the Gemara says, Kasvili, listen to this. So here is the letter that Merodach Baladan sent to Chizkiyahu. Here it is. The Gemara says, Kasvili, Shalom Aleichem Chizkiyahu. Peace be unto you, Chizkiyahu. Shalom Lekarta Yushalayim. Right? Peace unto Yerushalayim. Shalom Le'alokar La'avos. Peace unto the great God. Peace unto the great God. Incredible. So the Gemara says, so what happened? Nebuchadnezzar suffered the Baladan. So Nebuchadnezzar, and then it was this when Nebuchadnezzar was young. So what was his job? He was the scribe of the king. He was the scribe of Merodach Baladan. So the Gemara says, listen to this. So apparently Nebuchadnezzar wasn't there when Merodach Baladan wrote this letter. He was on break. So he comes back. He finds out that Merodach Baladan wrote this letter. He also they tell me what was the letter that was written. They told him the letter. So he kind of says something amazing. He says the letter makes no sense. He says you call the God of the Jews great, but you put him last. Right? You say Shalom Aleichem, great King Chizkiyahu. Shalom Aleichem, Shalom Aleichem, great God. Because it doesn't make any sense. If God is great, then where does he belong? All the way in front. So this is Nebuchadnezzar. All right, Shalom So Nebuchadnezzar says, the house is right. Shalom Aleichem to great God. Shalom Aleichem to Yerushalayim. So I say, can you imagine? Nebuchadnezzar like, guys, I left for 5 minutes. I think you can't get the letter right. So what happens? They said to him, kind of the Yarda, they have So you see this special before that. Literally again. Kind of the guy who literally means he who reads the letter should be the one who goes ahead and delivers it. The idea being that if you have the good idea, execute. The good idea, execute. Don't come with a basket full of good ideas. You have good ideas, execute them as well. So the letter is in transit. You think that it should be redone? Okay, go after the courier and get it. So listen to this. Rabbi says, listen to this. To his credit. Runs after the courier. Roy Basrei, Kid Roy Abba Psios, as he took 4 steps, Asa Gabriel stopped him. So I'm going to be over the Molly will bug our real bad music. I got to tell us what listen to this. What was Nebuchadnezzar doing? Nebuchadnezzar was running after the courier because Nebuchadnezzar was concerned about the covet of the Bidon Shalom. Gabriel stopped him. Because had Nebuchadnezzar run any further, there would have been no way to stop his future courage against Klal Yisrael. So I want to say that's what we said before. In the schools of the Arab Psias, the 4 steps of Nebuchadnezzar running after the courier because he thought the letter was not written in a dignified enough way to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, that gave Nebuchadnezzar ultimately a tremendous power over Klal Yisrael. And And the Malach Kavion that stopped him where he was, he was absolute difference. Was I just point out this thing is sometimes it's always interesting to see like what it takes to make people how do everyone is successful. So the Gemara tells a lot of these stories so that there's something to learn. So what do you see in the story from the Kaiman? So let's say just almost a basic brother, a willingness to take an idea and to implement it. A lot of times in life, we're chock full of ideas. It's great. I'm willing to take all of my ideas, alphabetize them, categorize them, anything you want, and then I'm ready to give them over to someone else. And then as long as someone else does the execution, what makes great people great is they have beautiful ideas and they are willing to put in the effort to implement. They don't delegate. They do what has to get done in order to get the job done. And if Nebuchadnezzar has this insight, it's not like, okay, who wants to run after the program? Again, if he's the sofer to the king, by the way, that's a very important position. He should have gotten someone else to run after the career. But instead he decides to do it himself. Because great people recognize that if you believe in something enough, roll up your sleeves and get it done. Don't wait for someone else to do the heavy lifting, do the job yourself. Incredible. You know, it was like, by the way, my Baladon ben Baladon. You know, it goes back over here to this king. I must say, so like that over here. This king is the king of Babel before Nebuchadnezzar. So who is that? His name is Merodach Baladon ben Baladon. What's the pshat? That's a pretty strange name. What does it mean, Baladon ben Baladon? Listen to this one. Amri, Baladon Baladon was his father. Baladon, the father, was king. What happened? The Ishmari Abi Bahavi Kalba. And apparently, he had some type of illness. His face looked like a dog, transformed into a dog. Right? Again, I know this dog talking. It's so cute, so beautiful, so wonderful. Right? Okay, good. You clearly see how Chazal feel about dogs. Okay, good. So, that's it. Where it says over here, he looked like a dog. His face became deformed. He can't be king. That's like this the Babel. He can't become king with a deformed face. So he abdicated his throne. So his son Merodach becomes king. It's actually very beautiful. So his son Baladon becomes king, but as part of the way that his son gave his father covered is he took his father's name as his own. So instead of just being Merodach ben Baladon, he became Merodach Baladon ben Baladon. This was covered to his father who was still alive. So the Gemara says, "I see ben Yechavidav ve'eved Adonai." So this is what it means when it says a son will honor a father and a servant to the master. Ben Yechavidav hada amar. By the way, it's actually pretty striking. It's just interesting to see that the example that Chazal want to bring on this passage. Ben Yechavidav, which is from Malachi, the example it gives ultimately again is Merodach Baladon ben Baladon. There are a lot of other examples of people that way, but it's interesting to see that they choose this one. The Gemara said, "Ever Adonai, what's the Ever Adonai?" It's said, "U'b'chodesh ha'chamishi b'Yisrael ha'chodesh yishnas sha'as yishon l'melech Nebuchadnezzar, ba melech Babel, ba Nebuchadnezzar Rabbi Kabachim, Amar l'fnei melech Babel Yerushalayim, v'Yisrael as Beis Hashem as Beis Hamelech." So what's this do this? So the example, who is the example of the servant who revered his master? The servant who revered his master was Nebuchadnezzar. Now we're transitioning back. Remember again, just so you remember, Nebuchadnezzar is the king of Babel. Nebuchadnezzar was his top general. Nebuchadnezzar was a cruel, bloodthirsty man. He's giving the appellation of Rav HaKabachim, the chief butcher. In fact, we speak about Nebuchadnezzar in the keynote of Shabbat. We speak specifically about Nebuchadnezzar's bloodthirst for children, cruelty that he exhibited towards children. So the Gemara says over here, so there's the Gemara the passage that says that Nebuchadnezzar goes ahead, he burns the house of HaKadosh Baruch Hu and the palace of the king. Now the passage said that Nebuchadnezzar was standing before HaKadosh Baruch Hu. He was standing before Nebuchadnezzar, his master. The Gemara says, "On the days. When we saw Nebuchadnezzar in Yerushalayim, so let's say, now let's just get the job right over here. Nebuchadnezzar is in Yerushalayim because he's just destroyed the base of God, destroyed ultimately again the palace of the king. But it says that he's standing before Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babel. Like Nebuchadnezzar was never in Yerushalayim. You might say, "We saw Nebuchadnezzar in Yerushalayim."
It's over.
Vayanu also Melech Babel with himself. So Nebuchadnezzar was never in Eretz Yisrael. He was in Ethiopia. Right, that's where he was. So how does it say? How does it say that the Zoran that the Zoran had such covet for his king that he had an image of Nebuchadnezzar literally engraved on his chariot. So he felt like he was always before his king. And the other thing is he had so much reverence for Nebuchadnezzar, so much reverence that it was as if he was standing before the king at all times. You kind of, so you might say, Rabbi says as follows. So now we're jumping back a little bit. So the initial attack on Yerushalayim. So when it says, so Nebuchadnezzar had sent to Nebuchadnezzar wagon loads of 300 of the sharpest axes that were so sharp that the metal could cut through metal. And all the axes broke, trying to break down one gateway of Yerushalayim. So boy, let me have that. Amar, Mistafina Deloli Abdu B, Kiechi the Abdu Bisafir. The Zaran is ready to turn back. Now why is the Zaran ready to turn back? Listen, because remember again, it wasn't so long beforehand that what happened? Sancheriv, right? So in other words, everybody knows the story of Sancheriv, the massive defeat and has become. So now you have 300 of the sharpest axes, metal that cut through metal, and all of them break on one glory of Yerushalayim. Does not look like a good home. So the Zaran is ready to turn around, go back home. Nafka Kala Ba'amar, Shavar Bar Shavar. So Baskal came out. Baskal to Shavar. What's that? Shavar Bar Shavar literally means a jumper. Someone who jumps. Rashi says that Shavar Bar Shavar is the right hand time of Rashi, about 10 lines into the short lines. Dolet by Dolet, come up for Kavash and Yerushalayim. And the Zaran Kalamar, so apparently that called him the jumper, because interestingly enough, the Zaran was part of Sancheriv's campaign as well. And interestingly enough, let's remember again, what was Sancheriv's mistake? What was Sancheriv's mistake? He missed the window. So apparently, Zaran was the one who was urging Sancheriv, attack now. That's why it's called the jumper. Like he was ready to leap into battle, to jump into battle. So the Baskal comes up and says, jumper. Don't abandon your plan over here. So the word says, Shavar Bar Shavar. Zaran Shavar the Markasina, the Mikvah Shacharit, the Eichel of Mikvah. So ultimately, again, it is time for the Beis HaMikdash to be destroyed. I will say that I just want to point out that these Gemaras are very profound, because a lot of times when we suffer misfortune at the hands of the nations of the world, what's compounded, what compounds our pain is the notion of a feeling of abandonment by others. Now, what's interesting for us is, as I always tell us, nothing ever happens to us unless the Ribono Shel Olam wants it to happen. And even when there's pain, and even when there's suffering, even when there's loss, it only comes from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Now, on one hand, it's painful because HaKadosh Baruch Hu do this to us. On the other hand, there is, interestingly enough, or ironically enough, a certain element of reflection. Because I know it's not something that someone else is doing to me, it's something that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is doing to me. Which means that Rothschild is choreographing even this overwhelmingly painful situation, which is difficult as it is, but I know it's not haphazard, I know it's not random, I know it's coming from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So the Baskal comes out and says, Zaran, don't abandon ship, it is time for the Beis HaMikdash to be destroyed. So watch this. There was one axe left. One axe left. Also, so now, this is interesting. The Zaran is a very smart man. So the Zaran realizes now that he's at a very, very dangerous crossroads. Am I going to be like Sancheriv and be wiped out by Hashem, or am I going to be the agent of Hashem? So what does he do? He takes the last axe. He goes over to the gate of Yerushalayim. He doesn't hit the gate with the sharp part. He hits the gate with the handle, with the blunt, the dull part. Why? What's his logic? His logic is like this. If the Shah HaKadosh Baruch Hu, if Rothschild wants him to destroy the Beis HaMikdash, the gate will open to the part. So the Gemara says, and sure enough, Be'iftach. He knocked against the gate with the heart, and the gate fell down. Shneimar, Yodea Kinegi the Maila B'Sfach is Hagimos. Havakato Ba'azi Azamata Lahayane. So let's listen now. So this is a tragically overwhelming story. When the Tsar Ravat Tabachim, the chief butcher, knocks down the gate of Yerushalayim, and he's literally again killing everyone in sight until he gets to the Beis Hamikdash. Adlik Dei Nura. He sets the Beis Hamikdash. He sets the Beis Hamikdash on fire. Because this is an overwhelming Gemara. Rava Heichalim. As the Zara lights the Beis Hamikdash on fire, the Beis Hamikdash itself begins to ascend heavenly, almost as if the Beis Hamikdash is trying to save itself from what is required. As he imagines the Beis Hamikdash uproots itself and begins to go and literally ascend heavenly. And what happened? Darku Beis Min Shemai. The Rebbeinu Shalom pushed it back down. The Beis Hamikdash itself. The Beis Hamikdash itself is trying to escape. The Beis Hamikdash itself is trying to see, you know what, like, sometimes even the Beis Hamikdash sees all the pain and all the suffering and all the hostages and everything that happens in this world. And the Beis Hamikdash just wants to remove itself. So the Beis Hamikdash doesn't want to. Enough. Shkina says, there's a prayer. Whatever the prayer is the person. The Shkina itself takes its hand and literally pushes the Beis Hamikdash back down. Overwhelming. Shneimar. So you want to imagine at this point you come to the Zaran is feeling a little bit arrogant. Absolutely, again, he's met with ridiculous success, right? Burning down the house of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Nafka Baska Ba'amra Lei Amok Tekila Katlis Hekola Kalia Toris Kim Klota Hina Tahilas the Zaran Kamba. You killed a dead nation. You destroyed a destroyed building. Literally, again, you ground up wheat that was already flour. The Trump was telling the Zaran is, you didn't do anything. I did this. I did this. You're carrying out my will. Don't think for a moment that this is your success, right? That this is your accomplishment. Everything that you're doing is only occurring because I'm allowing you to. Here I find the gospel came out. Gully Tower takes the touch, you shoot out Gully show of the Nahara. Stephen no Nemar and the camera. It doesn't say anything about meat. God says again, flowers. The same way that if you come in you grind flour, that's already flour, you're not doing anything. So you've already destroyed people, you've destroyed building. Which is another story. Chaza Damed Zakaria, Rabbi Karas. So it's the Rabbi Zakaria. So the tragedy. So the Klal Yisrael, Rabbi Zakaria, had given Moshe to Klal Yisrael saying that they had to do tshuva or they're going to be destroyed. How did Klal Yisrael deal with this message? They killed Zakaria. Now they killed Zakaria in the Beis Hamikdash itself. So what happens? So the Bujar is standing in the Beis Hamikdash, and he sees Chazad Damit is Zakaria with Kavod Rasa. He sees that there's blood that's boiling, literally bubbling blood in the Beis Hamikdash. Another one, my high. So Zakaria says to the people, Jews in the Beis Hamikdash, what is this? Don't worry about that. That's just sacrificial blood that's spilled. So the Bujar says that doesn't make any sense. What does he do? I see the RC in the Damikasi. What it moves. So what the Bujar does, he shucks an animal, takes the blood from the shucked animal, compares it to his blood that's blood in this case, so the blood doesn't look like the same kind of blood. Doesn't look like the same kind of blood. It belongs to me. Some of those blood means you know so the Bujar says, either tell me what this is, or literally again, I will peel the skin off your body with iron coals.
This is so cool. This is now
the blood of a man who was both the Kohen and the Navi. The saw the Korah of Yerushalayim. He prophesied for the Jewish people about the destruction of the Beis Hamikdash, and the Klal Yisrael, we killed him. We killed him because we didn't like his message. Amar Lahu, I don't know if I see that. So the Bujar says, okay, I will appease these people. I see that, I'll avenge this girl's blood. So what does he do? He gathers up the Rabbanan, the rabbinic leadership. He kills them all, but the blood didn't stop bubbling. I used to try to keep the day back. He brought the street children. Called to the Liyah, he slaughtered them below enough, and the blood did not stop. I see Pirkei Kehuna, Katra, he brought the young Kohanim. killed them, and the blood did not stop bubbling. So the Gemara says, Ad dikatel iluya tishnu va'agarivah, until he slaughtered 940,000 people. Below enough. And ultimately, again, the blood did not stop bubbling. Karav legabe. So the Zizar goes over to the blood and he says, Zechariah, Zechariah. Told him Shebahem Ibarka. It says, so when the Zizar says, Zechariah, Zechariah. Literally, again, I've slaughtered the best of Klal Yisrael. Should I kill more? Miyad nach. In that moment again. So the blood of Zechariah stopped on him. Say such a moment. You should just know, by historical accounts, it's interesting to note that over close to 1 million Jews were slaughtered when the Beis Hamikdash fell. The Beis Hamikdash was destroyed. So it's interesting. A lot of times, like sometimes numbers are hyperbolic. It's interesting. The 940,000 number is, again, close to 1 million people fell. That's like when we think about destruction of the Beis Hamikdash, we have to think about just the destruction of the structure. But we forget about just the colossal loss of life over almost 1 million people. So the Gemara says, so now so literally, the Zara says, what else do you want? I killed Rabbi. I killed the children. I killed the Pirkei Kahuna. I killed the best of Klal Yisrael. You want more? You want more blood? You want more bloodshed? And then the blood stopped on there. So we'll say, the Gemara will stop here in this moment. The Gemara says, here, shoes of the Daita. So this morning was something amazing happened, which is, so the Zara says, as they say, like, Mashu lo normali, like, this is not normal. This is not a normal Zara. Right? And he has thoughts of tshuva. Why does he have thoughts of tshuva? He says, Mahem shelo idu ala nefesh achas, kach ugavra mat tehebi alei. So the Zara said like this. Klal Yisrael was held to such a degree of accountability because they killed one person because of Zechariah. So the Zara says, what's going to happen to me? I killed almost 1 million people. What's going to be with me? All right, Shaget Rotisa Labese, that is Gaia. The Zara sends a letter to his house saying, Trevor, I'm not coming home. And he goes off and he converts. So we'll say absolutely overwhelming mercy. Even with Zara, and again, Rabbi Kabochim, the chief butcher, says this overwhelming moment of here, which I just want to point out over here. The Lashon over here is here, you know, the Lashon that I'm on the middle of this I'll just say it's very different. Lashon on the Shuvah, is Kishiyas Shuvah, Chayav Nezados. So it's interesting that what is it in Kishiyas Shuvah? What is that Lashon Kishiyas Shuvah? The gifter, the Shiva has a beautiful sefer called Shuvah. The gifter writes, but this eventually has a similar idea as well. But the first step of tshuva is hear her tshuva. What's hear her? Here is a thought. Before you even do anything concrete, before I change anything about my life, the first step in tshuva is that thought. What's that thought? That thought is, I can't go on the way things are. The first step in tshuva is this level of cognition where I say to myself, I gotta change. Things just have to be different. How, what, when, where, that remains to be seen. But I know that the way things are now should not be the way they go forward. The Zara has that moment of here, right? As he's standing there with blood of precious Jews on his hands, standing in a Beis Hamikdash that is going up in flames, has this cathartic moment of here, says, you know what? I don't know what I'm going to do. I know that I can't continue this way. Runs away from everything. Gives up everything and goes on to become a guy, goes on to become a member of Klal Yisrael. I will say, the story's not over, but we're going to stop here for today. The rest of the Zara story and the story of other great gaming minutes I shall tomorrow's daf. Want to start to give us a shkoya.
Come on, spice that card up, baby. You do something. I think that's it.
All right, then let's say good morning. Let us begin. We will be taking all of our sponsors for this morning's shift to thank our planetary sponsors for the Jewish Exception for the Wilson's Weapon. Eventually, all the breakfast this year is this. from Source Troubles for all the Israel from Thomas Punch's score. The month of Adar Abba Avidu was over Henry Steve Zins. Rabbi from Sfadik after Harry's first Ben Yosef Hakoin. The Zid Rubin and Benny Family's name are Mr. William Zid, Zid Del Shmuel, Jeff Shmuel, Ben Yisrael. And the bonus countries with the Hazel, many of Judy Gordon, the Yudis Esther, Bas, and Mother, and the American Bank, all the shows that Maria. The family's name is Summer. Everything with the Shabbat, the contact police, like the problems with location with one of hostages, and the law of our soldiers to be successful in all Nazi movement. Looking back, let's begin and we want to retain about Hashem, please back to second dollar range before. We have to go up on Sunday dinner on the days, maybe 3 Rabbi Amar the Moda from that gun. It is about 10 rounds up from the 46 yards. Rabbi Amar the Moda from that gun. He goes to this quite fascinating. Rabbi says, who has the ability? Now, really changing. What my gun means the ability to slow and jump. What my gun? So the ability to slow and jump is ultimately fit to go ahead and you must have sit down and you have you spoke the shot every time it's done but you have to make someone what does this mean? That someone is able to slow and jump. So he's like, one is able to go ahead and do it. Rashi says over here, my God, you can do more about that. So when you have to other shocking, the idea of a higher. The idea over here is that the idea will possess such an acute sense of judgment that they're able to perceive that which is right and that which is wrong, without considering all of the details, and simply able to almost smell the MS. So the Gemara is right. The Gemara says, Bako Ziva. Gemara tells you a bit of a story. Bako Ziva, also known as Bako Fa. Bako Fa. So Bako Ziva, that she says in the end, the mountain toward this area. He was one of the Herodian kings, like one of the descendants of Herod. So he was the king over cloudy sky. But the same amount of title shield, the power. So Bako Ziva was the king of years. I am the Mashiach. Bako the self-declared Mashiach. Anyway, the Mashiach said, the Morabagon. And the Mashiach says that he's able to go and smell judgment. Doesn't want to hear all the details of the case. That is able just to go and a little bit smell that which is right and that which is wrong. So says, let's see, I know you are Bagon. So Bako, what do you think the Mashiach can you smell justice? Given because you know Morabagon is happy. Once they saw that he was unable to smell justice, so he said he was his false Messiah, and they killed him. And this is interesting, right? Because there's some level of the start of the shocking that happened with that culture. King was thinking that Bako was killed by the Jews. Other accounts have that Bako was killed by the Romans. So it's interesting, either way, Bako ultimately again leads to the fair revolt. Just to point out the memory again, Rabbi Akiva thought that Bako was a Jew. So Bako had a tremendous amount of support, not just as a leader of Klal Yisrael, but as a potential sales figure as well. Okay, the memory is like that. The real Hayeli Yishar Ba'azai B'Sigur, השאיר בהם חומרים וטובים מראה, ומזכיר בחוכמה חוכמה ביודי בס ומגיע לידו, אשר כוח שהם יעמוד להיכל המראה. ולא ידעו פלשון חלקי. Because it's not good topic, highlighting the thinking of Hayeli Yishar Ba'azai. So you might understand that the real Hayeli Yishar Ba'azai. ما يشاء بهم خمر، وزن بهذا الوجه، لأن كانوا بحرين يعمل أكيد تريد التشخيص مرحبا به. يجب إذا هذا التحرك الجميل أصلاً يعني. They have to profession, they never even use a blood level. My gosh, I got them not a work on it. I'm doing it here to stand in the palace of this week. Or in China, but depending on how much you're anything that's outside of that scope. We're at Shiva, and we're at Shiva. It means that when we're at this place, we will get crazy any type of black first, many type of privilege, chatter, from sleep. We're not meeting as one destruction is what is going on. And then we're 16 from going to the bathroom. And go back to the news with me, English markers. Because of the reference for the mind. So if you ask yourself, what's the check? What is it now? So that is interesting information Make sure what is another for us. This is on a very simple level, but I have the idea of teaching something. We're able to obtain from privileged laughter, privileged chatter, sleep, we're even able to restrain their bodily needs because they're in the presence of the King. If we could do all of those things in the presence of the human King, then Allah has come as a camel. We ultimately have to exercise self-esteem. And we ultimately have in order not to engage with the race of purity because we too stand before the King at all times. Incredible. Otherwise, we don't need to do it. So those are like says, that all of us, so we will say in God's eye, will all come shade of the So the Gemara says, that the Shmuel by one Amar, the Rebbe Yehuda, Karan Yishavaykan and Yishak Shvati. So disagreement. So again, so the Shmuel by one is the Rebbe Yehuda, but everyone else was from Abu Shvati. The Rebbe said, Rishni Nefar, Asher told it Yikru, Ba'al Shvisi Nefar Nefar. The Bible says from their sons, that will come from you, the king will take them as Swissing. Swissing, my Swissing was a Swiss. So that I'm a Swissing man. That says a little bit like a unit. But the king will often castrate his servant, where they should not be distracted by other things, and which will be according to what is in them. And Kalama, so it starts out with a no, it means that the result is like cut off. Or result was just castrated during their days. So they had a special ability to remove all these others. And I'm going to start selling jelly and basically that's all these other things we castrate during their days. And you can see the cover, the and I'm a Swiss managed my cover, not easy to hold. But everything that says, if you're a little Swissing, so that's the chapter of the passage. So the verse says, my vocabulary is the old cabinet of the news arrangement again, the cover back. Fire had no effect on them. A reference to the Christian age. The story of the Prophet we spoke last yesterday. That's it. But we have more than other time. The couple of it means is again, if you're like the fire, you're going to be the same smoke. Impact on the well. This one, I'm going to say something during the day. So this would be like that, but about the others, talk about during the days. I think it's the trauma from the science, so you should hear shots of sound. I remember the other Swissing money, the strength of the music is in it. I don't think it's like that, but they're money Swissing. So ultimately, again, with the touch of their son, with the fruits of this level of revelation, this is the heart of the days, 3 days both. But the Lord of the King has to be the but also the touch of the result of the days. You know those are good. Literally, I'm going to speak in English in the same influences of the knowledge speaking. The passage says, that they see the promise of the ambition, told in burning in the balance. The passage says that the meaning that they found it in themselves is even greater than potential physical offspring. So it makes sense to have your physical offspring. And when the Englishman starts up, it's not the main one. My told you burning in the balance. And then I mitzvah in the balance, shahari lahan tzvah in the same. Better in the apparently good guy that the family needs speaking by the king. They have children, and unfortunately, again, they're speaking to the
That was amazing.
Actually, Russia, when he comes, what is it that giving him joy or like our people Dutch Bakaka, Bitsipuri, Zessica Danilo, Shinikla Ashmo. That's called Sefer Danilo. That's what you're again, Sefer Danilo is named, obviously, again, with this, masks, which are Danilo, the Sefer Danilo is named for Danilo. So that's interesting question. Community Ezra Nechaya, Ben Chachai, community Ezra, Nechaya Ben Chachai Amigo. So interesting that it says pretty much all of the words, what's all of those that Rashi points out in our Tanakh, as we have Sfarim, Ezra and Nehemiah. In reality, there's really only one sefer called Ezra. It was divided out later on. So notice this thing very interesting. Most of Sefer Ezra is actually prophesied by Nehemiah, said by Nehemiah. So that is why it's called Ezra, not Nehemiah. So it's the most Sefer al Shnei. Why is it not called Sefer Nehemiah? And then you have other relations, that's more. Because ultimately, again, Nehemiah took a little bit too much credit for himself. Shimei Amar, Zocher li Elokai l'Tova. Remember me, my God, for good. I, the David Nami, Neymar Amra, Zocher li Hashem l'Tova, Paktir B'Shua Secha. I got an out. Also said to remember me. We kind of almost like we had a little bit of requisite merits. in order to go ahead and have his tzedakah. It was the other Rabbi of Kabbalah. Rabbi was asking for Rahmanis. It was like Rabbi for Klal Yisrael as well. And he was saying, "Wait, Shasir with Musa Shalishim." So I said, "This is incredible." So Nehemiah doesn't know to have the sefer in why? Because he spoke disparagingly about the earlier ones. So what is this? Mishneh Mar, Va'apachos harishon Hashem Ekbidu ala'am vayikhu lehem balachem v'yayin v'achaket v'shkalim arbaim. So what's this? This is incredible. That Ezra disparaged the leaders. Nehemiah disparaged the leaders that came before him. Ultimately accused them of exploiting their condition for personal gain. Now, it's fascinating what I say is, even though he may have been right, but he might have been what he said was factual.
I love this kind of music.
Can't rely on the Jews. Technology. What's the citizen yesterday about?
What's it?
Says,
Easy listening. Nice.
Show said, what does that mean? The big corporations of the world to speak negatively about colleagues from the non-baby. You can't speak negatively about this. You just can't. Even if what you're saying is true, even if a point has to be made, a point has to somehow be made, always holding up the sanctity of the Jew, never has to show deconstructing the other. So therefore, when you come to Hanya, half truthfully, but nevertheless negatively spoke about Klal Yisrael, therefore Rothschild having the same thing anyway. You must have told me that I thought we should have never seen that. He was spoken negatively about Daniel. When we know line, by the way, how do we know that she wasn't there? How do we know that he's greater than him? So the Gemara says, so okay, we'll do it different next cycle. You know, you'll go ahead and say, but I see any Daniel Rabbi as Hamara, but I know she might show how you need no longer as Hamara about how long did we go in Nafla, how you do both Habe, but I should have shown you one to see it. So you might say, so how do you know that Daniel was greater than these other people? So the question because the episode where it was a dramatic vision, Daniel had the vision, and no one else saw it. No one else saw it but Daniel. In fact, that Daniel saw it, so if he thought that Daniel was greater, the Gemara says, in my opinion, I'm not sure who these other people who live for the other things in the vision.
What's it called? Split Sacrifice Revelation. That's my jam.
So they were there with Daniel. They did not see the vision.
Did you like that? Dog, that is such a cool way to watch sports. I'm surprised that they don't like. Who would you want to see? I don't fucking know. Lord, I mean, like Shane Gillis. And Matthew Nikki Glaser. Roseanne Barr. I want to watch them fucking watch. Oklahoma State. No.
So listen, the thing after the opposite might kind of it is, but again, that's the problem. If they didn't have the vision that they are high, then why were they fighting? Why are they fighting? What caused the fight? So I said, I'm sorry. I thought that the Indian law causing Rudy was like, sorry. I thought that the Indian law causing Rudy was like cousin. Even though they didn't see anything, their Muslims saw. And I say, what is this mean? Because you know Muslims saw. So often Muslim refers to like astrological signs. In this context, I think what it means is as follows. Every person has a malach, like every person has like a ministering angel who advocates for them, who looks over, watch this, but like a sign to me. So sometimes there are things that my muzzle, like my malach sees, but I don't see. But yet again, there is like this synergistic connection between myself and my malach. And therefore, the Gemara suggests over here that even if I don't see something in my malach sees something, so that has an impact on it. You know, so I'm writing Shemia, Haiman, the Madis, Apagav, the Ilo Chazi, Mazle Chazi. This is fascinating. Sometimes in life, sometimes like a person can be gripped by fear, and the fear doesn't really make sense, right? The fear itself could be illogical. But what does it mean sometimes when a person is gripped by fear that they don't know why? So what does that mean that my muzzle saw something, my malach saw something, even though I didn't see it, my malach saw it, and that's how you attack them. Incredible. So you must make that content. So what's the correct for that? We're supposed to listen. First, let's speak about fright. We're not exactly sure right what the fight is, but I know that I want to be out of this emotion. Really shows me good thing.
That was so tight.
As much as you do,
I think he'll
jump
tell
away
me.
from your fighting spot.
Really?
Jump away down on this.
Really? Really? Huh?
Or Sishma, Ri Kaip and Mokoman Tunokas, and ultimately again,
I want to see some athleticism. That's really. Who did you think won that last fight?
Say the following.
Really?
The goat of the slaughterhouse is a
Yeah,
thousand.
the truth is. I'm sorry.
He was teaching us what he was teaching us.
Shit.
Abraham ideas. When it comes like when a person is gripped by fear. And the time of life where I can't even understand what the fear is. I was like, what's the top of fear? Fear is paralyzing. That's why fear is
Is that tight?
because fear is the ability to literally
Thank you.
paralyze you or keep you in place. What do you do in life when you are seized by fear? So there are three possibilities. Number one, jump around this, which means move yourself forward. Number one is don't allow fear to paralyze you. Move yourself forward, even if it's only paralysis. Whatever you do, don't remain in place. Because one thing is, if you remain in place, what's going to happen? What's going to happen? You remain in place. Right? Nothing happens. So first thing when seized by fear is literally move yourself, even if it's only a little bit of an amount, move yourself forward in life. Number two, say Shema. Say Shema. When it's enter yourself in that part. Shema is the opener, which I tell myself. The greatest antidote to fear is your relationship with the Rabbi. So you're seized by not like unintelligible, paralyzing fear. Say Shema, lift yourself up as powerful. That will be the path to move forward. But also, lastly, what should you do? Say the goat in the slaughterhouse is fatter than you. What is that? What is that? Sometimes it was like fear is nonsensical. So sometimes the way to shake off fear is to say, this isn't real. This is not real. So that statement of the goat in the slaughterhouse is fatter than you. It's just like a statement that I can't. How do you feel when you say that statement? What's the reaction when you say that statement? You feel it, right? Like a smile, right? Like the idea here is so many times we're paralyzed by things that aren't real. They're not real. They're perceived. So sometimes what you need to do is you break the whole idea by saying something like super nonsensical. It's a little nonsensical, kind of like change the mood a little bit, and you just move yourself forward. By paralyzing fear, and move yourself forward, open yourself to others powerfully, and remind yourself that it's not real. If you do those three things, or even if it is real, it's not as real as it actually feels. If you move yourself forward, even when you're saying it's not like it feels incredible. So you must remember that. So you know, it says, you might have sure that show in case you can do that, but I was close. The thing I comment should have said, Pasua, is that such a terrible sight? In general, a man in the person. That is open. And only remember the end of the word is closed. The next word, mem in the middle is closed. Because Peshbach will also speak to Mashiach. Supposed to be the purpose. This concept is by the skill. The skill of the king of Yehuda. So Peshbach wanted it, the skill of Mashiach. The Sanhedrin goes to Muggle. And then again, Sanhedrin, who comes out to do battle with this skill. Hashem wanted to make him go to Muggle. Remember again, there's this word called Muggle, which is this ultimate showdown between good and evil, which precedes the Messianic era. So Hashem wanted to make this skill of Mashiach and Sanhedrin. Go to Muggle. I would do this and do it for the Rothschild. Not gonna be so Shabbat Kamashiach, the Shabbat of the Bar. Let's see some Mashiach. So we just have to react to the strict justice because we don't know. Okay, so we're making like a system of checks and balances, like the Hagar is powerful. Those are ready to go and make the skill better. We just need to fight. W is greater than the skill, and you didn't make W Mashiach. So the Gemara says, "We're also some Mashiach. This skill shas is like Komisim." Right? So this skill shas also called Mismanother. The Lord of Mashiach. So again, this skill, ultimately again, we get so nervous for. And yet, unfortunately, we do some shit that it's so Mashiach take it away. This skill is very nervous. So you do some Mashiach, you're gonna make it Mashiach. The top, you stop and never the neck. This is from Israel Mashiach, is like a Shia. Like a Shia. You can make a tower of gratitude for the Israel Mashiach. And we go to the biggest of God, the Lord is Shia. We Shia at all times. Shia in times of good. Shia in times of change. Shia in times of happiness. Shia in times of tragedy. That is the over of you. That is the quality of Mashiach. The great thing to say Shia is that it's not from what's happening. You know, it's like life must go on to the Holy Bible. This is such a beautiful video. So that's it. I knew about the Mashiach. That's so much. Wow. That's so much. We're please. Let's just go Mashiach. I'll see Shia for this video. I'll see Shia for that. You know, so what's the matter with Shia for the Shia? Not to our Shia, Shia. I want to tell all of you about it. The goal is to only see you know us some of the topics yet. So the Sarah enters the door. I just let's go. We see on the ship. Now the Earth said she won't use the hat. And if you didn't say she earth was going to that, so that's what we're not going to say. The secrets of the world are for me. I changed my mind to nothing. And this throne is not going to be Mashiach. I'm going to read. I read. I got no sign. The Rabbi said, no sign, thank you for the power. Now the Rabbi knows the luxury, and the Mashiach has not yet come. So if the Mashiach comes, let's go back to the Allah. Thank you for being a part of what you do. Because a part of the God, thank you for being a part of what you do. The Osri, what is it? That's where I get really good. And everything is that you can see the God himself has to suffer much until Mashiach comes. Also, then I like always show a man that I will show a man the man that I will do. Also, I'm not a reverse. Do not show. The man is usually trying to get the lead. His name is do not. So you know, the next tactical impulse speaks of you know. So all of the leading speaks of you know. I mean, show a man that I will show a man that. So essentially, again, as if you do the actions, actually says that Sarah, you host, and the show us the colors that show, but any massive cast on a human life, which means that actually is things that you are supposed to do is not even. It's free to sign up. This is the knowledge you can try to all over the shows. So all that with the hands, show them money, universe, everything is spread to the so it was a color show, right? Also, also the Lord and dividing show the Asai. So the show us that also also the mind dividing by everything again. It's going to be the going to come. The going to come. And the only answer. That's restraint. Also, going to do that. He said the question is the side on the show of also going to do the color. So that right now, and I'm clear to your brothers. Morning will come. Morning will come. But before morning will come,
So be smart with one early stop paying full price for streaming services and only gaining access to exclusive content. Get your money's worth at expressvpn.com/rothschild. Smart link at expressvpn.com/rothschild.
Popping it straight. Really phenomenal.
he spoke, and thank you for finally this was two absolutely powerful, incredible. So it's only the third match of also actually goes on a Santa Lara Biativa, just as it is so it's like better if you look at some of these movies, he's going to be doing something that is actually giving some hints to the titles. It's a Santa Lava Biativa. So we do this out of Santa Lava Biativa means great and precious. How is that video being used? The fish will see that the user's eyes. So let's say this is wild. It's just so hey, if I get remember again, you know, it's like hey, we cause much destruction. We never spoke disparagingly about our resources. I believe that I have the accent. I ask the accent. So let's say this is incredible. So thirdly, accent you choose. What do you think you choose? And you take you to a land that is like your land. It doesn't say a land that is your land. That means just a land like your land. If you spoke about how you spoke about that in Israel. So that is what was what is said. So Kader allowed to get higher. Kader allowed to get higher. One said something he was very wise. The other said that he was very foolish. I'm sorry. One allowed to get higher. But the one said that he was a smart king. The other one, I think higher. So also, so ultimately, the only reason he's smart king is because so him with me. If you were talking to them, thinking you could have on your own, there's nothing that will anything dismiss his words as just being foolish. Like my daughter on two-page high, the upper point is not to use your land and like your land. My daughter on two-page high, the thing that said that he was a foolish king, he really like him. I'm sorry, my daughter on two-page high, it came my Rabbi said. And this was really foolish. I thought he said, he was trying to get the following of the Jews. So if you get the help your coaches and following of the Jews to a similar type of land, why would you change it? Is your totally better, or you have more reality for okay, thank you. You want to say, let me talk about it. Whatever you say, it's still better than incredible. That's a symbol. It's also kind of feedback from the wall. Because the speaker speaks negatively about themselves. So Jews, the exiled Jews, the Jews never spoke negatively about the Lord. Such an incredible idea. So one of like, let me talk to you about the Olympics that goes exiled Jews too. The Hollywood Summit. And so, others, you start sick with the music trying to slow. Unfortunately, as much as I think never said negatively about that slow, Charlie saw this piece negatively about that as slow. Kimaki realizes Kimaki is sauce, and the drink is called sauce. Finally, shot your island. They called it sauce, they named it sauce because it's soft. It's the land, it's just as nice as our land. Kimaki almond when it's in this for almond to almond. It said, the land is like our land as well. Kimaki sauce shredded, when it came to a place called sauce shredded. Almond church. It said, this is twice as good as our so it's like unfortunate people sometimes the downfall of concept after we find ourselves being using us and we deceive ourselves with the vision so where we are is actually better there. Yeah, not that it's okay, not that it's maybe just the words, but the thing that we but I'm trying out to see this better than so again, something from everyone to the same thing. So again, I'm just kidding about how you spoke about the same thing, or how you spoke to speak about the land. It's something incredible. So he works with his followers. Sacas que voltou, Sacas que voltou do outro this is talking about the good results that Phoenix Army was this season. So how was it defeated? They were Papa's logo work more than others. So Phoenix Army were able to see their bodies remained intact. They were killed by having their shunners consumed. So it was like a miracle, hungry the mind of the not food inside. Like the river of is closing. There is the other. This is actually trying to listen to this moment. So yesterday, even with kind of suffering up, a position that shows the complete self-attack. And that's like when you're trying to tell us, you want to go to the furnace, so you're trying to raise power. So the clothing is a whole big thing that keeps you out. how you dress says a lot about the person you are. How you dress for certain things ultimately paragraphs a message about the importance of your strong with that particular effect. So as an example, your clothes, your clothing is a big smooth fabric. You know, the rest of the fabric, no, so that's very hard. Not that also that's the shadow of the time. Friends feel like the shadow of the time. What's the difference by the fact that I size? That is the other side. Remember again, the fire kingdom is similar to the shadows, but their bodies very high. So to know some females under this clothes, their shadows very similar because their bodies are very high. So there's a function of your shoulder top. Hello, she is back. So you can talk a little bit. So this is how hello, who is looking less. I shouldn't say like the fire says, we have so much more to go. So hello, himself, black skin, is virtual comes by that comes by. So here, Shakir goes on the base. So here, Shakir out of the Shanda. So here, ultimately again. Because of blasphemy, Sharia, HaKadosh Baruch Hu nishbach ממנו, nishbach ממנו על-ידי Sharia. So ultimately again, HaKadosh Baruch Hu exactly punishment funded through Sharia. Okay, so let's go over here. How does it say? You actually touch what the Torah says. What does Hashem? So why directly blasphemy? Who is Hashem? But I should listen to him. Who is HaKadosh Baruch Hu the expert? HaKadosh exactly punishment funded himself. The city by now Hashem especially so high by Hashem himself stirred the waters of the ocean. See, that after by Hashem. So David could say, we have Hashem. So ultimately again, so but ultimately again, Hashem Amar Eli, Allah Arz and Rothschild. So this is very interesting. So there's very fascinating ideas about Sanhedrin. The Sanhedrin itself will receive divine instructions to go and destroy all this stuff. He thought that this was a divinely orchestrated message. So that's just a real. So again, the point I got you. So it's the fact that when you're out with Hashem, you saw what was that? So Sanhedrin says, we're march against Yerushalayim without explicit instructions from God. Hashem Amar Eli, Alei ala Aretz Hazeh Shishkisa. Hashem has said to me, come to this land of Israel, which is pretty wild. So Sanhedrin essentially saying that he's asking exactly 5 years of God. So my question was, what talking about. Maybe something or maybe something that should be fun. So he's trying to start with the other such a thing like this. So he wants to be shown that he got like, sign as that. I see you, I should not come open the app loud. And the source, that's not saying you can't come on that. So that's the sort of thing. So the thing is really up. So something that's probably doing the love and you're the other guy, you're letting the side of something. And that is it's actually five for us, but second of those problems. That's a lot. If you get the other problem, I don't think you're going to flush it up off the map, but just a system. The Shira waters, which flow gently. And it's like that one has been taken to not so much that in my head, so they can see all of this moving before it. And then it's like going to hike that, not having been in a tower. The reason is that it was not the explanation of this process. You have no idea what it's talking about. You have no idea what it's talking about. So what is this? So the Lord says, my karma. So the Lord says, come up. Because I'm not being an essential to this topic, so this nation has forsaken the divine kingdom. Like this nation has forsaken manifestation. The God that holds the manifestation is not true. There are conflicts. It's between subject or the Shiloh words, like the Shiloh words like spiritual, so this nation was governed by Michael States level. It governed them and looked after them in such a kind and beautiful way. And if we had a lot of their forsakenness, is what you not seem to back the value now. Instead of people they go ahead and they go to other things. Like they go ahead and they essentially grab a desire. I'm not going to make it say, you are for some references, it's going to be here. So say here. The Rabbi completely problems of the text. It's such a thing. I don't know what you think. Obviously, we're going to take them to read and license for them next year. And so they go, I said, I don't know what I meant to say. Ma'af Hashem Abayis Rasha, and never trying to be Ma'af Hashem Abayis Rasha, what if you again, the answer to the first Hashem is in the house of the Rasha? Zah, Pekach Kenamayah. So what's about it? Pekach Kenamayah was Jesus executed on the Memphis Israel. And he's going to Memphis Israel. He's Rasha. So how is it that Rasha? Over many sides, those who did not see them. He would be literally against 40 pigeons. So the pigeon was a good dessert. Was a big dessert. I'm not eating it. And so when I said that, he would eat all of these pigeons and still not eat it. And I said, what if I had that? What if I had a mountainous type of lifestyle? That was like, you have a desire. In general, whenever you see a desire, when you see a desire, eating is the thing. Like the type of balance for you, what's the difference between having a desire and a sexual like the thing of the flesh? Having a desire is to make God who you are. I don't know if I'm saying it, I make myself with that. What if everybody never got a desire? What if you don't get some words in your business? But I have a desire. Even if I say what's the desire, it's not like you stop worshiping Hashem. Very often, when you're still worshiping Hashem, we don't have a desire. So for what you're saying, why do you have a desire? Because the whole desire is good. How is it a desire? Right? Two times absolutely. But you don't know so many simulation. You must study all desire. Right? Step one is step one. Write down all the stuff you want to do. Like all the stuff you really want to do. And some of the things is theology that allows for all of that. Like so all the stuff you want to do, some of it will never even look at it, but it's a new stuff. And it's not all the stuff that you don't get necessarily make that all the right options. Right? So all the stuff you really want to know. You know about the CN path, the CN commitment, that becomes all of the mitzvahs. Right? That's our whole desire. That's our whole desire. So wherever you see our whole desire, you see it highly materialistically, because that's what it's all about. It's actually not about the theology. It's really not about the theology. It's about that we're supposed to have very high expectations of us. And therefore tells us we can't do a lot of stuff. Why? In order to do a high standard. I've always asked you why you can't do that stuff. So we need a new system of theology in order to allow all of that to occur. So what happened in our life is even all of these people that you can't consider sure we are. Because if you only have a desire, all we have a desire, what did you do? I was remember that you know every time you want to picture of people, so I can reach for life to see that. So that when I was with the engineers, we still use the vegetables and we before. Really fun. Let's say there's a kid who had everything he wanted, but he didn't realize. He do not do that. It also says that sometimes when you become a little bit too wrapped up in material, that may be an implication that our relationship with our spouse might not be that material. So remember, all that's how it's void. There's an emptiness in life. We're always trying to fill it. The issue just is if I have a relationship with that kind of spouse, and I believe it's the right thing. I don't know what it's about, and I believe it's all of the right thing. So you know they're right there. You know, so they're funny. Primero son nada de esmero nada, so you got like this very hustler. So then you come to find some working, and to say something that brings against you, the thing about the see, the kind of you who just check it, the other outside of idea. And my time of yourself is not like that. So psychotherapy is this, psychotherapy is all this stuff. And here, the never really says, once the day goes out, psychotherapy is the thing about yourself. You never really says, because of your non-compliance, like because of your terrible behavior, I'm doing or going to be doing like that. So psychotherapy says, okay, God wants me to do this. So if God wants me to do this, so if that's the case, then I'm punished. So why is he punished? If psychotherapy acts to give the will of God, why was he punished? You know, it says, Rabbi says, I'm smoking this Rabbi, either you're practically showing. Very simple. Psychotherapy was the tool of Hashem to exact punishment against the 10 tribes. He was the one with the punishment to exile the 10 tribes. He had no business in Yerushalayim. The psychotherapy set his sights on Yerushalayim as well. In other words, so ultimately, again, so you never call something and say, hey, you overstep. You have those up, that's what you got something from the 10 tribes. From the 10 tribes. You set your sights on Yerushalayim so that you don't get any power. And ultimately, again, literally, you cannot go ahead with the idol, so retaliation. There's a retaliation, which is the retaliation. So it's interesting, not tired because of something, tired because we toil and toil. Tired because we're constantly building a relationship with God. So ultimately, again, the nation that's tired cannot be raised over in the hands of the enemy. You know, it says, my case, I will show up, I says, God, so the fun that I can look good that I am, and I can go ahead, we can show them, Shekina and Alfred. So ultimately, again, we are not just the only ones. This work is the mouth is Israel. We grew up from them year to Torah. אבל אפילו בחיזודה שהחליטו עליהם אופרות ואיין הלום לעשות להם נס כאובר היד וכתיבה של היד. Those are the spots. So say, hey, you can't control over Memphis Israel. Why? Because Memphis Israel flew off beautiful Torah. When you start beautiful Torah, you have a lot of divine protection, but you have no control ultimately again over Memphis Yehuda. Because on Memphis Yehuda, they took upon themselves the beautiful Torah, and they were deserving of miracles, like literally again, like the splitting of the answer and the splitting of the elbow. So you might say, because of Amida, you're going to run from the answer, no, volume by volume. So say, hey, if you turn back, and you don't to war against Memphis, you're going to be trying to judge, ultimately, as they are turning into a degradation amongst the nations. Like that is what they're doing. Closing us like energy, but in my eyes, I was saying, don't let go. Should not be the type of they become a source of degradation. Like the laughing stock. And like this is Sarkania. She also says, you bring up Sarkania did have a divine mission, but he had to cut them off with his stuff. But his mistake was going to action like this. We go into the activism and his working Shanghai. So you know the writer. So I had one, but I'm not saying the bus of him off a shirt. But you're going to be just, but you put on the arm of the seals, and you're not on the way. So if you guys are very makes this thing. And he goes out on, he marches on Shanghai. So the Lord says, I reached the iPad Russia, and she said that you are being governed because of the art because of if you make sure you put this deal, that's okay. So it's like, what do you ask him to question? Why is this deal deserving of this? I act like this deal is exactly. So why is this deal deserving of having some fear of vengeance? I mean, it looks like as much as this deal is successful over Sarkania, there's a lot of anxiety. There's a lot of difficulty. So this deal is such a tragic thing. Why did you deserve to have this fear of Sarkania? I had very bad on this. So I'm like, you know, the Akbar Shatafas and I'm talking to respect. So let's listen to this. What happened? So they thought he swore that Sarkania was going to come on, was going to go out and march against Israel. What happened? Well, you want me to know Israel? My son said, in the south of the Iraq, here's what happened. This was like this. If I got Israel, then I'm bringing having something against you. But don't worry, because you'll be successful. What is this girl going to say? All right, well, have a baby, yes, and let me see some baby. But do me a favor, I appreciate what you're trying to do. Remember again, by doing something against this girl, and then by delivering a stunning victory to this girl, because you have to do anything. The brother wiped out the entire army of St. David. There was a massive position. There was a massive wave on him. If this girl is so good about it, it's okay. It's quality, right? So if it's okay, it's going to be covered, right? Just too much anxiety, too much feeling to say, right? Just leave it alone. You're not covered for yourself in this spot. You're like, see that way. It's not to get for small. It's a real unwillingness out there. You know, right? Which fashion is about custom, right? And no fashion is easy to myself. The fashion actually is fashion. It's far outside that I see that how the sun is shining around all this around the outfit layer of steel. So if it's possible, sometimes love it, you have to everything to feel like that. And you do fashion, it's like being on the zebra, you're going to become like a truck. So like a truck that is slow and this kingdom. That's how it goes out with a profound humanity, right? Sometimes like things are really love this stuff, because you feel it, you do it for others. You bring this down by lack of others. But after lack of found out, after lack of found out, the blessings of the lives. It's real for Shabbat says, we're supposed to feel that the black people are talking about this for fashion. And so happy that your sisters and I can be fighting up that way. But I have a comfortable person. Instead of everything working out well, why don't you instead of us, leave it alone. Leave it alone. Leave it alone. Everything spending, as if you've done 20 plus years of doing something. That's why the passage says, and you stop something, offer that covenant to your king, you stop something. But that was offer that covenant to the God of his father. There is his father. His son doesn't leave us as in strict justice. Sometimes strict justice says, we don't understand God for the fucking justice. So if you can go over here and start to you, then how you divulge to stone with the skill, and if you get the skill and say, God, sounds great, but don't do it. Don't do it. If everything's going to end happy with after, just leave things alone. There's also so many times in life we have this financial crisis. Yes, things work out. I'm in a stressful crisis situation with my situation. It turns out well. And I'm such a job. But there's like this piece of me that thinks, but why did you do it? I'm very nice about the salvation, but the same God who brought the salvation is also what? The same God who brought the crisis. Something uncomfortable as a perspective. Don't bring the crisis and you bring the salvation. So that's the conclusion. That's what the version of running the world is somehow the crisis was necessary. It's not just the resolution that's necessary, but the crisis itself is necessary. Sometimes those are things that you just don't have to understand. It's not only like that. So you know, are you like a yes, you're sick on the Ashik Lefa, the only Allah, that's a Lefa, the Allah only plays Shemai. So it's like, because this girl, don't worry, it will be okay. And the yoke of Sakura, if you lift it upon you, you create Shemai. Also, Shemai means literally use the oil. Let's see, so all these stuff now is beautiful. Koga also said that the Shemai of this girl, meaning that the yoke of Sakura was lifted upon from Klal Yisrael because of the oil of this girl. What the oil of this girl was beautiful. She had very good opportunities what the Midrashos. It was constant like oil represents life. Constant life flowing in the bottom of this Midrash. All over my considerable designs this girl. Ma'asa, what did this girl do? Ma'as cut up our pass out of his own Midrash. He put a sword at the edge of the Midrash, and he said, Bama, Kamisha and Osis Torah, you got that kind of do. He said, why are you doing Midrash? Well, he started with the sword. He's not this sword. I'm saying, what is this Midrash? You're going to go to that first Midrash? No, it's figurative. But this girl was trying to clarify Israel, what the other idea. Torah is not a recreational pursuit. Torah is life. Torah is life. And if you don't have it, then you don't have life. But exactly the same. What's that? Sometimes we look at Torah, and what's Torah? It's beautiful. And Dr. Lil Kirsty has a beautiful idea. He says, he points out, which says, we're intrigued to how you can verify that people fall asleep during the Russia. So let's say what people fall asleep during Russia. So everything else. No, it's gonna be so. No, it's gonna be again, right? But both girls are so fast. So it's really man. Like the last thing of bad music. They said this is the thing. This is the thing. Like how we perform the music. You know, that music. And you go to a gas station to go ahead and get directions. And the guy's giving you directions. But you know what directions you're doing. Right? So you're going to be not in ground. So that's going to save your life. So if you realize that words of Torah literally are life-saving. That words of Torah are life-saving. Let's say that they're never not sometimes you have to speak to them. Right. And it's not everybody who are okay, fair. But the Lisa, a lot of it is us. It's easy to think someone else walking with the thing up or reading up. A lot of it is us and how we relate to Torah. And if you was not going to read it up, it's a beautiful vibe. It's a beautiful idea. So beautiful idea. It's life-saving directions. That's what the story is going to have. The story is there not as a punitive measure, but to show Torah is not something nice. Torah is life-saving. If you have it, it will literally save yourself from making such dramatic bad decisions. In this case, if you don't have it, then unfortunately you're very close to trying to find yourself in such a negative state. So you know that the first time you guys, as you know, it says, Hopefully, don't buy that shut up. They check them down until they're shut up. But I'm not on the RC box on the purpose. There is not on it. No one who is with the Torah, only from Gnas is on purpose. But I'm not to feel that you know against Isha. Shalom. I is coming to the skin of the fire. And everyone was well versed in the laws of Torah Empire. So we got the first one, just to understand the area of scholarship, which existed during the days of Israel. Everyone was versed. Everyone was knowledgeable. Everyone was what happens when we get to the Torah? What happens? Come on, what happens? You look ahead and say, how long is this going on? All right? Let me just go to you. Let's say, let's not look at me. Everyone, men, women, children, were birthed in the halachos of Torah Empire. And also, again, in those days, the Gemara says, I am a radio ish and less published in Torah. People had very similar material aspirations. Right? They had a cow, they had two sheep in their house. They had come up with a Yashon Allah, Yafan, you know, that's a which one the luscious year, Akafish, Alex, Yafan, Alex, Shasa. Which one of the luscious year? Let's say, listen to this. So they're happy with very small things. It's really furthermore, they had vines.
Good as that, too.
And it's just kind of long ways.
But it's not zero. I love Joe Rogan when he says that. It's not a lot, but it's not zero. It's not a lot, but it's not zero. Yeah, big dog. Just watching the show, big man. No.
I got a friend in there.
Oh, okay, cool. Excellent.
To rouse the curiosity of children.
You said you were forget about Drake. That's some typical white boy shit.
Because Charles accelerate.
Drake some niggas shit.
The apple trees under which
All right, let's say good morning. Let's begin. We're talking about today. Today start to start the king 95. We are picking up our time tomorrow on days 90 for a week, and we are picking up. Oh my God, 2, 4, 6, 5.
You're good, big dog. Okay. Very cool.
should Amra Esser Masos Nosso Sola Shemos. So back to Santiago. So Santiago went ahead and traveled 10 journeys over the course of a week. 10 stops over the course of that week. From Yishara. Bo al Ayas of
I'm watching something. What's going on, Brandon? No, I'm watching another show right now. I'll take a look at it when I can. Very well. I think you chose Illinois. Very well, man.
There's more than 10 steps in this process.
Excellent.
So we'll say that last week we opened again. Sound of the raised to what is back down the beliefs is a message that is saying to Bob Sounds
I think so. Very cool.
Listen to the back of the waves is a reference to province, right? The daughter of the ones who is mitzvos in the luminous around.
Your new scanner? Oh, that's really cool. I'm watching a show right now, big man.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You okay?
You're okay. Who was like the lion's cub, but instead he ate up his nuts out. He was like the rolling lunch.
You're good, big man.
What is it? Literally, Ania Harasos. That answer.
I can't talk right here.
Ben Hilkia, when it's not I see him in Hilkia, when it's not the Alame Arasos. So what's a Yemia Ben Hilkia is not the Yemia. You don't think you're going to come along and prophesize from the city of Harasot. Harasot is right outside of Yerushalayim, right past Wisconsin. That's what this man is. You look at this book, so right in the city of Harasot, that is where Shalom. That's where the 11 years old prophesied. So we all prophesied. See, we know the Yomer, and I share on us, there's the Yomer. You might meet them. Cause somebody, light. Shafi, it's okay. One person says light, another person says light. Top, I'm going to look, but she should show us these Shafi. A line is done by 6 different names. I read here, Lavi, Lai, Shaka, Shakas. Iraqi, Basri. If that's the case again, then ultimately again we're still less, there are more than 10 locations mentioned in the Bible. There are more than 10 locations ultimately mentioned and established in Sunday, which the Gemara says, there are less than 10 which the words of Ma'abra are actually 2 different places. Okay, my Oda Yom no Lama. So what is the possibility that it says, Oda Yom Lama. It is still day to stand in Yom. It is still the day in which Yom stands. What does that refer to? Amar Usayo was a that day, the city of March, Yerushalayim, Yishtai Me'avona Shalom, was that the sin of Noah was still in existence. Now, what's the sin of Noah? Remember, again, this goes back to the episode of David and Shaul. David is part of the escape. Shaul has been effectively killed and admit his mistake with Allah. So what happens? He pursues David. David chooses to remember he's not going to fight. He's not going to fight Saturday. He's not going to fight fellow members of God. So he goes. He can't tell anyone about what is happening. So what is he goes to the city of David, which is going to be the city of Mishkan is there. And what happens? He sits down on a secret mission from the king. I need food and I need weapons. They give them food, they give them weapons. In fact, the only weapons they had was the sword and shield of Goliath. Anyway, David takes it. Who sees all of this happening and when it's just like this? A man by the name of Doeg, who was one of the trusted servants of Shaul. And no doubt because Shaul left the city of Nob has sided with the rebellion of David. How do I know that that would be more idea? Because then you're about they're helping the king's son-in-law on a secret mission. So what happens, to make a very long story short, Shaul brings some of his soldiers to Nob. They wipe out the city. There was one survivor of the city when it was discussed. They wipe out the city. This was a huge scheme. They see on clouds on Shaul and on David for reasons we discussed. So the Gemara says over here that on that they look at Rashi in just a moment. Osayom Mishtayim Avon Shalom was a 4 line down the short line of Rashi. Both of the Sarah on the Avon Shalom. If they Avon Shalom and Yisrael, I should never find a note because Chayim told that to the bottom of note. How that was far from Irish at Osayom. But Osayom, you know about Mishtayim Mishnah Irish. We don't know from Mishnah Osayom. What's the reason? The Rothschild has a particular window in which he was going to the exact situation for Cloud Israel for the massacre of Israel. The last day of that window was the day that Sanhedrin marched on Yerushalayim. And had Sanhedrin kept on that day, he would have been successful against Yerushalayim. She says to Gemara, so the day that he marched was the last day in which God introduced the exact tradition for Cloud Israel for the Nob massacre. And therefore, had we been connected to Sanhedrin, attacked that which he would have been victorious, and he would have been the rod of HaKadosh Baruch Hu to exact punishment for Klal Yisrael in the city of Nob. Now get ready for this. This is amazing. So the Gemara says, I'm not going to also understand that I'm like, Kalgoi. He hasn't said it yet. So, interestingly enough, so on the day that Sanhedrin should come to Yerushalayim, I'm trying to see how to know this thing. He's a scholar who's telling the king, if we march now, we will be successful. So what happens? The Elo, no Yaakov, but ultimately again, if we don't do it till tomorrow, we will not be successful. So the Sanhedrin responds, all thought regarding this like weird God, sorry, Yoma. So Gemara says, I'm sorry, the Elo, no Yaakov. All thought regarding this like weird God, sorry, Yoma. Saga the Hadyon. Furthermore, when coming through Shad, Sanhedrin had to report three times like that. The journey was short. The journey that normally take 10 days took 1 day. She must be Israel. So the idea over here is that there is a perfect storm. The recipe is perfect for Sanhedrin to conquer Yerushalayim. He makes incredible time getting there. And number 2, this is the last day of the Nob retribution. He must be Yerushalayim. When he came to Yerushalayim, suddenly this guy, he had the son of Yasser in the Shia. Had the Azul the King of Yerushalayim. So what's what happens? So Sanhedrin shows up in Yerushalayim. What he does is he keeps having rugs, one on top of the other, until it's high enough that he can see over the walls of Yerushalayim. Very good. He looks over the walls. He has here, he's for the end of century, when he goes in and sees the city, he says, it looks tiny in his eyes. The Amar, hello, God, he carried to Yerushalayim. He says, is this it? Is this the Marichus? Is this Yerushalayim? So Allah, I'm appreciative. Sharsi, that for this I went ahead and I moved my whole army. But Allah just called me Judah, and for this I went ahead and I conquered all of the countries until now. Hello, you see, you know that Allah should be called Karki Alamaya, because she's stuck up your deal. See, he says ultimately again, this is the weakest city out of all the cities that I conquered. So he says, Allah becomes the money creation. Most of the nice city are they up 30 days on the Dutch Edition, so what happens? He waves his hand dismissively across Yerushalayim Harabai. So Sanhedrin is exceptionally unimpressed. Exceptionally unimpressed. So we cook this like Kevin was tried very hard to attract large business from Europe to relocate their businesses to Israel. So servants told that one from was extremely revered from Poland who had come to Israel to check it out, to see the land. And so he goes around his whole tour, he's about to leave the book. The cook says, so you what thing I want to say. So how's this thing? All right, look it up. So, whenever somebody gets it up, you guys look it up. So he says, of course. He says, the truth is, that's a beautiful. That's so beautiful. It's garbage on the street. This, that, that's so beautiful. Ability to see beauty and to sweat is directly proportional to the amount of personal spiritual beauty you possess. If you possess much spiritual beauty, you see the beauty in the land. If you don't possess spiritual beauty, you see garbage. That is actually nature of Israel. You have to see Eretz Israel with the use of your eyes. Don't say Eretz Israel, do anything else. Is it the most beautiful land? Maybe it is, maybe it's not. But when you see Eretz Israel with not your eyes but with your neshama, there's nothing more magnificent than any higher universe. So we can also see the Gentiles sees it. But he sees it with Gentile eyes. Sees it with Gentile eyes. So Gentile eyes see it, and Gentile eyes see it. That's it. And guys, he was like, he's reading his whole campaign. His soldiers have been on the road for who knows how long. This is it. It's like one shawarma starting on this is the whole thing. So he says that there's a by the way, couple this with the fact that he was also a ridiculous proud guy. He was ridiculously arrogant. So he says that this is ridiculous. This is what I marched for. See, he goes on, he says the following. So those are something. So everyone knows the crowd of life, where there is great arrogance, there is great downfall. So we see the soldiers begin to say, oh, this is not going to end well. The astrologers are saying, go down. Sancheriv is saying, this is rough, this is a cave. It's easy, right? It's a cave. So the soldiers say, okay, let's go down. We're ready. Let's go get it. On the road, somebody's a bit tired. I'm a bit tired today. We'll go tomorrow. I see me called coming back tomorrow, each of you are giving me a piece of the earth. So it's a incredible guy. And I want to understand, here's the downfall. Like, what's the downfall? The downfall is that day was his window. That day was his window. That day was the last day for the attribution to the city of Nob. That day was his window. Had he marked, he would have been the emperor of Yerushalayim. But as most things in life, guy gets in the way. So what's remember this? What happens? You know what? That's tonight. Relax tonight tomorrow. What happens that night? That night is when the Malach comes along and kills 185,000 sleeping soldiers. Yeah. That night, he's comfortable, confident of the victory the next day. The Malach comes out and kills Mayor and Shmono Kamisha Alam. After they go there, we need two of regarding this. We wake up in the morning, we're going to do survivors, we'll discuss. We'll find 185,000 corpses. How about that? How you going to issue? Also, I thought this is, this gives us a very important lesson. Fastina, Batalina, which was a little bit of the action towards the end of the show. Fastina, Batalina, given Shemon, Dina, Batalina. Sometimes when you don't have judgment, the fight goes away. So, which is another way of saying that it was like when you procrastinate, you lose your window of opportunity. If you procrastinate, you lose your window of opportunity. It's going to be the window for a second. Just the opportunity to, again, I'm going to find that, but at the end of the day, it's dramatic. The emotional gifts can be passed down. The emotional gifts and the because again, because again, the message is procrastination leads to loss of opportunity. The Yishbi below was again like this is amazing myself. The Yishbi below Asher Yulidi Hartov, which was now. The Rabbi of Yerushalayim Shmuel Beis speaks about a man of Ishbi Nov, who was of the descendants of Arpa. Arpa is Arpa. We're going to see in just a moment. The sister of Yosef. ומשכב פניות 300, משכב החושך, שהוא חבר הדשה, ויאמר לחכמוס as double. So as we're going to see, Yishbi was the brother of Goliath, the brother of Goliath. After David kills Goliath, so Yishbi has what we call it a blood feud. A blood feud with David, and again, he's a big man himself, with his armor, spear, everything. And he says he's going to kill David. So the Gemara says, might be Yishbi, but what does that mean? The Yishbi knows. So the Gemara says, I'm going to do that. Ish Sheba of the Skimo. Let's say, get ready for the Skimo. Rashi said he was a man who came to David Amelech because of the episode in Nob. Now, what does David Amelech have to do with Nob? Get ready for this. Only I can talk to David. I must say, he says, David, how long are you going to hide this sin of Nob? Hayotcha lerga Nob kiratohan. Wow. Through you, the city of Nob was wiped out. Because of you, Nishrat Goik Hadomi. Remember again, Goik Hadomi opened the gun because he mastered the city of Nob. And because of you, Shaul and his three sons died. Remember again, how do Shaul and his three sons die? They died in war against the Philistines. Right? They're fighting against the Philistines, they died in war against the Philistines. So the 12 is coming to cause for all of this stuff. So what does this mean? So the thing that this means, he says, Sabbath is responsible for negative things that happen as a result of his actions, even if his actions may not very good. So at the end of the day, David's actions set off a chain action of events that result in the massacre of Nob. Now, David Amelech was trying to do his best, ultimately to shield the people of Nob. He was doing his best to try to operate, but at the end of the day, it was his actions that caused their death. So let's say this is a dramatic idea because many others says that in Hazard system, sometimes in life we go ahead and do something and there's a negative repercussion and that also has attention. And again, I acted in good faith, I did, but understand that as a result of my action, someone else encounters pain, someone else suffers, even though again that was not my intention and I acted in an appropriate way. It just happens to be a byproduct of my action. Someone else is being suffering. There's expense, there's responsibility for that. And obviously, by deciding that's after by nature. So to be always all in W, your actions set off a chain reaction of different events that ultimately result in massacre of Nob, the death of Joey, and ultimately the death of Shaul and his sons. Remember again, the Clouds are losing the war against the Christian. Clouds are losing the war against the Christian war. Why did Clouds lose the war against the Christian? Remember in your extensive Navi studies. Right? Why is Clouds losing the war against the Christian? Because Shaul diverted all the resources of Clouds to pursuing David. Because he was reckless and he was responsible for they're chasing David. Shaul gets word that the Christian has invaded. He thinks twice. Should I continue to pursue David or should I go after this guy? That's how so messed up everything is. He says that David on his fault. That's fault. It's not his responsibility. He's like, it's even understanding the repercussions of his action. So it's a dramatic idea. So you might like it. The Gemara says, so guys, you have all this responsibility. Here's the choice. With so far, we call it David, here's the choice. Listen to this. Listen to this choice. I can either wipe out all of your descendants, or you can suffer. Which one is it? Your children going to suffer, or ultimately again are you going to suffer? Which one is it? So you know, I'm going to go to the Rothschild. Mutam Emsor Biyad Oyevel Kavod Zabi. So David says, I would rather suffer than not to tell my descendants. What's the good? So one day, not on this, but my story. So one day David went out hunting. Let's say again. So he went. Rashi says, Safar Bizoy. He went down. He went down to hunt and again up into the food. Also, Satan, we equally like it happened. So what happened? So the Satan came along and appeared to David as a deer. Hassan big deer. Well, I'm not saying so that he's done a shot now, but he missed the deer. So the Gemara says, Mash, Mash, I can feel the urge. So this is what happened. David was running after the king. So I realized he wanders into Philistine territory. David wanders into Philistine territory all by himself without an army. And the Bash was not really armed enough to take it in. He doesn't want to run. So what happens? He's a Chazi Gishbi Pino. Oh, who does he run into? Gishbi. Gishbi, Goliath's brother, is the first guy he actually run into in Philistine territory. Amar, so Gishbi sees him. I knew I, because they look Goliath up. This is the guy who killed Goliath, my brother. What does he do? Can't see, he grabs him up, ties him up. Osvei Shaki to say they touch him. He ties it up and he puts it in between the two stones of an hourglass. Now, what does he plan to do? He's going to sit on it. So, usually the big guy, he's going to sit on the hourglass. He's going to crush the hourglass. His ugly son, Makale Aram, you say, the miracle of coming out. The ground of the weak bottom of the country. So, usually sat the press salt instead of crushing the hourglass. The Gemara says, and you can see, Harati Sadi Kakoi, the Ramaz Kashi. How we are, what's the sound of another? So, either way, so usually realize this for 3 weeks or later, they start out in between them. How we are, I need to know the Shabbos. So it was like that day was Erev Shabbos. Abishai ben Tzruya, Habakkuk Hayit Shade, David Gad tonight. It was like governor of one of the temples, narrating of Abishai ben Tzruya. So he's going ahead and washing his hair. So Spartan the Gemara says, use David Gad tonight, 4 hours. Okay? Kaziu, Kasme Dam. It's like drops of blood in the water. And he understood that what he saw wasn't from him. Something was going on. He get the Ami Asayona picture coming. Others say that his dog landed in front of him and started like flapping its wings in a violent manner. Others necessarily Yona a mistake. Shneimar Kantayona public. I said, Shmania David's mouth when he saw it savage. Well, this is what happens. He sees the blood, he sees the dog flapping around. He realizes Kali says the hurt was blood. He must be Kali Saul's in trouble. That Kali Saul was just fine. So who must it refer to? It's also referred to the king is in trouble. Also, that's what they say. Rothschild is the palace. Like he's asking that home. And it's Erev Shabbos. So Amar, Shai, in Rothschild also saw. Then Yoshua saw. Then Mishtamshim Bisharvika. The Shas HaSakara, what the halacha is, you cannot use the king's horse, you cannot sit on the king's throne, and you cannot use the king's scepter. So part of the covenant of love is that you can sit on the staff. The Shas HaSakara, without the king is in danger. The king is in danger, so what Abishai will say is, the king has the fastest horse, the fastest mule, so can I ride the king's horse? That was the Shaila. So we'll say what happens. Also, Shalvin is Russian. He goes to ask the Shaila in his medrash. Amulay, the Shas HaSakara. Ultimately, again, time of Sakana, yes, we can go. We can use this. So what's the first of all? The Jew always has to know what the halacha is. Always has to know what the halacha is. You have to ask the Shaila. I shot Sakana this, I put my hand to it. I have to think about the process. We have to do everything in our lives is governed by everything in our lives is governed by you. So this one, when you make a united decision, right, you have to ask yourself, that's what I want to do. But you should tell her how to say about this. What's the next one? I voted on this. So sure enough, he gets to the sun. You guys are not doing a hard day. He goes ahead and he jumps on the mule. Come, Ba'azil, come, so let's listen to this. Come, Ba'azil, come, Shari Adam. So it says, yes, he has incredible miracle. He gets the earth and pushed it very quickly. So, this is like what they call the star-studded cast of characters over here. So, as he's riding, as he pushed the area, who does he see? Arpa. Arpa. Who's Arpa? Arpa was the mother of. Now, when this new actually, he sees Arpa. She wasn't the mother of right? Arpa was the mother of Boaz and the mother of Ishmael. So what happens? So Chazi and Arpa David Nabla, she was spinning while she was reading. So what happens? Chazi say, So what happens? As Arpa sees Abisha and Tzvi, so Arpa must have known that Ishbi had captured David. Arpa now sees Abisha and Tzvi are running, towards Ishbi. She realizes he's on a rescue mission. She takes the spindle and she throws it at Abishai in an effort to kill him. So she misses him. After she misses him, she pretends like she had no ill will. Amrale, Allah, I sleep power. Excuse me, young man, I dropped my spindle. Would you mind killing me? So what happens? So he sure does. Husky Beresh Mocha. He brings it back to her, throws it at her head, and kills her. Fine, heart goes out. She says to Gemara, Kat Kazye Ishji Bino. So the Gemara goes like this. So we'll say what happens. So now David HaMelech shows up, ultimately again. Now we'll say, remember, now we're going to say also the Pasuk also Ishji Bino. Because this is part of David HaMelech's punishment for that which occurred in No. So the Gemara says what happens. He's Ishji Bino. Amar Hashta, Habu Train, they cut me. So what happened? Now Yishbi realizes when he sees Abishai coming that he's going to be outnumbered. David and Yishbi together is a bit too much to handle. So what happens? She goes there and says, now that the Anam, what do you do when you get ready for this? So Pascal David Milay, Virat Lurunke. So what's our name for Ali Clifford? So he had he wants to try to get out of here. So what does he do? He throws David up in the air. This was incredible strength. Puts his spear down on the ground, facing up. But figured that I'm just going to land on the spear and done. So what happens? He shows that this time. Amar Abishai Shem. Abishai comes running down in the air. He said to Shem, I'm going to Shem Hashem. Ultimately, David being Shemai Lahara. So ultimately again, he says to Shem, I'm going and suspends David HaMelech mid-air. Suspends David HaMelech mid-air. Let's get ready for this. Get ready for this. Says the Gemara. So the name of like why is David distinction? Also knew the sacred name of God. So again, why did David say the name of God to suspend himself? Here's what was like the fastest way. Aim Kavush Motzi Adnavisas. Because it was like the incarcerated individual cannot extricate himself from his jail. It was an incredibly important soul, which again, generally we take. Sometimes again we go on this on Shabbos. Sometimes when you are in a situation you can't see the trees from the forest. We spoke about this in Mishkan Seder Chalav. How again God doesn't have to be the red book. And God just needs someone who's nice through a life. Someone who can see through a life to see you outside of you. God is in the thick of this. He cannot think clearly. He cannot act literally, and therefore even he knows the same shape of words Abishai understands. So he's ready for this. I'm related. My boy Safa. So the first thing Abishai says, that is, what are you doing here? What are you doing here? I'm related. Haki only could Shabiku, Haki Hajj. So he tells that. So he tells, see, so he would have another thing to say, listen, I was chasing here, and he's ended up here. How do you feel about this is a comment like this? So he tells Abishai the whole story. What is the whole story? The story is about talking about punished. He asked me, do I want to get punished for my kids? So I said, I'd rather get punished than have my kids right now. I'm like, I'm going to say this thing. So Abishai says to David, change around your tefillah. Ask HaKadosh Baruch Hu to punish your children and not you. So he says, God break this book, but I'm looking down. So as people say, better for my grandson to sell wax than I should not suffer. What is that? Because you're not here to punish on parents' death, so I got punish on their children. What should I do this? Like, think the church is like this. But I wish I could read it says, 40 the time for is the present. Right now, Baruch is giving the opportunity to shepherd someone to shout at your presence. So take a lot of people now and the future. Because plenty of time, you have the Baruch is giving you touching about your children. You have plenty of time to speak of the life of your future. And if the Baruch is giving you the opportunity to reach out, grab it, take it, use it to change your circumstances going forward. So swap your tefillah around, switch it around. Amalei is Marciaki Saya Bahadar. I will say by Ajwa Abishai and Sri, also ultimately says David, but Abishai, can you help me down? The pasuk says that Abishai and Sri help me. Amra Yehuda Amra Abishai David had Xavier reversed. All right, Bishai. Sorry. Alright, I'd say other crowd would say, so what's this? So each time having a runaway. So Yishbi is running after them. He wanted to be, when they come to the city of a cool game, they had a thought for a second, let's just turn around and fight. He went off, they trade, William had more the idea. They said, then they had a second thought, they kept running. Then when they got to the cages, they said, you know what, 2 lion cubs cannot defeat the mighty lion. There was only the 2, and Yishbi was much stronger than that. So he's like, I'm going to see what happens. Moses, then you'll be like, however, at some point in time, they couldn't see the other side. So listen to the plan they did. However, it turns out they said to them, Seal Ishtaka La'arba Ine Likibra. Why don't you go visit the grave of Arba your mother? And what they just told him was this. Like, you killed your mother. You killed your mother. So this is this. You Akura Lake Kakash Elivita. Back when she was dead, and weakened his strength, and they were able to that's sometimes even the hardest of people, right? Even the hardest of people. Everybody has a self-esteem. So he used to be, he was a novice boy. He might have been a big warrior, but he was a novice boy. He said his mother never was killed. It hurt him. And at the end of the day, we give him the hero was taken, and he killed him. I mean, Sid, I don't know. So what's that? So listen to this. This is the meaning of the pasuk. As nishkulu anshin David Lamor, love Lamor. What takes you? Oh, you can only come up. Below sit best there. So listen to this. So he said to David, after this event, he said he swore, and then David said, you are not going out. You are not going out anymore. You're not going to battle anymore. Below sit best there. And ultimately, again, the life of Israel happens. So what's actually essentially the beginning is the king of Israel is grounded. King of Israel is grounded. His soldiers say to him, you're not going to hunting anymore, you're not going to war anymore. You know, Rothschild saved us all this time, but next year you're not traveling without Israel anymore. It was amazing. It's work. Just to go ahead and see if you guys remember that. Because A, the stories are beloved. Because so many incredible lessons just from one little story. Shlosha Kaptola Rabbi. There are 3 columns. There are 3 people who had the miracle of 3 seconds. But the miracle of having a long journey short. Who were they? Eliezer Ebed Arab, Yaakov Avinu, the Avisha Ben Tzvira. Okay, so Avisha Ben Tzvira, Avisha Ben Tzvira just spoke about Eliezer Ebed Arab, Eliezer son of Abram Sid, but Abba Hayom Abba I came that day ultimately again to the Avisha. The name Dahu Yamanapa. So this is Eliezer in Parshas Esau. And he comes to look for a wife for Yitzchak. I came back to like Shabbos Club to Haran and I made it in the same day. Yaakov, you have Yaakov, all of them, like the food, I used Yaakov, the Shabbat, Harana, positive Yaakov, the Shabbat, the Harana, the Sid, and you thought of Makov, by Yom Shah. And it says ultimately again, he stayed in my place and he slept there. Kiba Shabbat, because the sun set. Kiba Shabbat, was wherever Yaakov. And the king of Haran, remember, this is Yaakov being running away from home, running away from his son. So he's going to Lavan. Lavan is your father. He must have known against the Haran. I'm an extra about you. I'm not going to follow you for a voice. But I need love this follow. Is it possible that I passed by the place like my forefathers gathered to see the Harabais? I passed through the Harabais, the place where my forefathers gathered, and I even stopped the gathering. So finally, so he decided to go back to Harabais. So they went to deal with the guys in the other cup, they Arab. So when we decided to pass, he already got the car right. He said, I can't believe I passed Harabais like that. He wanted to go back. He was perform the miracle, and I get back to the color, the Harabais expedition. Very quickly. So what happens? Now they used to come up there. You're right. Ain't the year and it's you. What they're about is they used to come up there. Here, was prayer. והכל הצטלם בעדה, ובמה he said, I mean, I think I'll be a young shot. Keep on shot. She slept it because the sun set. But so we put him up. It was an actual pieces of that back from Haran Arabais, he wants to go back to Torah. Amar Akari, Baruch, Tzaddik said, on the base of the Rosh, the bias of the Rosh, he punched the Rosh, the Rosh says to me, Tzaddik came to my home, came to my inn, so to speak. The Harabais is the Rebbeinu home. Which means if the Tzaddik came to my home, I'm not going to have him sleep over. Yeah, it's Bashan. Miraculously, the sun set. I was asleep, I used up Bashan, because I gave on the house says, after the fight, the Malachim, Bashan said that the sun rose, which means the sun rose for him. That he rose to a God Papa, didn't only rise for him, but other Papa, other Papa. He rose for everyone. On the Yisbach, Shema, Sheba, Ba'avulo, Zercha, Ba'avulo. Ultimately, again, the same sun that had set earlier for him. Was it as reference from Yaakov went back to Rabbi because the sun is set early, so that he would be forced to sleep at Rabbi. Also, after the episode of Malach of Isa, rose from the chapter of Vinu, has two miracles with the sun. One time it set early for him in order to get him to sleep at Rabbi. The second time it rose early for him in order to heal him in the aftermath of the struggle with the Malach of Isa. When we know because of David, okay, so now let's go back for just a second. So David Melech reversed his Bakasha. At first he said, God, I'm willing to suffer, leave my kids alone. Then he reversed it and he said, Rothschild, visit the punishment upon my children, but let me not suffer. So where do we see that David Melech's children indeed did suffer? The Russell did say, Va'atalya in Achazio, Rasa Knesina. So I tell you, who was a crazy maniacal woman. She was a mother who had gone crazy with grief. Her son Chaziel was killed, so he makes it up. That Kalgan Batova is called Zerah. So she decided she wanted to be queen, and she wiped out all of the other male heirs to the throne. One second, it's not Shavuot 60 months. She wiped out pretty much the remaining members of the Davidic family. So that was the punishment of the Melech. Children were wiped out. That's actually children were wiped out. The Davidic family was gone because they were Josh. Also, man, Yishmael and Yasser. It's okay because in the city of No, there was also one survivor, a Kohen by the name of Yasser. It's saved by Malik ben Echala Akimelech ben Arachera. Shmo and Yasser. So, for instance, just like there was one survivor from No, there was one survivor ultimately from the family of David Melech. Amar Rabbi Yehuda, Amar and one of the Messiah of Yasser and Akimelech, they were trying to die for the Rothschild. Therefore, again, the man says, we're not just one survivor from those, right? Akimelech, excuse me, of Yasser, David Melech's entire family will be wiped out. Amar Rabbi Yehuda, Amar Rabbi, go on, let me say this, there's a 9% here. Balance and care about us, but I bother from each other. Name of us. You don't see the first like that. So once another word describes St. David's army, which he marched on his own. He comes with 45,000 officers who are sitting in golden chariots. Meanwhile, Shaglonos Visolos. Now, the officers brought with them their princesses and their harlots. Yes, they're not really that not just princesses and harlots. They are so confident about their ability to be part of the alliance that they brought their women. Like, no one ever gave their women to the battlefield. They were so confident, they brought their women to over Shmonin Ellis Gorin and Busha Shield. And again, they had another 80,000 strong soldiers wearing coats of iron. Over Shishin Elif Abuzah Shire brought to the fire, and another 60,000 infantry men. That Shah Russian, in bow, but it's not Russian. Other Chinese as well. They will discuss the size of the army, the size of the army between them. The Impala was in the same size force, which marched against Amadi, where he's got a war before wars against the fight. The king has seen level is gold level. There was an army of this size would be even 2 by gold level. We must listen to them. Ora Makameu, Alba Mercas, was essentially the length of St. David's army camp was 400 houses, Rocha, Saba, Shusha, the width, right, of the total necks of the horses, are 1 house, 45 gold. Saf Makameu, the total number of people in St. David's camp was Masayim Yeshishim Ribo Apayim Passotai, was 2,600,000,000 minus 1. Was the country's hyperbolic. the idea that you guys talking about is they never saw such a large volume. Remember again, I understand my favorite before the season shot. Is it really can you imagine taxpayer dollars are into this? It's good thing that it's gifted. But the mice again, with the level described this mouse over here is only the size that no one has ever seen. I'm sorry, this is before the all this is before the we must buy a virus. So what is it? It's -1. Cost in year, or cost of alpha, or cost of male, cost of fact. This means less than million, less than 1,000, less than 1,000, less than 100, less than 1, which the rest is safe. So if you're going to any wants to people, you really need to watch. Who cares? I mean, it doesn't matter. Like, we're not asking you to listen. I also ask that. That's it. The point of the end you might have is, listen, this is a huge art. You might have like, you might have kind of, we're showing upward perspective, but this is this. We might have described this army passing through the Jordan River. They have said to pass through the Jordan in order to get to Israel. So what happens? Go ahead and this. So the first group who passed the Jordan was Shapir. The first group passed the Jordan, they had to swim through the Jordan, and son of the Tacoma. The second one, she went as what they didn't have to swim, but they had to stand erect while passing through it. They had such large number of people passing through the body of water. They diminish the body of water with each degree. You take water, you walk through water, you automatically lose some of that water just with your clothing. So the first group had to swim. The second group had to walk. Shinema had something like the Afronim, Halu, Papa Braven, no Motu Maki, Maki, I'd show you my nothing after the shots. Shinema, I need Parasi to shots. The third group who came, they were kicking up dust with their feet. Which shows that these guys, by the time the third wave passed through, there was no water left in the Jordan River. So they had to bring water from elsewhere to be able to get the water. I love to Vayet Samara Hashem Achim Achim Hashem Shlomo Commissioner. I do a Shlomo okay, but you may color two of them. What's the impact? Reason the Pasuk told us we're talking about 2,600,000,000 kilometers. Also, just a lot of lifestyle of 155,000 soldiers. And that was the size of the camp. So which one is it? Which one is it? Rabbi says, Halalu, Rothschild, those 85,000. Those are the commanding ones. So what the Malach was, the Malach lifetime for leadership of the army. Once you about leadership of the army, you know what? Everyone else is doing that. One of us people might be sick. The Mishmanav Radon, the Shmin and Peace. Okay, the Mishmanav Radon, literally again, he gave it back to the Shmin, the Shmin and the Spirit. The fact that this reference to the officers really connect. I'm Rabbi, take care of the Siva, Yishta Hashamarach, and the Kate, the Kibar Chayo, the Nagir, the Sarabah. Variable base Sarabah. We are saying that Av Shani, the River, Shmani, no, and Maki, so what's his name, goes back and says, what did the Malach kill the soldiers with? So the words are the Rabbi Ezra says the Malach killed the 185,000 officers with his hands. Nehemiah, Yah, you saw the Yah, Abdullah, Shasi, and probably saw something with his hand. The Grenada ultimately rejected Jewish protesters. The Rishon expert says the Malach killed the army with his finger. Shneimar, Vayomar HaKadolim HaParo, Etzba Elohim. The cartoon says the Paro, this is the finger of God. Sia Etzba, Shasi, this is the finger which will ultimately get to the Gabriel. Magel Kamikusha, so trust Gabriel. Gabriel is your Magel, is your sickle ready. So Gabriel was dispatched to the Gabriel, the sickle ready. So it's Alaphan Moshe on the Kusha, from Nevis to Shation regulations. So Gabriel says essentially, I was born, right? I was right. My sickle was ready since the 6 days of creation. Shneimar, the deep heart of Allah. Shem and Yochai Omer, all the Shaparitan and Bishop the time of year was the time of the crops became ripe. So I'm the prophet of Gabriel, he shot the Yosef Ashakeros. So Gabriel apparently developed in the time of agriculture. So when you go out to check on the fruit, Hashtag take it simple and take care of it like that. Now, leave it up to you got to fancy the whole thing along the yard with a young boy. I love, but I like to draw a issue. Yeah, Papa, heard that YouTube that people say, I got okay without the bulk of this time. So this is what people say that in general, when you have an enemy, so make sure to say good morning to them. Like when I always go past by your enemy in the morning and say good morning to them, very good for you. That's what the idea of me. Well, the Gabriel, when you're going out to do your work or checking on the food, also take care of your screen. These are, it's also, by the way, there's an incredible research in general about how to deal with conflict. The way you deal with conflict in conflict is you diffuse it. And the best way to diffuse conflict is don't fight. Don't fight. You have an enemy, you say good morning, you say shalom aleichem, you say how are you, I'm not entering into conflict with you, I'm choosing not to fight with you. And it's disorienting for the other individual, especially if their mind is running for us. These are the others say that Gabriel breathed into the nose of the soldiers, and that's how they were doing it. They got not shut up. So they remember Amar Kapali Sapak line in this. Others say that Gabriel clapped in their ears, and as a result, they got the nose. They got honey. So said she allowed them to hear what he allowed them to hear. The Shamu Shem to Chayos from this. We heard the song of the angels of the Chayos from the result of the Mar. You must have enough to go in. The coming Steiner, I said, how many soldiers were left? So at the end of the day, the Malach points out the majority of the army, how many soldiers leave behind them? That on the Sarah. That's the sense of the Shemar. The Sha'ar is Jerry by you, and now you can come in now. Yacham with Dov Asar. Fine. What's the Yacham? The Dutch back to Shmuel says, no. Where do we get nine from? The Nishaba, all of those Genotic science, nine Osha Gagan, the Oshamir, Arba, the Kamisha, the Secret. So that is Arba, Kamisha, 4 and 5 is 9. That means what's up? The Nishaba, the Omer, our classmate, 14. Shina March, 9 inch, Osha, Arba, the Kamisha. That's if you add all the numbers mentioned, the consequence to 14. But the Oshama Kamisha, the Yochanan says 5. Who are the 5 on the side? Some Hayred was scared. Shay Bonham, his 2 sons were scared. Nebuchadnezzar, can you imagine this? These are the 5 people who are scared. Hayred, his 2 sons, Nebuchadnezzar, and Nebuchadnezzar. Nebuchadnezzar, what's the name? Nebuchadnezzar and Gemara. So how do you know these about tradition? Nebuchadnezzar is Gemara. What's the Gemara means a tradition? You have the sword of Nebuchadnezzar is there. Nebuchadnezzar is Sid, the Rabbi, the Rabbi, Dama, the Para. So what's that? Because remember, we've told you before, after Hanan Yisrael has gone home to the Kishon, so Nebuchadnezzar says, I see 4 people, and one of them looks like an angel. How does Nebuchadnezzar know what an angel looks like? He loved the Kazye, you know how the Yada. How does he know what an angel looks like? Because Nebuchadnezzar saw the angel that night and everyone else was wiped out, and he was scared. So here we can run up, so here there was 2 sons with Sid, and we used to have us as Nisra, Parapal, Elahab, Ba'adanela, Bishar Atza, the Knock, we called the Pharaoh. So this will ultimately again, because we see Sanheriv and his 2 sons. We see that Sanheriv and his 2 sons are alive and around because ultimately again his 2 sons killed him. So also the fact that his 2 sons assassinated, which takes place after this event, tells us that Sanheriv and his 2 sons were spared from the wipeout of the entire Syria. So the top of the earth. That's how it's going to be faster. It's going to be here tomorrow.
On the #1 live podcast in the world. Shut the fuck up.
6.
All right, well, say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show. To thank our Torah sponsors for the year of Tafshin Pei, the Tilsim Shmachim, Motion, and Rothschild, and this year's Zchus from Soros Tovos for all of our Yisrael, our Torah sponsors for the month of Ad. Rabbi reading the Torah, Terry and Steve Zinn, loving memory of his father, Dr. Harry Kern, Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, Ziv Levin and Birmingham's memory of Mr. William Ziv, Ziv Ben Shmuel, Zev Shmuel Ben Yisrael. And our week of learning sponsors, Nathan and Beth Adler, in memory of Judy Goldman, Yehudis Esther, Bas Elazar, Sophia, Merit Torah, all of it is from Maria. Your family's name is Hama. All those who need refuge, heaven, to those calling themselves, and Shvachish, the Merit Hashem, give all our hostages, and allow our holy soldiers to be successful for Maasi. As with that, let us begin with a lot to retain Baruch Hashem. Today's date is Sadik Dollar 94. We have to hear up on Sadik Gimel on the days 93. Rava Amar Gemora Vadon. It is about 10 lines up from a point that's wise. Rava Amar Gemora Vadon. So those are these high classes. Rava says, who has the ability? Now, literally translated, Gemora Vadon means the ability to smell and judge. Gemora Vadon, who has the ability to smell and judge, is ultimately fit to go ahead and read. Remember, the civil Mara you spoke. What does this mean? As someone is able to smell and judge. So this idea is that one is able to go ahead and do it. Michael, I read you the more about God. So when we have the shofri, the idea here is that there are people who possess such a complete sense of judgment. They're able to perceive that which is right and that which is wrong, without even being all of the details, but are simply able to almost smell the animals. So the Gemara was like, the Gemara says, Bar Koziva. The Gemara tells an incredible story. Bar Koziva, also known as Bar Koziva. Bar Koziva, so Bar Koziva, Rashi says over here, Malkin Ordishaya. He was one of the Hayonian kings, like one of the descendants of Harry. So he was the king over Klal Yisrael. Shakasir Malach Tartin Shneim. So Bar Koziva knows the 2.5 years. I'm a Mashiach. I am the Mashiach. Bar Koziva was the self-declared Mashiach. Amalei, the Mashiach said, the Moravadori. And Mashiach says that he's able to go and smell judgment. I need to hear all the details of the case. Rather, he's able just to go out and literally smell that which is right and that which is wrong. So the Gemara says, let's say I'm not more Badon. So Bar Kokhba, if you think that you're Mashiach, let's see, can you smell justice? Given because you were more Badon, once they saw that he was unable to smell justice, so he was a false Messiah, and they killed him. And listen, this is interesting, right? Because of some level of historical exactly what happened with Bar Kokhba. Clearly, you must indicate that Bar Kokhba was killed by the Jews. Other accounts have that Bar Kokhba was killed by the Romans. So, okay, so either way, Bar Kokhba ultimately again leads the failed revolt. Just to point out, remember again, that Akiva thought that Bar Kokhba was Mashiach. So Bar Kokhba had a tremendous amount of support, not just as a leader of Klal Yisrael, but as a defender. So let's say okay, remember like this. Daniel, Haran Yishal, Ba'azari, the Sibiru, Ashekun Bahem, Homohom, the Tobi Marat, the Maskin of Chokma, Yodin Das, in the Duan Nada, Ashekar, Baham, La'amo, the Hekal Hamara. The Lam is on Sefer, the Lashon Pastor. So what's this now? This was highlighting the praises of Haran Yishal, Ba'azari. The man I go see it, Daniel, Haran Yishal, my Ashekun Baham, what does it mean they had no English? They didn't even have like the puncture of a needle of blood. They were healthy. They never even needed blood letters. My Vasha Kakam Nano Behefana, what does it mean that they had the strength to stand in the palace of the king or in the time of blood? Depending on the language, when it means that when they were before the king, they would refrain from any type of laughter, from any type of frivolous chatter, from sleep. And they would abstain from going to the bathroom. They would hold back their knees because of the reverence for the monarch. So let's ask yourself, so what's the shot like? What does it matter? So what does it matter for us? So say at a very simple level, the idea is teaching us like this. We're able to abstain from frivolous laughter, frivolous chatter, sleep, sleep, and you're even able to restrain your bodily needs because you're in the presence of the king. If they could do all of those things in the presence of a human being, then Allah has come with us. The ability that we have to exercise self-restraint, and the ability that we have in order not to engage in today's activity because we too stand before the king at all times. Incredible. However, Allah says, who am I doing? Allah says that all of them, will all come shaded Yehuda. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Shmuel Barakani Amar, V'nebim Yehuda, Karani Shabazar Mishashvati. So this disagreement. So again, so Rabbi Shmuel Barakani says that Daniel was from Yehuda, and everyone else was from Abu Shvatim. Merecha Shalitim Merecha, Asher Toli Yikru, Bahai Swisi Merecha Merecha Baba. The Pasuk says from your sons that will come from you, the king will take them as Swisim. Swisim, my Swisim, not the Swiss. So Rabbi, I'm a Swisim language. Rabbi says the ability means like a unit. Like the king would often castrate his servants, where we should not be distracted by anything and be fully and fully devoted to him. If you know Amar, so it starts out as Rabbi. No, what it means is that Avodah was like cut off. Avodah was castrated during their days. They had a successful ability to remove Avodah. This one, man, that starts out as Rabbi Mayhem. That says that Avodah was, so to speak, castrated during their days. But with the Siv, the Chabal, or Iti Swiss Mamish, my Chabal, what Iti Bahon. According to the that says that they're a little Swissim. So what's the pshat of the pasuk? So the Gemara says, my Chabal Iti Bahon, Chabal Gerura. It means that ultimately again, that fire had no effect on them. A reference to the Kish Sorry, the first we spoke last yesterday. Back Siv, Korea, nor Adafan. What it means is again, there was no fire, nor the sense of smoke impacted as well. Which one of my Mishra says that is already made. So basically, that says that Avodah was cut off during their days. And then the Siv Kamar from the side, so much Yishma Shab Society. Element the honor, Swiss and Manish, the strike out of the city. According to the opinion that says that they were Manish Swiss. So ultimately, again, to the pasuk that Hashem make reference of the summer of vegetation, which verses Abaha, that's literally the two past events. But also, they were able to cut off after these other things like this. We might go like that. Good. The additional one, I'm going to squeeze in Manish, and with the sick, virtually says that they're Manish squeezing. So the pasuk says, but they see when the Quran says, Yad Hashem, Tov Libanim Ulibanos. The pasuk says that the name that they established for themselves is even greater than potential physical offspring. So it makes sense they had no physical offspring. Elman Danish will start saying, Zabi Mayhem, my Tov Libanim Ulibanos. And then that's by Yitzchak, Libanim Shahayu Lahem Tvar in this. It's better than the parents put by Rabbi that before they were made Swiss by the king, they had children. The first children again, those children plead deceased. In my shame, all my acting wash, I love you parents. What is it I'm giving them trouble or nothing? I will have them touch my car from Bitsifuri. That's safer than you know, Shenikla Ashma. Let's call Sefer Daniel. Let's ultimately again, Sefer Daniel is named, obviously, again, by for Daniel. Mythics, where asks the general question. It's not that I know. The Sefer Daniel was named for Daniel. So that's an interesting question. Mythic, Kamili de Ezra Nechemia, Ben Chachatz, Kamili de Ezra, Nechemia ben Chachaya Amir. So interesting enough, the Gemara says pretty much all of the words, so I don't think that in our Tanakh, like we have Sfarim, Ezra and Nechemia. In reality, it's really only one Sefer Ezra. It was divided out later on. So Gemara says something very interesting. Most of Sefer Ezra was actually prophesied by Nechemia. So that's why it's called Ezra and not Nechemia. Which was my time of the Sefer al Shlei. Why was it not called Sefer Nechemia? Because ultimately, again, Nechemia took a little bit too much credit for himself. Zohar Ali Elokai L'Tova. Remember me, my God, for I the government name of Amra. Zachrini Hashem B'Tzorah. Hakim B'Shua Sefa. I government also said to Hakadosh Baruch Hu, remember me. He's been trying to almost like he had a little bit of requisite merit in order to go ahead and have his two accounts. David was asking for that voice. That was like asking for Pani Israel as well. You also every day, you're seeing the Musa Shori Shori. So I said, this is incredible. So in Kenya, Nehemiah doesn't merit to have the sefer named from why? Because he spoke disparagingly about the older ones. What is this? Shneimar, va'apachos harishon asher if bidu ala'am, vayikhu lehem balachem v'yayin va'afekaz eshkalim arbaim. So listen, this is incredible. That Ezra disparaged the leaders, Nehemiah disparaged the leaders that came before him, and ultimately accused them of exploiting their position for personal gain. Now, the fascinating lesson is, even though he may have been right, but it might have been that what he said was factual, you can't malign other Jews. You can't malign other Jews. Listen, we saw this yesterday back, the opinion that says that the Hanan Yishmael Azariah drowned in Salat, right? He drowned in spit. He started to Mashal, who said, and what does that mean? If they cause the nations of the world to speak negatively about how they saw for their non-belief, you can't speak negatively about Jews. You just can't. Even if what you're saying is true, even if a point has to be made, a point has to somehow be made, always hold it up to sanctity of the truth, never touch it from people's from the other. Therefore, again, because they can yell, not truthfully, but nevertheless negatively spoke about God himself, therefore he lost out having a sacred name with him. He must have said about the Apal Dunya should ever be one of Satan. He just spoke negatively about the Lord. And we know on the government. Now, by the way, how do we know that Shagol Minan? I don't know that he's greater than him. So the Gemara says, next cycle. Non building an Oxib, Raisi and Daniel Rabbi, as Amara, Banoshim Shahayu Uni, low as Amara, about however to go and not Lalem, and you look both day and other, Banashima Sayolo, the Gemara says, so how do you know that Daniel was greater than these other people? Because the possible record the episode where there was a dramatic vision, Daniel had the vision, and no one else saw. No one else saw but Daniel. In fact, that Daniel saw someone else. What did you thought that Daniel was greater? The Gemara says, in my name, who were these other people who were with Daniel but didn't see the vision? Rabbi Yirmiyah, Rabbi Abba said, Haggai Zechariah Malachi. The other part is Haggai Zechariah Malachi. So they were there with Daniel. They did not see the vision in their phone. Let's say, Tzadik Tal without 94A. Anyway, I think we know. Vision will understand. Let's say, interesting enough, with certain respects, Haggai Zechariah and Malachi were greater than Daniel, and in other respects, Daniel was greater than them. How so? So the Gemara says, King will understand talk again day, Haggai Zechariah were greater than Daniel, the evil is the evil will nothing. The evil love nothing. So interestingly enough, so Haggai Zechariah Malachi were considered to be bona fide with him. Daniel apparently was a lower grade Navi. The evil Azif uniting, the evil Chazav, the evil low Chazav. And Daniel was greater than them because Daniel had this vision, and they did not have this vision. So Moses said, Vakina Akad Lo Chazav, my time law. It is, well, again, here's the problem. If they didn't have the vision that Daniel had, then why were they fighting? How are they fighting? What caused the fight? So I said, this is very good. Rabbi, Shmani, I'm sorry. Afagav the Ilo Chazun Midi Mazlai. Afagav the Ilo Chazun Midi Mazlai Chazun. Even though they didn't see anything, their muzzles saw. Listen, what does this mean? What does it mean when muzzles saw? So often mazda refers to like astrological signs. In this context, I think what it means is as follows. Every person has a malach, right? Every person has like a ministry angel who advocates for them, so watch this, not watch this, watch this, like a sign to me. So sometimes there are things that my mouth sees that I don't see. But yet again, there is like this synergistic connection between myself and my malach. And therefore the Gemara suggests over here that even if I don't see something when my malach sees something, so that has an impact on it. The Gemara says, I'm not even shmamina, Ayman the Matis, Afagav the Ilu Chazi, Mazlei Chazi. This is fascinating. Sometimes in like sometimes like a person could be gripped by fear, and the fear doesn't even make sense. Like the fear itself could be illogical. But what does it mean sometimes when a person is gripped by fear that they don't know why? Sometimes like the moon that my mother says something, even though I couldn't see my mother saw it, and that's having an impact on me. Incredible. So the most mighty content. So what's the correct reaction? It's supposed to say a person is gripped by fright. I'm not exactly sure what the fight is, but I know that I want to be out of this emotion. Lynn shot me, Dukte, Arbagani. So what should you do? Jump away from your present spot, Galanis. Jump away, Galanis. You know what I mean? Dikir Kriyashma, or say Shema, the fight the Mokum Hamchinofes, and if ultimately again you're standing in a place where Allah again is dirty, so you can't say Shema, what should you say? Say the following. The goat of the slaughterhouse is fatter than me. Okay. So let's say once again, perhaps Yuma is teaching us, Rabbi is teaching us three profound ideas. There are times in life when a person is gripped by fear. There are times in life where I can't even understand what the fear is. I said, what's the type of fear? Fear is paralyzing. That's why fear is a very scary thing, because fear has the ability to literally paralyze me or keep me in place. What do you do in life when you are seized by fear? There are two possibilities. Number one, jump out, which means move yourself forward. Number one is don't allow fear to paralyze you. Move yourself forward, even if it's only $1. Whatever you do, don't remain in place. Because one thing is clear, if you remain in place, what's going to happen? You remain in place. Right? Nothing. The first thing we're seized by fear is literally move yourself, even if it's only a little bit of an ounce, move yourself forward in life. Number two, say Shema. Say Shema. What is it? Anchor yourself in that Shema. Shema is the ultimate. It's like the greatest antidote to fear is a relationship with the Ribbon Shalom. So you're seized by like unintelligible, paralyzing fear. Say Shema. Let yourself trust in powerful. That will be the clock to move forward. So I will say, lastly, what should you do? Say the goat in the slaughterhouse is fatter than you. What is that? Sometimes I will say fear is nonsensical. So sometimes the way to shake off fear is to say, this isn't real. This is not real. So that statement of the goat in the slaughterhouse is fatter than me, it's just like a statement that I can't. How do you feel when you say that statement? What's your reaction when you say that statement? You giggle a little bit, right? It's like a smile. Like the idea of here is so many times we're paralyzed by things that aren't real. They're not real. They're perceived. So sometimes what you need to do is you break the hold on here by saying something like shtickle nonsensical. So say it's a little nonsensical, kind of like changes the mood a little bit, and be able to move yourself forward. You're gripped by paralyzing fear, therefore move yourself forward, anchor yourself back in the circle, and remind yourself that it's not real. If you do those three things, or even if it is real, it's not as real as it actually feels. You'll be able to move yourself forward, even when it's the most mobilizing fear. Incredible. So the Gemara says, the name Ra. So the Gemara says, sorry, Lamar Sharad and Shalom in case no country does like having this story. They not called men Shabbat Sativa Asua possess us in general say general of men in the middle of a puzzle. Right? It's open. And only remember the end of the word is closed. Yet in this word, men in the middle is closed. Speaking for us, is still Mashiach. So it's incredible. Two questions by Kiskio. Kiskio, the king of Yehuda. So it's a talk about the way Kiskio Mashiach, the Sancheriv goes from Babel. Remember again, Sancheriv, he comes out to be down with Kiskio, and someone to make him Gogu Mogul. Remember again, there's this word of Gogu Mogul, which is this ultimate showdown between good and evil, which precedes the Moshe. So someone to make Kiskio Mashiach and Sancheriv. Gogu Mogul. Only this I do get was about the Rothschild. You might come out, these goals, Shabbat Hamashiach, the Shabbat of the Banefal, Lord Sisa Mashiach. We just like we actually restrict us towards the Rothschild. Rothschild sounds like there's like a system of checks and balances, like the Hazard and Sparkle. Rothschild is ready to go and make this Skill Mela. We just think what? Something was greater than this Skill, and you didn't make double Mashiach. So the Gemara says, Lo Asisa Mashiach, Skill Shasis, like Komisim. Right? So, Skill Shah also called Mismalolo. The law of Rashida Fanafa, Kaseo Mashiach. So again, Skill, ultimately again, he did so many miracles for him. And yet, unfortunately, he didn't see Shira. David saying so much Shira, take a killing. He's going to do so many miracles. So he didn't see Shira. You're going to make him Mashiach. The fact is stopping the men, right? The men which represents Mashiach. The men was closed. It was closed. Someone wanted to make this Skill Mashiach, and then the men was closed because the leaders didn't shut it down, preventing his Skill from becoming Mashiach. I'm going to say, what do you see from here? What prevented his Skill from becoming Mashiach? His lack of Shira. You see from here the power of gratitude to the Ribbon Shalom. And the ability, the greatness of David HaMelech is not only Shira, but is Shira at all times. Shira in times of good, Shira in times of challenge, Shira is not even happiness. Shira is tragedy. That is the avoda of the year. That is the quality of Mashiach. The ability to sing Shira to have powerful no matter what's happening in your life. Remember that Riyad, Pascha, Artra, Amar, Ribon, Mashallah. This is such a beautiful the earth. Says Hashem, Ani Omer Stefanecha Shira, Kashas Tzadik Zeh, Vaso Mashiach. Wow. Vaso Mashiach. The earth says, you don't know, please, make Chizkiel Mashiach. He didn't sing Shira, I'll sing Shira. I'll sing Shira on his behalf. The Gemara says, Pas Ava Amar Shira, Lefana Shneimar, Miknef Ha'aretz, Shemiros, Shalom, Silat Tzadik. Amar Sarah Omer Lefana, Ribono Shalom, Sidyono, Asa Tzadik Zeh. So ultimately, again, Sarah Olam. Interestingly enough, Rashi says, Malach Shekola Olam Masra B'Yado. So whatever this means, apparently there's like Malach, like universe CEO. He's the who delegates things. So the Sarah Olam said to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Shaman Tzila Tzadik. Sarah Olam Shamar Asa Tzibyono Shal Tzadik. So the Sarah Olam says to HaKadosh Baruch Hu again. It seems like the universe is acting on behalf of the Tzadik. Not so much for the Amra, Razi, Razi. So the Sarah owns it. Let's go. Big Zikyo Mashiach. Now the earth has said Shira on his behalf. And she didn't say Shira, so Shira on his behalf. The Basco came out and said, Razi, Razi, the secrets of the world are for me. So Baruch says, I changed my mind to Yachon. And Zikyo is not going to be Mashiach. I'm not reading. Amar Navi, Oili, as Mosai. The Navi says, woe to me, like trouble. How long? Now the Navi now is lamenting the Mashiach has not yet come. So saying, when will Mashiach come? Yasas of Askova Amra, Bogdim, Bogdim, Upagan, Bogdim, Upagan, Bogdim, Amra, he's already struck. At the Asri, poses a. Until again, literally they're enemies and enemies of enemies. Meaning that unfortunately, Klal Yisrael has to suffer much until the Mashiach comes. Masa Doma and like calling the seer, Shomer Man, Milaila, Shomer Man, Emmanuel. I'm going to be open on. Also, on Kamuna Alikos, Duma Shmo. The man who's in charge of the winds, his name is Duma. So the Lord says, let's cut to Kalavuchos, it's a Duma. So all of the winds came to Duma. Amrulo, Shomer Ma Milaila, Shomer Ma Milaila. So essentially, again, also if you take a look at Rashi says over here, Sarah Ruchos. Shanishamos Nifkados Eslo, Bahinu Masa Duma Kak Amar Duma Elach. Which means Rashi in the sense that Ruach obviously is not really, but instead Ruach is Nishamas. This is the Malach who's in charge of all of the Nishamas. So everyone comes to this Malach and asks him, Shomer and Manuel, Mad Davar, Masai Kisakula Mara Israel. When is the Israel coming? It's incredible, by the way, to see the most incredible nothing that we are the only ones in mankind, Klal Yisrael, are the only ones constantly in this of Mashiach. Which begin to see something absolutely amazing. The world wants Mashiach. The world wants Mashiach. The universe wants Mashiach. And everything is constantly pushing for Mashiach. So we must Amar Shomer, Asa Boker V'Gamayla, Bayim Shuv Asayim. So what does this mean? So the Shomer says, Asa Boker V'Gamayla, so ultimately again, there's going to be, the Boker will come, the Jordan will come, but at the end of the day, only after it came. Like Rashi says, Asa Boker V'Tmiyah, this one will Kasa will be enough on all of us. Sar Kaf Amar Shomer comes Baruch Asa Boker Bula Kavo V'Gamayla. About the morning will come. Morning will come. But before morning, it will be a great night. Incredible. So the Gemara says, Amar Shomer Asa Boker V'Gam Laila Inti Bayun V'Shuva Asali. So two things. So right, morning will come. But when will morning will come? Number one, Inti Bayun. If you yearn for it. You have to yearn for it. The prophet is not giving us anything if we don't yearn for it. And number two, Shuva Asali. Ultimately, again, we have to be true. So it's like two elements. It's interesting. He's using many elements to believe on. But here, the Malach who's in charge of the Neshama says, what is the Prophet waiting for? Number one, he needs us to want it. We don't want it bad to make us do the best we can do to become Balachua. If we can have these two elements, then at the end of the day, the Mashiach will come. Kind of a term Mishra, right? That is promise. Let's say first white lines at the other that's the widest one. It was embarrassing for Tzio that he did not say Shira until the earth came along and said Shiva. Shneimar, Miknan Fa'aretz Miro Shemar Tzila Tzadi. Those who never at Omer, the Yomer Yisro, supposed to say other examples of situations where Klal Yisrael did not say Shira until someone else reminded us to do it. The Yomer Yisro, Baruch Hashem Mitzvah Hashem. Yisro says, blessed is God who saved you, Klal Yisrael. And as the Talmud Shalom, Rabbi Papis, thankfully the Moshe B'Shishim Rivot, Shalom Amri Baruch, Ad Sheba Yisrael Ba'Amar Baruch Hashem. It was embarrassing for Moshe and Klal Yisrael. Moshe and Klal Yisrael didn't say Baruch Hashem until Yisrael came along and said that. Now again, remember, Moshe and Klal Yisrael said Shira as Nashim Moshe and Yisrael, but no one used the combination of Baruch Hashem until Yisrael came along. It was a matter that Yisrael was the innovator of this, not Klal Yisrael. Vayichad Yisrael. So what's this interesting enough? Vayichad. What does that mean? Rabbi Shmuel, Rab Amar Sheher Cherech Chada Al B'Sara. He circumcised himself. Yisrael was so impressed with all of my fathers, all the other generations. I should like give himself Rich Milah. Shmuel says, Shenasa Chadudim Kol B'Sara. He got goosebumps. Why? So when it says, Amar Shmuel said, it's interesting that the goosebumps are interesting to me. The Yisrael was overwhelmed by what happened to Israel. Everything is fine. And again, as much as he was power of the Baruch, he was a member of the Most High. He was a member of the nation of the world. He was very overwhelmed by what he saw happen to the Gentile nation of Egypt. So Rav, we see from the Rabbi Inshi, Yura Adasara Gaila Tiza Aramai. It's a very important story. And in front of a convert, do not disparage Gentiles up to 10 generations. So it's just such a fascinating idea. And on one hand, when someone converts, what do you say? Gershon is guy, Shinoba Dummy, you're a new person. It's true that he's a new person. Don't say it's just fascinating. That's because a new person doesn't mean I don't have a past. It doesn't mean I don't have a past. Which is sounds really contradictory. Let me choose to live in this other contradiction. So Noah says, he says it's a fact about what you say about Gentiles in front of converts. Because at the end of the day, a person came from that world. So if you're disparaging of that world, that person is going to get up and say, Yisrael. Remember again, Yisrael left everything. Circles are all these things. But at the end of the day, that's the world he came from. And because of that, there was a central community there. The Gemara says, be cognizant of that sensitivity. Fascinating. The Gemara says, Lachem, Shalach Adon Hashem Tzvadot Yemishman of Razon, Ma'am Mishman of Razon, Amar B'Shmarachim, Yavakis Kiyod, Sheish no Shmona Shemos, Yifra Misancheru Sheish no Shmona Shemos. Let this guy, let's say, remember, there's a lot of allegiance in this battle between Sancheru and Chizkiyahu. So let Chizkiyahu, who has 8 names, let him come and conquer. Exact punishment from Sancheru, who has 8 names. So I believe not much is considered. Chizkiyahu could say, Yalad Yulat Manu, Ben Mitin Manu, Bati Hamishra Al Shekmo, the Joshmo, Haviois, El Gibor, Abihad, Sashalom, Iva, Ita Chizkiyahu. Okay, why is actually in Chizkiyahu? Which was interestingly enough, Chizkiyahu might not have been his real name, might have been a descriptive name, Shechastu Ka. This is literally just a descriptive name that his father gave him straight. Number Achar, Chizkiyahu Shma, Chizkiyahu, Shechizek is Shah B'Yishra. So we'll say other possibilities. Once again, Chizkiyahu is not a real descriptive name. Why is Chizkiyahu? Ultimately, because he strengthened the bond between Klal Yisrael and the Prophet. We'll see more about that in a little bit. Sancheru, what is Sancheru? Also, Sancheru, Day, Tiglas, Kaleser, Laneser, Shalmaneser, Pool, Sargon, Asanfar, Rabba, Yakiba. Okay, I agree. Because Sancheru. What about Sancheru? Where it says, no, also that's descriptive. The word says, Shesichaso Rid. He was very quarrelsome in the way that he spoke. Right? So, Sancheru, we're going to see spoken.
Dude, I'll be there in a second. I'm going to whip your ass. Are you ready? So, talk to me while I do this. When's the next time? When's your podcast come out? Are you excited? All right. Well, can you ask for it like not to come out? Well, I mean, okay, so you're not excited for it, but it's not like you're so embarrassed that you wouldn't want it to come out, right?
Because
Okay.
right now, remember Sanheriv.
I didn't ask you what?
About Eretz Yisrael.
How did last night go, Zoot?
So I said, this is incredible.
Okay, what was last night, big man?
What did he say to the Jews? I'm going to take you to a land that is like He doesn't say a land.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Roast battle. Hold on. I want to hear all about it.
How he spoke about Eretz Yisrael. So Rabbi Shmuel will say, so one says that Shakir is very wise, and one says that he was very foolish. He was a smart king.
Okay, what did you say to her?
So I say, so I'm going to do this smart king because so some interview. If you would tell the people better than better.
Okay. What did she say to that? Okay. Are you?
I'm sorry.
All right. So, who judges who wins?
So if you're going to get there by occasion to tell them that they're being moved to a similar type of land,
It's BS. How old was she?
should have told them it's better, and it would have more readily bought. Okay,
All right. Scale of 0 to 10. No, you are doing that. That's the question that I asked you about everybody.
Exiled Jews, never spoke negative about them.
Doug, then I'm going to have to guess. She was a 6.
Fine, different places were exiled.
Yeah, we're going to play. Just one moment. I'm adjusting the computer. And you need to be fucking patient, dog. If you're not going to be patient, I'm not going to play with you. So just hold on. And I'm not only going to play with you, but I'm going to dominate you.
This new land is just as nice as our land. They said again, this is like our land as well.
Is that your favorite thing to do in the world?
When they came to a place called they said this is twice as good as Eretz Yisrael. We find ourselves in new lands and we deceive ourselves into thinking that where we are is actually better than Eretz Yisrael.
Yo, bad dog, what's up? You think you're what? Dude, you suck dick. You suck dick at all of these games, man. Oh, you think you're gonna beat me at bowling? That doesn't happen.
Rashi says over here, this is talking about again when Sanheriv's army was defeated. So how was it defeated? So the Gemara says, Sanheriv's army, their bodies remained intact.
Dude, are you proud that you got a spare?
So the Gemara says, like Rabbi Yochanan called his clothing those things that they wear. Listen, this is actually very reminiscent of the Gemara that we saw yesterday, that even in this time of Sakana, he should make sure to keep himself intact. Right? The Gemara says, the furnace, they make sure that they're wearing proper clothing.
Why was it bad, Zoot?
It's called the thing that gives you honor. How you dress says a lot about the person you are.
Is that because you suck dick?
Ultimately telegraphs the message about the importance that you ascribe to that particular event. So it says, therefore, your clothing is what gives you honor.
Zoot, why did you only get one pin?
Just like by the death of Aaron's sons. By the death of Aaron's sons.
Oh, because you suck?
The fire came in, incinerated their neshamas, but their bodies were intact. So too when Sanheriv's army was killed,
What was the score? Wow. So you won.
So Paro himself who blasphemed, his punishment.
Is that your second win ever? Is that your second win ever, Zoot? Are you proud of yourself? Your third win. Congratulations. So, I don't know, maybe they had shit to do. So this lady from Roast Battle.
Punishment from him himself.
0 to 10 this bitch. Dog. How about I'll translate for you. Z to 10 this bitch. Z to 10 this bitch. Zoot, you're gonna lose. Everyone knows you're gonna lose. You're one of the worst players in the history of the game. And I'm almost done. And I'm gonna beat you at mini golf. Then I'm gonna beat you at pool. Then I'm gonna beat you at dice party. And then I'm gonna call it a day. Dog, I'm gonna dominate you.
This was the incredible story.
Yo, what up, pimp?
There was no advice on
Treading on thin ice.
You work your magic, and miraculously, that night, 185,000 soldiers died in their sleep. Just died. So that, if you notice, the lashon over here is Vayetze Malach Hashem.
You watch your tongue.
I
I like playing with you, but I don't like violence being taken against me. It's fine if you want to be like, dude, you suck at this game. That's fine. But when you start talking about physical violence, I mean, I don't really care. It's YouTube that cares. And it's Instagram that cares. And I get a message that pops up that says I can't use the account for 365 days because of something Zoot said. And I don't like that because I don't have unlimited accounts. Yes, it has happened. That's why I have to start cracking down. So you have an invitation, dude. Yes, it says for SELF space HARF reasons. You cannot use this account for 365 days. At least on Instagram. But it says, dog, I didn't even do anything wrong. It was fucking Zoom. Yeah, I don't care. Dude, look how good this shot is. Dude, are you watching this? Dude, are you watching this? Your shot sucks balls. Dude, that was one of the worst shots I've ever seen. Okay. Dude, I'm already up on you. One hole to nothing.
So, Mike, what are you talking about? We're just
That's in for. I don't think so.
So what happened? So interestingly enough, so Sancheriv overhears the Navi. He hears the Navi talking, the Navi Yeshaya talking, and the Navi says, that essentially Klal Yisrael has forsaken HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That's what us integrated HaKadosh Baruch Hu.
For sure.
Again, it's Neshila Chol from the Avat. They have forsaken the Shiloach waters, which flow gently, and instead they have gone ahead and taken to Rothschild ben Umayol. So we'll see what all of this means. The Malay Targum of the Hankra, Lo Havi Yadam Mekara. So Yossi says, were it not for the explanation of this pasuk, we would have no idea what it's talking about. Right? We have no idea what it's talking about. So what is this? So the Gemara says, my comment. So the Gemara says, Chalaf, the concept so this nation has forsaken the Davidic kingdom. Right? This nation has forsaken Malchus based David. That are kind to them and speak to them softly the way the Shiloach waters.
What, when you say no?
When you get
this nation was governed by Malchus.
Oh yeah, that's definitely no.
Such a kind and beautiful way.
Can we come back? Let's see when we can come back.
I mean, I don't know who else with whom you're playing.
And instead, ultimately, again, they go ahead and.
Oh, that was a beautiful shot.
They go ahead and they go essentially travel to Zara. I'm going to be open. I'm minded to sit. Mara Hashem. So what's interesting over here is so Sancheriv. Here is the Navi taking Klal Yisrael to task, and he feels okay. Klal Yisrael is not doing the right thing. Obviously, again, it's fair for them to lose that which they hold most dear. It's an English. Eretz Yisrael. I'm going to be minded to sit. Mara Hashem bebeis Rasha. The Navi Tzadik Yivora. Mara Hashem bebeis Rasha. What does it mean again? That ultimately the person Hashem was in the house of the Rasha. Zed Pekach ben Ramayel. So I say, by the way, Pekach ben Ramayel was the king of Malchus Yisrael. And he was king of Malchus Yisrael. He was a Rasha. So how was he such a Rasha? Shai Okam Mensa goes on speaking of Suda. He would eat literally again 40 pigeons for dessert. So apparently again, pigeon was a big dessert. It was a big dessert. From not before you tried it, right?
Did you quit?
So again, he would eat all of these pigeons and he still would not be full. So listen, what is that highlight? What is that highlight? That highlights like a gluttonous type of lifestyle. And I will say, what Avodah Zarah, in general, whenever you see Avodah Zarah, what do you see Avodah Zarah? Hedonistic behavior. Like Rav Shlomo Alrich brings down, what's the chilik between Avodah Zarah and Avodah Hashem? What's the chilik? Avodah Zarah is you make God
Dice party.
Avodah Hashem is I make myself in God. What is everybody love about it?
That's a garbage shot.
But Avodah Zarah is, even when Klal Yisrael worship Avodah Zarah, it's not like they stopped worshiping
That's
Hashem.
bad.
Very often, they're still worshiping Hashem with Avodah Zarah. So
One of the worst shots I've ever seen.
Avodah Zarah is great. How does Avodah Zarah work?
Dude, look how many you got in. This is trick shot, dog.
If you want to start your own idolatry, right? Step one is write down all the stuff you want to do in life. Right? All the stuff you really want to do. Okay, then make a system of theology that allows for all of that. Right? So all the stuff you want to do.
You had an amazing combo shot, everybody. He pocketed the two ball.
And then all the stuff that you really don't care about.
You're not going to win in this shot. Get out of here, you garbage.
You want Arias, you want Tarfus, you want Tumut, like that becomes all of the mitzvahs. Right? That's Avodah Zarah. That's Avodah Zarah. So wherever you see Avodah Zarah, you see a heightened form of humanistic there, because that's what it's all about. It's actually not about it's about that. HaKadosh Baruch Hu has very high expectations of us, and therefore he tells us we can't do a lot of stuff. Why? To hold us to a high standard. Avodah Zarah is so create a system of theology in order to allow all of that to occur. So Pekach ben Ramayel is eating all of this.
No, dog.
Why? Because he's only Avodah Zarah.
Look how sick this shot is. Thanks, I appreciate it, dude. Dude, that's a terrible shot. That's terrible. It's one of the worst shots. I'm going to show you how this is done. Like a champion.
Remember, all of us have a void.
Dude, are you sucking on dicks?
The issue just is if I have a relationship with that.
Are you choking? On dicks?
Yeah.
So the Gemara goes weiter. The Gemara says, "V'lachein, hinei Hashem ala alei esmei hanar ha'atzomim ba'alam."
No way you hit this. Get out of here.
That's
That's one of the worst shots I've ever seen. Are you ready to see an amazing shot?
Ella, my time, and so it's therefore again. So Sancheriv hears this. Sancheriv hears all this stuff, and he hears the Navi literally says, "What's the point out?" Sancheriv was the king of Ashur. The Navi literally says, because of your non-compliance, right? Because
Dude, what's your favorite episode of Kill Tony?
So Sancheriv says, "Okay, God wants me to do this. So if God wants me to do this, the Gemara says, so if that's the case, Ella, my time, if Sancheriv actually did the will of God, the Gemara says, "Navi Asar Shvatim Isnati." Very simple. Sancheriv was the tool of Hashem to exact punishment against the 10 tribes. He was the one who was responsible to exile the 10 tribes.
You like Aaron Belial?
Oh,
that guy sucks. He's literally, he's not funny. He's literally my least favorite Sunday.
So ultimately, again, so the Navi tells Sancheriv, you overstep.
Because it just takes him too long, and he can't be really good with comebacks. Like maybe his jokes are okay. He's had some okay jokes, but I don't know. I think that there's a big upside to him as technology improves. He'll be better. And he might be really good someday. But he's also Canadian, and Canada sucks. So
ultimately, again, the nation that's tired cannot be
there's that. Oh no, Zoot, you could win.
My case,
Zoot, don't fuck this up. Don't fuck this up. Zoot is gonna fuck it up. It's gonna fuck up the easiest win in the history of the game. And he fucked it up. Oh, Zoot, how did you fuck that up, dog? Dog.
So this is fascinating. So Sancheriv, you can have control over Israel. Why?
The one with Shane Gillis and as Trump and
you have a lack of divine protection. You have no control ultimately again.
Adam Ray is Biden. Just Shane Gillis' Trump impression is so good.
And they were deserving of miracles.
That's the episode they got me hooked on. And when I say hooked, I mean I love that show so much. It's big, what a shot. It's become my Monday tradition. I love that show. When I watch
amongst
these guys is hosting the roast of Kevin Hart in May on Netflix.
Like the laughing stock amongst it. This is the Sancheriv. So what's this? Interesting enough,
You know who Kevin Hart is?
The 10 tribes of Mount Israel. So his mistake was going after Mount Israel.
Is what a new thing. What about it? Like 15 years ago.
So the Gemara says, "Hi Rishna, the high parasha." She says,
Yeah, it was the highest show that roasted they did on
why was
Comedy
Hiskio
Central for the time.
right after all the games? Hiskio was a big tzaddik. So why was Hiskio deserving of having some clear versions? In other words, we'll say as much as Hiskio is successful over Sancheriv, there's a lot of anxiety. There's a lot of difficulty. Hiskio is such a
I told my friends in 2008 I heard a rumor about it. They all were like, "You're nuts." And then one of them came back to me and they're like, "You know what? I heard about it too from some insiders that he was interested in doing it." And I said I didn't know when he wanted to be, but that I thought he would be, at least run. Well, and it's not like it's a huge surprise. Wow, I just finished that game off with a motherfucker. He ran in 2000. He ran in the year 2000, but it just he wasn't nearly as popular as he became after his show. His show's the thing that really made him, yeah, because it was super popular and
Wiped out the
It was like must-see TV, and it gave him this panache. It showed his like charisma, and it showed a lot about his company, and it showed a lot about his family, and you just, you know, people knew about him before then. I don't want it to be like he wasn't popular before then. He was, but it more legitimized him as more from just a businessman or a business person into a star. And then that show had a bunch of different versions of itself. They had celebrity one, but I mean, I remember watching the original one, and it was giant. I mean, it made NBC. It brought NBC back to being the number one show on television, the number one channel. NBC had lost the number one show after Seinfeld and Friends, and they had a little bit of a lull. Not major, but like CBS had Survivor, and Survivor was huge. And Fox had the American Talent show, and it just brought it back. Now, Zudo, you ready to lose in Dice Party?
That's why the pasuk says, Yitzchak offered up karbanos to the God of his father. What was Yitzchak? Yitzchak was Midas Hadin.
So you have an invitation.
We don't understand why that had he divulged his plan to Hiskiah, Hiskiah would have said, God, sounds great, but don't do it. Don't do it. If everything's going to end happily ever after, just leave things alone. And I will say so many times.
You play Dice Party,
have this fundamental question. Yeah, things work out. I'm going to stress.
Are you going to get Full House?
And I have such no doubt. But there's like this piece of me that thinks.
Are you proud of your Full House?
Very nice, he brought the salvation. But the same God who brought the salvation is also what? The same God who brought the crisis. So I'm accountable for the problem. Don't bring the crisis, and you won't leave the salvation. So that's the cheshbon of cheshbon. That's where the emotion runs the world. And somehow the crisis was necessary. It's not just the resolution that's necessary, but the crisis itself was necessary. Sometimes those are things that we just will never understand. It's going to be right there. Says the Gemara,
that doesn't matter.
So don't worry, everything's going to be okay. The yoke of Sancheriv will be lifted upon you. Shman. What's the Shman means? What's the oil?
Me too.
Literally, again, the yoke of Sancheriv was lifted upon from Klal Yisrael because of the oil of Hiskiah.
I know.
It's beautiful. She had building the bucket to Mesa, bucket in Russia. Constant like oil represents light. Constant light burning in the all over Malchus Yehuda from the times Hiskiah. Ma'asa. What did Hiskiah do? Na'atz charev apesach beis hamedrash. He put a sword at the entrance of the beis hamedrash, and he said, "Ba'amar, kol mi she'ena osik b'Torah, yikaper b'charev zu." He says, whoever leaves the beis hamedrash will be stabbed with this sword. You stabbed this sword. Now, what's that? What is this? I'm going to kill people left beis hamedrash? No, it's figurative. But Hiskiah was trying to tell Klal Yisrael what's the following idea. Torah is not a reprobation of yourself.
We're done. We're done.
Torah is life. And if you don't
take care, man.
You won't have life. That's what we're saying. We're saying sometimes we look at Torah, and what's Torah? He points out, which says, always intrigued him. How people fall asleep during the drasha. So people fall asleep during the drasha. So it's not anything. It's minhag Yisrael. Minhag Avosinu B'Yadin, right? Can you imagine? Like you're lost in a bad neighborhood. These are the days. This is a day that much has performed. You're in a bad neighborhood, and you're going to a gas station to go ahead and get directions. And the guy's giving you directions. And can you imagine the one direction there is? Right? It says, no one is nodding off. You know why? Because that's going to save your life. It says, if you realized that words of Torah literally are life-saving. The words of Torah are life-saving. Life-saving, hey, then you never know that. Sometimes you have to right? Whatever. Sometimes not everybody is in order. So, okay, to be fair. But a lot of it is us. It's easy to blame someone else for not being entertaining enough or engaging enough. A lot of it is us and how we relate to Torah. And the truth is not going to be us. It's a beautiful vibe. It's a beautiful insight, a beautiful idea. It's not a beautiful vibe. It's not a beautiful idea. It's life-saving directions. That's what this girl was trying to hide. The sword was there not as a punitive measure, but to show Torah is not something nice. Torah is life-saving. If you have it, you will literally save yourself from making such dramatic bad decisions or mistakes. If you don't have it, then unfortunately, against us, I find myself in such negative straits. So the Gemara goes, let's finish up this Moses. The Gemara says, but when we come back by Sheva, they check from Dan until Beersheba, there was not an Amaris, there was no one who was ignorant to the words of Torah, all the way from Zivas until Tifris. And everyone was well versed in the laws of Tumah and Tara. So what's that? So incredible. First of all, just to understand the level of scholarship which existed during the days of Hiskio. Everyone was versed. Everyone was knowledgeable. Everyone, again, what's that? By the way, in what? Not mistakes, brothers. Like, not Hilfo Shabbos.
Good job.
Like, halachos of Tumah and Tara. What's that? What happens when we get to Tumah and Tara? What happens? Come on, what happens? You look ahead and you say, how long is this going to be? All right? When is this going to be over? Let's say those halachos we everyone, men, women, children, were versed in the halachos of Tumah and Tara. And also, again, in those days, the Gemara says, people had very super material aspirations, right? They had a cow, they had 2 sheep, and they had so they were happy with very small things materially, and furthermore, they had vines that had thousands of dollars worth of grapes that were just kind of lying in waste. Waste. People were neglecting their fields. Why were they neglecting their fields? Because they put their full focus on the fields. Now let's say it was the oil which represents the ongoing commitment to spiritual growth during the days of Israel that ultimately again allowed them to be successful over Santer Melech Hashem. There's much more to say. Let's stop what I was saying. Pretty much. Incredible.
What is Shabbos, Shiva? Shabbos between Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur.
All right, everybody's in. Good Shabbos, everyone. Right, so it works. Right?
From Parshat Acre on, and there are only 6 holidays.
Let us begin.
It doesn't begin with Ashrei, rather directly with honey. What is the ultimate tefillah of Yom Kippur?
All of our sponsors for this morning Church of Faith, our annual Hanukkah sponsor. Social Shkapar Israel, again, the Ocean Groceries this year. This is the service for those families. I'm trying to for the work of the eyebrow body, the good about Chinese, the Zoom, the lovely way of these bodies that can have a chance to face the goodness of a clean. Zig of Yabin and Bunny Fans and then we are Williams of Zed Shmuel and so are we from Williams Fans and we go to the Senators and then we will do the Williams Esther Bach and Williams Spring of the Hawk and then we have Williams sponsors giving the Husky and then we are Ira Kosowski and William Blackstein to join the group with the American and all of the shows have around the fans in color. All of those who need to show the biggest cold police fans and destruction to the all of our hostages and our slaves to be successful but I say it. Let's do that. Let's go. Days back to South Dakota 93. We are starting on South Days on the Hours 92A. 14 minutes off the bottom of the bottom, but we got this. With a love driver, I would love it. Let's say it's hard. Especially when I'm maybe coming in also. Anyone who's seen roughly of it, anyone who gets now. Living again around only a coming to benefit from his possessions will not see rough hard threat. Means it's generation. So the person is supposed to share his possessions with how he becomes. Means supports Torah. If a person does not use his possessions to support Torah, then they will receive blessing from those possessions. So that's the logic of here. Talking about someone who does not want to utilize his resources, how can he help Torah? Thinking that by not doing one, he'll have more for himself. So therefore, the halacha says doesn't work that way. If you don't use your resources to go and help Torah, at the end, ultimately you just have less for yourself. So and it's really up to our up like to go. The AC element, coming to share, see my share, shape, always the other of us, always on some sides. It's one of us. Culture will try to contact your color in the rest of the year. If at the end of the meal, you don't leave over right on the table, you will not see lessons. Which means, in other words, make sure to always leave over some bread on your table. Okay? So the verse is on the other hand, the other one says, she might eat sweet enough love, I feel like I'll do that. Most of all, I'm not going to to shine with the CC or Shofano. To the other level, that's what Elijah said. Whatever leaves over bread, whatever pieces of bread on this table, ultimately it's as if we worship technology. So it sounds like, obviously, the giving over bread is not a good thing. So, you know, so Shinema open in God, Shulchan, Mao, in the money of us. So, Kasha, has the Kushur, the Haggalah, how can I push it about it? So, currently, the real about the result of this, God, is when you worship with God, you work together to hold it. So we need little pieces of the whole rope. That's what it's like I have this all. But just where I have the pieces, that's what you're seeing. So what's the shot that we do over bread? We do over bread represents the sin's rough in one's house. So first of all, it's going to be a little bit more, but then it's about how double height motif, like overflowing the cup. As the idea is that there's extra, so say we overflow the cup of Havdalah because it's where you want it to be. That's going to be a cup running over. That's what you want to something you do over extra large entities. And there's surplus in your home. That's one possibility. The other possibility is that a lot of the is left over bread. That means a person didn't eat everything. If you didn't eat everything, that means exercise some level of self-control. What's Kedusha? What's Kedusha to you? The Ramban says, Kaddish actually called the Nashim of Allah. It's not an issue. It's not just for everyone from Mikvah. So even in the world of that which is Mikvah, I limit myself. I moderate myself. So that's the shot as well. If I have a meal and I don't eat everything and leave a little bit over, that's like if you're going, that's in the spirit of moderation. So when there's moderation, ultimately there's Kedusha. Okay, otherwise, Kalmakli, Vidibura, you end up on the boss, you still on the house. Now, you can be translated. It actually says something like Kalmakli, Vidibura means a person changes his voice, which means it's not like a person is trying to conceal his identity, but the truth is not keeping his word, but also just being a person that says keep his word. So whoever doesn't keep his word, it's as if he worships like God worships him. Also, at least he will keep his word. Also, don't know what it's the other one. It's not the Ervot, Kashtor in Eretz. So literally translated, whoever looks at the Ervot, whoever looks at Ervot, in this specific community, this one, Kashtor in Eretz. His bowl is empty. What does that mean? You know what Rashi? Kashtor in Eretz. Rashi says over here, not, so the Gemara says, sorry, Koach, Kishu, Uber, Shalom, Min Ar, She'in Modi. So Rashi says in the video, we'll discuss what Erba means. And if a person looks at Erba, there's some types of something basic, which they would ask. Rashi understands this not the mental ability, he becomes influenced. He becomes influenced. Like, Koshi, Uber, Shalom, so if you're going to show you, you're showing Modi. So you're not. أي مرة تشتغل أي ساعة تشتغل ما نسمع بصوت شو تشتغل شغل ونستقبل أن خشي على إيش خشي something we're not supposed to be looking at. So if I look at things I'm not supposed to be looking at, or some of us is that a person thinks about a married man, even when he's in his own life, he thinks about a married man. Even we're talking about some type of illicit thoughts, or illicit or actually illicit looking at things which are illicit and appropriate. What's inappropriate? What's the result of it? Touch on the others. His bone is empty. So actually saying, almost like that, like really like a laptop dysfunction. Like he's just not going to be able to father children. Actually, it's really deeper than what he's saying is like this. That the thing about our lives, the thing about being alive, is that it's ultra like the person has a lust, the person has desire for others. Because it's totally individual, and in the if it's such a person of all of those strength, every single one of us has a reservoir, a strength, so that's the vitality. That's what we got, right? We leave us so long without sleep. You feel like this out of running out. You got as much as I want to say my protection is really good, which is true, my cost is less. Because at a certain point in time, there was no more gas. I think that's what I'm telling us is, you can't go to use your energy for, because there are certain things that are all consuming around this energy. You just allow us to allow these one of those things, empty your boat, empty the tank. Your boat is sucking up all your vitality and work on, not only am I engaged in a Avera, but at the end of the day, there's nothing left in the tank to be able to do good things as well. It sounds immersive. That's why Raylan had to cover the plane. Person should only be humble. Not just over here. Have you ever be humble and be humility. Humility is the key to longevity. That's the humility. By Isaka, in post for Corona, still of the Russian. Tuesday was just look at this is working with the defective of moving back, which means a home that's interestingly, that's the only thing that allows us to get natural light in the house. Hopefully, if one does not have windows, you can start using candles or lanterns to be able to see whether or not there's Talas on the home. So the idea is a home without windows represents humility. A home without windows can't get Talas. A person who is humble saves himself in a lot of life situations. Humility is the secret to longevity. I'm going to tell you, I'm going to might get sick. What's the meaning of the passage that says, Sha'ol? What would say that from Eretz Rothschild and Rabbi? So the key not bringing Sha'ol into Lechem. What's the difference between Sha'ol is the grave, and Lechem is the wound. What's the connection between the grave and the wound? One of the parts is basically not Lechem, not this in the sea. And just like Lechem, just like doing pigs in, or doing pigs in the sea, and ultimately again, in this, the baby. Sha'ol, not this in the so to the grave. So to the grave takes him, you bury the dead, but no seeds, yes, and listen. Now, look from Kabbalah, in my records, when I can see another Hashem, might see also the Kabbalah, so the room which keeps in quietly, yet ultimately the mix with great prize, because the baby, so Sha'ol Shema Krisim of the colors, and addition, Shema Krisim of the colors. So it was a grave, which again, when someone's buried, when something comes into the grave, there's much fun, it's very cold, like we just tried, so to me, it's the mix, yes, and listen, it's maybe even bigger prize factor. You can't change the only influence in the Torah. Ultimately, what we want is this isn't inclusive truth, but just presence. As long as you can see the fixing, the being worship presence, and as this is a good value. How's the idea? So we can check that the spot for that. Let's see. So in the closing record, here's the passing however. From these things, we have to part of this basic door house and bring that part. Yes, and listen. Doing what's going to shift. Yes, and shut up. You will not die. You That's all these questions come up. So what's the CM crisis? These questions are next year of the day. Okay, it's really incredible. Incredible. So people died there afterwards. So you want to say some people don't die. So some people are resurrected. They don't even die. שנייה בעיה, נשאר בסיום בעיות מישראל, חדש יום יום. אבל כוס מחיים ישראל, מה חדש יום מקיים? אפילו לא מקיים. So the concept is sabitin to חדש to הקדש ברוך הוא. Just like the Rothschild is eternal, so is the sabitin come back to life to see an element of eternality as well. We don't have also showing Shasa הקדש ברוך הוא בהרי. אז so this is pretty wild stuff. So we're going to talk about this idea of good and bad. But there is this concept that as soon as something comes, the world will stop. Like we have this feeling, you'll see this. I world has been for 6,000 years. After 6,000 years, the world stopped. What happens after it stops? Quick truth. Or if you have another life, right? This world is going to recreate another world from you. It sounds like everything that exists in the earth, that this world will start again. Start again. What happens is that we can doing those, doing that, like constantly. We both stage really well. So we do ourselves. So we let money ourselves. But both of us can find to show shut it up in our mind. Not from its finish so we can wings like birds and they fly above the water. There's a reservation of the water. So the access of water will be created. Let's do it to a state of creation, right? We're not going to kill our pipes, so they want to go back to water, and so we will be given wings, and actually if they them, those wings will propel them over the water. And so let's say whether it's such a Shema, Akula, Nida, and the Eretz, it's not coming in the Yarn, Shema coming each one side. Maybe let's say they have side, maybe they have difficulty doing this. Like, I know why, because they have Shem, Yahavi, so we can show them, so we can be given wings like eagles. Yeah, we see it. Beautiful is the way you are. Ultimately, again, you will go, you will run, and you will not be tired. You will walk, and you will not be back there, and you will not be tired. The only thing is this is such a beautiful decrease. This, that's the thing you have to realize. The grace of the great apples and the coming sacrifice, the great benefit of the coming sacrifice. Sometimes the breakthrough to transcend everything that life shows you. That is the technique. Believe in that, you want to really transcend all of the difficulties and challenges. So the new information checking and test out. So the rest of this virus. So what about the resting facility? What about the drug like the festival look like for life? Like the festival just recently. Yeah, after the festival look like for life, we died. Again, so I can find again. So shouldn't that be a liar that even if Sadiq could come back to life, will ultimately die? Will die. So you know, so someone's not like that MS is much stronger. It's interesting. We actually hold the opinion that the story of the festival, like the summer celebrations, the drug, the value of drug items, that was much stronger. That was much stronger. It didn't actually happen. But that was the guy in December. So this is not the second, dramatic network, it's the second. And the reason why Mason shut down because the Agora and the Shiva in Mason. The people who first of all back to life, they still have their feet, they sang Shiva and then they died again. Not Shiva, I mean, what they say, not Shiva, Hashem made us specific in Chayah. And Yeshua Omer, Shiva Omer, Hashem made us in Chayah, Mori Sha'ayah. And we are there, we says, Peres, Mashal Haya. Right now, we says, Peres, the Mashal is very true. And that's the truth. Mashal Haya, it doesn't have it. And that's the question, it's all in the same way. And Omer is Lama Mashal, then Mashal Lama Peres. Which one is it? Every time you Peres, Peres means it's going to be the end. So doing that, but we never. Otherwise, if it's a Mashal, it's a Mashal, it's a Mashal, it's still there. So the Mashal is Allah, what is Mashal? Rather than reality, don't feel as a Mashal. Right? So, by the way, so reading book progress about whether or not the episode of the festival of reconciliation really happened or was it simply a Mashal, fundamental Mashal. The idea of the it seems to have been expressed by Allah. I tell you what I find to say, you're not seeing Russian, But we did one of the bars. Incredible. So I'm saying, really happy. Really happy. By the way, he didn't die immediately after stage. You know, like, why did it happen? Because the book back to life. They say she left. Going down to shop, being married with their kids. Their kids. So he went to, I'm not going to do it. He said, I'm going to go, all right. I need to make the I know it's finished and I'll be up on it. So kind of you don't see what's going up inside. I'm a descendant of it. I'm a descendant of one of the things that go back to life of the gospel. I don't think it's going to leave it to it. But I see from my great grandfather. So beautiful. So I was reminding you this is so beautiful. So, by the way, who are these people? Some of these people who died in these guys. Like, who are these individuals who cast up back like this in the school life? I'm not thinking of crying. So one of the kids was tired. This is incredible. The rest of the reason that's so long a story. But here the Egypt Jews who tried to escape from Egypt only with the rest of Pharaoh's life. They were members of the tribe of Ephraim, as well as the highest numbers of more than the other tribes. The religion of Ephraim, the tribe to escape from Egypt for the other church. They were killed. So what happened with them? When you stay here, the people who stay here now, the Ephraim, she sell up the bar of the Lord, the sacrifice, the Lord, sacrifice, the Lord, the Father, the Lord, she sell up the Lord, the should have also the Lord, the Harshman, and shit that. So everybody, so the good people of God. You see, that's how we find that we are young and ready, but I thought we were for them. Again, so we give one, part of my motion, let's say what happened with you. They escape, this is what preparation. Remember, that this is a chances of doing, the children will be asleep for 440 years. The clock actually started on the birth of this one. When the clock started from, the actual wrist will have slow. So in 430 times they think, oh, it's time to go, maybe. But of course, unfortunately, they were wrong, and they were told. Maybe that's some of the choice, yeah, because of what that life is better. So once there's no choice, and even others should come to the because it's still have a little like an opera, so it's like a couple of sisters. Hey, but hey, only the upslots, they say the opera because they use it on money. So when Shmuel says, these were people who denied, yes, I listen. Interesting. The judge has listened and they brought back to life. By a gospel. But you know, I have a show them like weakness and shoulders. These are individuals that unfortunately who had not even witnesses, not watched about weakness of the convention. They watched them and stuff. They didn't have any element of needs from those associations. They're not had some associations should be about these are kind of police like says, everybody other the people are saying how feeling cuts in their mercy. These are people that unfortunately don't really agree with this like that. So now, the upper side of the group of public services in the second communities. So, the two part of this summit, see awesome, but we don't know inside the summit. Okay, look how it says, 8 minutes, makes this show, look how you do that. These are the people ultimately are going to die in because do that. Now, what's because we're going to go to a fascinating story. These were Jews who were killed by the Bukharians. The Bukharians, right? So now we're going, so we do, and the festival of the life, like what happened in because we already heard, we now each and the rest, because we are. So the church, the England, the Canada Church, the Church, so it's the second white line, and the bottom of the thing that is meant to be white. So listen to this. When the Bukharians over the head and exile bodies, so what happened? So it was a hundred guys buffering, showing nothing at Shahim, planning as a holiday of them. When I did that young man, they were so exceedingly handsome that it really was so beautiful. They put the sun to shade, which was really like the sun is considered like that. I think the sun showed these beautiful luminescence. These boys, these young men were so handsome, but ultimately again they put the sun to shade. So what happened? Behind Castiel's laws also to show us the suburbs. And what happened? So the Castiel women would see them, and women would get an experience of blood flow, of the Azava flow. And listen, again, there's this concept in Halacha, transbounding fluid, which means that sometimes at a point of incredible arousal, a woman could also go ahead and do. So these Castiel women saw these Jewish boys, and they experienced this flow. I'm going to buy them, sometimes they're with your husband, but by them, and like, I know sometimes I mean, I'll do something. See, I'm not a husband. So the kids are like, people like, probably didn't want, like, they didn't want something with the Jews to be allowed. that guy had his circles, so circles, it's still even he's not very close. So I can see that I'm not a collapse. You have to find his trenches, spend the very big distribution.
Miss Aquarius, how are you? Miss Aquarius. How you living, girl? What's good, huh? Lovely thing to eat. How was your day? Excellent. And you had a relaxing day. How's that been? How's that lake? All right. Are you ready for me? Are you ready for me? Can you repeat that, please? Well, I would expect that. You're excellent. How'd you meet Gojo?
Remember?
I didn't know what the name was.
Yeah, that's him. Remember?
I remember you mentioning somebody, but I didn't know what this was.
Glory. Yeah.
Excellent. Oh, get it. No doubt.
Shut him up. Why?
Get it. It's Aquarius. That was a phenomenal strike. Yes, it was. Match it. No. I need one of the best players in the history of the game. Got it. Spare.
So it's a simple question. Remember, it's radio.
Good, girl.
Every person that stops on the Netzach, he was so evil that he could destroy the base of Mikdash and exile thousands of people. All these terrible things. If you were to harness that power, if you were to harness that power, there is no telling what you could accomplish. Incredible.
As you wish. You got three. One of the most difficult splits in the history of the game.
All of these are tradition. All these miracles we have are tradition.
Keep those three.
We know about
Maybe one going to hit over. Oh, baby, that was amazing. That was phenomenal.
Tafas your the whole shot to the meeting also. Safe, easy, food you
Right,
don't
Rabbi.
No doubt. No doubt.
The first passage is for says like says we have right. So it's in the first psukim, in the first passage there's 4 more names, in the second passage there's less names, which indicates that's
Right, here we go. Give me this. Oh, come on. One.
Even in a time of danger, a person should not go ahead and change his dignified ways.
Right. That's good.
So how you should have is Baishin Son of Mipara. What's that kind of Gemara? What draws me up to say? A person must always remain dignified, even in the face of adversity. Sometimes when we are over our circumstances, so ultimately again we become all unstable, all confused.
Nice.
So as a result, we ourselves have to be undignified now. Gemara says the power of the youth is always to maintain dignity and moral holiness, even in the midst of overwhelming circumstances. So,
Right. Nice.
what did they do before they were going to the Kitchen Aish? They fixed their dishes, they went ahead, and they stripped themselves out, and they were ready. They were ready. And this is the story of the Jew throughout ages. Rabbi, you need to maintain a dignity.
Get that. Good.
What
What a great spare.
It's a punishment.
Thank you.
Always in the hands of a punishment.
I'm right.
No doubt.
Circumstances. I'm going to be up there. What's the kind of bloody you on? All right. They gave me 3 years. So we go to the game. So I show us this beautiful tomorrow. So he came. I agree with them. I got from Shina and I got Shiny and help with the Europe. The couple of the whole. The radio TV.
No doubt. Give it to me. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Big score. Thank you, man. Oh, that's okay. Get those. Got it. No doubt. Big score. Big score. Give this to me too. I want them all. I want them both. Give me this one too. Yes, ma'am. 107. That's a big score. That's a big score. I got a strike or spare on every thing in that. Yay. You win, I win. I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling. Undefeated in friendship. Yes, ma'am. You'll see. You got it, girl. Nicest person.
I said I will go up on tree, but I only see up branches. You can hold the branches. What's the shot? So he's going to say, I'm not the so again, the color of the punch is up to the top. Part of the essentially says, my goal, my desire is to hold on to the punch with the arrow. That's what I want to do. Why? Because probably started rejecting me. Instead, all I have are a couple of roses. One of my roses, all what do I get if I only use showing outside of it? That's what I want to tell you. You notice like this is very funny. Sometimes the words you find yourself very interested in relationships. Getting so much more people who come by and videos of people don't understand such a great relationship. That's straightforward. Those are expectations. Those expectations are here to again I'll do the entire time. But you gotta get into the whole time. You gotta make that into the whole time. What does he get? He gets a couple branches. There's no branches, beautiful branches, wonderful branches, but just branches. Just branches. Sometimes when you're not getting exactly what you want, what you have to stay in relationships, those folks never got it. I don't know what I just said. When we said I didn't be talking about sus padre, we always been had that social media. So we have this story, like this is who obviously this is from Italia. So like a man riding down with red face, he was standing between the windows that were really small, very small. And he was very on, very on to say afterwards I saw other black horses and white horses. But the man we see like the ones that we so now we get caught up on this whole thing like the fact was ready was trying to do how much I was creating. It was ready to go ahead and turn the entire world into ready world. The only issue of this, you never got on my feet with everything. You got to understand now. Hashem is your Kama Hashem Shalom. How sis of the way you are a black horse. You can be right for that, but almost do what you can. Just by that. So you break the same behind the world of the world. Jesus was like a kind of Shabazaya, this power right now. So as soon as you see a friend Shabazaya, ultimately when it comes down to your mouth, we're only going to have that's the Hashem Yitzhak. So those little branches in the swamp, what's the little branches? That's the outside we give. The little branches, those are the weakest to your mouth, that you only have Hadassah. Yes, that's good. So you see that other couple of the swamp is Bahash in your mouth. And when you see that, start giving out several of which we have a little bit past the short about the so that so outside by giving that sort of Allah Papa Shmamina Susya Kibra Mother by the way so the red horses represent instructions the white horses represent salvation so we can know if we see white horses in your dreams that is a good sign there's a just tremendous potential for the red you go from places he's ready to go to the world especially if he's going the change his mind was and I wish I was out three people change how to start his mind about the views I am doing. So sometimes we do ourselves that what we do is we do how much do you know? Listen, now you're the person you do you're the person you get, and I even trying to tell you, by the way, what about that? Thank you. It's great, even the greatest people of their generation. Like, there was video, there was that sense, there are other people. But yet, again, they see your person being good. What are actions to do? It was like a whole tremendous. That's what I think. So, if you're not one of them, let me talk. So, you know, one of the guys, this is great. After the name of Shine Zayah, you know, the kids show, where you go? What do you do after that? You know, so where, what do you do? Like, where do you ask for certain classes? After that event, you never hear back from the gates. So where did they go? You can say, I'm gonna, the Ayin Hara was the guy. The guy was like the Ayin Hara. So they were subject of so much attention, and their piety became the subject of so much attention. Like that level of attention is not healthy. These guys goes over by color. So the short on the short says, the local couple, they drowned in spit and saliva. And what is that? It's an incredible nice show. So Moshe says, this doesn't make any sense. He says this is the fight should get up Moshe. And yeah, we keep it all over. We're probably started by innovation. So this is the first outside very quickly. So then we might just say, hey, that's the final time I was out to figure out. So the nations of the world, like a little bit like verbally beat up on the Jewish people and said, what is the matter with you people? Why are you worshiping other gods when your God is so great? So Moshe says, what is the final time I was out drowned in the saliva? To make that, so to speak, that the Jews were subject to the verbal abuse, theological verbal abuse of leaders of the devil. So that, it says that when people talk, so it is different a bit. So the idea is that the Jews were being beaten up by leaders over, and they're being embarrassed. So what do you mean when Isaiah died in his saliva? It means that even Isaiah could say something so beautiful and so spiritually low. What caused the embarrassment of Cloud Israel? And because it caused the embarrassment, that's the saliva. Like it was always spitting at Cloud. It's not spitting, but talking, spitting the missile, that embarrassment caused them to die. So this is what's happening over here. Praise on Isaiah. What they did? All they did was release to the life of creation. And what they did ended up resulting in the embarrassment of Cloud Israel. And the embarrassed Cloud Israel, this culpability, even if it's fundamentally and totally unintended. That's the way you see from here. How careful we have to be with each other's feelings. How careful we have to be how we talk to each other, how we relate to one another. How are you going to get unintended embarrassment and hurt of another Jew has such dramatic consequences overwhelming. So we might say, like, no, oh yeah, stop, let's mention that we can talk about it. Okay, such a dramatic, ridiculous right? So first if we need to be God, second if we need to say, oh, whatever they are, they don't go to Israel, like they were trying to go to Israel, they had children. Then, people are not focused on, and they're also saying, but I don't follow me, see, that we show over the rock time, Allah, so the rest of the week, one of the now, shipping out your shoe, going to go there, after the ocean with the Hashem, the unshame of the sea. So, the man talks about the short from God. We look at the time, I get a praise on the God in just a moment. And the fact that the late that your short from God, the sinner, his friends who did miracles. Who are his friends who did miracles? Angel in the Russian translation, the face of all that, said, we shall not Isaiah. So you see the miracles, the praise on Isaiah. After his friend with the Egyptian, moved out to Israel, that's why he had families. Okay, but the miracle also, by the way. Who was Daniel? Who was Daniel? So Daniel was the most trusted advisor on the book on the side. He was the senior prophet of the time. Where was he when Hanan and Azariah were beefed into the Egyptian Amarav, Nimitra, Nara, together. So Hanan actually dispatched him to go and create a big river, like a big body of water in Tiberia. Okay, we're gonna like a civil engineering project. Which was last week, these that's pasta, and he was going to begin to work out a big pasta. Like, pasta, like the kind of energy. The meaning of pasta to about. Last week, I did that Chinese show. He was going to bring Chazir, to bring pigs from Alexandria. So kind of be again Alexandria, as of Egypt, had the best Chazir, the best pigs. And you had to negotiate the contract to bring those animals into Rabbi. It's not true, but anyway, he told us how to pay. I'm going to part of the Chazir, you're to know a special time. She in Shella, which are short terms. No, I would say it's fascinating. Alexandria, they would only sell livestock after leaving the uterus of the animal. Why? Because they do not want people to, they do not want their animals to reproduce outside of Alexandria. They cornered the market on a certain type of robust livestock, so that you couldn't, they would sterilize the animal. That's how they was wanting to get on our side. To import these animals. Something like that. But we should talk. So what did we do? So just literally icy below the head. He brought the young ones, so they don't have to have any of these making them trying to reproduce them. Okay. Point is, he wasn't involved on all of this. Come on, brother. Social organization. There were 3 people involved to ensure that Camille was not present. Then this very time he saw as I happened to see why he was going to do it. I was not people in the difference. As far as I Lisa Daniela Alba, in a radio to species nature. So it's very again. Daniel couldn't be allowed because Daniel was there. Daniel also would have been called to the fire furnace, right? Because if 2 women had died, usually born when it was good, when it would have been saved, people would attribute the salvation to him, to the Lord of Daniel, and not the prayer on time. And this was, Daniel was shown, and as I was, this was their moment to shine. This was their moment to shine, and their point of the Lord to be there. Next, you know what it says? The Lord is there. So it's kind of see it, the Lord also said, you don't think I'll be like, yeah. This is also part of the combination that eating it gets better down into the furnace. And do not want the downfall of you will be better to watch the downfall to come through. You also want the country for them to tell you. And the cabeza and the uso de la raja, que la ley local de la cabeza. So it's interesting that the cabeza also sensed the other way. Why? The cabeza had a sense that this is going to be hard. He did ask Daniel to bow. Daniel wasn't going to bow, and then he left for the land to get changed. He didn't want to do that. Why? Because he looked at Daniel as a god. And he didn't know that the throne is open down into the furnace. Now, how do you know that you're going to say, and you know something like, how do you know that you're going to say the as a god? It's good. But I didn't want to do it. It's not going to tell you the real stuff. You're finding out the real. Come on from Tzvaka Tzvaka Israel. I asked up by Kuyo, but Tzvaka and Nasia, and the deal of the Shul in the Shaka. What's this now? This is what happened at the same time. At the same time, Australians got his eyes. Once it's obviously again, so there were other people who also wanted to be a prophetic stature. So these two guys, Abba ben Kuyo and Sitya ben Nasia. And we also pose as prophets of the real Shaka. So when we can't do it, the whole country, I show up the one. You see, I show you to go to Abba Shaka. Come on, come on, please, I show you. So I show you. When we are not, I show you. I show you. So the way you see this money, these two false prophets, Abba and Sitya, were also drawn to the furnace. The interesting thing is they were singed. They weren't totally burned, but they were singed in the furnace. So what happened with you? I'm going to show you. I'm going to start the furnace. They're made like roasted grains. Roasted grains, not totally slated, but singed. So it's not so about us in the body itself. We're not supposed to so much we do not have it. What thing you got so bad because of the returns the first is needed. It's not but I'll do that exactly in the first. The way the Lord is looking at us. Hashem, Hashem Sitya. The Sitya are not Kala Hashem is real. Interesting. So the two guys call the prophets, that's the Lord in the Kala. So I thought to listen. That's what I'm looking at. I'm a prophet of God. I'm speaking with God is from his perspective. When in Sitya suppositions you should give yourself to and sit here goes over to her and come to the word of God. And not what petitions you should give yourself over to him. Okay? So the Gemara says, so I'm not that's Rabbi. So it's another that's amazing. It's interesting that she's so in the dark to which they hope that she is prophets, right? She doesn't say like she says, okay, she gives this to her father. Who's your father? So I'm about Elohim She'elu, Elohim So'ezinu. That's just something that doesn't sound right, because the God of this people, he reaps the morality. So when you instruct you, like to give yourself over to these men, that's what make that much sense. So what happens? You also don't have to do the rabbis. And if the rest of you go to the next time they come your way, send them to you. Send them to you. Yes, you got that. So the student got out, so showing up again, when they come back. So then we can also send them to the place. So I'm going to remind I'm you guys say tell me to get out, but who gave you this message? I'm going to go I'm going to listen guys, we're fact checking. I asked them from this side. I'm sorry, I asked them trying to drive back to the supposed prophecy. And they told me fake news. They told me fake news, right? Never happens. So what's going on over here? Anyway, and then we need to watch that. You should see. So Sitya and Sitya, I'm not going to say, well, 1 second. Why is Haran Zayas worth any more fun than us? Your prophets and your prophets. So now, just because Haran Zayas say it's not true, doesn't mean it's not true. We're prophets also. So we go, God didn't speak to them, God spoke to us. I'm not going to back to people. He hates me back to people. You have to see it. It's what was on his eye. So you're going to say, you know what? I'll be right here. We're going to check out where he showed his eye with prophetic credentials. Well, just a little fiery kind of stuff. So if you guys don't mind, we'll subject you to the same test. If you come out again, you get the first thing your word is gold. I'm ready. You just lost a hobby. That one too. It's not fair. It's not fair. You were sick because there were 3 of them. There's only 2 of us. And Sitya. So I'm a little bit sad. I said, people don't just get that one. What could the code not give up? You see that guy. I'm afraid. I phone Absolutely no problem. Choose whatever you want for you do by your so you can go. I'm going to so we choose your choice and the side. We see your choice. We're not alone. So we say, okay, we're going to choose your choice. We'll say, okay, we just want to show them. Once again, God bless you. Never again. He was friends. He did play with friends all the time. So simply after say, okay, we choose your short and level. Let him come into the furnace with us. Fine. So let's see if we minus so I think it's really good things. I thought it's 2 kilograms. I 2 kilograms. And it's small with really isolated between cities. Okay, she and I so stuck with it. Right? Only the Malaka. She had see. They were saying, something. You guys send the box. You guys send the box. But when you done to see the and the night time, I'm the hot put up Mila. So now, you can actually see the shoe. This is your shoe. Obviously, I know. I'm sorry, so this is anything that I thought should be overheard, because obviously you're getting a false prophet. And the question is, my kind of under the false prophet, you're sure you're obviously righteous. But what is it that you're holding that a little bit stage? In other words, and that's us knowing, if you're a righteous thing, you should switch the phrase in totality. So why is it you totally survive the fact that you're holding the stage? So the Gemara says, "Hanan Shara Zaya for Hamdu Bukla." The says, "You know, if you're telling you, Hanan Shara Zaya, this body wasn't even seen." You know, it's like 2 months like it's stop fucking about Hanan Shara Zaya, right? I got it. Get everything. You're fine. Right? So the Hanan protect everyone. The Hanan Shara Zaya, the body wasn't seen at all. So you're short and better. Obviously, you're a great guy. You survived the furnace, but the body was seen. What happened over there? And you know, it is Rothschild with Rothschild. So the church is pretty simple. They're divine marriage for 3 people. I'm going to go to the guy. I'm going to go out run. You have to come up. Side to out when you're going to work. So the parents are news for us. Basically, what happens when you go to work for 5 points and you're going to work and you're emerge from the state. Also, I'm going to show that, right? So what we're showing is she's seeing you. I'm going to show that I established she's seeing you. So as I said, again, so teaching something that says, here's the difference, that ultimately I'm the source of the first by itself. That for the fire, I have no source of that. I'm the source of the first with the shine. The fire had no source to have an impact on them. What if the fire was giving some level of sleep, some level of control? The impact of his miracle. I heard that in Ishti, the Chagri Kiva, open the Ishti. Most people say the famous adage. But if you have 2 dry sticks and 1 wet one, the dry one should work the next one. There's even a wet stick is impervious to fire, but putting a fire around it and ultimately again, the wet stick will be righteous as well. A person will be very righteous versus the wet stick is the shine. So the wet stick will be very righteous. But surround the wet stick by enough to shine, and unfortunately again, we're showing the impact on the south as well. The impact of our surroundings. So listen, by the way, my comment on this, what's the English? So you don't feel that that's something that is. But if you're a short one level, it's really excited, but at the end of the day, the fire should not impact you at all. Why did the fire impact you? So I don't know si la funzione non riesce a dire, però mi fa male. Because the sun is the great important. So if I'm not married, and you're sure the father said it. Failure to exercise parental right to full prerogative, failure to exercise parental control, this increases potential. She never be sure on the level to let it so. You're sure to go short term. You have to show the level to let it so. Unless you're the final notes, the much of the course, if you're not, but I'm not. I'm going to come back. Bounce back out, but it's important. Mike is what's in your apostle. She has all the even not some. So what's in US. Which goes to the good bars. And literally again, the apostle says that bars can hurt 6 bodies. 6 bodies. So what the motion has are more than 6 bodies. Even if there's some nuns, particularly literally give her 6 bodies per words. So you know, so if you back up Shabbat, you can tell she so the bars just give a per person 60 bodies. So it doesn't make any sense. So it's like Sabi give her all the days when you 3 weeks. Change sleep. Rather you give her 60 saw. Now that's a lot of bodies. So if you back up Shabbat, you don't change sleep. is when we get used to carry back 6 buckets of money. I remember שעשיתי שיש אבל לא צריך לראות שנפתח לשיש בלחס. שיש לסנפה, יש לסמינה says, that's people that 6 body parts. Right? There's another she was in another condition that she was going to have 6 sons who each be benched with 6 blocks. So it wasn't meant to be a sustained gift. I thought it was meant to be a symbolic gift. So you know, so this is what 6 sons, but anyway, this is six descendants. So each of them blesses and comes their way. David, Mashiach, Daniel, Emmanuel, Michal, Osiris. And let's say, by the way, this is Mrs. Pedigree. Mrs. Pedigree. Now let's say, by the way, you know, trace it out to, but put on all this. I'm going to go back to the line. I'm going to say, chemistry. I'm going to go back to where we're supposed to be. Sometimes in life we stand at a crossroads, and the decision we make at that crossroads impacts not just us, but impacts us for generations. Some of you feel they're at a crossroads, some of you are unaware they're at a crossroads. But this is the important of living life in front of a marathon, so that when you stand at a crossroads, you know that you're remembering the point of a decision, you choose life. You kind of associate something with a single. David, it's it. I saw it was like this son of the Michel. You're there, Nadine. You give up Kyle. You just make a lot. You know, like, each class. So it's about Shem So 6 blocks of the final each of these articles. These are 6 items, 6 blocks of that. But I don't do that. Or like, what's that? Well, obviously, once I know this was set from Greg, who was one of the advisors of Shaul to Shaul. But listen, like, the only thing that did, there was somebody come against someone. It's really disparaging. So this was a compliment that was meant to be disparaging. So we don't be disparaging. We have to keep on us and be like, you're there, man. You don't look at us, you're not going to share the other stuff. You don't have to ask the questions in Torah. One, should be able to have to answer questions in Torah. It's not Torah. Should be able to say, we can know how to show Torah. He knows how to do the give and take in the battle of Torah. Each Torah, Shema upon the battle. He's a beautiful appearance, and he knows how to assert himself in the battle. Has these same attributes. Hashem is what we mean like the halacha always follows David. David always had him to the top of the sons of truth. Shaul didn't have that, and neither did Jonathan. That's when Shaul became jealous, and that of course sets off this high dynamic where Shaul sees David as a threat, and literally tries to kill him. When Shaul said, the Hashem Yifneh Yashia, and Shaul said, wherever you accept this, I will be desolate. Criminal enemies. The David said, and the Hashem Yifneh Yashia. Wherever David will turn, ultimately they will be successful. So again, both are the stories of success. The David has an elevated form of success for the show. Incredible. We know today, how do you know that we do these things? So it says, Siva Kalameda, Kamera, you have to know. Sivasan, the ship usually after the show, you know, when you enter here, so you should build that. Then we have to have the other affairs. Of course, next we must see next. So therefore, let's say, the point over here is, what Riss is descended, remember, God gives Riss 6 points of barley, highlight, so they have 6 descendants, where each bench themselves with 6 blocks. Then gets on double up with those descendants, and 6 blocks of double Mashiach. That's it. So it says, therefore, what's the rock of Mashiach? So beautiful. Right? Ultimately, again, the Ruach Hashem will really rest upon him. So these are the prophets of Mashiach. These are the prophets of Mashiach. And also, these are the prophets of Mashiach. So one is which also teaches us ultimately again that Mashiach, I won't say someone, Mashiach is saying is going to be loaded with mitzvahs and suit and suffering. And the Lord says, what is the primary quality of Mashiach? The primary quality of Mashiach is the ability to maintain spiritual fidelity despite overwhelming difficult hardship. This goes back to what we saw yesterday about don't let the day. If you learn Torah, if you don't learn Torah at night, your house is consumed by fire. At the end of the day, everything that's important effort we have on Yiddishkeit is the ability to maintain fidelity and allegiance to our fidelity even in times of overwhelming adversity. That's the quality of Mashiach. Mashiach is someone who is loaded with mitzvahs, loaded with spirituality, but also loaded with incredible suffering. Rabbi says, the more about Mashiach is what we speak. And of course, we're not really stop over here for today. Right. No, sir. I should have gone down. I'm going to break. Look, I went down. We didn't finish the dock. We didn't finish all the rest. And one said, but the man like these, we look normal. We look normal. I feel like I'm a little bit, I don't know, there wasn't much more really described, but like tremendous. All right, so that's really good for everything. All right, we'll say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning to thank our annual. And the Torah sponsor. The Torah Mishpacha of Eretz Yisrael for dedicating all the student blessings this year as a request for the Soros Tovos for Am Yisrael. Our Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, Habalim, and Tova, Kari, and Zin, the loving memory of Tavi's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Steve Hirsch, and Yosef HaKohen, Ziv, Levin, and Burning families in memory of William Ziv, Zev, Shmuel, Ben Yisrael. Our week of learning sponsors, Nathan and Beth Anfer, in memory of Judy Golden, Yehudis, Esther, Bas Elwaz, and Shmuel Rachel. And our week of learning sponsors, Ruben Rakovsky, in memory of Ira Kasavsky and Lillian Braxton, the merit of our Talmud Torah. All of the songs starting on the families in the Talmud, all of those who need us, we shall be able to call for Israel to restore for Shem Yom Tov, to help all of our hostages and all the soldiers to be successful in fall of Maaseh Yudayim. Let's do that. Let's go. Today's daf is Tzadik Gimel 93. We are starting on Tzadik Days Amud Aleph 92a, 14 lines up from the bottom, but we got this. Rabbi Lazar says as follows: Kosher Mahanik Madi Hamim Faso, Enos Simon Rothschild. Anyone who does not literally again allow from the Hamid to benefit from his possessions will not see Rafa forever. Meaning, it's another way of saying that a person is supposed to share his possessions with Hamid Hamid, meaning supports Torah. If a person does not use his possessions to support Torah, will never go ahead and see blessing from those possessions. In other words, what's the logic over here? We're talking about someone who does not want to utilize his resources to help Torah, thinking that by not giving them, he'll have more for himself. So therefore, the halacha says it doesn't work that way. If you don't use your resources to go and help Torah, at the end, you'll just have less for yourself. Shneimar. Ein Tzvi Afla Akimo Yachal Tuvo. The Ein Tzvi Elohim Chamim Shnar Tzvi Asher Shem Korei Ba'amra V'Lasor. Those all six times. Each thing halacha. Kosher V'Shayir Pasal Shofara Erosim Lachiyom. If at the end of the meal you don't leave over bread on your table, you will not see blessing. Which means, in other words, make sure to always leave over some bread on your table. Okay. So the verse on the other hand, the verse says, "Shneimar in Tzvi Aflo Akilo Yachal Tuvo." I, the verse Amar Belazar, from the Mishayir Pesisi and Shulchano, to the Ovid Avodah. I, but Rabbi Lazar said, there are only over bread, only pieces of bread on the table. ultimately it's as if he worships idolatry. So it sounds like obviously the eating of bread is not a good thing. So the Gemara says, "Shnei Ochen Negad Shulchan Malim Lamani Rasach Lokasha Hadi Ikishnu Bahadei Hadu like Kishnu Bahadei." So apparently the way of Avodah Zarah is Avodah Zarah God. The way he worshipped it was little pieces of bread together with the whole loaf. So if you leave little pieces with the whole loaf, that's what looks like Avodah Zarah. But just go ahead and leave pieces, that's what this is. So what's the shot? Leaving over bread. Leaving over bread represents the sin bracha in one's house. So first of all, this can be a little bit more of like almost like a Havdalah type motif of overflowing the cup. Right? The idea is that there's extra. So similarly, we overflow the cup of Havdalah because again we want it to be that literally our cup runneth over. That's what we want. So something leaving over extra bread indicates that there's surplus in the home. That's one possibility. The other possibility is that if there's leftover bread, that means a person didn't eat everything. If you didn't eat everything, that means I exercised some level of self-control. What's Kedusha? What's Kedusha to you? The Ramban says, Kadesh is Aslicha b'Mashem Torah. Is moderation. Is even not just throwing away from mutter, so even within the world of that which is mutter, I limit myself. I moderate myself. So perhaps that's the shot as well. But if I have a meal and I don't eat everything, but I leave a little bit over, that's ultimately again that's a display of moderation. And where there's moderation, ultimately there's kedusha. Okay. Now, literally translated, Rashi says over here, means a person changes his voice, which makes it sound like a person is trying to conceal his identity. But the truth is, Machlok B'Dibur could also just mean a person doesn't keep his word. So whoever doesn't keep his word, it's as if he worships idolatry. So literally translated, whoever looks at an erva, we'll discuss what this means in just a moment. His bowl is empty. What does that mean? If you look at Rashi, Kashton Eretz, Rashi says over here, so the Gemara says, Koach Kishui Eder Shalom, Ninar Sheina Moed. So Rashi seems to think over here, and again, we'll discuss what Erva means, but if a person looks at Erva, some types of something illicit, Kashton Eretz. Rashi understands this to be a metaphor that literally he becomes impotent. Right? So Koshi Iber Shalot, so getting on shut me, actually, in a moment, man, area there, Kashka, area, I can start the box, Mamis Rebasa, Guitar Kashka, and the Stankel, and the Kashi, the Arias, the Ish, Kashka. So, first approach of Rashi is that literally one looks at something they're not supposed to be looking at. So, if I look at things I'm not supposed to be looking at, or second approach of Rashi is that a person thinks about a married woman. Could be even when he's in his own right, he thinks about a married woman. Either he's thinking about some type of either illicit thoughts or illicit or actually illicit looking at things which are illicit and inappropriate. What's inappropriate? What's the result of it? Kashton Eretz, his bowl is empty. Now again, so actually understand it's like a erectile dysfunction. Like he's just not going to be able to father children. That's also what a deeper level what it's saying is like this. That the thing about arousal, the thing about immorality, is that it's all consuming. Like when a person has a lust, a person has a desire for arousal, it takes over the individual and literally it can sap a person of all of their strength. Every single one of us has a reservoir, a certain amount of strength, a certain amount of vitality. That's what we got, right? In other words, you can only go so long without sleep. Right? We feel that this hour in the morning, right? I can only put it, in other words, as much as I want to say that the potential is limitless, which is true, my clock is not. It does go a certain point in time where there's no more gas in the tank. I think what Chazal are telling us is, be careful what you use your energy for. Because there are certain things that are also consuming the realm of energy. And if it is halayos, immorality is one of those things, it'll empty your bowl, right? It'll empty the tank. You'll go and sap you of all your vitality, and therefore not only am I engaged in Avera, but at the end of the day, there's nothing left in the plate to be able to do good things as well. Profound Gemara. Let's go. You'll have you cover the time. Person should always be humble. That says over here, have you honor the tithya. Be humble and you will live. Humility is the key to longevity. That's the which means there's a concept of nigebati, which means a home could have tzaras. But interestingly enough, the only way for a home to have tzaras is if you can get natural light in the house. Ultimately, a home does not have windows. We don't start bringing in candles or lanterns to be able to see whether or not there's tzaras on the home. So the idea is a home without windows represents humility. A home without windows can't get tzaras. A person who is humble saves himself from a lot of life's afflictions. Humility is the secret to longevity. Amr Tavi, Amr Noshi, what's the meaning of the passage that says Sha'ol V'otzerechem Eretz V'otzeremayim? So the theme in Sha'ol Eitzarechem. What's the connection to Sha'ol is the grave, Rechem is the womb. What's the connection between the grave and the womb? Along with the Chavis, that's the Ma Rechem Machnis Umosi. Right? Just like the Rechem, just like the womb takes in, right? The womb takes in the semen and ultimately again emits the baby. Sha'ol Machnis Umosi. So to the grave. So to the grave takes in, you bury the dead. But Motzi, yes, and Mason. Malot from Kavachomer, Uma Records from Akris and Baba Kashayu, Motzi, also the Kolos, so the womb which takes in quietly, yet ultimately emits with great cries, like the baby. So Sha'ol from Akris and Baba Kolos, in addition, Sha'ol, even the Kolos, showing the grave, which apparently someone's buried, when something comes into the grave. There's much crying, what we call right, it was crying, so to when it emits, yes, and Mason. It's going to be even greater prize of joy. You can't show the only ultimately, then the says this is a conclusive proof that just pessimism. So once again, you see fixated, including the first of pessimism. So where it says, this is a good life. How did they go? Sadiqim Shazak was right a lot. So in the closing after, once it's fascinating halacha. Sadiqim, what Kodesh Baruch Hu is going to go ahead and bring back to pessimism during the Moshe Mashiach, Messianic era, will not die. That's right. All these questions come up. All questions, resurrection of the dead. Okay, it's really incredible. So people die, and afterwards, the Lord says, Sadiqim goes on. Once the Sadiqim are resurrected, they remain alive. שנאמר בעיה, נשאר בציון בנות ירושלים, קדוש ביום רבו. אבל קוסם בחיים ירושלים, מה קדוש לעולם קיים, עד לעולם קיים. So the pasuk compares Sadiqim to Kadosh Baruch Hu. Just like the Ibn Shalom is eternal, so too when Sadiqim come back to life, there'll be an element of eternality on the days. Then Gomar, Osam Shanu Shasra Kadosh Baruch Hu Bahem, Es Sha'at Sha'at, Osam Shanu Sha'at, the Kadosh Baruch Hu Bahem, Shlemar, the Niska Bashem Revado by Yomamu. And Shabbos says, this is pretty wild stuff. So we're going to talk about this idea of greater depth. That there is this concept that at a certain point in time, the world will stop. Right? We have this, we're going to see this. The world was created for 6,000 years. After 6,000 years, the world stops. What happens after it stops? Take two, or three, whatever number we're up to, right? This problem is going to recreate another world someday, which sounds like everything that exists will be erased, and the problem will start again. What happens to Sadiqim during that like cosmic rebirth stage? Where do they go? Right? So we must mind that. So the problem is something I'm finding to shutting up in their mind. Moshe makes for the Sadiqim wings like birds, and they fly above the water. There's also the water. So the pasture of the world will be recreated. What's the original state of creation, right? So the Lord will go back to water, but the Sadiqim will be given wings, and ultimately, again, those wings will propel them over the water. So once they whether it's such a Shne'amar, Akilo, Mira, Bahamir, Eros, those coming in the Yamim, Shema Torah Yishlam Sar. I maybe was saying they have Sar, maybe they have any difficulty doing this. Like, Alomar, we call it Hashem Yahavi Fukorach. Wings like eagles, Yarutsu, go, guilt will you have. Ultimately, again, you will go, you will run, and you will not be tired. You will walk, and you will not be you will not be tired. And the other thing is, that's what I say, ultimately, this is such a beautiful sort something to really keep in mind. So this, that's the thing that's a real range. The great hold of becoming a Sabbath, the great benefit of becoming a Sabbath, sometimes the ability to transcend everything that life flows through. Purpose that some people do, because they have to be able to literally transcend all of the difficulties and challenges. So when you're the nasal check here, let's go. So the rest of his fathers. So what about we're talking about this before, right? We referenced this already. What about the dead that the Cheskel brought back to life? Right? The Cheskel did yes, obviously. Now after the Cheskel brought those people back to life, they died again. Sorry, they died again. So shouldn't that be a liar that even the tzaddikim who come back to life will ultimately die? Will die. So you might say, some of the command Amar, the MS Moshe. This is interesting. You actually hold it to the opinion that the story of the Cheskel, right? That some of the salvations, the valiant dry bones, that Moshe. That was a Moshe. It didn't actually happen. That's why we're going to have a Samuel. So this in itself is such a dramatic conflict. It's a Samuel. And the Muslim were Mason Shef, yeah, the Cheskel, Amdora, Gayim, Yeshiva, and Mason. The people who Cheskel brought back to life. They stood on their feet. They sang Shira and then they died again. Mashira Amru, what did they say? Mashira Amru, Hashem Nemes Tzedek Chayim. Yeshua Omer, Shira Zu Amru, Hashem Nemes Chayim Molish Sha'al Bayah. Yehuda Omer, Yehuda says, Emes Mashal Haya. When Yehuda says, I say Mashal Haya, I rest in the truth. Mashal Haya, it was a parable. The mercy doesn't make sense. All over the country. In MS, Lama Mashal, in Mashal Lama MS. Which one is it? If you tell me it's MS means that it really happened. So if it really happened, it really happened. Otherwise, if it's a Mashal, it's a Mashal, what's going on? So you might say, Allah, the MS Mashal Haya. Rather, what he means is, in reality, the whole thing was a Mashal. Right? So let's say, by the way, it's fascinating that podcast about whether or not the episode of the Cheskel with the Atzamah did it happen or was it simply a partial fundamental of focus? Was real curious in the real world. Racing Shaki Cheskel Allah, Alu La'aris Arisial, the Nasu Nashim, while Liju Panamu Balas. Incredible. So they're saying, no, it really happened. And by the way, they didn't die immediately after seeing Shira. Right? Why? What happened? Cheskel brought them back to life. They sang Shira. They went married to Shira. They married. They had kids. So you must say, I'm going to be good at the city of Arangla Ba'amar. I need Nate Benehan. I love the Tefillin Sheniachli Avi Abamah. So you're going to see what that says. I'm a descendant of it. I'm a descendant of one of the people who brought back to life from the Cheskel. And ultimately, I got used of the Tefillin. But I was seized from my great grandfather. So beautiful. Reminding me of the Cheskel. By the way, who were these people? Who were these people who died in this valley? Right, so for these individuals, Cheskel brought back their Muslims to life. I'm not even have right. One of the keys to tell. Incredible. I will say they're not so long in the story, but there are a couple of Jews who tried to escape from Egypt earlier than the rest of Israel. They were